Discuss preface. Under-rationalism is an international phenomenon. In the imperialist period, this book lays no claim whatever to be a history of reactionary philosophy, or even the primer of its development. Above all, the author is conscious that the irrationalism, whose growth and expansion into dominant trend in bourgeois philosophy this book portrays, is only one of the important tendencies in reactionary bourgeois philosophy. Although there is hardly a reactionary philosophy without a definite irrationalist cast to it, the scope of reactionary bourgeois philosophy is nevertheless far broader than that of irrationalist philosophy in the authentic, stricter sense, but even this qualification will not suffice to circumscribe our task precisely. Even within this narrower subject range we are not offering a detailed, comprehensive and would-be complete history of irrationalism, but will simply be elaborating its chief line of development and analyzing its most important, most typical stages and representatives. We intend to focus attention on this chief line as the most significant and influential kind of reactionary answer to the great topical problems of the past century and a half. The history of philosophy, like that of art and literature, is never simply a history of philosophical ideas or even personalities, as its bourgeois historians think. Problems, and the directions in which they may be resolved, are posed in philosophy by the evolution of forces of production, by social developments and the development of class struggles. Only the observation of these primary motive forces can serve as a basis for tracing the decisive, fundamental lines of any philosophy. If one tries to posit and to solve the interrelations of philosophical problems starting out from a so-called imminent philosophical development, an idealist distortion of the most important interrelations will inevitably come about. This is true even where a historian shows the necessary knowledge and, subjectively, an honest desire for objectivity. As against this standpoint, of course, the so-called humanistic Geisteswissenschaftlich attitude is not a step forward, but a step backwards. The distorting ideological starting point remains, but it is even more blurred and ideologically distorted. One has only to compare Dilthey and his followers with the philosophical historiography of such Hegelians as Erdmann. To argue thus does not by any means entail, as the vulgarizers suppose, a neglect of purely philosophical problems. On the contrary, only such a context can clearly illustrate the difference between important questions of lasting significance and trivial academic hair-splitting. It is just the road leading away from social life and back again which lends philosophical ideas their real breadth and determines their profundity, even in the narrowly philosophical sense. How far individual thinkers are aware of their position in this respect of their socio-historical function is entirely secondary, and philosophy is outside of it. Votes are cast not for attitudes but for deeds, for the objectified expression of ideas and for its historically necessary influence. In this sense, every thinker is responsible to history for the objective substance of his philosophizing. Thus the subject matter which now presents itself to us is Germany's path to Hitler in the sphere of philosophy. That is to say, we mean to show how this concrete path is reflected in philosophy, and how philosophical formulations, as an intellectual mirroring of Germany's concrete development towards Hitler, help to speed up the process. That we are therefore confining ourselves to portraying the most abstract part of this development by no means implies an overestimation of philosophy's importance in the turbulent totality of concrete developments. But we believe it is not superfluous to add that to underestimate. The philosophical driving forces would be at least as dangerous and as little in accordance with reality. These perspectives will determine our mode of treating the subject matter. The primary issues, above all with regard to the selection of material, are social genesis and function. It will be our task to bring to light all the intellectual spade work done on behalf of the National Socialist outlook, however far removed, on the face of it, from Hitlerism it may be and however little, subjectively, it may cherish such intentions. It is one of this book's basic theses that there is no such thing as an innocent philosophy. Such a thing has never existed, and especially not in relation to our stated problem. This is so in precisely the philosophical sense. To cite either with or against reason decides at the same time the character of the philosophy as such and its role in social developments. Reason itself can never be something politically neutral, suspended above social developments. It always mirrors the concrete rationality or irrationality of a social situation and evolving trend, sums it up conceptually and thereby promotes or inhibits it. This social determinant of the contents and forms of reason does not, however, imply a historical relativism. For all the socio-historical conditioning of these contents and forms, the progressiveness of any situation or evolutionary trend is an objective being operating independently of human consciousness. Now whether this forward thrust is interpreted as rational or irrational, and affirmed or repudiated as one or the other, is a crucially important factor in the taking of sides in philosophy, and in the class struggle. To reveal this social genesis and function is of the greatest importance, but in itself by no means sufficient. Granted, the objectivity of progress will suffice correctly to condemn as reactionary an individual phenomenon or orientation, but a really Marxist-Leninist critique of reactionary philosophy cannot permit itself to stop at this. Rather, it must show in real terms, in the philosophical material itself, the philosophical falsity and the distortion of basic philosophical questions, the negation of philosophy's achievements, and so on to be inevitable. Objectively philosophical consequences of such stances. To this extent, an eminent critique is a justified and indeed indispensable element in the portrayal and exposure of reactionary tendencies in philosophy. The classic Marxist authors have constantly used it. Engels, for example, in his Anti-Tyranny, and Lenin in his Imperial Criticism. To reject immanent criticism as one element in an overall survey also embracing social genesis and function, class characteristics, exploration of the true nature of society, and so on is bound to lead to a philosophical sectarianism, to the attitude that everything which is axiomatic to a conscious Marxist-Leninist is also immediately obvious to his readers. Lenin wrote of the communists' political attitude, but the whole point is that one does not regard what is outmoded for us as outmoded for the class or outmoded for the masses. And this also applies in its entirety to a Marxist presentation of philosophy. The antithesis between the various bourgeois ideologies and the achievements of dialectical and historical materialism is the self-evident foundation of our treatment and critique of the subject matter. But to prove in factual, philosophical terms the inner incoherence, contradictoriness, etc. of the separate philosophies is also unavoidable if one wants to illustrate their reactionary character in a truly concrete way. This general truth applies especially to the history of modern irrationalism. For the latter, as our book will undertake to show, arose and became operative in perpetual conflict with materialism and the dialectical method. In that respect, too, this philosophical controversy is a reflection of class struggles. For it is certainly no accident that the final and most advanced form of idealist dialectics developed in connection with the French Revolution, and in particular with its social consequences. Only after the Revolution did the historical character of this dialectic, of which Herder and Defoe were major forerunners, acquire a methodologically conscious and logically worked out expression, principally in Hegel's dialectics. We are dealing now with the necessity of a historical defense and amplification of the idea of progress reaching far beyond the Enlightenment's conception of it. Of course, this does not exhaust the factors encouraging this idealistic dialectic by a long shot. I refer the reader merely to the new tendencies in the natural sciences which Engels locates in his Feuerbach accordingly. The first important period of modern irrationalism has its origin in the struggle against the idealist dialectical historical concept of progress. It constitutes the road from Schelling to Kierkegaard, and also the road from feudal reaction against the French Revolution to bourgeois hostility to progress, with the June massacre of the Parisian proletariat and with the Paris Commune in particular, the situation altered quite radically. From that time onwards, the proletariat's worldview, dialectical and historical materialism, was the adversary whose character determined the further development of irrationalism. The new period found its first and most important representative in Nietzsche. Both phases of irrationalism contested the highest philosophical concept of progress obtaining at the time, but it made a qualitative difference in the purely philosophical sense as well whether the adversary was a bourgeois idealist dialectic or the materialist dialectic and proletarian worldview, socialism. In the first phase, the relatively accurate critique based on factual knowledge and pointing out real failings and limitations in the idealist dialectic was still possible. In the second, on the other hand, we can see that the bourgeois philosophies were already unable and downright unwilling really to study the opponent and to refute him in a serious manner. This was already the case with Nietzsche, and the more firmly the new adversary emerged especially after the October Revolution in 1917, the weaker the will and capacity to contest the real, and correctly identified opponent with respectable intellectual tools became. Distortion of the facts, calumny and demagogy increasingly superseded honest scientific polemics. This again clearly reflects an exacerbation of the class struggle. Each phase confirmed more and more strongly Marx's statement after the 1848 revolution that la capitalite de la bourgeoisie ascendant, and the bourgeoisie was losing ground not just in the aforesaid central polemics, but also in the whole construction, the overall working out of the separate irrationalist philosophies. The apologetic virus was spreading from the questions core to the periphery. Arbitrariness, contradictions, unsubstantiated and sophistic arguments, etc., characterized the later irrationalist philosophies more and more acutely. The lowering of the philosophical level is therefore a distinguishing mark of the development of irrationalism. This tendency was to reveal itself most vividly and obviously in the National Socialist outlook. But in spite of all this, we need to emphasize the unity behind the development of irrationalism, for merely to note the fact of a decline in philosophical standards will by no means suffice to characterize irrationalism's history. Such observations were repeatedly made in the bourgeois struggle or purported struggle against Hitler. Their purpose, however, was very often a counter-revolutionary one, indeed even that of an apology for fascism itself, an exposure of Hitler and Rosenberg in order to salvage on the ideological plane the essence, the most reactionary form of German monopoly capitalism, and the future of a new and aggressive German imperialism. The retreat from the substandard Hitler to the eminent Spengler, Heidegger or Nietzsche is thus, both politically and philosophically, a strategic withdrawal. The withdrawal from the pursuing enemy in order to organize the reactionary ranks and to instigate under more favorable conditions a renewed, methodologically improved offensive on the part of reactionary extremism with regard to these tendencies, whose beginnings reach far into the past. 2 points need stressing. Firstly, the decline in philosophical standards was a necessary, socially determined phenomenon. The crucial factor was not the inferiority of Rosenberg's philosophical personality as compared, say, to Nietzsche. On the contrary, it was precisely Rosenberg's moral and intellectual inferiority that made him the fit ideologist of National Socialism. And should the strategic retreat to Nietzsche or Spengler that we have indicated grow into a philosophical offensive again, its protagonist must, as a matter of historical necessity, represent philosophically an even lower level than Rosenberg, quite irrespective of his personal abilities, knowledge, etc. But what ultimately determines an ideologist's philosophical level is the depth to which he fathoms the questions of his day, his ability to raise these to the peak of philosophical abstraction, and the extent to which the standpoint derived from his class base allows him to explore these questions in their full depth and breadth. We must always remember that Descartes' cogito or Spinoza's Deus sive natura were highly topical and boldly partisan propositions and answers in their time. Nietzsche's brilliant arbitrariness and superficiality are, in their inferiority to classical thought, as much dictated by society as his superiority to the even more frivolous and vapid constructions of Spengler and indeed to Rosenberg's hollow demagogy. If we shift an appraisal of modern irrationalism to the plane of abstractly isolated differences in intellectual level, we are trying to evade the politico-social character and effects of its ultimate conclusions. Beside the political character of all such endeavors, we must also strongly emphasize another point which is inseparable from it, the futility of these endeavors, and precisely in the philosophical sense. How this assumed concrete form in the post-war period we shall discuss in our epilogue. This observation has a close connection with our second point. We shall attempt in this book to demonstrate in detail that at no stage does the development of irrationalism evince an imminent character, as though, that is to say, one proposition or answer could give rise to another, driven by the inner dialectic of the philosophical train of thought. We mean to show, on the contrary, that the various stages of irrationalism came about as reactionary answers to problems to do with the class struggle. Thus the content, form, method, tone, etc. of its reaction to progress in society are dictated not by an intrinsic, inner dialectic of this kind, but rather by the adversary, by the fighting conditions imposed on the reactionary bourgeoisie. This must be borne in mind as the basic principle of the development of irrationalism, but that does not mean that irrationalism within the social framework we have defined has no ideal unity behind it, just the opposite. It follows from its very nature that the problems of content and methodology it raises are closely linked and reveal a striking unity and a narrow one. The disparagement of understanding and reason, an uncritical glorification of intuition, an aristocratic epistemology, the rejection of socio-historical progress, the creating of myths, and so on are motives we can find in virtually any irrationalist. The philosophical reaction by representatives of the remains of feudalism and by the bourgeoisie to social progress may in specific circumstances, in personally talented individual proponents of this direction, receive an ingenious and brilliant form. The philosophical substance pervading the whole development, however, is extremely monochrome and threadbare, and, as we have shown above, the intellectual scope of the polemic, the chance of absorbing within the system of ideas at least some reflections of reality, however distorted, will shrink continually by dint of social necessity. hence have fallen the philosophical standard, while specific crucial intellectual factors remain constant is inevitable. The adherence to these pervasive God determinants is a reflection of the uniformly reactionary social foundations of irrationalism. However, many qualitative changes can and must be noted in the development from Schelling to Hitler. Thus the contribution of German irrationalist philosophy to Hitlerism is an inevitable thing only insofar as the concrete class struggles produced this result, not without the help, certainly, of this ideological development. From the standpoint of irrationalism's development, therefore, the products of these class struggles are unalterable facts acquiring and matching philosophical reflection to which irrationalism reacts in one way or another. Seen from this angle, though, they are just that, unalterable. Of course, we are far from asserting that they were, from an objective historical angle, predestined. If, therefore, we are seeking a proper understanding of the development of German irrationalist philosophy, we must always bear in mind the following related factors: the dependence of irrationalism's development on the crucial class struggles in Germany and throughout the world, which naturally implies the denial of an imminent development. The uniformity of the contents and methods, along with the continual narrowing of the scope for real philosophical development, which is bound to encourage a heightening of apologetic and demagogic tendencies, and finally, as a sequel to this, the necessary, constant and rapid decline in the philosophical level. Only now can we understand how Hitler contrived the demagogic popularization of all the intellectual motives of entrenched philosophical reaction. The ideological and political crowning of the development of irrationalism, the aim of clearly elaborating these motives and tendencies in German irrationalism's development will determine our mode of presentation. Hence our concern can be only to present the most important notable points in their proper light by thorough analysis, not a complete history of irrationalism, or even a reactionary thought in general, claiming to deal with or at least to enumerate all the basic shapes and tendencies. Thus we are consciously renouncing any claim to comprehensiveness. If, for instance, we discuss romantic irrationalism at the start of the 19th century, we shall demonstrate its most important characteristics in Schelling, the chief proponent of this direction, while Friedrich Schlegel, Botter, Boers, etc., will be mentioned in passing or not at all. We shall also omit a discussion of Schleiermacher, whose particular tendencies attained a broad reactionary significance only through Kierkegaard. We shall omit the irrationalism of Fichte's second period, which gained an influence, episodic in the overall development only in the Rickert school, with Lask especially. We shall omit Weiss and the younger Fichte, etc., thus in the imperialist period. Husserl will take a back seat because the irrational tendencies inherent in his philosophical method from the outset only became really explicit through Schiller and particularly through Heidegger. Leopold Ziegler and Kaiserling will place second. Fiddle to Spengler, Theodor Lessing to Clades, Jaspers to Heidegger, and so on. Our interpretation of irrationalism as the decisive principal stream of reactionary philosophy in the 19th and 20th centuries dictates a further omission. This is the omission of some important and influential, firmly reactionary thinkers for whom irrationalism did not constitute the center of their intellectual world. These include the eclectic Eduard von Hartmann, once set beside the entrenched irrationalist Nietzsche, Lagarde, again in relation to Nietzsche, and in the period directly foreshadowing German fascism, Müller van den Broek and many others. By thus restricting our subject matter, we hope to bring out the main line of development more clearly. Future historians of German philosophy will, we hope, round out and present in full detail the general line of reactionary philosophy in Germany portrayed in this book. Our aim and our subject matter further dictate that the line running from Schelling to Hitler cannot be presented in that unitary form which it had in social reality. Chapters 11 to IV will attempt to illustrate this development in the sphere of irrationalist thought in the narrower sense. These chapters will expound the aforesaid program, the line of development from Schelling to Hitler, but this cannot be considered a complete answer. Firstly, we are still obliged to show with at least one significant example how irrationalism, as the epic's chief reactionary bias, was able to make the whole of bourgeois philosophy subservient to it. This will be demonstrated in detail in Chapter V, on imperialist neo-Hegelianism, with only a brief reference to the most important pioneers. Secondly, Chapter VL will present the same development in the realm of German sociology that we will have already analyzed in philosophy. We believe that by treating so important a topic in isolation, rather than divided and scattered over the philosophical sections, we cannot but enhance the clarity and meaning of the overall picture. And thirdly and lastly, The historical forerunners of racial theory will likewise be dealt with in isolation in chapter DLL. Only in this way can we set in its proper light the central importance, which so humdrum and eclectic as H.S. Chamberlain attained in German fascism. For he it was who synthesized the philosophical irrationalism of the imperialist age, vitalism, with racial theory and the findings of social Darwinism. Thus he became a direct precursor of Hitler and Rosenberg, the philosophical classic of National Socialism. Plainly it is in just this context that our summary treatment of the Hitlerian age can be properly made to tell, although of course the findings of chapters IV and DL must always be taken into consideration. It goes without saying that this mode of presentation has its drawbacks. Simmel, for instance, was an influential sociologist, but we shall analyze his work essentially with regard to imperialist vitalism. And although there exist close connections between Rickert and Max Weber, Dilthey and Freyer, Heidegger and Carl Schmitt, etc., they must still be dealt with separately. These are unavoidable flaws to which we must call attention in advance. We hope, however, that the clear presentation of the principal line will outweigh the negative aspects. We can hardly look to historical preliminary studies for support in this task. So far there is no Marxist history of philosophy, and the bourgeois accounts are totally useless from the standpoint of our inquiries. Of course this is no accident. The bourgeois historians of German philosophy ignore or chop down the roles of Marx and of Marxism. Hence they cannot adopt a proper stance either to the major crisis of German philosophy in the 30s and 40s or to its later phase of decline, not even approximately and in respect of the facts. According to the Hegelians, German philosophy ended with Hegel. According to the Neo-Kantians, it reached its peak with Kant, and the confusion sown by his successors could only be rectified by a return to Kant. Edward von Hartmann tried to effect a synthesis between Hegel and irrationalism, the irrationalism of the later Schelling and Schopenhauer, and so on. At all events, the bourgeois historians regard the decisive crisis in German philosophy, viz., the dissolution of Hegelianism, as lying outside the history of philosophy, chiefly on the basis of their affirmation of irrationalism. The imperialist historians of philosophy created a harmony between Hegel and Romantic thought on the one hand, and a harmony between Kant and Hegel on the other. They thereby mentally excluded all the important conflicts of orientation, drawing instead a unitary and unproblematic, non-contradictory line of development up to the irrationalism which they affirmed of the imperialist period. The sole Marxist historian, Franz Mehring, achieved a great deal in other fields. But as regards this subject, he knew too little of classical German philosophy, Kant excepted, and did not sufficiently perceive the specific features of the imperialist age to offer as any pointers. The one book in recent times which at least did its fair to examine the problems pertaining to the German development is Karl Loeth's knowledgeable work, From Hegel to Nietzsche. It marks the first bourgeois attempt in German history of philosophy to incorporate the dissolution of Hegelianism, the young Marxist philosophy, organically into the development, but the mere fact that Loeth makes this development culminate in Nietzsche and not in a depreciatory sense, proved that he failed to see the real problems of the period under discussion and turned them firmly on their heads wherever he encountered them. Since he perceived the main direction merely as leading away from Hegel, he sets on the same plane the right and the left-wing critics of Hegel, particularly Kierkegaard and Marx, and presents their opposition on every question as a mere difference of thematic material, assuming them to share an essentially related basic tendency. It goes without saying that, given this attitude, Loeth sees only shades of difference within. A similar bias and no qualitative antitheses between the Hegelians of the time of dissolution Ruger, Bauer, Feuerbach and Marx. Since his book occupies an almost unique position with regard to knowledge of the subject, in the more recent bourgeois history of philosophy, we shall quote a crucial passage at some length. This will enable the reader to judge for himself how this method led to the equating of Marx and Kierkegaard, and so on, to the similar conclusions drawn by some leftist prefascists, for example H. Fischer in Marx and Nietzsche. Loeth writes, shortly before the revolution of 1848, Marx and Kierkegaard lent to the demand for a resolution language whose words still claim our attention. Marx in the Communist Manifesto and Kierkegaard in the Literary Review. The one manifesto ends proletarians of all countries unite, and the other to the effect that each person must work at his own salvation, prophecies about the course of the world being tolerable only as a joking matter. But regarded from the historical angle, this antithesis only signifies two sides of the common destruction of the bourgeois Christian world. For a revolution of the bourgeois capitalist world, Marx found support in the proletarian mass, whereas Kierkegaard, in his struggle against the bourgeois Christian world, staked everything on the individual accordingly. Bourgeois society for Marx is a society of isolated individuals, where man is alienated from his generic character, and Christendom for Kierkegaard is the Christianity disseminated on a mass scale where nobody is an apostle of Christ. But because Hegel reconciled these contradictions of existence in the essence, bourgeois society with the state and the state with Christianity, the resolution of both Marx and Kierkegaard aims at emphasizing the difference and contradiction in precisely those conciliatory acts. Marx is concerned with the kind of self-alienation which capitalism causes in a person, and Kierkegaard with the self-alienation which Christianity causes in a Christian. Thus here again we meet with an obscurity in which all paths look rare. Marxist historians will find no help in such preliminary studies when it comes to mastering the subject. Finally, we must raise the question of why our account with a few interpolations like Kierkegaard and Gobineau confines itself to German irrationalism. In Chapter I we shall try and outline the particular conditions which made Germany eminently suitable as a hotbed of irrationalism. But that does not alter the fact that irrationalism is an international phenomenon, both in its campaign against the bourgeois concept of progress and the campaign against the socialist concept of it. And there can be no question that important spokesmen for social and political reaction have appeared in the most diverse countries in both periods. That goes for Burke in England, whilst the French Revolution was still in progress, and for Bonald, de Maistre and others in France later on. To be sure, these thinkers were contesting the ideology of the French Revolution without constructing for the purpose a specific and new philosophical method, as happened in Germany. Granted, such attempts were indeed made. Let us recall Sir Maine de Biron, but there can be no doubt that even the last named was far from causing such lasting international repercussions as Schelling or Schopenhauer. He also elaborated the foundations of the new irrationalism far less resolutely and dogmatically. This in turn is linked with the fact that Maine de Biron, in contrast to the German Romantics' firmly reactionary nature, was an ideologist of the just milieu or golden mean. The irrationalist upsurge in imperialist times is a particularly salient example of the leading role that Germany played in this sphere. Here, of course, we are thinking chiefly of Nietzsche, who became the paradigm in content and methodology of irrationalist philosophical reaction from the USA to Tsarist Russia, and whose influence could not and cannot be rivaled even approximately by a single other reactionary ideologist. But later on, too, Spengler was still an international model for irrationalist conceptions of the philosophy of history up to Toynbee. Heidegger, the model for French existentialism, who had long previously exerted a decisive influence on Ortega y Gasset, has a profound and dangerous sort of influence on bourgeois thought in the United States, and so on and so forth. The determining causes of this difference between Germany and elsewhere could, of course, only be worked out on the basis of the concrete history of the separate countries. It would take such a historical study to establish the specific tendencies which, while receiving in Germany their classic, most rigorously evolved form, mostly stop halfway in other countries. Naturally, there is the case of Mussolini, whose philosophical sources were William James, Pareto, Sorel, and Bergson. But even here the international influence does not have anything like the breadth and depth already reached in pre-fascist Germany and, most of all, under Hitler. Thus we can everywhere observe the emergence of all the motive elements of irrationalism, and to that extent it is indeed an international phenomenon, especially in the imperialist period. Only extremely seldom, in isolated episodic cases, however, was irrationalism taken to all its conclusions to become a universally dominant tendency, as it became in Germany. To that extent, the hegemony of the German development remained intact. The present situation will be discussed in our epilogue. One can already discern this tendency before the First World War. In nearly all the leading countries as in Germany, irrationalism achieved highly developed forms in the imperialist period. There was pragmatism in the English-speaking countries, Baruch, Bergson and others in France, Croce in Italy. Despite a profound affinity in their ultimate intellectual foundations, the forms display an extremely motley diversity. This was determined primarily by the nature, height and intensity of the class struggle in each country concerned, and also by the traditional philosophical heritage and the immediate intellectual opposition. In our detailed analyses of the individual stages of the German development we shall deduce these, as already indicated, from concrete historical circumstances. Without thus locating the real socio-historical foundations, no scientific analysis is possible. This, of course, applies also to the following studies. They therefore make no claim whatever to be even the outline of a scientific definition of philosophies or intellectual trends. They will merely suggest that specific highly universal features had their origin in the general identity of imperialist economics. To be sure, this is not to overlook the different stages of development achieved in different countries, the uneven character of the development under imperialism, which produced concrete differences notwithstanding the identical foundations. Here, of course, we can only give a number of swiftly sketched examples to illustrate our conception, similar ideological needs, deriving this similarity from imperialist economics, produced very different and indeed superficially considered apparently opposed versions of irrationalism in differing concrete social circumstances. Let us look now at Croce and at William James and pragmatism. Both thinkers, as far as direct philosophical forerunners are concerned, were at odds with specific Hegelian traditions. The fact that this was possible in the imperialist age reflects a difference between the German philosophical development and that in other Western European countries. The 1848 revolution ended, for Germany, the disintegration of Hegelianism. The irrational Schopenhauer became the leading philosopher of post-revolutionary Germany, and the time of preparation for the establishment of the Reich under Bismarck. In the English-speaking countries and Italy, on the other hand, Hegelian philosophy still played a leading part during this period. Indeed, it even gained a greater influence. This rested upon the fact that the bourgeois idea of progress had not yet entered the overt crisis present in Germany. Here the crisis remained latent and out of sight, and the concept of progress merely underwent liberal irony now and watering down in accordance with the results of 1848. Philosophically, the upshot of this was that Hegelian dialectics completely lost their character as the algebra. The revolution, present, and that Hegel was brought increasingly in line with Kant and Kantianism. Hence a Hegelianism of this kind, especially in English-speaking countries, could be a parallel phenomenon to the burgeoning sociology which was similarly preaching a liberal evolutionism, primarily that of Herbert Spencer here. Let us note in passing that a similar retrogression to Kant occurred in the remnants of German Hegelianism, but because of the whole trend's general repression it played a less important role than it did farther west. Suffice it to refer to the development of Rosenkranz and Bischer. The latter played a pioneering role in imperialist philosophy, inasmuch as his recourse to Kant already incorporated the irrationalist view of that philosopher, although Croce was by no means directly influenced by Bischer, his relation to Hegel, and to Vico, whom he discovered and promoted, followed a similar line of irrationalization. He therefore came very close to the later German Hegelianism of the imperialist period, but with a major difference that, whereas this purportedly renewed Hegelian philosophy was seen as blanket ideology for a reactionary movement, National Socialism included, that needed unifying, Croce halted at an imperialist liberalism, albeit an abundantly reactionary one, and rejected fascism philosophically. To be sure, the other prominent Italian Hegelian, Gentile, temporarily became the ideologist of fascism's consolidation period. When Croce divorces the live from the dead matter in Hegel, the former is nothing but an irrationalism of the moderate liberal caste, and the latter, dialectics and objectivity. Both tendencies have as their main content the rebuttal of Marxism. What is philosophically crucial about this is the radical subjectifying of history and the radical elimination from it of all laws and principles. Historical law and historical concept are, wrote Croce, a veritable contradiction in terms. History, Croce expounded elsewhere, is always a history of the present. What is remarkable about this is not only the close affinity with the Windhoven-Drucker bias in Germany, with the incipient irrationalizing of history. It is also the way that Croce resolves a real dialectical proposition, viz., that our perception of the present, the highest stage so far in an evolutionary series, provides the key to knowing the less advanced stages of the past. Into an irrational subjectivism, history turns into art, of course, in Croce's meaning of the term, whereby a purely formal perfection is coupled with intuition, purported to be the sole organ of creativity and an appropriate receptiveness, except for an area of economic praxis, subordinated to the system, and a preserve of logic and natural sciences similarly subsumed in the system and conceived in independence of actual reality. Reason was banished from every sphere of men's social activity. Here again we can see the parallel with Windhoven and Ricoeur. In short, Croce created an irrationalist system for the bourgeois decadent use of the parasitic elements of the imperialist period. For reactionary extremists, this irrationalism was already ceasing to suffice before the First World War. Let us recall the right-wing opposition to Croce on Paupini's part, etc. But it is a notable fact contrasted with Germany that Croce's liberal reactionary irrationalism has managed to survive as one of Italy's leading ideologies to this day of pragmatism's proponents. We shall now briefly discuss only the most outstanding. William James. Pragmatism is, in its philosophical essence, far more radically irrationalist than Croce's thought, without going decidedly farther in its conclusions as a result only. The public to whom James offered his irrationalist substitute for a worldview was of an entirely different nature. Granted, if we take the immediate philosophical background, the direct historical predecessors whose work was taken up by James polemically, the situation appears to exhibit certain similarities. For in both cases we are dealing with so-called Hegelians who are in fact overt or clandestine Kantians and subjective idealists. However, their attitudes were already diametrically opposed. Whereas Croce professed to be continuing Italy's Hegelian and Vittesque traditions while actually carrying them over into an irrationalism, James was openly at odds with the Hegelian traditions of the English-speaking countries. This overt polemic displays a very far-reaching affinity with the European development. Mach and Avenarius, while apparently directing the brunt of their attacks against obsolescent idealism, were in fact only offering a real challenge to philosophical materialism, and so was William James. And he is also very close to them in that this combining of the real struggle against materialism with sham attacks and idealism carries with it a presumption that his new philosophy would finally transcend the false antithesis of materialism and idealism and mark the discovery of a third road in philosophy. Since this affinity relates to virtually all the essential philosophical issues, it must form the basis for an appraisal of pragmatism. The differences between James and the European minds are, however, at least as important from our particular standpoint. The main reason for this is that the irrationalism which is contained implicitly in Machism and only gradually emerges with any firmness was already explicit in James and appears fully fledged. This is seen in the fact that, whereas Mach and Avenarius were striving mainly for an epistemological rationale of the exact natural sciences and professed complete neutrality on questions of worldview, James claimed nothing less than the ability to give a direct answer to these questions with the help of his new philosophy. From the start, therefore, he did not address himself to relatively restricted scholarly circles, but endeavored to satisfy the philosophical needs of everyday life and the man in the street. In appearance, there is only a terminological difference when the Machists set up economy of thought, Denkeconomy, as the epistemological criterion of truth, whereas James simply equates truth and utility for the individual concerned. On the one hand, James was thereby extending the validity of Machist epistemology to cover the whole of life and lending it a pronounced vitalistic accent. On the other, he was giving it a more universal validity that went beyond the techniques of Denkeconomy. Here again, irrationalism's basic attitude to dialectics is clearly visible. It is a fundamental thesis of dialectical materialism that praxis forms the criterion of theoretical truth. The accuracy or inaccuracy of the intellectual reproduction of objective reality existing independently of our consciousness, or rather our degree of approximation to it, is verified only in praxis and through praxis. Now James clearly saw the limitations, the futility of metaphysical idealism and repeatedly pointed it out. For example, idealism views the world as perfect and finished from all eternity, whereas pragmatism attempts to grasp it in its becoming. Yet he took away from both theory and praxis all relation to objective reality, thereby converting the dialectic into a subjectivistic irrationalism. And James openly admitted as much with his undertaking to meet the philosophical needs of the American man in the street. Reality, in everyday business life, must be scrupulously observed on pain of bankruptcy, notwithstanding the epistemological denial of its objective truth and its independence of the consciousness. In all other spheres of life, however, irrational arbitrariness has a quite unlimited sway. James wrote, "The practical world of business is, for its own part, highly rational to the politician, the soldier, the man ruled by the commercial spirit, but it is irrational for the moral and artistic temperament." Here one very important determining factor of irrationalism becomes clearly evident, for in the eyes of the reactionary bourgeoisie, one of irrationalism's most important tasks is to provide men with a philosophical comfort, the semblance of total freedom, the illusion of personal autonomy, moral and intellectual superiority, while maintaining an attitude that continually links them with the reactionary bourgeoisie in their real dealings and renders them absolutely subservient to it. We shall have a chance to see in detailed analyses later how this comfort underlies even the most sublime asceticism of the rationalist philosophy, as in Schopenhauer or Kierkegaard. James expresses this idea with the naive cynicism of the successful, self-aware American businessman, fulfilling the philosophical needs of persons of Babbitt's type. Babbitt too, as Sinclair Lewis so neatly shows, wants his right confirmed to a highly personal intuition, and he too learns in practice that truth and utility are synonymous terms in the life a true American leads. Intellectually, of course, James's awareness and cynicism are a cut above those of Sinclair Lewis's Babbitt. James, for example, rejects idealism, but he does not neglect to pay pragmatic lip service to it insofar as it is of use in daily life, since it enhances the philosophical comfort. James wrote of the absolute in idealism. It guarantees us time off from morality. That is also what every religious outlook provides. But this comfort would have little influence intellectually if it did not contain a sharp repudiation of materialism, an alleged refutation of a scientifically based worldview. James makes cynically light work of this task as well. He does not cite logically, pragmatically single solid argument against materialism. He merely notes that it is no whit more useful than a belief in God as a theoretical explanation for the world. If, he states, we call the world's first cause matter, we will not be taking away a single component part or adding to its abundance when we call its first cause God. God, if he exists, has performed exactly as much as atoms can. And God has earned just as much thanks to the atoms, not more, so Babbitt is free to believe in God, the God of any religion or sect whatever, without transgressing against the demands which science makes of an up-to-date gentleman. With James, the idea of myth-making never appears with the same clear substantiality it has in Nietzsche, who exhibits many pragmatic features in his epistemology and ethics. But James did create an epistemological rationale and even a moral law for every Babbitt's creation or adoption in all spheres of life, for his personal use, of those myths that happen to seem useful to him. Pragmatism allows him to do this with a clear conscience intellectually. In its very insubstantiality and shallowness, then, pragmatism was the storehouse of philosophies that Prue America needed with her perspective of unlimited prosperity and security. It is, of course, axiomatic that as far as pragmatism gained an influence in other lands conditioned by an acuter and more advanced form of the class struggle, its merely implicit element had quickly to become explicit. Bergson is the best illustration of this. Naturally, we are by no means suggesting that pragmatism influenced Bergson directly. On the contrary, we are now dealing once more with parallel tendencies, and the mutual esteem in which Bergson and James held each other underlines the parallel from the subjective side as well. What they had in common was the rejection of objective reality and its rational observability, the reduction of perception to a merely technical utility, and their recourse to an intuitive apprehension of true reality which they decreed to be irrational in essence. Despite this common underlying bias, there are considerable differences of accents and proportions, whose causes must be sought in the different societies in which they wrote, and accordingly in the different intellectual traditions which they inherited, whether willingly or the opposite. On the one hand, Bergson developed modern agnosticism into an overt proclaiming of myths far more boldly and firmly than James. On the other hand, his philosophy was aimed far more exclusively, at least at the time he had an internationally crucial influence, at a critique of natural scientific views, at destroying their right to pronounce objective truths, and at a philosophical replacement of the natural sciences with biological myths, than at tackling problems relating to the life of society. Only very late in his career did his book on morality and religion appear, and it was far from gaining the general influence of his earlier biological myths. Bergsonian intuition was projected outwards as a tendency to destroy the objectivity and truth of natural scientific knowledge, and it was directed inwards as the introspection of an isolated parasitic individual divorced from the life of society during the imperialist period. It is no accident that the greatest literary influence Bergson exerted was on Proust. Here, the contrast not only to William James but in particular to Bergson's German contemporaries and admirers is quite palpable. Dilke's equally intuitive vision of genius, Simmel's and Gundolf's intuition, Schirer's intuitive vision, Wessenschuk, etc., were predisposed to be socially oriented, not to mention Nietzsche and Spengler in such cases. The departure from objectivity and rationality presents itself promptly and directly as a resolute stand against social progress. With Bergson this was only indirectly the case. In this respect his late ethical religious work, despite a strong reactionary and mystical bias, lagged far behind German irrationalism at the time of its publication. Naturally, that is not to say that Bergson's influence in France was not similarly oriented. Of Sorel we shall write in more detail shortly. And among other authors, from Pugliese conversion to reactionary Catholicism up to the early works of Raymond Aron, de Gaulle's present ideological agent, the same influence can always be detected. Bergson's main attack, however, was leveled against the objectivity and scientific character of natural scientific knowledge. The abstract and stark confrontation of rationality and irrationalist intuition reached its climax with Bergson, epistemologically speaking, in pre-war imperialism. What Marx still treated as purely epistemological, and James developed into a general argumentation of subjective individual myths. Bergson presents as a coherent mythical and irrational world picture, and this sets up a mobile and colorful metaphysical tableau in contrast to the picture offered by the natural sciences, whose claim to an objective perception of reality Bergson rejected as firmly as Mach or James, and to which, like them, he accorded only a mechanical utility. The world of movement, vitality, time and duration confronts lifeless, moribund world ossified in the spatial dimension. With Bergson, Mach's purely agnosticist recourse to the subjective immediacy of apprehension grows into a philosophy based on radically irrationalist intuition. Here too the basic character of modern irrationalism is clearly discernible. Bergson did not contrast the failure of the metaphysical mechanical approach in the face of the dialectics of reality because of the natural sciences. Universal crisis under imperialism was perception of the real dialectical movement and principle. Only dialectical materialism could do that. Bergson's achievement lies instead in his invention of the world picture which, behind the attractive semblance of a vital mobility, actually restored the conservative, reactionary stasis. Let us clarify this situation with just one key problem. Bergson challenged the mechanical, moribund element in evolutionary theories of Spencer's type, but at the same time he rejected the biological inheritability of acquired characteristics. Thus on the very issue where a dialectical extension of Darwin had become necessary and feasible, Maturin and Lysink have proceeded with this problem on the basis of dialectical materialism. Bergson went against the real theory of evolution. This philosophy thus became linked above all with the international movement to destroy the natural sciences, objectivity which Mach and Avenarius had started, and which also found very important exponents in France during the imperialist age. We need only refer to Poincaré and Duhon in France, where the Enlightenment tradition, along with that of materialism and atheism, has far deeper roots than in Germany. These tendencies were of particularly great significance philosophically, but as we have shown, Bergson far exceeded this tendency in creating decidedly irrational myths. Championing an irrationalist world picture, he leveled his philosophical attacks against objectivity and rationality, against the dominance of reason, another old French tradition. He thereby provided those right-wing, reactionary critics of capitalist life who had already been active for decades with a philosophical cornerstone, the semblance of an agreement with the latest findings of the natural sciences. Up to this time most of the reactionary ideologists in France had conducted their attack largely in the name of royalism and ultramontanism, so that their influence was restricted to circles predisposed to be firmly reactionary. But Bergson's philosophy also addressed itself to an intelligence which, dissatisfied with the capitalistically corrupt development of the Third Republic, was also starting to look for a path leading left in the socialist direction. Like every major irrational vitalist, Bergson added depth to the problem by treating it as a question of a universal philosophical antithesis between the live and the moribund. And without his spelling it out to them, these circles readily grasped that capitalist democracy was meant by the concept of the moribund, and that Bergson was offering their opposition to it a philosophical prop. We will try and illustrate with Searle how this took effect in reality. In this respect, Bergson enjoyed an influence in France during the crisis at the end of the 19th and the start of the 20th century, the Dreyfus case, etc. Similar to Nietzsche's in Germany at the time the anti-socialist law was revoked. The difference lies once more in the fact that Nietzsche's irrational vitalism was an overt summons to reactionary, anti-democratic, anti-socialist, imperialist activity, whereas with Bergson, these aims were not openly stated, only announced in general philosophical terms, and even hidden by a veil of neutrality. But Bergson's seeming political neutrality not only had a confusing and misleading effect on the intellectuals landed in an ideological crisis, it confused and misled them in none other than a reactionary direction. This effect that Bergson had can best be studied in Pugliese development. Pulitzer, the communist resistance fighter murdered by Hitler's fascists, very correctly characterized the reactionary nature of the Bergsonian abstraction as follows: to merge with the whole of life. To vibrate with the whole of life means to remain cold and indifferent with regard to life. Genuine emotions perish in a universal sensibility. In duration duri, the pilgrim happens in the same way as a revolution, in seeking to apprehend the elements of duration in their individual hues, in admiring the dynamics of their jumbled features. One actually forgets that the one is a pilgrim and the other a revolution, Here the link is plainly evident between the most significant advocate of Western European hostility to reason, Bergson, and the central German figure in this trend in modern times, Nietzsche. And we can see also how far the former, because of the different development of their respective countries, necessarily lag behind the latter in concreteness and determination when constructing his reactionary, irrationalist world picture. This difference is also manifest in the relation to philosophical traditions. In Germany it was already the older Schelling who instigated the attack against the rationalism founded by Descartes. As we shall see in due course, this attack subsequently assumed its supreme form during the time of Hitler with the repudiation of all progressive bourgeois philosophies, and the canonization of all out-and-out reactionaries. Bergson and his movement, in contrast, proceeded along the line of the largely unpolemical reinterpretation of the progressive philosophers. Certainly Bergson criticizes the positivists, even Kant, and harked back to French mystics like Madame Guyon. But with him and his disciples there is no question of a firm rejection of the great French traditions. This did not occur even in the course of later developments. Jean Wahl, who comes very close to existentialism, attempted to preserve Bergson's interconnection with Descartes by finding a Bergsonian parallel for Descartes' cogito. Dedor, donc je suis. Here we have an exact parallel to those German thinkers who sought to reinterpret Kant or Hegel as irrationalists, as did Simmel and Dilthey respectively. In France, not even the existentialist school surpassed this stage. It too stressed its Cartesian orthodoxy. Now to express concretely how far Bergson goes in extending irrationalism is not at all to say that no militant ideological reaction existed in France. On the contrary, the whole imperialist period was full of it. Let us recall Berger, Barres, Morris, etc. In French reaction. However, philosophical irrationalism held sway to a far lesser degree than in Germany. In sociology, on the other hand, the overtly reactionary offensive was even sharper than on German soil. The retarded development of German capitalism, the establishment of national unity and the reactionary Junker, Bismarckian form even meant that Germany's sociology, as a typical discipline of the period of bourgeois apologetics, could only gain ground with difficulty after overcoming strong resistance on the part of the ideology of the feudal remnants. And as we shall know in the relevant chapter, German sociology frequently regurgitated the products of Western European thinking in its critique of democracy and extended them in accordance with specifically German objectives. Here, of course, we cannot deal with Western sociology even in outline. It enlarged upon what had been devised by the founders of this new bourgeois science, the careful divorce of social phenomena from their economic basis, and the assigning of economic problems to another discipline completely separate from sociology. This in itself achieved an apologetic purpose. The de-economizing of sociology was at the same time a dehistoricizing. The preconditions of capitalist society, presented in an apologetically distorted form, could henceforth be treated as perennial categories of all social life in general and again. We need not remark on the fact that this methodology sets out to prove directly or indirectly the impossibility of socialism and of any revolution. From the almost immeasurable thematic richness of Western sociology, let us now pick out just two themes of particular importance to philosophical developments. There now arose an autonomous science, the psychology of the masses. Its outstanding exponent Levon placed it, to give a bald summary, in contrast to the rational and civilized nature of individual minds, regarding it as the psychology of the merely instinctive and barbaric. Thus the greater the influence the masses attain on public life, the greater the threat to the products of mankind's cultural evolution. If this was his summons to stave off democracy and socialism in the name of science, another leading sociologist of the imperialist period, Pareto, struck up a comforting tune in the name of the same scientific discipline. If to give another very bald summary, the history of all social changes is only the superseding of an old relieved by a new one, then the perennial foundations of capitalist society are saved sociologically, and there can be no question of a fundamentally new type of society, the socialist type. The German Robert Michels, the later follower of Mussolini, also applied these principles to the labor movement. He exploited the fact of the origin of the labor bureaucracy under imperialist conditions, of which he naturally said nothing to prove the embourgeoisement of every labor movement was a sociological law. Sorel occupies a special position in Western philosophy and sociology. On one occasion Lenin called him the well-known advocate of confusion, and quite rightly, for the most blatantly contradictory hypotheses and conclusions intermingle in his writings. In his intellectual conviction, Sorel was a purely bourgeois thinker, a typical petty bourgeois intellectual. Both economically and politically he accepted Bernstein's revision of Marx. Like Bernstein, he rejected the inner dialectic of economic growth, especially that of capitalism, as leading inevitably to proletarian revolution. Accordingly, and again in line with Bernstein, he also dismissed dialectics as a philosophical method. He replaced it with James's pragmatism and, above all, with Bergson's intuition. He took over from the bourgeois sociology of his time the idea of the anti-rational character of the movement of the masses, and also Pareto's conception of the elite. He regarded progress as a typically bourgeois illusion, usually appropriating the arguments of the reactionary ideologists with a genuinely irrational intellectual salto mortale. Searle now developed out of all these bourgeois idealist reactionary hypotheses a theory of pure proletarian revolution, the myth of the general strike and the myth of the proletarian use of violence. This is a typical illustration of petty bourgeois rebellion. Searle hated and despised bourgeois culture, but he was unable on a single concrete point to detach himself from its influence, which determined the whole of his thinking. Thus, when his hatred and contempt were striving for expression, the result could only be an irrational leap into the totally unknown, into pure nothingness. What Searle termed proletarian was nothing more than an abstract negation of bourgeois life without any real substance in it. For the moment he started to think, he did so in terms of bourgeois content and forms. Here, then, Bergsonian intuition and the irrationalism of Uri Wheeler are slanted towards a utopia of utter despair. This abstract insubstantiality finds clear expression in the very conception of Searle's myth, for Searle dismissed the priori of politics and was totally indifferent to the real, concrete ends and means of individual strikes. The rationalist intuition, along with the insubstantial myth it creates, stands quite apart from concrete social reality and is no more than a delirious leap into nothingness. But it is just this which explains Searle's fascination for a particular sector of the intelligence in imperialist times. It is precisely why this irrationalism succeeded in heightening discontent with capitalist society emotionally, deflecting it from any real challenge to that society. Searle's own royalism may have been only a passing phase, but the same cannot be said of the enthusiasm he summoned up for Lenin, Mussolini and Ebert simultaneously in the major revolutionary crisis at the end of the First World War. With Searle, the careless lack of direction of which Pulitzer accused Bergson takes the formal shape of an emotional campaign, without however managing to overcome its disoriented character. And it is certainly far more than a coincidence that Searle's totally insubstantial theory of myth began to matter to Mussolini, for a while at least. Here, of course, Searle's spontaneous, irrationalist confusion was converted into conscious demagogy. But and this is the essential point, the conversion could be effected without any substantial reconstruction of content and method. Searle's myth was so exclusively emotional, so empty of meaning that it could pass without difficulty into the demagogically exploited myth of fascism. Mussolini wrote, "We have created a myth for ourselves. Myth is a faith, a passion. It does not have to be a reality. It is real by virtue of the fact that it is a spur and a faith, and signifies valor." This is pure Searle, and in it the epistemology of pragmatism and Bergsonian intuition has become the vehicle of fascist ideology. We are still speaking, however, of a fascism which, for all its atrocities, never attained the import of the terror which Hitlerism held for the entire world. For example, it is typical that Horthy's fascism in Hungary, while very closely related to Italian fascism politically, took its ideology from the still pre-fascist Germany of the time. Here again, admittedly, Mussolini's ideological connection with Bergson, James and Searle was much more tenuous and formal than that between Hitler and German irrationalism. But even with all these reservations, this state of affairs in itself illustrates what we are seeking to prove now and in every succeeding chapter. The philosophical stance cannot be innocent. Bergson's own philosophy of morality and history did not lead to fascist conclusions. But with regard to his human responsibility, that is totally irrelevant beside the fact that without falsifying his philosophy Mussolini was able to develop a fascist ideology out of it. It no more exculpates Bergson than it is an exoneration of Spengler or Stefan George as Hitler's ideological precursors that National Socialism. In fact, this was not altogether to their personal taste. The mere existence of the connecting links we are outlining must be a serious despite monody, learned from the warning, for every honest Western thinker. It shows that the possibility of a fascist, aggressively reactionary ideology is objectively contained in every philosophical stirring of irrationalism. When, where and how such seemingly innocent possibility turns into a dreadful fascist reality is not decided philosophically in the philosophical realm, but insight into this connection should heighten the thinking man's sense of responsibility, not blunt it. It would be a dangerous self-deception and sheer hypocrisy to wash one's hands in innocence and invoke in the name of Croce or William James, to look down on the development of German irrationalism with aloof contempt, and in conclusion we hope our studies have shown that, in spite of the intellectual link between Bergson, Cyril, and Mussolini, the leading role played by German irrationalism remains undiminished. Germany in the 19th and 20th centuries is still the classic land of irrationalism, the soil where it evolved in the most diverse and comprehensive ways and can hence be studied to greatest profit. Just as England is where Marx investigated capitalism, this fact, we believe, belongs to the most disgraceful pages of German history. The detailed study is needed precisely in order for the Germans radically to surmount it and to take vigorous steps to prevent its continuance or return. The nation of Dürer and Thomas Munzer. Goethe and Karl Marx has achieved such great things in the past and has such great prospects for the future that there is no need for it to flinch from the merciless coming to terms with a perilous past and its damaging, menacing legacy. In this double sense, German and international, the present book wishes to voice a warning, a lesson for every thinking person of integrity. Budapest, November 1952. Chapter I. On some characteristics of Germany's historical development. Generally speaking, the fate, the tragedy of the German people lies in the fact that it entered into the modern bourgeois line of development too late, but this is too much of a generalization and needs to be made historically concrete. For historical processes are extraordinarily complicated and contradictory, and it can be said of neither an early nor a late entry per se that one is better than the other. We have only to look at the bourgeois democratic revolutions. On the one hand, the English and French peoples gained a big lead over the Germans through fighting out their bourgeois democratic revolutions in the 17th century and at the end of the 18th respectively, but, on the other hand, it was precisely as a result of its retarded capitalist development that the Russian nation managed to transfer its bourgeois democratic revolution to the proletarian one, thereby sparing itself sorrows and conflicts which still exist in the German nation today. We must always take into account, therefore, the concrete interaction of socio-historical tendencies, but with these reservations, we shall find that the decisive factor in the modern history of Germany to date lies here, in the delayed development of capitalism with all its social, political, and ideological consequences. The major European peoples formed themselves into nations at the start of the modern period. They constructed unified national territories to replace feudal fragmentation, and there sprang up a national economy pervading and uniting the entire people, a national culture that was unified in spite of all class divisions. In the development of the bourgeois class and its struggle with feudalism, it was always absolute monarchy which came into temporary being as the executive organ of this unification. It was in this period of transition that Germany began to pursue a different, opposite course. This is by no means to suggest that it was able to withdraw from all the exigencies of the general capitalist line of development in Europe and grow into a nation in a wholly unique manner. As was claimed by reactionary historians and the fascist historians after them, Germany, as the young Marx so vividly put it, shared the sorrows of this development without sharing in its pleasures, its partial satisfaction. And to this observation he added the prophetic forecast. Hence one fine day, Germany will find herself on the level of the European decline before ever having reached the level of European emancipation. To be sure, mining, industry and commerce grew profusely in Germany at the end of the Middle Ages and the start of the modern period, but more slowly than in England, France or Holland. As Engels points out, a major disadvantage of the German development of that period was that the different domains were less strongly linked by unified economic interests than were the different parts of the major civilized countries of the West. For instance, the Hanseatic League's trading interests in the North and Baltic seas were virtually unrelated to the interests of centers of trade in southern and central Germany. In these circumstances, the rerouting of trade passages, which followed the discovery of America and the sea, routes to India and stopped goods passing through Germany in transit was bound to be particularly disastrous in its effects, although here too the class struggles were waged with religious motives. Western Europe was firmly taking the road to capitalism, to the economic underpinning and ideological evolution of bourgeois society. But Germany, at this precise moment, was preserving all the wretchedness associated with the transition from the medieval to the modern epoch. Indeed, the misery in which the resulting reaction in Germany was bogged down was further increased by elements absorbed within the country from the social content of this transition. The causes of this were the conversion of the larger feudal domains into an absolutism on the duodecimal pattern but without its progressive side, viz., assistance in reinforcing the bourgeois class and heightened forms of peasant exploitation. For while the latter did create in Germany, as in the original accumulation of the West, a class of vagabonds, the broad stratum of socially deracinated lives, They could not possibly, since no manufactory existed, permit the development of free proletarian plebeians. The deracinated remained a lumpen proletariat, raw material for mercenary and brigandish activities. All these factors meant that from the beginning of the 16th century, the great class struggles had a completely different character and, above all, quite different consequences in Germany from those they had elsewhere in the West. Ideologically, this amounts to saying that the humanist movement contributed far less to the origin of a national consciousness in Germany than elsewhere. It also had far less influence on the development of a uniform national formal written language. It is altogether typical of Germany's situation at the time that it was just here that the religious-ideological movement of the transitional era gained the greatest preponderance over secular humanism, and did so, an extremely important point, in its socially most backward form. For it is almost a platitude not only among Marxists, but also, since Max Weber and Trelch, in bourgeois sociology, that the origins of the Reformation are linked very closely with those of capitalism. But the Reformation provided a banner for the first major bourgeois revolutions inside Holland and England in its Western, Calvinist form. This became the ruling ideology in the first period of burgeoning capitalism. Lutheranism, which became uppermost in Germany, on the other hand, offered a religious transfiguration of subjection to clean state absolutism and supplied a spiritual background, the moral foundation for Germany's economic, social and cultural backwardness. Naturally, this ideological development is only a reflection of those class struggles which decided the country's way of life and direction of growth for centuries to come. We are referring to the conflicts which reached their height in the peasants' War of 1525. The significance which this revolution, and more especially the crushing of it, took on for Germany's destiny illuminates from a fresh angle the general economic state of affairs we have just discussed. All major peasant risings at the close of the Middle Ages were twa-sided movements. On the one side, there were the defensive struggles of the peasantry in retreat, still yoked to feudal values and seeking to regain positions of the transitional golden age, now lost forever on the economic plane as a result of the unleashing of capitalist forces of production. And on the other, we had a more or less hello vanguard actions of the imminent bourgeois democratic revolution. The special situation of Germany as we have portrayed it entailed two things. It meant that both aspects of the peasant revolts received greater prominence in the peasants, more than otherwise. I refer you to underline the progressive component. To Wendell Hitler's reform program for the Reich and to the plebeian movement under Thomas Munzer. It meant also that the laws of that war had immediately disastrous results. What the Kaiser was incapable of doing, the peasants' revolution sought to accomplish. The unification of Germany and liquidation of the constantly consolidating feudal absolutist centrifugal tendencies. These very forces were bound to gain strength from the peasants' defeat. The modernized feudalism superseded a purely feudal fragmentation. The petty princes, as victors and profiteers in the class struggles, stabilized Germany's divided condition. And thus, like Italy from other causes, Germany became an impotent complex of petty, formally independent states as a result of the crushing of the first major revolutionary wave, the Reformation and Peasants' War. As such, it was now the object of the politics of the emerging capitalist world. The great absolute monarchies, mighty nation-states, Spain, France, England, the House of Habsburg in Austria, ephemeral major powers like Sweden, and also, from the 18th century, Tsarist Russia were to decide the fate of the German people. And since Germany, as a political pawn of theirs, was at the same time a useful object of exploitation, these countries saw to it that her national fragmentation was preserved for years to come, and becoming the battleground and victim of the conflicting interests of the major European powers, Germany went to the wall economically and culturally as well as politically. This general decay was manifested not only in the universal impoverishment and ravaging of the country, in the backward development of both agricultural and industrial production, and the regression of once flourishing towns, etc., but also in the cultural physiognomy of the whole German people. It took no part in the great economic and cultural upsurge of the 16th and 17th centuries. Its masses, including the mass of the emergent bourgeois intelligentsia, lagged far behind the development of the major civilized countries. The reasons were primarily material ones, but they were determined by certain ideological characteristics of the German development as well. Firstly, there was the incredible pettiness, narrowness and short-sightedness of life in the small German duchies compared to England or France. Secondly, and closely connected with this, there was the far greater and more tangible dependence of the subjects on the monarch and his bureaucratic machinery, the far more restricted scope for an ideologically hostile or merely critical attitude than elsewhere. The further point is that Lutheranism, and later on, Pietism, etc. limited the scope in the subjective sense also, converting external subjection into an inner submissiveness and thus breeding that underdog mentality which Engels termed servile. There was, of course, the reciprocal influence in play here, but one which constantly diminished the scope for protest both objectively and subjectively. Accordingly, the Germans could have no hand either in bourgeois revolutionary movements which aimed at replacing governance through absolute monarchy, not yet realized for a unified Germany, with a higher political form better suited to capitalism in its more advanced stages. The petty states, whose existence the rival major powers were artificially conserving, could exist only as hirelings of those powers. To resemble their great models outwardly, they could maintain themselves only on the most ruthless and retrograde draining of the working people. Naturally no rich, independent and powerful bourgeoisie will spring up in such a country, and no progressive revolutionary intelligence to match. The bourgeois and petty bourgeois classes were economically much more dependent on the courts than elsewhere in Western Europe. Hence there developed among them a servility, the petty, mean and wretched spirit hardly to be found in other European countries at this time, and with economic development stagnant. There was in Germany little or no trace of those plebeian groupings outside the feudal hierarchy of estates, which constituted the most important propulsive force in the revolutions of the modern period now dawning. In the peasants, where they still played a crucial role under Munzer, now they comprised, where they existed at all, a servile and venal social stratum that was declining into lumpen proletariat. Certainly, Germany's bourgeois revolution at the start of the 16th century created an ideological foundation for a national culture in the uniform modern written language. But this too underwent a regression, becoming crabbed and barbarized in this period of profound national humiliation. Not until the 18th century, especially in its second half, did an economic recovery set in, and it went hand in hand with an economic and cultural strengthening of the bourgeois class. The bourgeoisie, however, was still far too weak to remove the obstacles to national unity, or indeed even to raise this question in serious political terms. But the backwardness was beginning to be generally sensed, the national feeling was awakening, and the longing for national unity was constantly growing, although there was no chance of political associations with specific programs on this basis, even on a local scale. Nevertheless, the economic necessity of embourgeoisement was appearing more and more forcefully in the feudal absolutist petty states. That class compromise in which Engels saw the social stamp of the status quo in Germany, as late as the 1840s, was starting to take shape between the nobility and the petty bourgeoisie, with the former playing the leading part. Its form was bureaucratization which, here as everywhere else in Europe, became a transitional form of the dissolution of feudalism, of the bourgeoisie struggle for political power. Granted, this process of German fragmentation into largely helpless petty states again took very lowly forms, and the essence of the compromise between nobility and petty bourgeoisie was that the former occupied the higher, and the latter the lower bureaucratic posts. But despite these mean and backward forms of social and political life, the German middle class was starting to arm itself for the power struggle, at least in the ideological sense. After having been cut off from progressive movements in the West, it was now making contact with the English and French Enlightenment, digesting it and even in part amplifying it of its own accord. It was in this state that Germany spent the period of the French and Napoleonic revolutions. From the political angle, the German people was still the object of the rival power blocks, the modern bourgeois world emerging in France and the feudal absolutist Central and Eastern European powers ranged against it with English support. The great events of the period hastened to a remarkable extent the development and growing consciousness of the bourgeois class, fanning the flames of national unity more strongly than ever. At the same time, however, the politically fateful consequences of fragmentation were emerging more sharply than ever. In Germany there were still objectively speaking no unified national politics. Large sections of the avant-garde bourgeois intellectuals welcomed the French Revolution with enthusiasm. Kant, Berger, Hegel, Holderlin, etc. And contemporary documents such as Getty's travel reports showed that this enthusiasm was by no means limited to the celebrated top minds of the middle class but had roots in broader sectors of the class itself. All the same, it was impossible for the democratic revolutionary movement to spread even in the more advanced west of Germany. Although Mainz joined the French Republic, it remained totally isolated, and its downfall at the hands of the Austro-Prussian army evoked no echo in the rest of Germany. The leader of the Mainz Rising, the important scholar and humanist Georg Forster, died as an exile in Paris, forgotten and neglected. This fragmentation was repeated on a larger scale in the Napoleonic period. Napoleon succeeded in finding supporters and allies in the west and south of Germany and also, in part, in central Germany, Saxony, and he was aware that this alliance, the Rhinebund, could only be assured of any degree of survival if the dissolution of feudalism was at least embarked on in the states supporting him. This happened to a large extent in the Rhinelands, far less so in the other states of the Rhinebund. Even as reactionary, chauvinistic a historian as Treichke was forced to observe of the Rhineland. The old order was abolished without trace. The chance of restoring it went begging. Soon even the memory of Kingston times evaporated. The history, which is a really living memory in the hearts of the rising generation of Rhinelanders, only began with the incursion of the French. But since Napoleon's power was not sufficient to reduce the whole of Germany to a similar dependence on the French Empire, the country's fragmentation was only rendered still deeper and stronger in consequence. Napoleonic rule was felt by broad sectors of the people to be an oppressive foreign domination. To combat it there started, especially in Prussia, the national popular movement which reached a climax in the so-called Wars of Liberation. Germany's political fragmentation was matched by her ideological disunion. Leading progressive thinkers of the age, notably Goethe and Hegel, sympathized with a Napoleonic unification of Germany and a liquidation carried out from France of the relics of feudalism. In accordance with the problematical inner nature of this view, the concept of the nation dwindled in these thinkers to a mere cultural idea, as is best seen in the phenomenology of mind. But just as full of contradictions was the thinking of the political and military leaders of the Wars of Liberation, who saw the release from the yoke of France and the creation of a German nation by way of a Prussian uprising in league with Austria and Russia. Men like Stein, Scharnhorst and Gneisenau wanted to introduce the social and military benefits of the French Revolution because they saw clearly that only an army organized on such lines could take up the contest with Napoleon. But they not only wished to achieve this without a revolution, they also wanted, through continual compromises, to accommodate Prussia, albeit a Prussia reformed by them to the feudal leftovers and the classes representing the leftovers economically and ideologically. This yielding to Germany's current backwardness was forced upon them, but at the same time the agents of the process transfigured it ideologically. One of the consequences of accommodation was that the longing for national liberation and unity often turned into a narrow chauvinism, a blind and petty Francophobia. And it also failed to produce a real ideology of liberation among the masses now mobilized. This was especially the case in that there was no avoiding an alliance with those circles of reactionary romanticism which interpreted the anti-Napoleonic struggle as a struggle for the complete restoration of conditions existing before the French Revolution. Naturally, such contradictions were also manifest in the philosopher of this trend, Fichte, in his later years. Although he was much more radical in the political and social sense than many of the national movement's political and military leaders, there was, then, a profound disunion within the spiritual and political leadership of the German people, and a very widespread ideological confusion with regard to the aims and methods of the campaign for national unity. Yet, in spite of it all, national unity became the object demanded by a large mass movement embracing important sectors of the German people during this period, for the first time since the Peasants' War. Thereupon the issue of national unity became, as Lenin first clearly formulated it, the central question of the German bourgeois revolution. If we consider German history in the 19th century, we can assure ourselves at every stage of the truth and accuracy of Lenin's observation. The struggle for national unity did indeed govern the whole political and ideological development of 19th century Germany, and the particular form in which this question was finally solved left its stamp on the whole of German intellectual life from the 1850s to the present day. Herein lies the fundamental singularity of Germany's development, and it may be readily seen that this axis around which everything revolves is no more than a consequence of its retarded capitalist development. The other major nations of the West, especially England and France, had already attained to national unity under an absolute monarchy, that is, in their cases, national unity was one of the first products of the class conflicts between bourgeois and feudal life. In Germany, on the other hand, the bourgeois revolution had first to fight for national unity and lay its cornerstones. Only Italy experienced a similar development. Moreover, its intellectual consequences show, despite all the historical differences between the two countries, a certain affinity which has had notorious repercussions in the very recent past. Particular historical circumstances, into which we cannot go in detail now, also dictated the realization of national unity under an absolute monarch in Russia, and the revolutionary movement's development in Russia. The Russian Revolution showed to all the consequences that will arise in such circumstances. consequences basically different from those obtaining in Germany. Accordingly, in countries where national unity is already a product of earlier class struggles under absolute monarchy, the task of bourgeois democratic revolution consists only of completing this work, of more or less purging the national state of existing feudal and absolutist bureaucratic leftovers, and of aligning it with the purposes of bourgeois society. This happened in England through a gradual reconstruction of the older national institutions, and in France through a revolutionary transformation of the bureaucratic feudal character of the state machinery. Naturally, there were serious relapses here and periods of reaction, but there was no impairing or jeopardizing of the national sense of unity. Class struggles lasting for centuries had laid this foundation, which left bourgeois democratic revolutions with the advantage that the accomplishment of national unity, its adaptation to the exigencies of modern bourgeois society, could form an organic and fruitful link with the revolutionary struggle against feudalism's economic and social institutions. The peasant question is the core of bourgeois revolution in France and Russia. It may be readily seen that for Germany, the differently shaped central question of bourgeois democratic revolution created a whole series of unfavorable circumstances. Revolution would have to shatter at one blow institutions, whose gradual undermining and demolition had taken centuries of class struggles in, for instance, France. It would have to produce at a stroke those central national institutions and bodies which in England or Russia were the products of a development lasting centuries, but this not only made the objective task harder to solve. The central revolutionary proposition also had an unfavorable effect on the attitude of the different classes to the problem and created constellations obstructing the radical execution of bourgeois democratic revolution. We shall just pick out a few of the most important factors. Above all, there was a manifold blurring of the sharp antithesis between the feudal leftovers, the monarchy and its machinery, as well as the nobility and the bourgeois class, because the more strongly capitalism develops, the greater the need will become, even for classes interested in preserving the remnants of feudalism, to realize national unity, their own version of it. That is, let us take as a prime example Prussia's role in the creation of national unity. Objectively, Prussia's particular constitution was always the greatest hindrance to a real national unity, and yet that unity was attained with Prussian bayonets, and from the wars of liberation to the creation of the German Empire. The bourgeois revolutionaries were always confused and misled by the question of whether national unification was to be reached with the aid of Prussian military power or by crushing it. From the standpoint of Germany's democratic development, the second course would unquestionably have been the commendable one. But for crucial sections of the German middle class, especially in Prussia, there was available a convenient road of class compromise, an escape from the extreme plebeian consequences of bourgeois democratic revolution, and therefore the possibility of achieving their economic goals without a revolution, albeit on the basis of a surrender of political hegemony in the new state, but equally unfavorable conditions obtained even within the bourgeois camp. The revolution's central issue was national unity, and this bolstered the hegemony of an upper middle class always inclined towards class compromises. It meant that it was less threatened than in 18th century France and 19th century Russia. To mobilize the petty bourgeois and plebeian masses against the compromise aims of the upper middle class was much harder in Germany. The prime reason for this was that the bourgeois revolution's central issue of national unity presupposed a far more highly developed awareness and alertness among the plebeian masses than did, for example, the peasant question, where the economic contrast between different classes were incomparably more obvious and thus more immediately apparent to the plebeian masses. Because of its seemingly purely political nature, the issue of national unity often hid from sight the immediate and directly intelligible economic problems, which remained latent in the various possibilities of solving the issue. For revolutionary patriotism to turn into counter-revolutionary chauvinism was more likely here than in other bourgeois democratic upheavals, especially as the upper middle class tendencies towards class compromise and the Bismarckian Bonapartism rising after 1848 were consciously veering in this direction, but for the masses, it was harder to have a clear perception of such maneuvers before national unity had been achieved than in states where this had been taken for granted for centuries. This covering of tendency acquired an objective shape in that the struggle for national unity, so long as the individual states that made up Germany were not elevated into union, and that was naturally the end of the process, not a start, took the form of a problem of foreign affairs. It involved the foreign policy of the separate states and their mutual relations and their foreign policy in relation to the external major powers, which, as a result of Germany's development hitherto, were deemed entitled to intervene in her internal affairs. Clearly this supplied apparently plausible pretext for keeping the masses, sometimes including the democratic revolutionary-minded masses, away from these decisions of foreign policy, and for driving them into a blind chauvinism. This situation presupposed, in addition, a far greater insight into complicated external political relations than the other central questions of bourgeois revolutions. Naturally, there is a connection between foreign and domestic affairs as far as every democratic revolution is concerned. But the insight, for instance, that court intrigues with feudal, absolutist foreign powers were endangering the revolution was incomparably easier of access to the plebeian masses in the French Revolution than was the real relation between national unity and foreign policy to the German masses at the time of the 1848 revolution. Above all, it was hard for the German masses to see that a revolutionary war against Tsarist Russia would be necessary to the achievement of national unity, as Marx constantly preached with great lucidity in the Neue Reinheitszeitung. This difficulty and the concomitant upper middle class hegemony, including that which existed with regard to class compromises and a betrayal of democratic revolution, were further reinforced by the fact that the danger facing any bourgeois revolution, viz., the turning of national wars of liberation into wars of conquest, was more imminent and fraught with still greater domestic consequences here than in bourgeois revolutions of another type. For all these reasons, the masses were far more quickly and intensively influenced by chauvinistic propaganda in Germany than in other countries. The rapid turning of a justified and revolutionary national enthusiasm into reactionary chauvinism facilitated, on the one hand, the deception of the masses at home by the upper middle class and the Junkers allied to the monarchy, and on the other hand the democratic revolution was deprived of its most important allies. Thus in 1848, the German bourgeoisie was able to exploit the Polish question in a reactionary chauvinist spirit while the plebeian masses again, despite timely and accurate warnings from the Neue Reinheitszeitung, failed to put a stop to and to convert the Poles from revolutionary Germany's natural allies into real partners in the campaign against reactionary powers on both the German and an international scale. These adverse circumstances were created by the nationally fragmented situation in which Germany found herself at the time when bourgeois democratic revolution was the issue of the day. As far as the subjective factor in the revolution is concerned, it was a disadvantage for the bourgeoisie, petty bourgeoisie, plebeian masses, and proletariat to enter the revolution without political preparation. The fragmentation into petty states was extremely unfortunate for the revolutionary democratic training of the lower sections of the people, for the development of revolutionary democratic traditions among the plebeian masses. Their sole political experience consisted merely of minor and trivial local struggles within the bounds of the Queenstitute. The collective national interests, being abstractly suspended above those struggles, could thus very easily turn into cliches, and this cliché-making by the leading bourgeois ideologists, expressed in its crudest form in the Frankfurt National Assembly, could consciously or unconsciously, deliberately or involuntarily be directed into reactionary channels with the greatest ease. A fact which helped to exacerbate this situation was that at the start of the 19th century, the South German duchies formed the center of the country's political democratic movement, so that it was precisely democratic trends which were most afflicted by this pettiness, trifling and cliché-making. To be sure, the Rhinelands, the most advanced region of Germany economically and socially, belonged to Prussia, but they formed a kind of enclave within it. They lay far away from the center of political decision-making, the Berlin of the court and petty bourgeoisie. And since the remnants of feudalism had been abolished here by Napoleon's regime, they had quite different immediate interests from the backward, still markedly feudal areas of Prussia proper. Thus a tactical consideration added to the adverse circumstances. As a result of the national fragmentation, the bourgeois democratic revolution was unable to find a particularly decisive center such as Paris formed in the 18th century. The major reactionary powers, Prussia and Austria, had their concentrated bureaucratic and military power. In the face of this, the revolutionary forces were more than divided. The National Assembly sat in Frankfurt. Cologne was the center of revolutionary democracy. The critical struggles in Berlin and Vienna occurred spontaneously, without clear ideological leadership. And after the defeats in the capital cities, it was possible for the movements which flared up in Dresden, the Palatinate, Basel, etc., to be put down one by one. These factors determined the destiny of democratic revolution in Germany, not only with regard to national unity, but in all areas where it became necessary to abolish the feudal leftovers. Not for nothing did Lenin describe this course as internationally typical, unfavorable to the genesis of modern bourgeois society, and as the Prussian road. This observation must not only be restricted to the agrarian question in the narrower sense, but must be applied to the whole development of capitalism and the political superstructure it acquired in Germany's modern bourgeois society. Even in Germany, the feudal remnants could only slow down the spontaneous growth of capitalist production, not prevent it. Napoleon's continental blockade itself called for the certain capitalist upsurge in Germany, but this spontaneous development of capitalism did not rise in Germany in the period of artisan labor, as it did in England or France, but in the age of modern capitalism in the real sense. And the feudal absolutist bureaucracy of Germany's petty states, above all the Prussian bureaucracy, was obliged actively to take the initiative in underpinning the capitalist development. Certainly, precisely where the crucial questions were concerned, this often happened much against its will and nearly always without the least insight into the true dimensions of what was occurring with its assistance and through its initiative. We can see this very clearly in Treitschke's account of the origin of the German customs union. Since he always tended to idealize the political foresight and national aims of the Hohenzollern regime, his version is particularly instructive, and this development took place largely against the will of the Prussian crown itself. Here we see an international force at work. Nothing was further from the mind of Friedrich Wilhelm 111 than to pave the way for a separation from Austria through the customs union. He regarded dualism as a blessing for the fatherland. It was in the nature of things that this should finally be reached. There thus took shape a true Germany bound by shared economic interests, whereas theory alone held sway in Frankfurt, as previously in Regensburg. Friedrich Wilhelm eyed to his pro-Austria and enthused over Austria more than his own state, and nevertheless the merging of interests between non-Austrian Germany and Prussia continued inexorably. Although the Central States would gladly have crushed Prussia after 1851, none of them dared to disrupt the customs union. They could no longer break free of this tie. The most interesting feature of this account is the irrationalism bordering on mysticism. The development of German capitalism, the process of asserting its elementary interests, the incomprehension and incompetence of the German petty and Prussian monarchies in the face of this process, all this Treitschke presents is a kind of fake tragedy. If this attitude were only typical of the historian, it would not be all that important. But here Treitschke was giving eminently precise intellectual expression to the general mood in Germany. Whereas nations which had won their present political form through struggle regarded it as their own creation, the Germans looked on nationhood as a mysterious gift from higher irrational powers. But the Prussian course of Germany's development also had more direct consequences. Because economic unity had come about in this way, we find in capitalist circles a widespread dependence on the Prussian state from the outset, a constant making of deals with the semi-feudal bureaucracy. They entertained the prospect of asserting the bourgeoisie's economic interest in peaceful agreement with the Prussian monarchy. Hence Engels' subsequent comment that 1848 did not present the Prussian bourgeoisie with any cogent need to solve the question of power in the state by revolutionary means, but the fact that this process was belated in Germany, that it took place not in the artisan period but in that of modern capitalism, had another important consequence. Undeveloped though German capitalism was in the mid-19th century, it was no longer confronted by socially amorphous masses which could at least temporarily be lumped together with the bourgeoisie as a third estate, as the French bourgeoisie had been before the French Revolution. It faced a modern, albeit likewise undeveloped, proletariat. We can best appreciate the difference if we reflect that in France, Gracchus Babeuf instigated a rising with a consciously socialist goal only some years after Robespierre's execution. Whereas in Germany the revolt of the Silesian spinners broke out 4 years before the 1848 revolution, and the first complete formulation of revolutionary proletarian ideology, the Communist Manifesto, appeared on the eve of revolution itself. This situation, derived from Germany's delayed capitalist development, produced a proletariat that was already emerging of its own accord but was as yet unable, however, to exert a decisive influence on events. The effect of international events and the class struggle made this situation acuter still. Granted, on the one hand, the February Revolution in Paris helped to spark off the revolution in Berlin and Vienna, but, on the other hand, the class struggle strongly and evident there between bourgeoisie and proletariat had a discouraging effect on the German bourgeoisie and promoted its inclination, already present for the reasons we have stated, to compromise with the old powers, with the greatest determination. In particular, the Battle of June and its sorry outcome became an event crucial to the development of the German class struggles. From the outset, Germany lacked that irresistible unity of an anti-feudal people which had boosted the French Revolution, while at the same time the German proletariat was still too feeble to make itself the leaders of the whole nation, as did the Russian proletariat half a century later. Accordingly, the dissolution of the original anti-feudal unity ensued more quickly and went through the opposite process to the French. Admittedly, 1848 was the German equivalent of 1789, but the relationship between the bourgeoisie and the lower classes was closer to French conditions in 1830 and 1840 than to those of 1789. Hence there already appeared in 1848 a feature of the German development which became of moment for the democratic transformation of Germany in later years as well. Firstly, these democratic upheavals began where they usually ended in the classic revolutions of England and France, with the struggle against the radical plebeian proletarian wing. That, of course, was no mere difference of chronology. In the French Revolution especially, we see a development growing up to the farthest bounds of purely bourgeois democracy. Thus the struggle against plebeian leftist radicalism only signified a rebuttal of the attempt to urge the revolution beyond those bounds. Similar tendencies are apparent in Cromwell's struggles against the levelers, albeit at a lower stage corresponding to the class relations of his times. In the Germany of both 1848 and 1918, on the other hand, the direct struggle which began against proletarian democratic left, when radicalism tended to retain within the democratic forms thrown up by revolution as much as possible of the old order, either intact or with minor external reforms. Thus no revolution in Germany brought about, for example, the real agrarian reform. Not one seriously affected the fragmentation into petty states. Not one really disturbed Junker rule in Prussia, and so on. Here, needless to say, it is impossible to relate the history of Germany in the 19th century in however abbreviated a form. We can but briefly outline the most essential elements in the development of social trends. Germany's plebeian sectors did not have the power during this period to fight for their interests by way of revolution. Thus the compulsory economic and social advances came about either under the pressure of foreign relations or as a compromise by the ruling classes. No internal class struggle was responsible even for the South German and Central German constitutions in the ducal states, the starting points for democratic movements and parties in Germany after Napoleon's overthrow. They were the product of a need to administer in some kind of uniform manner the heterogeneous feudal territory swept together in Napoleonic times and confirmed by the Congress of Vienna. Thus the population of Württemberg, for example, increased from 600,000 to 1.5 million during the Napoleonic age. No less than 78 provincial domains were tacked onto it. Such territories were heterogeneous in every respect, the administrative unifying of them. Württemberg is a typical example of the period naturally called for a minimum number of centralized institutions which, in view of conditions in the Napoleonic period and the after effects of the Wars of Liberation, were bound to involve the dissolution of the feudal absolutist, medieval leftovers. Under Napoleon's regime, the rulers of the petty German states were already striving to limit these concessions to a minimum. After Napoleon's defeat, even this was further reduced. The character of the central institutions meant that they had no deep roots in the nation, and that the people could never regard them as its own personal creations, which was why they were so easy to abrogate both before and after 1848, and, when a serious revolution broke out in that year, it was possible for the effects of economic backwardness and national fragmentation that we have briefly depicted to leave the plebeian masses enfeebled and to leave the bourgeoisie to betray its own revolution, thus sealing the victory of feudal absolutist reaction. That defeat was crucial to the whole of Germany's later political and ideological development. In the terminology of the day, the proposition in respect of the central problem of democratic revolution read, unity through freedom, or unity before freedom, or in respect of the concretely most important problem of revolution and Prussia's future position in Germany, absorption of Prussia by Germany, or Prussianization of Germany. The quelling of the 1848 revolution meant that in both cases, the second solution was the one adopted. To be sure, the triumphant reactionaries would have been delighted simply to return to the pre-1848 status quo. That, however, was impossible from an objective economic and social standpoint. The Prussian monarchy had to change, and had to do so, as Engels stressed time and again, on the lines of creating a Bonapartist monarchy. This apparently gave rise to a parallel between the development of France and Germany. It apparently meant that Germany's development was now catching up politically with France's. But this was only seemingly so. For in France, Bonapartism was a reactionary backlash beginning with the June defeat of the French proletariat, and its ignominious collapse led to the glorious Commune of 1871. And with the Third Republic, France reverted to the normal road of bourgeois democratic development. Bismarck's Germany was, as Engels accurately demonstrated, a copy of Bonapartist France in many respects. But Engels pointed out very firmly at the same time that Bonapartist monarchy in Prussia and Germany marked an advance compared to conditions before 1848, an objective advance, and that the bourgeoisie's economic demands were met within this regime's framework and a freer avenue was opened up for the evolution of the forces of production. But these economic advances were realized without a triumphant bourgeois revolution. The national unity that had arisen consisted of a Prussianization of Germany, which carefully preserved both the aristocratic bureaucracy and all the machinery to keep its political hegemony intact, free class suffrage in Prussia, etc. Given parliaments taught a lack of power, universal suffrage for the empire was still just a quasi-constitutional, quasi-democratic facade. Hence Marx, in criticizing the Gotha program, could rightly describe a nationally united Germany as a military despotism embellished with parliamentary forms and with feudal additions thrown in, already influenced by the bourgeoisie, bureaucratically structured and under political surveillance. We have located one of the most important weak points of the 1848 revolution in the lack of democratic experience and tradition, in the want of a democratic training of the masses and their ideological spokesmen through major internal class struggles. It is understandable that events after 1848, the conditions of Bonapartist monarchy, the creation of Germany unity from the top, through Prussian bayonets, again failed to provide any conditions favorable to the origin of revolutionary democratic traditions or revolutionary democratic training of the masses. As a result of its impotence, the German parliament was automatically condemned to sterility. And since every single bourgeois party had its basis in a compromise with Bonapartist monarchy, the extra-parliamentary struggles of the masses, as far as they could spring up in the first place, were similarly doomed to sterility. The few real Democrats left over from the pre-1848 period remained isolated, lacking in influence and unable to educate a succeeding generation of Democrats. The fate of Johann Jacobi, who as a convinced petty bourgeois Democrat accepted a social democratic mandate out of despair and protest without holding any socialist views at all, and who could subsequently make nothing of his mandate, was typical of the situation of the few strict bourgeois Democrats in Germany, an important ideological obstacle to the origin of democratic traditions in Germany, with the ever-increasing, large-scale falsification of German history. Here again we cannot even outline the details. It was, to summarize very briefly, a matter of idealizing and Germanizing the retarded sides of the German development, that is, of a version of history which extolled precisely the retarded character of Germany's development as particularly glorious and in accord with Germany's essence. It criticized and repudiated all the principles and products of Western bourgeois democratic and revolutionary development as un-German and contrary to the character of the German national spirit, and the seeds of progressive turns in Germany history, the peasants, war, Jacobinism in Mainz, specific democratic trends in the era of the wars of liberation, plebeian reactions to the July Revolution and the Revolution of 1848, were either totally hushed up or so falsified as to strike the reader as terrible warnings. From now on, 1848 was called the Year of Madness, in German bourgeois terminology. The reactionary periods in Germany's history, by contrast, were made to look splendid and illustrious. This rewriting was not limited, however, to historical facts, their selection and treatment. It influenced in a significant way the methodology of the social and historical sciences, and indeed, far over and above them, the whole of social and historical thinking in Germany. Briefly summarizing, we may say that after the pre-1848 period's attempts to grasp the rational laws of society and history here, it will suffice to refer to Hegel, there arose a fresh wave of historico-social irrationalism. This was already strongly developed in the Romantic movement and its offshoots, but only became a dominant trend after the crushing of the 1848 revolution. Here we are less concerned with a methodological and scientific characterization of this trend, as we shall see, although irrationalism in the imperialist age found numerous points of connection with it that represented something essentially new, then with its roots in Germany's social and political life. The most important factor of all is the average German's underdog mentality, the mentality by no means affected by the 1848 revolution, and also that of the intellectual, however highly placed. We have noted that the major upheavals at the start of the modern era, which laid the foundations for democratic development in the West, ended in Germany with the establishment for centuries to come of petty tyrants, and that the German Reformation founded an ideology of submission to them. Neither the struggles for liberation from the Napoleonic yoke nor the year 1848 could alter this intrinsically. And since the German Nation's unity was created not by way of revolution but from the top, and, according to historical legend, through blood and iron, the mission of the Hohenzollerns and the genius of Bismarck, this side of the Germans. Mentality and morals remained virtually unchanged. There sprang up large cities in place of often semi-medieval small towns. The big capitalist with his agents replaced the shopkeeper, artisan, and small entrepreneur. World politics superseded parish politics, but during this process the German people's subservience to its authorities underwent only the slightest of changes. Hessling and Heinrich Mann's novel Man of Straw differs from the bourgeois hero of Gustav Freytag only in his aggressiveness towards inferiors, not in servility to those above him. So the characterization published by Hugo Preuss in 1919 is valid for the German people, with the obvious period variations throughout the 19th and 20th centuries. The most easily governed nation in the world is the German, meaning lively and active nation of average proficiency and intelligence with a developed critical bent for argument. A nation, however, which in public affairs is neither accustomed nor willing to act spontaneously without or against the will of authority. A nation which thus is excellently ordered and acts under official guidance almost as though it were only performing its own common will. This readiness to be organized, along with its efficiency, does indeed provide incomparably fine material for an organization, the purest form of which is of course the military type. Here we have the immediate, subjective source of pre-imperialist German irrationalism. Whereas the Western democracies, by and large consider the state policies and so on to be largely their own work, expected rationality from them and saw their own rationality reflected therein, the German attitude again, by and large was the complete opposite. The German historians, axiom history is man-made, was only the historico-methodological reverse side of the Prusso-bureaucratic view of the subject's limited understanding. Of the proclamation of the Battle of Jena, a citizen's first duty is to keep the peace. In both instances it is authority alone which acts, and does so on the basis of an intuitive reading of inherently irrational facts. The ordinary mortal mass man, the subject, is either the unquestioning tool, or the object, or the open-mouthed observer of actions by those with a special vocation for them. Through its initial successes, up to the founding of the Reich, Bismarck's unscrupulous realpolitik contributed greatly to the development of this irrationalism. The sterility and failures which follow the foundation of the Reich were painted as an irrational tragedy if not past. Of successes achieved by exploiting irrational constellations through a brilliant realpolitik. Admirers of the period of over and aggressive German imperialism under Wilhelm XI explained it as reflecting the emperor's personality of genius, and its detractors with the statement that Bismarck left no successor of the same stature. These widespread tendencies in average German historical studies were reinforced by the journalism of circles who saw a threat to their interest in a parliamentarization of Germany and therefore propagated Hohenzollern personal rule in reality. The uncurbed reign of a civil and military bureaucracy as the German people's only road to salvation. Clearly the way in which the German Empire was founded substantially strengthened the opportunity for the extensive spread of such views. Closely connected with this development was the battle of German historical theorists and historians against the concept of a rationally comprehensible progress. As we know, this battle was universal one which, as we shall note in detail later, springs up inexorably from the soil of a capitalism in decline, indeed a capitalism that has become internally problematic and international phenomenon therefore. What was specific to the German development was merely that this tendency emerged much earlier and much more firmly than in any other country. This peculiarity in Germany's intellectual development, viz., that it yielded leading thinkers with a radically reactionary attitude to reality, chiefly Schopenhauer and Nietzsche, but also Spengler, Heidegger and others. We shall examine in detail later with regard to its philosophical principles and consequences. For the moment, however, we are concerned with the primary, elementary, socio-historical basis. This is the curious unity, simultaneous and indivisible in reality, of Germany's seasonable and unseasonable evolutionary trend. For a long time Germany was simply a backward country both economically and socially, although in the intellectual sphere she was growing into the equal partner and indeed in some areas the spiritual leader of the bourgeois world. This situation engendered an ideology paving the way for democratic revolution in Germany. German writers and thinkers from Lessing to Heine, from Kant to Hegel and Feuerbach. Certainly there was already arising at that time in the Romantic movement and its offshoots an idealization of German backwardness which, in order to defend this position, was forced to interpret the course of events in a radically irrationalist way, and to contest the idea of progress as an allegedly shallow, dim and misleading conception. Schopenhauer went farthest in this respect, and that accounts for both his total lack of influence before 1848 and his worldwide effect after the revolution was defeated. With the founding of the Reich, indeed already during the time leading up to it, the objective foundations of these problems gained in complexity. Year by year Germany became less backward economically. On the contrary, in the imperialist age German capitalism outstripped English capitalism, hitherto preeminent in Europe. Germany became next to the United States the most highly developed and most typical capitalist area of the world. But at the same time, as we have seen, there was a consolidating of her democratically retarded social and political structure, agrarian conditions, quasi-parliamentarism, the emperor's personal rule, remnants of the territorial division into small duchies, and so on. Thereupon, the contradiction existing in the earlier phases was reproduced at a higher and also qualitatively new stage. Abstractly considered, two ways of surmounting this contradiction presented themselves. One was the call for Germany's social and political structure to align itself with her economic development. This demand could be put in a revolutionary style. It was possible to propose the task of at last carrying out the completion of democratic revolution in Germany. Friedrich Engels posed the issue thus to the German Social Democrats in his critique of the Erfurt program. Alternatively, and from the standpoint of a real and inwardly seasonable German imperialism, the target could be to align, without touching the social structure, the political superstructure with the established and in relation to Germany constantly enduring forms of Western parliamentary democracy, as we shall see. This was the fairly isolated position of Max Weber. It bore, mutatis mutandis, a certain similarity to the endeavors of Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, who strove to introduce the French Revolution's military achievements into a reformed Old Prussia. But the contradictory relationship thus presented between economics and politics in Germany did not impede the evolution of German capitalism. It is here that the Prussian road of capitalist development in Germany is fully tangible. Because of this, there arose as a matter of necessity an ideology constituting the intellectual defense of the contradiction between Germany's economic and political structure as a higher stage of development, with a better potential for development compared to the democratic West. Clearly, this defense had to look for philosophical support in irrationalism again. Here, of course, it was possible for all kinds of conceptions to originate, and historically and philosophically to analyze them all, indeed just to enumerate them, would burst the bounds of these studies. Hence we shall only indicate some of the typical theories that arose. Capitalism may, in a positive or negative spirit, with enthusiasm, disapproval, how resignation be viewed as predestined. I need only refer to Treitschke's account of the origin of the customs union. Germany's highly developed capitalism thereby acquires the rating of an irrational destiny, and the vessel of the other principle also irrational, but differently rated, the German state, acquires the task of bestowing meaning on the blind destiny of the economy on the basis of the ruler's purely personal, hence again irrational disposition. For we impute to the state, in its German form, a salutary irrational counterbalance to the sickly, life-destroying rationality represented by the capitalist economy, and so on and so forth. All such conceptions contain a polemic against the universal bourgeois idea of progress in the Western democracies. They imply a repudiation of the notion that the development of state and society out of feudal forms, their increasing adaptation to the demands of capitalism. We recall Herbert Spencer's sociology signifies a step forward. On the contrary, the German development was rated the higher one precisely because, as a result of the conservation of older, non-rational forms of governance, it could solve various problems, ethical, cultural, etc., for which the society and social thinking of the rationally oriented West could never find a solution. It goes without saying that here, the effective combating of socialism played a decisive role. Irrationalism and a hostility to progress therefore go together. In this very togetherness they formed an effective ideological defense of the social and political backwardness of a Germany rapidly developing in the capitalist sphere. And it is at once clear that the philosophical hypotheses we have outlined of the German reading of history exerted a crucial influence on that fabrication of historical legends which we mentioned earlier, the weakness of the democratic movement. In Germany is also evident in its inability to oppose this ideological campaign of falsification on a grand scale with anything of its own, any real history of Germany, or history of the struggles for democratic revolutions. It was also unable to put up an effective challenge to the philosophical foundations of these historical legends. The epistemological agnosticist, ethical-socially postulative character of the neo-Kantianism now predominant was as incapable of doing so as the sociology occasionally imported from other Western countries. Thus the whole of German youth grew up lacking a democratic tradition. Franz Mehring was the only German historian to make a vigorous stand against this fabrication of legends, bringing great honor upon himself in the process. But his efforts to remain isolated, and this to a growing degree, as a result of the dominance of German social democracy by the reformist movement. So democratic traditions became more and more rootless in Germany. The sporadic democratic campaigners who appeared later had mostly so little real contact with German history that they often took over uncritically an untrusted dichotomy, which reaction had created artificially between the purportedly ancient German character of their fatherland, stunted development, and democracy as imported from the West. They just applied the antithesis in reverse, that is, siding with the un-German West. Naturally, this further increased their ideological and political isolation in Germany. Here, only the labor movement could have provided a center of political and ideological resistance, as the Neue Reichszeitung did in 1848, and as Lenin and the Bolsheviks did on Russia's behalf. But the general trends of Germany's development were operative in the labor movement as well. Before Bismarck rounded up national unity, it was a matter of course that the central question of democratic revolution should become the essential cause of a split in the emergent labor movement. On the one hand, Lassalle and Schweitzer after him stood for the Prussian Bonapartist road. Here the unfavorable circumstances of the German development had a momentous effect. Lassalle, with whom the mass movement of the working class began after the 1848 revolution, was far more under the ideological influence of the reigning Bonapartist trend and histories of the German labor movement. Would have it, his personal and political move towards Bismarck in the last years of his life was by no means a chance aberration, as it is often depicted, but rather the inevitable logical consequence of his whole philosophical and political position. Lassalle took over from Hegel in a wholly uncritical fashion the reactionary idealist concept of the state's primacy over the economy, which he mechanically applied to the proletarian liberation movement. He was thereby rejecting those forms of the labor movement which, through an independent stand by the proletariat, might have led to a struggle for democratic elbow room and a democratic confrontation with the bureaucratic state of Bonapartist Prussia. Economically too, the workers were to expect their liberation to come from the Prussian state, from the state of Bismarck. In this context, the one-sided emphasis on universal suffrage as the central demand likewise acquired a Bonapartist accent, all the stronger in that the internal organization of the German General Workers' Union, with its combination of Lassalle's personal dictatorship and occasional referendum polls by the sovereign people, similarly exhibited a markedly Bonapartist character. It was possible for Lassalle to send the statutes of his empire, as he himself put it, to Bismarck with the comment that the latter might perhaps be envious of them. It is not surprising that on this basis Lassalle now even proceeded to social kingship and a direct underpinning of Bismarck's unifying policy. Meanwhile, Wilhelm Liebknecht, who, under the influence of Marx and Engels, recognized and criticized the errors of Lassalle and his school, was also unable to sustain the proper line, succumbing very often to the ideological influence of democratic petty bourgeois trends from southern Germany. He opposed the Bismarckian solution and Lassalle's defense of it not with the old revolutionary democratic line of the Neue Reichszeitung, but with the petty bourgeois democratic federalism of South German Empire. Prussian character. In the course of the German labor movement's later development, the reinforced reformist movement was also operative in this question. Engels criticized with ruthless venom the opportunistic failings of the Erfurt Manifesto in this respect. Above all, he stressed what the program lacked: the call for a resolute struggle for the real democratization of Germany, for a revolutionary democratic completion of national unity, which in Bismarck's solution was reactionary and therefore remained incomplete. After Engels' death, reformism became stronger and stronger and fell increasingly in step with the compromising liberal bourgeoisie. The real battle for Germany's radical democratization, for the ideological and political underpinning of revolutionary democratic movements, found a diminishing echo in German social democracy. The isolation of Franz Mehring, the sole strict representative of such traditions, may be ascribed not least to this situation. And the reformist distortion of Marxism was not only confined to the overtly opportunistic right wing, which even went so far as to support colonial imperialism. It also embraced the so-called Marxist center, which, while using universal revolutionary catchwords, made its peace with Germany's existing state of affairs very much in the spirit of realpolitik. In this way, the German labor movement was prevented from becoming a rallying point and cynosure for the democratic forces sporadically in evidence, and from training and leading these. And in opposing reformism's opportunist tendencies, Large sections of the dissident left lapsed into a sectarian attitude to the problems of bourgeois democracy and in particular to the national question. That is a major reason why and later on, in the war, the Spartacist League were unable to radiate any influence of the kind the Bolsheviks had in Russia. It was in such circumstances that Germany entered the imperialist epoch. As we know, it was accompanied by a major economic boom, an extraordinarily strong concentration of capital, etc. Germany became the leading imperialist state in Europe and also the most aggressive imperialist state, the one pressing most fiercely for the redivision of the world. Again, the character of German imperialism was a consequence of the belated but very swift development of capitalism. When Germany became a major capitalist power, the carving up of the colonial world was already nearly over, so that imperialist Germany could only create a colonial empire to match her economic weight on the basis of aggression and the takeover of existing colonies. Hence there arose in Germany an especially voracious imperialism, greedy for spoils, progressive, vehemently and ruthlessly pressing for the reapportioning of the colonies and vested interests. This economic situation contrasted very remarkably with the German people's great democratic political immaturity in this period. But its immaturity was not only an extremely important political factor, and meant not only that the cavalier and adventurous foreign policy of Wilhelm XI could carry the day without major internal friction. It also had ideological consequences of importance to the problem we are studying. No state of affairs is ever stable. It must always go on moving either forwards or backwards. And since no progressive democratic further development of the German people ensued in the imperialist age, for the reasons we have shown, a further retrogression was bound to set in. This was connected with a general political ideological trend existing during the imperialist period on an international scale. On the one hand, there reigned a far-reaching general anti-democratic tendency. On the other, where there existed a bourgeois democracy, imperialist conditions inevitably gave rise to a certain disappointment with democracy on the part of the masses and their ideological spokesmen because of its de facto meager power over the bourgeoisie's private executive, and because of certain anti-democratic phenomena necessarily associated with it under capitalism, the election machinery, etc. Hence, it was far from being an accident that precisely in democratic countries there set in a widespread criticism of democracy extending from overly reactionary movements to within the labor movement, syndicalism in the Mediterranean countries. The general drift of this criticism was unquestionably romantic reactionary. Hence we must bear in mind that it often contained a justified disappointment with bourgeois democracy, a disillusioned and sometimes relatively forward-looking experience of its social limitations. Let us recall Anatole France's mockery of democratic equality before the law, magisterially prohibiting rich and poor alike from sleeping under the arches. And let it be noted, when Anatole France wrote that, he was still far removed from socialism, which makes his statement typical of the critical attitude towards democracy of progressive intellectual circles in the West. A characteristic mixture of accurate criticism and muddled reactionary tendencies may also be observed in Bernard Shaw. The most complicated and, for a time, most influential assortment of such trends appeared in Georges Sorel, ideologist of syndicalism, particularly in their reactionary nuances. These tendencies had an important and far-reaching effect on the German intelligentsia of the imperialist age. When, however, they were taken up in Germany, they underwent a profound social change. For whereas in the other Western countries they expressed a disappointment with the bourgeois democracy already attained, in Germany, they became an obstacle to its attainment, the renunciation of persistent struggle on its behalf. These tendencies were mingled, in Germany, with the old official propaganda of the Bismarck period, which located in Germany's backwardness the expression of Germany's essence, the specifically German quality which it propagated in history, sociology, and so forth. During the Bismarck period the democratic and indeed, in part, liberal intelligence rebutted such a view of society and history, Virchow, Mommsen, etc. But they were weak internally and lacked influence externally. Criticism of democracy was now accepted in Germany as an advanced Western intellectual trend. With the aid of different historical and ideological rationales, a capitulation ultimately came about to those ideologists who were enervating the struggle for democracy and sapping it of its ideological and political vigor. Let us take, to cite one characteristic example, the most important bourgeois sociologist and historian of the Wilhelmine age, Max Weber. For patriotic reasons Weber was against the Wilhelmine system, clearly perceiving its dilettantism and its inability to compete diplomatically with French or English democracy accordingly. He became an increasingly firm supporter of the democratizing of Germany. But since his thinking was deeply pervaded by the disillusioned Western criticism of democracy, Weber only regarded this as the lesser evil, compared with the existing system. We can observe similar contradictions in other politicians and thinkers of the time varying, to be sure, from as in Friedrich Naumann, individual to individual. Clearly it was impossible for a radical bourgeois, democratic movement or even party to originate on such an ideological basis. With Naumann this switch from left-wing criticism to right-wing principles and practices is especially striking. There does appear among the leading German intellectuals of the Wilhelmine period a repetition of the German Messier on a higher scale. Ultimately, in the majority of cases, a Philistinism without real public concerns. The Western critique of democracy led most of them to see something special in Germany's undemocratic development, a higher stage compared to the problematic and democratic democracy of the West. There thus arose a climate of narrow pen-pushing capitulation to Germany's existing political system, very often a snobbish, aristocratic attitude which, while criticizing bourgeois life and culture in a sometimes acute, often even witty and telling way, kowtowed to the Wilhelmine system's titled bureaucrats and officers and idealized their undemocratic machinery with its semi-feudal leftovers. These tendencies are particularly apparent in Sternheim, the witty satirist, and the democratic politician Rathenau. Naturally, such a right-wing critique of Western bourgeois democracy to contain certain elements of truth. Above all, many facts cited against the essentially undemocratic character of the Western democracies were true in themselves. Precisely regarding this question, however, an accurate critique could only come from the left. It will suffice to look at Anatole France. Already in his early output we find sharply satirical observations and comments on the democracy of the Third Republic, but only when he started to develop in a socialist direction as a result of the lessons of the Dreyfus case does this critique become an organic, dynamic part of his shaping of society and history, mutatis mutandis. A similar tendency may be traced in Thomas Mann. In his reflections of a non-political man, the German brand of romantic anti-capitalism still obscures and distorts the rightful element of his critique of bourgeois democracy. But when, in the period of the Weimar Republic, Thomas Mann was really converted to the democratic line, his skepticism with regard to Western bourgeois democracy also began to bear fruit in his writing. An example is the portrait of Settembrini in The Magic Mountain, where Mann unites ironic criticism of the typical narrowness of bourgeois democracy, its total inability to resolve the basic social questions of modern society, with a constant emphasis on Settembrini's relative progressiveness compared with Nappa's mystificatory proto-fascism and Hans Castorp's apolitical lethargy, the idealizing of bureaucracy's competence, expertise, impartiality, etc. In contrast to the dilettantism of party politicians and parliament was another general trend in the anti-democratic movement of Western Europe. Fagut is just one example. It expresses very clearly the reactionary character of the movement as a whole. Sometimes consciously, but mostly unconsciously, the writers who proclaimed such ideas were the hacks of imperialist monetary capital, which saw and very often achieved the continuous assertion of its specific interests through its subcommittees. Through stooges rendered independent of elections or ministerial changes. Consider the internal power structure in the foreign ministries, the oft-changing parliamentary leaders and unchanging secretaries of state, principal spokesmen, etc., in the bourgeois democratic countries of Western Europe, because this tendency cropped up in a Germany that was not yet democratic. It reinforced ideologically the successful resistance of the imperial and Prussian civil and military bureaucracy to any attempt at a progressive restructuring of state institutions. Quasi-parliamentarism degenerated into total impotence, but its obligatory, patent sterility did not motivate an extension of democracy. It led, on the contrary, to its further paralysis and stasis and to a greater powerlessness. Needless to say, German imperialist monetary capital was as much capable of exploiting this situation as that of Western Europe was of exploiting the parliamentary system. For the German development, however, this constellation signified the growth of remnants of the German Messier into a particularly reactionary imperialism unaffected by any kind of democratic controls. This trend had a particularly devastating effect in Germany because it not only helped to preserve the old servility of the average, and even the spiritually and morally highly developed intellectual, but also gave it an ideological sanction. The absolutist leftovers, which was Marxian Bonapartism conserved and modernized simultaneously, found a special buttress in the political moral intellectual culture of bureaucracy. The bureaucrat considered it his particular pride and honor to carry out the orders of higher authority in the technically perfect way, even if he disagreed with their substance. And this spirit, which was confined to the bureaucrat class in the narrowest sense in lands with old democratic traditions, spread far beyond the bureaucracy in Germany. To submit unreservedly to the decisions of authority was regarded as a special German virtue in contrast to freer democratic thinking, and extolled more and more loudly as the hallmark of a socially higher stage of development. Even Bismarck, who personally and in his institutions greatly promoted this transference of politico-social abasement from the petty states to the united, powerful nation, this perpetuating of the nullity of public opinion, occasionally criticized the Germans' lack of civil courage and individual sense of public duty. For the reasons we have indicated, this tendency degenerated during the Wilhelmine period into nothing short of the Byzantinism of the intelligentsia, the very widespread middle-class servility that was boastful outwardly and cringing inwardly. This was, we repeat, the sometimes involuntary intellectual sellout to the history-fudging propaganda of the glory of German backwardness. Although it had already started in the age of Bismarck, it now embraced even the most advanced and highly developed sections of leading bourgeois intellectuals in a more refined, higher form that was sometimes subjectively oppositional, objectively always quasi-oppositional, and elsewhere. Hence of all the more service to imperialism. Here the social affinity, and also the spiritual parallel between higher and ordinary reactionary ideology is quite palpable. Just as Schopenhauer's Buddhist quietism, say, matched petty bourgeois apathy after the 1848 revolution, and the transformation requested by Nietzsche of the relationship between capitalists and workers into one between officers and soldiers corresponds to specific capitalist militaristic wishes in the imperialist age, so the same applies here. In establishing these parallels, we are on no account disputing the difference in intellectual level. That, on the contrary, will continue to be a prominent consideration, not however chiefly because of the intellectual standard, but because it enlarged the social scope of the reactionary currents, and because these currents engulfed sectors which they did not reach with normal intellectual methods, and which had precious little time for their usual demands, only in their ultimate social consequences, and these were crucial to Germany's fate, intellectually as otherwise did they lead into the same reactionary stream. When, for instance, Lange opposed the ideas of 1914 as the higher and German ones, to the 1,789 ideas at the start of the First World War. It meant that a large portion of the best German intellectuals had already sunk to the level of Treitschke's propagandistic history. This unscrupulousness and loss of intellectual and moral standards can be observed in a particularly crude form in the pamphlets appearing at the outbreak of war. Take, to select one very characteristic example, Werner Sommert's contrasting of heroes the Germans and dealers, English democracy. The collapse of the Wilhelmine system in the First World War, and the setting up of the Weimar Republic also brought no radical change for the better with regard to Germany's democratization and the origin of deep-seated democratic traditions among the broad masses, beyond the class-conscious proletariat. In the first place, this political democratization stemmed less from the inner power of popular forces than from a military collapse. Large circles of the German bourgeoisie accepted the republic and democracy partly because the situation compelled them to, partly because they expected to gain advantages in foreign affairs, more favorable peace terms with President Wilson's help, etc. This was a major difference from the democratic republic in the Russia of 1917. There, large petty bourgeois and peasant masses were firmly democratic from the outset. Although a very similar climate to Germany's could be noted among the upper middle class, and the leading members of petty bourgeois and peasant democracy were betrayers of democracy. The schisms among the social revolutionaries, for instance, clearly reflect the democratic mood among the petty bourgeois and peasant masses. Secondly, Germany's retarded development had repercussions here as well. Right at the outset of the bourgeois democratic revolution in 1918, the proletariat was waiting as the decisive social power. But owing to the strength of reformism and the current ideological and organizational weakness of the labor movement's left flank, it was unequal to the problems of Germany's regeneration. Therefore bourgeois democracy was, as Engels had prophesied long before, essentially a union of all bourgeois forces against the impending danger of the proletarian revolution. Here the experiences just undergone of the Russian Revolution of 1917 had an enormous effect not only on the bourgeoisie itself but also on the reformist wing of the labor movement. Accordingly, this wing in fact supported unreservedly the democratic coalition of all bourgeois forces against the proletariat. Indeed, it formed its real center, its dynamo. Hence the Weimar Republic was essentially a republic without republicans, a democracy without democrats, just as the French Republic was in historically totally different circumstances, of course between 1848 and 1851. The leftist bourgeois parties allied with the reformists did not serve the cause of revolutionary democracy. While parading the Republican and Democratic banners, They were in essence parties standing for order, which meant in practice that as few changes as possible were made to the Wilhelmine social structure, preservation of the Junker officer corps, the old bureaucracy and most of the petty states, no agrarian reform, etc. In these circumstances, it is not surprising that there very soon arose a deep disappointment with democracy among the popular masses who, as we have seen, had never received a democratic training and fostered no live democratic traditions, and that they turned away from democracy relatively quickly. This process gained in speed and depth for the particular reason that the Weimar democracy was forced to implement and engender the greatest national humiliation experienced by Germany since the time of Napoleon, the imperialist Peace of Versailles. To the democratically uneducated popular masses, therefore, the Weimar Republic signified the executive organ of this national humiliation, in contrast to the times of national greatness and expansion associated with Friedrich XI of Prussia. Lucian Moltke, that is, with monarchist undemocratic memories. Here again we can observe the big contrast between the German and the Franco-English development, where revolutionary democratic periods Cromwell, the Great Revolution, etc., were the periods of greatest national upsurge. The circumstances of the Weimar Republic's origin supported the old view of an anti-democratic development that was specifically German, and uniquely suited to Germany's essence. They supplied a seemingly obvious pretext for the tale that German national greatness could come about only on anti-democratic foundations. Reactionary philosophy, history and journalism richly exploited this situation, and the left wing of the bourgeoisie and bourgeois intelligence could find no effective countermeasures, so among broad sections of the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie, the old prejudice gained ground in the course of the Weimar Republic that democracy in Germany was a Western import, a harmful foreign body which the nation had to expel for its own good. An indication of the lack of tradition in many subjectively convinced Democrats is that for their part, they made the allegedly exclusively Western character of democracy the basis for their propaganda, by tactlessly and untactically placing in the forefront their anti-German sentiments, their enthusiasm for Western democracy. They were involuntarily helping the reactionaries in their anti-democratic yarn spinning. This ideology is seen at its clearest in the ambit of the well-being. The further point was the nihilistic attitude of large sections of the radical bourgeois intelligence to the national humiliation, abstract pacifism, nihilism which also found its way into the labor movement, although in different forms. This tendency was particularly marked in the German independent socialist camp, but under the influence of Rosa Luxemburg's ideological errors even the German Communist Party was not untouched by national nihilism at the start of its development. Nevertheless, the overt attempts to restore the Hohenzollern monarchy came to nothing. The party propounding this restoration, the German National, was never able to grow into a really major and decisive mass party, although its representatives retained most of their positions of power in the civil and military machinery because of the Weimar Republic's anti-proletarian, anti-revolutionary tendencies. Only when the disappointment of the enormous masses reached a climax, as a result of the major crisis which set in from 1929, did the reactionaries succeed in gaining a foothold among the masses. In the National Socialist German Workers' Party, in Hitlerian fascism, our concern in these introductory studies is therefore briefly to outline the socio-ideological features which made possible in Germany this disgracefully swift and even more disgracefully long-term triumph of fascism. While briefly showing how it derived from Germany's previous development, we shall indicate at the same time the substance of its specifically new attributes, and also the reason why this new element should only signify a qualitative heightening of tendencies already present before. We have seen that the Weimar Republic, owing to the manner of its origin, its social methods of defense against the left, its establishment and consolidation, was, on the one hand, a republic without republicans, a democracy without democrats. The initial enthusiasm of the masses quickly evaporated. It did so with the crumbling of hopes of a Wilsonian peace for a German democracy and the dashing of the expectations linked with socialization. In the revolutionary-minded, leftist section of the labor movement especially, the hostile attitude to the Weimar system took root. A system which became fully established with the murder of the greatest heroes of Germany's new revolutionary labor movement, Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. On the other hand, the supporters of the Hohenzollern restoration, the entrenched reaction at the beginning of the era were, as we have also seen, far too weak to effect a permanent overthrow. It is also significant that their followers never grew into a real mass movement. It was now apparent that the Hohenzollern regime never possessed a real footing in the masses, and that was far from accident as long as Hohenzollern rule was or at least seemed to be undisturbed. The overtly and strictly authoritative character of the old form of reaction was able to keep a majority of the population in a mood of loyal enthusiasm. But after the collapse, when there appeared a new and less popular authority, and a restoration could only be implemented by means of an armed rising, or, in the preliminary period, by way of a resolute political opposition, the quantitative and qualitative weakness of the mass basis of the old reaction came to light. So as a result of the weakness of its adversaries on the left and right, the Weimar Republic acquired a chance of survival, inwardly very shaky and obtained through continual concessions to reaction. As long as Germany was in no position openly to renounce the Peace of Versailles, this was also underpinned by the pressure of foreign affairs and the German imperialists' corresponding deliberations on foreign policy. For a proper overthrow to occur, new conditions had to come into being. Prominent among such conditions was the shift of class power within the reactionary camp. After the war, the monopoly capitalists became the leading group. This was also the conclusion to a long development, but a conclusion bringing something qualitatively new. In 1848, the Rhine industrial magnates, who represented German capitalism at its most advanced at that time, already played a major role in quelling the revolution and re-establishing an anti-democratic regime in Germany. Although the majority of them were liberal, hence in opposition to the regime. With their endeavors for an agreement, they provided the anti-democratic monarchist forces with a breathing space at the time of the mounting revolutionary wave. With their formal parliamentary and always loyal opposition, they contributed to the disorganization of the democratic movement to stave off Hohenzollern reaction, then arming itself for reprisals, and so on. Under Bismarck, as also under Wilhelm XI, the upper middle classes had an increasing influence on government policy that corresponded to the rapid development of German capitalism. But this influence was largely exerted via the back stairs. Apart from rare exceptions, Nuremberg, official political command remained in the old hands. Preserving its old authoritative technique, indeed Wilhelm II's style of government resembled an imperialist recreation of the style of Friedrich Wilhelm IV. After the World War II, the now decidedly dominant influence of monopoly capital often operated behind the scenes, preferring the election of executive organs and figureheads legitimized in other ways. Hindenburg, Brüning, Schleicher, etc. The alliance with the Prussian Junker class, with the Junker patriciate of the military and civil bureaucracy, remained in force, but monopoly capital now assumed the leading role in all matters in this alliance. It was no longer content to assert its aims in economic complexes that were vital to its vested interests. This development took place, however, in a social milieu in which the anti-capitalist sentiments of the masses were constantly increasing. The vanguard of the German working class keenly followed the Russian events of 1917 and subsequently perceived in them the perspective of German history they needed as well. The hopes pinned on the 1918 promises of socialization, the disappointment stemming from the whole movement's breakdown in the ensuing years, the gradual alienation of broad masses of workers from the Weimar Republic more and more patently under the thumb of monopoly capitalism, the provocative effects of the mass unemployment linked with the crisis after 1929. You see, all this gave birth to anti-capitalist feelings stretching far beyond the working class in scope. The reactionaries of monopoly capitalism were thus presented with a new task. The task of exploiting just these mass feelings to establish their own command, and using them for support, to found a new type of reactionary regime securing once and for all the absolute predominance of monopoly capitalism in all spheres of political and social life. Here we cannot make it our business to portray this political development of Germany. Even in outline, we only needed to indicate these political and social factors so that the tendencies portrayed and analyzed in our later philosophical studies may stand in proper relief to their social foundations. Let us just take the task stated above, namely the conversion of anti-capitalist mass drifts, indeed mass movements, into the naked absolute dominance of monopoly capitalism, which set itself the closely related task of converting widespread mass indignation, understandable and rightful in itself at the imperialist Peace of Versailles, into an aggressive imperialist chauvinism. It will be clear that only a radically irrationalist worldview is suited to even a purely demagogic reconciliation of such mutually conflicting tendencies. It will also be apparent at once that the required irrationalism, which was a long time in preparation and found a consummation in the National Socialist worldview, must differ qualitatively from the irrationalism of before and after 1848. Of course, given the German bourgeoisie's special receptiveness to irrationalism in the interwar period, its education by way of the old irrational philosophies plays no mean role. But if we wish to understand from the social angle the forcible propagation on a mass scale of the new fascist slant, we must look at a couple of new socio-ideological phenomena. Here the first thing we meet is a transformation in the working class. It is striking that this anti-rational tendency should take hold of broad masses, including considerable parts of the working class, and that the workers should now readily accept arguments which previously rebounded harmlessly off them. For where the masses are concerned, the question of reason or rationality has more of the impact of a vital question, rather than a mere theoretical problem, than it does for the intelligentsia. The labor movement's great advances, the clear perspective of successful struggles to improve the situation, and of a foreseeable overthrow of capitalism led the working class to see something rational and ordered in their own lives, their own historical development. Each successful battle, each rebuttal of the reactionaries, for example, at the time of the anti-socialist laws, reinforced this outlook and inculcated a sovereign contempt for the then crude religio. The rationalist propaganda put out by the reactionary camp, with the victory of reformism and the reformists' participation in the Weimar system, this situation changed drastically. The idea of rationality in itself acquired a fundamentally different accent. Bernstein had already tried to disparage as utopian the revolutionary struggle for a socialist society and a final goal, proposing instead the humdrum and Philistine realpolitik reasonableness of compromise with the liberal bourgeoisie and adjustment to capitalist society. Ever since the Social Democrats had become the ruling party, this realpolitik reasonableness had held sway over its members, in its propaganda and above all its deeds. In the first years of revolution, this propaganda was mingled with demagogic promises of imminent socialization, a socialism to be realized in this rational manner as opposed to the unreasonable adventures, the unrealistic policy of disaster pursued by the communists. Relative stabilization in Germany meant the total command of Bernstein's rationality and reformist theory and practice. And in the era of the big economic world crisis, the reformists at the helm maintained this line of realpolitik reasonableness with iron vigor. Thus reason signified in practice for the masses, not to go on strike because of a wage reduction but to submit to it, to refrain from any demonstrations. Any energetic steps of unemployment benefits were reduced, or if larger and larger masses were disqualified from receiving them, to steer clear of the most bloody fascist provocation, to withdraw to safety, not to defend the working class and its right of way but, as the Mitrov accurately characterized this policy, to avoid danger and not to tempt the beast from its lair. So reformist reason not only rendered the working class practically helpless in the struggles against imperialist capitalism and of fascism, which was arming itself for a takeover of power, it also compromised and broke down the old conviction of irrationality in historical developments leading, through properly conducted struggles, to an improvement in the everyday situation of the working class and ultimately to its complete liberation. The reformist propaganda against the Soviet Union reinforced this development by portraying the heroism of the Russian working class as futile, inappropriate and fruitless. This development entailed various consequences among the working class itself. A relatively large vanguard turned away from reformism to extend the old Marxian traditions in the new form appropriate to the imperialist age, that of Leninism. The broad sector remained transfixed on the level of realpolitik reasonableness and became incapable in practice of providing an effective challenge to fascism. Hence for a relatively substantial mass of people, especially among the young workers whom the desperate crisis had made impatient, this development shattered their faith in reason in general, in the revolutionary rationality of historical developments, and the interconnection and compatibility of reason and revolution. So this sector, precisely as a result of its theoretical and practical training through reformism when the crisis loomed, was ready to assimilate in its outlook the modern tendencies of anti-rationality and the contempt for reason and science, and to indulge in the superstition of myth. That does not mean, of course, that these embittered young workers became readers and admirers of Nietzsche or Spengler, but since the antithesis of reason and emotion seemed to the masses to have sprung from life itself, they were bound to conceive a receptiveness to this doctrine on the ideological plane as well. Among the intelligentsia and petty bourgeoisie we find another kind of change, but one that became just as important in its consequences regarding receptiveness to fascist irrationalism. Here we are dealing with despair as a mass emotion, and closely connected with it, gullibility and the expectation of saving miracles. Without question, the universal spreading of an ideology of despair in Germany was primarily a sequel to the war, the Peace of Versailles and the loss of a national and political perspective, which these groups associated consciously or not, with a German imperialist victory. Spengler's huge success, which extended far beyond philosophical circles, is a clear reflection of this mood. Disappointments felt during the Weimar period, both among the right-wingers, who hoped to restore the monarchy, and among the more left-oriented, who were hoping for a democratic and indeed socialist regeneration of Germany, were bound to reinforce these sentiments still more, and they subsequently reached the climax in the great economic crisis of 1929. The objective foundations of these moods were therefore of an economic, political and social character. If, however, we examine their vehement, virtually unresisted propagation, we cannot possibly mistake the important role of the ideological development up to the First World War, and this in both a positive and negative respect. Negatively, the social ideology of helplessness. Independence we find in Germans brought up in the atmosphere of the authoritarian state, played an exceptionally important role. The average German, however proficient and even outstanding in his own field, including also philosophy, art, and so on, expected all decisions, even those determining his livelihood, to come from upstairs, from vocational leaders in the army, politics, and economics, and it was completely beyond him to regard his own standpoint as co-determining factors in political and economic life, etc. Thus, after the collapse of the Hohenzollern regime, he remained helplessly disoriented. He always expected an improvement in his fortune to stem partly from the old and tried leaders, partly from a newly created leader's outfit, and when it gradually became evident that they had all failed him, he was left in a state of total despair. However, this despair was linked with expectations of a new leader. Generally speaking, it produced no intention of an independent appraisal of the situation and of independent action. And on the positive side, the sentiments which made the fascist deception of the masses possible were nurtured by the influence of the agnosticist, pessimistic philosophical trends of which we shall give a detailed analysis later. Their common feature is that pessimism or despair was the standard moral attitude to the problems of the time. Only, of course, for the intellectual elite, the plebs might believe in progress, but its optimism was inferior or infamous, as Schopenhauer already termed it. In this connection, German philosophy in the imperialist age proceeded, as we shall see, from Nietzsche to Spengler, and later in the Weimar period from Spengler to fascism. If we stress the spade work by German philosophy from Schopenhauer and Nietzsche onwards, it might be objected that we are dealing with esoteric doctrines circulated only within quite small groups. We believe, on the contrary, that one must not underestimate the indirect, subterranean effect on the masses of the fashionable reactionary ideologies analyzed so far. This effect was not limited to the direct influence of those philosophers, actual books, although it should be remembered that editions of the works of Schopenhauer and Nietzsche certainly reached many tens of thousands. But via universities, public lectures, the press, etc., these ideologies also spread to the broadest masses, needless to say, in a coarsened form, but that strengthened, rather than weakened, their reactionary content, their ultimate irrationalism and pessimism. Since essential ideas now receive greater attention at the expense of qualifying statements, through such ideologies the masses can be intensively corrupted without ever glimpsing the immediate source of corruption. Nietzsche's barbarizing of the instincts, his vitalism, his heroic pessimism, etc., were necessary products of the imperialist age, and Nietzsche's speeding up of the process operated on the minds of tens of thousands of people who had never even heard of Nietzsche. These factors, however, merely reinforced the readiness for a philosophy of despair. What was new about it in relation to similar past tendencies stemmed from Germany's situation between the two world wars. The most important difference between the pre-war and post-war period was undoubtedly the severe shock to, and later the almost complete loss of security in the social and individual life of the middle classes, above all the intelligentsia. If a person was a pessimist before the First World War, and primarily with regard to culture, this attitude had a placidly contemplative character without any intention of possible action, since an individual's own existence seemed secure in material and social, spiritual and human terms. It was possible for his philosophy to remain as good as purely theoretical, without seriously influencing his conduct and inner attitude. The cessation of security, the continual threatening of both the inner and outward life caused this irrationalist pessimism to take a practical turn. This is not to say that a person's view of the world was now bound to produce actions in an immediate sense, but merely that, on the one hand, it started out from a personally sensed threat to his existence, and not only from the contemplation of an objective cultural situation, and that, on the other hand, practical claims were made with regard to his philosophy, albeit in the form that the impossibility of action was deduced ontologically from the structure of the world. At all events, the old forms of irrationalism proved to be unsuitable for answering these questions, and now we can see the need to which we shall hark back repeatedly for fascist demagogy. much though it took over from the old type of reactionary ideology in both form and content. To be oriented in method toward the more recent ideologies created under imperialism, stripping them of everything private and spiritually high-flying, and converting what was left into a determined and uncouth form of popular corruption. Everything that had been said under rational pessimism from Nietzsche and Dilthey to Heidegger and Jaspers in lecture platforms and in intellectuals, salons and cafes, Hitler and Rosenberg transferred to the streets. We shall see how much was preserved of the particular methodology of this development, and the basic contents, either in spite or because of demagogic coarsening through National Socialist philosophy. Its starting point, as regards the psychology of the masses, was precisely this mass despair, the resulting credulity and belief in miracles, and here the masses included the most highly qualified intellectuals. That despair was the socio-psychological connecting link between National Socialism and the broad masses is evident from the fact that the movement's real impetus, its real penetration of the masses began with the economic crisis of 1929. It began the moment that an initially general philosophical despair, which gradually assumed increasingly concrete social forms, turned into a massive threat to individual existence. The moment, therefore, that the aforestated intentions in a practical direction yielded the possibility of rendering philosophical despair subservient to the politics of desperados. These politics now grew on the old servile instincts of the authority-minded Germans, instincts which the Weimar democracy had hardly affected. But the method of subjection had to be a new one because, for the first time in German history, it was not now a matter of submission to a traditional, legitimate power, nor of the mere restoration of such a power, but of joining a radical coup. The revolution, as National Socialism liked to style itself in its early days, as well as in later crises. This non-legitimate revolutionary character of fascist power is one of the reasons why, with regard to methodology, National Socialism needed to associate itself with philosophical models of Nietzsche's kind more than with reactionary ideology of the old school. To be sure, fascist demagogy was extremely versatile. Simultaneously with the assertion of its revolutionary character, it tried to appeal also to potential instincts of legitimacy. For example, Hindenburg's role in the transition period, the formally legitimate seizure of power, etc. But despair alone would not have sufficed as a socio-psychological connecting link. Precisely in respect of its practical intention, it needed implicitly to contain the elements of gullibility and superstitiousness we have already mentioned. These elements were indeed present, and not by accident. For the greater the personal despair, the more this expresses the sense of a threat to individual existence, the more it will give rise on average under the social and the spiritual moral conditions of the German development to gullibility and superstition. After Schopenhauer, and especially after Nietzsche, the rationalist pessimism broke down the conviction that there existed an objective external world, and that an unrestricted and thorough perception of it would indicate a way out of the problems arousing despair. Knowledge of the world was now increasingly converted into a more and more arbitrary interpretation of the world. Naturally, this philosophical tendency heightened the sector's habit of expecting everything to come from the authorities, for to their mind life too was not a question of the objective analysis of concrete connections, but of interpreting decisions whose reasons could never be known. And it is also immediately clear that here lay one of the socio-psychological sources of the faith in miracles. However desperate the situation, the genius favored by God, Bismarck, Wilhelm XI, Hitler would find an answer all right. Through his creative intuition, it is further plain to see that, the greater the risk to security and the more directly individual existence was itself at stake, the more intensive this credulity and faith in miracles will become. Thus we are dealing with an old, traditional failing of the German middle class, embracing Nietzschean philosophy and the mentality of the average bidder. Called philosopher, we will often be asked in amazement how it was that large masses of the German people could trustingly accept the puerile myth propounded by Hitler and Rosenberg. We may counter with the historical question, how could the best educated and intellectually most eminent men in Germany believe in Schopenhauer's mythical will, the pronouncements of Nietzsche's Zarathustra, or the history, myths of the decline of the West? And it is not good enough to say that the intellectual and artistic level of Schopenhauer and Nietzsche is immeasurably higher than the coarse and contradictory demagogy of Hitler and Rosenberg. For if a person educated in philosophy and literature is able to follow epistemologically the nuances of Nietzsche's reworking of Schopenhauer, and to appreciate with aesthetic and psychological sensitivity the nuances of his critique of decadence, yet still believes in the Zarathustra myth, the myth of the Superman and eternal recurrence, this is at bottom Harder to fathom than the despairing belief of a poorly educated working youth, someone who was never or only temporarily a member of a party and was left out in the cold after finishing his apprenticeship, that Hitler would realize. German socialism. The same applies here as what Marx once said about the cynical doctrines of classical economics, that the doctrines did not come out of books into reality, but entered books from reality. The question of whether, at a given time, there reigns a climate of sound and sober criticism or a climate of superstition, faith in miracles and irrationalist credulity in specific sections of society is not a matter of intellectual standards but of the condition of society. Obviously, ideologies which have previously exerted an influence will play a considerable part by reinforcing or weakening the tendency towards criticism or credulity. But do not let us forget that the efficacy or inefficacy of an intellectual tendency likewise enters books from reality, and not vice versa. History tells us that ears of particularly acute credulity, superstition and a faith in miracles must by no means always be ears of notably inferior civilization. The very opposite is true. We see such a tendency at the close of antiquity and the climax of Greco-Roman civilization, at the time when Alexandrian learning was at its most prevalent. And we find that during this period, it was by no means merely uneducated slaves, or small craftsmen, the transmitters of Christianity, who were most prone to believe in miracles. Credulity and superstition are just as much to be found in the highly gifted and well-educated scholars and artists of the era, in Plutarch or Apuleius, Plotinus or Porphyrius, to be sure with a quite different substance, on a higher literary plane, more subtle intellectually, more educated. And the climax of the witchcraft craze, to cite one more characteristic example, was never the darkest hour of the Middle Ages, but the great critical transitional period between the medieval and modern epochs, the age of Galileo and Kepler. Once again we find that many of the most important minds of the epoch were not free from various forms of superstition. We have only to think of Francis Bacon, Jacob Boehme, Paracelsus etc. The factor common to such ages of social folly, of superstition and of faith in miracles taken to extremes, is that they were always periods of the decline of an old social order and a culture implanted for centuries, and at the same time epochs of fresh birth pangs. In the German crisis years, this general uncertainty of capitalist life saw a heightening which marked a changeover into a qualitatively new and special state of affairs, and the change over caused this susceptibility to folly to spread on an unprecedented mass scale. This susceptibility fascism exploited in the most ruthless manner possible. Later we shall describe and analyze the theoretical forms concretely assumed by this demagogic exploitation of the desperate situation in which the broadest sections of the German people found themselves. Only then in our concrete analysis can we really drive it home how fascist demagogy and tyranny was only the ultimate culmination of a long process which initially had an innocent look. Innocent in a strictly or more generally philosophical sense. The destruction of reason, the beginnings of this process may be found in the feudal counter-reformist, reactionary romantic struggle against the French Revolution, and as we have noted it reached its peak in the imperialist age of capitalism. This process was by no means merely restricted to Germany. Its origins, its Hitlerian manifestation, and its survival in the present age all have international roots from the socio-economic standpoint, and the rationalist philosophy is therefore likewise in evidence internationally. However, we have seen in our introduction that it could attain the same fiendish influence nowhere, but in Hitler's Germany, that apart from very rare exceptions it nowhere reached the same hegemony it had already reached in Germany, and not only on the national, but also on an international scale. Hence it has been necessary briefly to record and to analyze in this chapter the socio-historical tendencies, which turn Germany into such a breeding ground and center of hostility to reason. Hence the following account of philosophical historical tendencies must, with a few exceptions such as Kierkegaard or Gobineau, be confined to the German development, so far then it alone has led to a Hitlerian movement. And hence, we believe, to confine ourselves to an account of the history of irrationalism in Germany is not to diminish the internationalism of it, but to heighten that aspect. It is a distinct monody, learned from this warning, addressed to the thinking persons of all nations. The warning that no philosophy is innocent or merely academic, that everywhere and always, the danger is objectively at hand that some global fire razor will again spark off a devouring conflagration of Hitler with the philosophical tinder of innocent salon conversations, cafe discussions, university lectures, literary supplements, essays, and so on. With the altered circumstances of today's world situation and their philosophical consequences, we shall occupy ourselves in the epilogue. They show far-reaching differences between the ideological spade war for the Second and the Third Imperialist World War. It seems, for reasons that will be examined in due course, that nowadays irrationalism in general does not play the leading role it had at the time that the Second World Inferno was organized. But we shall show that irrationalism still forms a philosophical climate, so to speak, of the New World propaganda. At least it plays no small part in it. Therefore present-day circumstances, though different in many respects, have by no means deprived of immediacy our intended caution to learn from the past. This is even less the case if we consider that a whole series of important elements in the classical irrationalism of the Hitler period, agnosticism, relativism, nihilism, proneness to myth-making, uncritical thinking, credulity, faith in miracles, racial prejudices, racial hatred, etc., also play an undiminished, sometimes even stronger part in the philosophical propaganda of the Cold War, so today as well. Although the struggles are being fought out with other immediate contents and methods than in Hitler's time, the main controversy philosophically speaking between progress and reaction is over the further evolution or destruction of reason. Hence we believe that today the significance of a history of the basic problems of irrationalism still points far beyond the merely historical realm from the lesson that Hitler taught the world. Each individual and each nation should try and learn something for their own good. And this responsibility exists in a particularly acute form for philosophers, whose duty it should be to supervise the existence and evolution of reason in proportion to their concrete share in social developments. But we must not overestimate their real significance in the development of society. They have neglected that duty both within and outside Germany. So far, not every country has seen the realization of Mephistopheles' lines about the desperate Faust. Only look down on reason and science, the highest faculties of humankind, and then I have you trapped. But unless things take a new turn, this does not mean the slightest guarantee for any other length of an imperialist economy, or any other bourgeois culture which is overshadowed by irrationalism, that it will not be taken over tomorrow by a fascist maniac compared to whom Hitler himself may have been only a clumsy novice. Thus the purpose of confining our analysis to Germany's development and German philosophy is to underline precisely this warning. Chapter 11. The founding of irrationalism in the period between two revolutions 1789-1848. Basic preliminary remarks on the history of modern irrationalism. Understandably, the irrationalism of our time is much occupied with looking for ancestors. Because it seeks to trace the history of philosophy back to the perennial struggle between rationalism and irrationalism, it finds it necessary to prove the existence of irrationalist worldviews in the Orient, antiquity, the Middle Ages, and so on. It is not worth enumerating all the, sometimes grotesque, forms taken by this deliberate distortion of the history of philosophy, for in dealing with the neo-Hegeliers, for example, we shall find even Hegel presented as supremely irrationalist. So what comes about is an unprincipled eclectic mishmash, the totally arbitrary selection of famous or not so famous names without definite criteria for the choice. It may be said that only the immediate three, fascist and fascist, is as the criterion, the degree of reactionary firmness. For that reason Daimler excluded the early romantics of Jena from this illustrious gathering. For the same reason Rosenberg recognized only Schopenhauer, Richard Wagner, Lagarde and Nietzsche's classical fascist irrationalism. At this point let us just note in passing that the catchword irrationalism is relatively new as a label for a philosophical tendency, school, etc. As far as I know, it first crops up in Pino Fischer's Victor Wimbledon, in his History of Philosophy, already deals with Schelling and Schopenhauer in the section headed Metaphysics of Irrationalism. This terminology predominates even more and last. At first this use of the word irrationalism in such an enlarged sense met with critical reservations. But between the two world wars in particular it became a generally acknowledged term for the philosophical stream, whose history will be the subject of this book, in classical German philosophy itself. Hegel uses the word irrational only in its mathematical sense. When criticizing the philosophical directions we are discussing, he writes of immediate knowing. Even Schelling still uses the expression in a derogatory sense, as a synonym for non-absoluteness. Only in the later Fichte do we find seeds of the present-day use of the word. In his fruitless attempt to come to terms with the triumphantly advancing objective idealism of Schelling and Hegel, Fichte wrote in his Science of Knowledge of 1804, the absolute projection of an object whose origin cannot be accounted for, where accordingly it is dark and empty in the middle space between projection and projectum. The projectio per hiatum irrationalem is expressed a little scholastically but, I think, very tellingly recourse to rationalism, like the whole of Fichte's later epistemology, had no influence on subsequent developments. Only in last can we see the influence of the later Fichte to any profound extent. while isolated fascists have endeavored to include Fichte's name in their role of ancestors. Hence we are confining ourselves to indicating the most important terminological facts, and will deal in the following pages only with those representatives of philosophical irrationalism who became of historical influence. Needless to say, this relative terminological newness of the expression does not mean that the question of irrationalism did not already arise in classical German philosophy as a major problem. Quite the contrary. Our ensuing studies will show that the crucial formulations of the problem belong precisely to the time between the French Revolution and the period of ideological straight war for the Revolution of 1848. Hegel himself did not use the term irrationalism, but that again is not to say that he did not debate the problem of the relation of dialectics and irrationalism. He certainly did so, and not only in his polemic against Friedrich Heinrich Jacobi's immediate knowing. It is perhaps a coincidence, but an illuminating one, that his fundamental coming to terms with this subject begins precisely with geometry and mathematics. At all events he was dealing, in this context, with the limits of the determinants of understanding, their contradictoriness and the urging onwards and higher of the dialectical movement towards reason that now arose. Hegel wrote of geometry. In its course, however, and this is most remarkable, it finally meets with incommensurabilities and irrationalities where, if it wants to take definition farther, it is driven beyond the principle of understanding. As frequently occurs with terminology, there now appears the inverse proposition, that what we call rational is the sensible thing, das Verstandige. But what is irrational is rather a beginning and sign of rationality, the starting point of this statement was a special one, and it was still far from Hegel's mind to make general philosophical use of the terms employed. Yet here he was touching on the central philosophical problem of irrationalism's entire later development, namely those questions with which irrationalism has been always connected philosophically. These, as we shall see in the course of our studies, are the very questions resulting from the limitations and contradictions of thinking governed simply by understanding. If human thought detects in these limitations a problem to be solved and, as Hegel aptly states, the beginning and sign of rationality, that is, of the higher knowledge, then the encounter with them can become the starting point for the further development of thinking, for dialectics. Irrationalism, on the other hand, we are briefly summarizing in advance what we shall set out in concrete detail later, stops at precisely this point, absolutizes the problem, hardens the limitations of perception governed by understanding into perceptional limitations as a whole, and indeed mystifies into a super-rational answer the problem thus rendered artificially insoluble. The equating of understanding and perception of the limits of understanding with perceptional limitations as a whole, the introduction of super-rationality, intuition, etc. When it is possible and necessary to proceed to a rational perception, these are the most universal hallmarks of philosophical irrationalism. What Hegel is here elucidating with a fundamentally important example is one of the central questions of the dialectical method. He defines the realm of laws as the quiescent image of the existing or phenomenal world. So, to take here only the real gist of his line of thought, the appearance is the totality as against law, for it contains law but more besides. Namely the element of the autonomously moving form. Here Hegel has elaborated the most general logical elements which constitute the most markedly forward-looking tendency of the dialectical method, the approximating character of dialectical knowledge. And Lenin, who revealed this crucial aspect of the dialectical method, naturally the materialistic one, no longer fettered by Hegel's idealist limitations, vigorously stressed the significance of the statements by Hegel just quoted. That is an eminently materialist and, with the word quiescent, remarkably apt definition. Law takes the quiescent element and hence law. Every law is narrow, incomplete, an approximation. Here we cannot examine in greater detail Hegel's increasingly concrete statements on the dialectical reciprocal relations of law, essence, and appearance. It merely remains for us to point out briefly that in the course of these concretizations, Hegel surmounted the barrier of subjective idealism, where the general conditions, essence, etc., cannot lie in objectivity, in objectiveness itself, and argue philosophically the objectivity of essence. Essence still lacks existence, but it is, and in a profounder sense than being, law is therefore the essential appearance. The definition whose fundamental importance Lenin stresses strongly in the marginal notes we have quoted to Hegel's Science of Logic. With these statements we can already define a little more closely the general methodological relation of irrationalism to dialectics, since objective reality is fundamentally richer, more diverse and more intricate than the best developed concepts of our thinking can ever be. Clashes of the kind we have depicted between thinking and being are inevitable, and so in times when the objective development of society and the consequent discovery of new natural phenomena proceed apace, Great possibilities emerged for irrationalism to convert this advance into a retrograde movement, with the help of mysticizing. Such a situation arose at the turn of the 18th and 19th centuries, partly as a result of the social upheaval caused by the French Revolution and the Industrial Revolution in England, partly as a result of the crises in natural scientific thinking, the development of chemistry, biology, etc. On the basis of the age's fresh discoveries in geology, paleontology, etc. Hegel's dialectic, in its attempt to comprehend the problems now raised from the historical angle as well, was the highest stage in bourgeois philosophy, its most energetic attempt to master the difficulties intellectually, to create a method which could guarantee such an approximation the fullest so far of thought, the intellectual reflection of reality, to that reality itself. We are not going to discuss Hegel's well-known idealist limitations, his idealist mystifications, or the antithesis between method and system. The critique of them made by the classic Marxist-Leninist authors is generally known, and we take it as read. Now irrationalism begins with this necessary, irrevocable, but always relative discrepancy between the intellectual reflection and the objective original. The source of the discrepancy lies in the fact that the tasks directly presented to thought in a given instance, as long as they are still tasks, still unresolved problems, appear in a form which at first gives the impression that thought, the forming of concepts, breaks down in the face of reality, that the reality confronting thought represents an area beyond reason. The rationality of the category system of the conceptual method used so far, as we have seen, Hegel analyzed this situation correctly, his dialectic of phenomenon and essence, existence and law, and above all his dialectic of the concepts of understanding, Verst and Desbegriff, the determinants of reflection, and the bridge from understanding to reason indicate quite distinctly the real road to a resolution of these difficulties. But what if thought, for reasons to be analyzed in concrete detail, later stops short of the difficulties and shies away from them? What if it renders fundamentally irrevocable the constellation inexorably appearing, since this is bound to repeat itself with each decisive step forward? What if it hypostatizes the inability of specific concepts to comprehend a specific reality into the inability of thought, conceptions and rational perception in general to master the essence of reality intellectually? What if a virtue is then made of this necessity, and the inability to comprehend the world intellectually is presented as higher perception, as faith, intuition, and so on? Clearly this problem will crop up at every stage of knowledge, that is, each time that social evolution and hence science and philosophy are forced to make the leap forward in order to master the real questions arising. From this it will be already evident that the choice between ratio and irratio is never an imminent philosophical question. It is not chiefly intellectual or philosophical considerations which decide a thinker's choice between the new and the old, but class situation and class allegiance. If we take the broad perspectives of centuries, it often seems almost unbelievable how important thinkers have halted at the threshold of a problem nearly resolved, and indeed have turned around and fled in the opposite direction. Only the class character of their stance can illuminate such enigmas. We should look for this social conditioning of rationalism and irrationalism not only in the massive social injunctions and prohibitions. The great 17th century English materialist Thomas Hobbes aptly characterized the structure of this conditioning when he wrote, "For I do not doubt that if it conflicted with somebody's proprietorial right, or, to put it more accurately, with the interest of proprietors for the three angles of a triangle to be equal to 2 corners of a square, then this thesis, if not disputed, would nonetheless be suppressed through the burning of all geometry books. As far as those involved were able to carry it through accordingly, it must be said that on no account is this element of a direct suppression of new truths to be underestimated either. Let us recall the beginnings of modern philosophy, the fate of Bruno, Vanini and Galileo. This situation has undoubtedly exerted a major influence, manifesting itself in many striking ambiguities and finding clear expression in the philosophical diplomacy of Gassendi, Bayle, Leibniz, etc. Similarly connected with this is Lessing's public silence about his Spinozist views. Nor should we underestimate the philosophical importance of such diplomacy. Granted, in the cases of Gassendi or Bayle, posterity has obtained a clear picture of their real standpoint, but in the case of Leibniz this question has already become much harder to unravel, and Lessing's silence on Spinoza formed the basis for a totally false interpretation of his outlook. Despite all this, the social conditioning we mean is connected more deeply and intimately with personality and output. It is not solely external social pressure which creates so many deliberate ambiguities, so much clouding of what is actually meant in philosophy from Descartes to Hegel, particularly where decisive philosophical issues are at stake. Far more important still is the fact that social determinants rule the thinkers, concerned down to their most private convictions, their manner of thinking and the way they set out a proposition, etc. Unknown to themselves with this in mind, Marx replied to the radical Hegelians who sought to explain Hegel's ambiguities as simply external accommodation, and to counter the exoteric Hegel, who made compromises with an esoteric Hegel belonging to radicalism. There can no longer be any question of Hegel's accommodating himself to religion, the state, and so on, since this lie is the lie of his progress internally as well. Philosophers are always tied consciously or unconsciously, deliberately or involuntarily with their society, a specific class in it, and the forward or backward-oriented endeavors of that class. This foundation, and its historical destiny nurtures, defines, forms and guides precisely what is really personal and original about their philosophy, even where, at first glance, an individual stance going to the point of isolation from one's own class seems to predominate. This stance has the most intimate of links with the class situation and the vicissitudes of the class struggle. Thus Marx shows us how Ricardo's connection with capitalist production and its development of the productive forces determine his stance towards the various classes. If Ricardo's views as a whole are in the interest of the industrial bourgeoisie, that is only because and inasmuch as this sector's interest coincides with that of production or the productive development of human labor. Where his views are antithetical to it, he is just as harsh towards the bourgeoisie as he otherwise is to the proletariat and the aristocracy. The more genuine and significant a thinker is, the more he will be a child of his time, his country and his class. For every fruitful and really philosophical proposition, however strong the effort to place its subspecies identitas is concrete, that is, in content and form it is determined by the social, scientific, artistic, etc. exigencies and strivings of its age, and itself contains always within the concrete tendencies operating here, the real tendency to go forward or back, towards the new or the old. Whether and how far the 110th philosopher concerned is aware of this connection is a secondary problem. We have kept these observations on a general plane to start with. They lead us to his second question. Each period, and within each period, each class playing a fighting part in the philosophical field poses in a different form the problem initially outlined, the problem out of which an irrationalism may arise in specific circumstances. Admittedly, the dialectical tension between rational conceptualization and its material from reality is a general fact of the perceiving relation to reality, but the manner in which this problem emerges in each instance and in which its resolution is tackled, or alternatively, debated and fled from, varies qualitatively in accordance with the historical situation and the historical evolution of the class struggles. These differences touching the structure of the propositions and solutions manifest themselves very distinctly as differences between philosophy and individual sciences. The sciences are often in a position to resolve directly the problems that life poses, often without bothering very much about the philosophical consequences. Take, for example, the development of mathematics, where important dialectical problems are correctly posed and resolved, but the greatest dialectical pioneers are as little aware of their discovery of new dialectical territory as was Moliere's Jean Talon of the fact that he was always talking in prose. Philosophy, on the other hand, is compelled to tackle fundamental questions concerned with the worldview, no matter how the answers turn out, but this difference is relative and so at the same time historically relative as well. For in specific socio-historical circumstances the utterance of a purely scientific truth without any philosophical generalizing or a prompt drawing of philosophical conclusions from it may go directly to the center of class-based conflicts of worldview. That was once the case with the Copernican theory, and it happened later with Darwinism. Today it is happening with the further development of Darwinism by Michrin and Lysenko. On the other hand, there were relatively long-lasting philosophical tendencies, which made the avoidance of any proposition related to worldview the fundamental program and core of the method. Here we wish only to suggest that a specific stance in the sense of a class-based worldview, that is, a philosophical partisanship, is of course implicit in all such evasions. That is so with precisely the most significant manifestation of the type just indicated, Neo-Kantianism and positivism in the second half of the 19th century. It is, I think, unnecessary to take this general analysis any further. Already it is evident that the specific form of evading a decisive philosophical proposition, bound up in methodology with a worldview, in which we have recognized the general basic shape of irrationalism, must manifest itself in qualitatively different forms at different stages of social and, accordingly, philosophical development. From this it also follows that irrationalism cannot possibly have a unified, coherent history like, for instance, materialism or dialectics. And this applies even if irrationalism or something very like it can be established in the most diverse crisis periods of very different social formations. Of course, the autonomy of such histories of the development is extremely relative to, just as the entire history of philosophy can be comprehended and portrayed in terms of rational science only as part of the total history of society, only with the history of mankind's socio-economic life for its basis. Marx's statement in the German ideology not forgetting that right has a history of its own as little as religion does naturally refers to the history of philosophy as well, but with irrationalism something else, something more is involved. Irrationalism is merely a form of reaction in the double sense of the secondary and the retrograde, to the dialectical development of human thought. Its history therefore hinges on that development of science and philosophy, and it reacts to the new questions posed by designating the mere problem as an answer and declaring the allegedly fundamental insolubility of the problem to be a higher form of comprehension. This styling of the declared insolubility as an answer, along with the claim that this evasion and sidestepping of the answer, this flight from it, contains a positive solution and true achievement of reality is irrationalism's decisive hallmark. Agnosticism to avoid answering such questions, but it confines itself to declaring them unanswerable and more or less openly rejects the possibility of solving them in the name of an allegedly exact scientific philosophy. Granted, this is only to characterize two poles. In actual philosophy, especially that of the imperialist period, we find all kinds of links between agnosticism and irrationalism, with the first 111 frequently turning into the second. Not to mention the fact that, for reasons we shall often encounter again, almost every modern irrationalism more or less props itself up on the epistemology of agnosticism. Therefore, on the reactionary side, every major crisis in philosophical thinking is a socially conditioned struggle between burgeoning and decaying forces produces tendencies to which we might apply the term irrationalism. Whether the general employment of this term would have any scientific purposes, we admit, questionable. On the one hand, it could give rise to the false impression of a uniformly irrationalist line in the history of philosophy, such as modern irrationalism has actually tried to give. On the other hand, modern irrationalism, for reasons we are about to state, has such specific conditions of existence stemming from the peculiarity of capitalist production that a uniform term would easily blur the specific differences, and would modernize in an unacceptable way old intellectual tendencies that have little in common with those of the 19th century. As it is, this latter trend is widely prevalent in the history of philosophy written in the time of the bourgeois decline. We may recall Networp's Kantian Plato, Petzolds Matches Protagoras, and so on. Modern irrationalism's various streams then proceeded to reduce the entire history of philosophy, from Heraclitus and Aristotle to Descartes, Vico and Hegel, to an impenetrable vitalist or existentialist Martinus. Now what constitutes the specific quality of modern irrationalism? It is chiefly the fact that it arose on the basis of capitalist production and its specific class struggles, first the progressive battle for power against feudalism and absolute monarchy waged by the bourgeois class, and later the bourgeoisie's reactionary defensive struggles against the proletariat. Throughout this book we will show in concrete terms the decisive changes which the various stages of those class struggles wrought in the development of irrationalism in both form and content, determining equally the propositions and the solutions. And we will show how they altered its physiognomy. Now if we wish to sum up the fundamental importance of capitalist production to our philosophical problem, we must emphasize first of all a major difference between capitalist and free capitalist development, the problem of the productive forces development. In slave societies, the contradiction between the forces and the conditions of production expresses itself at that critical point in the system which we find of decisive importance in the ever-increasing regression and stunting of the productive forces, whereby a process was initiated which made the survival of the slave system as a society's economic and social basis impossible in the long run. In feudal times the same contradiction was already expressed in a markedly altered form. In the lap of feudal society the bourgeois class, originally a mere component of the feudal formation itself, evolved its increasingly superior productive forces, whose constantly growing development was ultimately bound to shatter feudalism. We cannot now examine the various forms this process evinces in England, France, etc. Although precisely these variations profoundly affected the specific nature of the class struggle and the particular character of Anglo-French philosophy, etc., but the productive forces development since the rise of capitalist production has differed qualitatively from all earlier social formations. The very pace of their evolution has a qualitatively new accent to it. This, however, is connected also with an unprecedented internal interaction between the development of science and the ascent of the productive forces. The immense upsurge of the natural sciences since the Renaissance can be traced primarily to this interaction, but the further sequel to all this was that, on the one hand, the bourgeoisie's reactionary development in the political, the social, and our particular concern, the ideological sphere began at a stage in history at which the forces of production were still energetically ascending. Naturally, the obstruction of the productive forces, development by the conditions of production, also occurred in capitalism. Lenin supplied convincing proof of this with regard to imperialism, and this obstruction already manifested itself at the pre-monopolist stage in every economic crisis. But where capitalism is concerned, even this state of affairs meant only that the productive forces did not evolve to an extent matching their economic organization, the level of technology, etc., and that important existing forces of production remained unexploited. Take the industrial exploitation of atomic energy in capitalism. On the other hand, the result of a qualitatively heightened interaction of productive forces and natural science in capitalism was that the bourgeoisie was forced in order to survive to pursue the development of the natural sciences to a certain extent even in its age of decline. The technology of modern warfare in itself made this imperative. A complete change in the character of the class struggles is inseparably linked with this economic development. Recent Soviet historians have pointed out the decisive part played by revolts of slaves and vassals in the dissolution of the slave economy and feudalism. But that does not lessen the qualitative difference between the proletariat and the classes previously exploited. We cannot analyze here the important consequences which this new situation entailed. Let us just point to one factor which will play a crucial role in our subsequent studies. The proletariat is the first oppressed class in history that has been capable of countering the oppressors. Philosophy with an independent and higher worldview of its own. We shall note that the whole development of bourgeois philosophy has been dictated by the class struggles which arose in this way, and that the decisive turning point in the evolution of modern irrationalism, as well, may be located in whether it still opposes bourgeois progress and the liquidation of feudal leftovers, or already supports the reactionary bourgeoisie's defensive struggle in the philosophical field as bourgeois ideology's ultra-reactionary wing. Indeed assumes the ideological command in this struggle. Such a tendency in the development of the productive forces, then, is bound up with scientific developments more intimately so the higher the stage. Even in a period of decline, this tendency dictates different relationship between the governing class and science, above all the natural sciences, than was the case in earlier class societies. Whereas in the latter, the contradiction that emerged between the forces and the conditions of production inevitably meant the end also of the rise of the sciences, and chiefly the natural sciences. These have necessarily sustained a certain further development, admittedly obstructed in many ways, in capitalism even during the period of decline. Here again, of course, the economic restrictions which we have just indicated already played a major part. This tendency expresses itself more distinctly still in the crisscrossing of imperialist warfare and the natural sciences. On the one hand, it caused a precipitous higher development of specific technological questions, while, on the other, the same tendencies added to the general crisis which modern physics was undergoing, and led it more and more up a blind alley as a theoretical science. We shall come in a moment to the key question of the relation between science and philosophy, which is a relationship of mutual promotion in a time of upward growth and becomes an obstruction to both in a time of decline. At all events, these factors combine to create a particular situation for philosophy in a bourgeois society with regard to our problem. The unscientific character, or rather the anti-scientific spirit of philosophy, which overtly opposes reason at critical junctures. This produces an entirely different intellectual climate for two reasons. Firstly, parallel with these tendencies and in constant interaction with them, the conquest of nature through natural science and technology goes on all the time, albeit at a reduced tempo. And secondly, the stagnation and regression of the productive forces, their withering during the decay of capitalism, does not take the form of a forced return to inferior production methods. The new situation for modern bourgeois philosophy which now originated, and which determined the specific features of modern irrationalism, was further heightened and exacerbated to a special degree through the conversion of constantly growing natural, scientific, and historical knowledge into a new quality, through the irreversible philosophical consequences of this growth, and through the effect which this development had on the issue of religion. Here, once again, the capitalist development occupies a unique position in history today. Previously, religious crises always accompanied the critical dissolution of social structures. But in the process, and this includes the genesis of capitalism, one religion was superseded by another each time. The fact that the origin of capitalism manifests itself as a crisis within Christianity makes no difference. Not only did the Reformation create a new religion, although likewise a Christian one, the development of Catholicism in the Counter-Reformation also signifies a qualitative change compared to the Middle Ages. However, in spite of the intolerance and aggression of the various churches, which perhaps had never been so strong before, religion during this period was already starting to be forced on the defensive philosophically. The new sciences evolving during the Renaissance, especially the natural sciences, differed from those of all previous stages of evolution in that they were not only hostile to religion in their philosophical, cosmological foundations and consequences, as was ancient natural philosophy, but undermined the foundations of religion through exact findings precisely in their specialist inquiries. And this still applied where the researchers concerned stood personally on a religious footing, and these consequences were thus unintentional. Religion's defensive posture stemmed from the fact that it was no longer able, as in Aquinas' time, to create a world picture from a set of religious principles, a world picture which appeared and presumed to include and embrace the principles, method and findings of science and philosophy. Cardinal Bellarmine was already forced to adopt an agnosticist position with regard to the Copernican theory, that is, to admit heliocentrism as a useful working hypothesis for scientific praxis, while challenging the competence of science to make a statement about true religious reality. This development, to be sure, already begins in the Middle Ages with the philosophy of nominalism. Its argumentation reflects the aforesaid economic state of affairs whereby the growth of the bourgeois class in feudalism started at a specific stage as an element of its internal dissolution. This is not the place, and hence it cannot be our aim to portray, even in mere outline, the phases of this development, its crises and struggles. Here we can only make some basic observations. Firstly, it should be remarked that already in nominalism, this development, as a struggling new world picture of anti-religious tendency and opposing the old religion, began and was perpetuated as a struggle by one religious form against another, as an internal tussle between religions. That was also the case in the bourgeois revolutions and even, partly, in the French Revolution. Let us recall Robespierre's cult of the supreme being. That is to say, the bourgeoisie as a collective class was incapable of radically doing away with religious consciousness, when its ideologists, and chiefly the great materialists of the 17th and 18th centuries, had a will to go that far. The sciences had not yet developed to an extent enabling their world picture to be really filled out on the basis of a radical immanence. Engels wrote of the period, "The philosophy of the time deserves the greatest credit for not letting itself be led astray by the age's limited knowledge of nature, and for persisting from Spinoza to the great French materialists, explaining the world from its own premises, leaving a detailed rationale to the natural science of the future." 112 The scientific possibility of explaining the world from its own premises has become greater and greater. In our own day, it is in the process of reaching completion with the approach of our knowledge to the concrete transitions between inorganic and organic nature, the astronomical hypotheses of Kant and Laplace, the discoveries of geology, Darwinism, Morgan's analysis of primitive society, Engels' theory of the role of labor in the humanization of the ape, Pavlov's doctrine of unconditioned and conditioned reflexes and of the second signal system, the further development of Darwinism by Maturin and Lysenko, research into the origin of life by Oparin and Lepeshinskaya, etc., are a number of milestones on this road. However, the further bourgeois society proceeds to develop, the more the bourgeoisie just defends its power against the proletariat, and the more it turns into a reactionary class. The less often bourgeois scholars and philosophers will be prepared to draw the philosophical consequences from the facts already so abundantly present, and bourgeois philosophy will turn more firmly to irrationalist solutions when the development approaches a point calling for a step further in an imminent explanation of the world, an interpretation of it from its own premises, and the rational comprehension of the dialectic of its own movement. Such crises, naturally enough, are by no means of a purely scientific character. On the contrary, the exacerbation of the scientific crisis, the compulsion either to advance dialectically or to take flight into the irrational, nearly always coincides, and not by chance, with major social crises. For as much as the development of the natural sciences is determined chiefly by material production, so the philosophical inferences stemming from their new propositions and answers, their problems and attempted solutions, depend on the class struggles of the period concerned. Whether the philosophical generalizations of the natural sciences are forward-thrusting in methodology and world outlook, or are restrained from advancing, that is, the side which philosophy takes on this question. is decided consciously or unconsciously by their representatives' position in the past struggles of the relevant period. This holds good to a heightened extent for the relationship of philosophy to the social sciences, chiefly economics and history. Here the connection between the direction of the philosophical stance, forward or backward looking, and contemporaneous class struggles is more inward and intimate. We see this link at its clearest in Hegel. Although many important philosophers have expressed themselves less directly on the economic and socio-historical questions of their time, we could easily trace the same link between their epistemological standpoint and their socio-historical and economic stance. Although presented in very general terms, this concretization of our picture, as initially outlined, but rationalism's philosophical roots already shows the shakiness of that search for ancestors so eagerly pursued by modern representatives of this direction. All in all, the basic philosophical tendency from the 16th to the first half of the 19th century was a vehement forward thrust, the vigorous urge to master intellectually the whole of reality, nature as well as society. The impetuous development of the sciences, the enlarged horizon in surveying phenomena in both domains therefore raises dialectical problems all the time. Metaphysical thinking, chiefly as the result of the scientific development, dominated this period up to the start of classical German philosophy. What's significant, if often only instinctive, dialecticians emerged everywhere, and dialectical problems were raised and solved in the sciences, often without philosophical awareness. Even thinkers whose epistemological approach was a metaphysical one often cast off their shackles when it came to concrete questions, and discovered new dialectical realms. Engels presents this situation very clearly. Modern philosophy, although it gave rise to some excellent dialecticians, for example, Descartes and Spinoza, became increasingly rooted, especially through England's influence in the so-called metaphysical mode of thinking, and this also dominated, almost exclusively, the French thinkers of the 18th century, at least in their specialist works of philosophy. Outside philosophy proper, they were similarly capable of producing dialectical masterpieces. Let us mention just Diderot's Rameau's nephew and Rousseau's discourse on the origin of 13 inequality among men. The main philosophical controversy of this period too was that between materialism and idealism, after materialism now and then in mystico-religious forms, had already made a start in the Middle Ages. It waged its first major public battle with idealism in the debates on Descartes' Meditations, when its most important exponents in that era, Gassendi and Hobbes, spoke out against Descartes. That Spinoza further reinforced these tendencies is a matter requiring no closer analysis. And the 18th century, particularly in France, brought with it the greatest flowering of metaphysical materialism, the age of Holbach, Helvetius and Diderot. In English philosophy, as a result of the ideological compromises of the Glorious Revolution, the chief official line, the Berkeleydian line associated with the superficialities of Locke, was agnosticist idealist. But the continuing emergence of outstanding and influential materialist thinkers, or thinkers inclining to materialism, must not be overlooked. How strong the conviction was, even among thinkers who were not declared materialists, that consciousness is determined by being is shown by the famous similes, recurring in various forms of the human idealist illusion of free will. Not only Spinoza's image of the tossed stone or Bell's weathercock, but also Leibniz's image of the magnet, it is evident that religious reactionary opposition to this advance by materialism, this imminent trend in cosmology and anthropology, and the possibility of a society functioning without a beyond and a Christian transcendental morality, Bell's society of atheists, Mandeville's idea of vice as the basis of social progress, etc., was voiced in violent polemics. It is similarly evident that these polemics inevitably expressed some ideas which were later to play an important part in modern irrationalism as well. This was the case, above all, where the thinkers concerned were already more or less guided by the feeling that conventional theological arguments no longer suffice to rebut materialism, at least in respect of methodology, and that the Christian religion's concrete, substantial world picture had to be defended with a method which was more modern, more philosophical, and therefore more in line with rationalism. In this sense, individual figures from this stage of development, such as Pascal in relation to Cartesianism and F. H. Jacobi in relation to the Enlightenment in classical German philosophy, may be regarded as precursors of modern irrationalism. In both, we can clearly see the flinching from social and scientific progress is dictated by their period's pace of development, and against which the pair, Pascal especially, formed a kind of romantic opposition, criticizing its results from a rightist angle. In Pascal's case, the double line of this critique is distinctly visible. Pascal provides a keen-witted, acute critical description of aristocratic court society and the nihilistic moral consequences which were the necessary product of the dissolution that was already plainly setting in. He often borders in these descriptions on the writings of La Rochefoucauld and La Bruyere. But whereas these authors bravely faced up to the moral problems now arising, Pascal registered them only in order to gain a seasonable pathos as a springboard for his salto mortale into religion. With La Rochefoucauld and La Bruyere there ensued, if only in an aphoristic or descriptive argumentative fashion, a strong approximation to the dialectic of morality in the nascent capitalist society. With Pascal, on the other hand, these contradictions were presented from the outset as insoluble in human and immanent terms, as symptoms of a hopeless and irremediable isolation and loneliness experienced by the human being left to his own devices in a godforsaken world. It is no accident that Pascal often comes close to Schopenhauer in describing and analyzing deadly, disconsolate boredom as the chronic malady of the ruling classes. This philosophical description of the forsaken state, which formed the most important connecting link with the irrationalist philosophy of later periods, was also the basis of his reflections on mankind's relations to nature, from a geometrized study of nature now arising. Pascal, the important, ingenious mathematician, drew philosophical inferences which were diametrically opposed to Descartes, Spinoza or Hobbes alike for all their other differences. Here, these thinkers perceived inexhaustible possibilities for the intellectual mastery and practical conquest of nature by man. Pascal, on the contrary, saw this as transforming a cosmos hitherto populated with anthropomorphist, mythical religious figures into an empty infinity, inhuman and alien to man. Man was a lost soul astray in that minutely tiny corner of the universe whither natural scientific discoveries had hurled him. He stood at a loss in the face of the insoluble mysteries of the two abysses, the infinitely small and the infinitely great. Only the experience of religion, the truth of the heart, Christian truth, could restore to him life's meaning and direction. Pascal, therefore, saw both the humanizing effects of the capitalist boom then still occurring in the forms of feudal absolutism, and the necessary and progressive methodological consequences of the new natural sciences which were destroying the preceding world. Pictures anthropomorphism, and of the new philosophy they engendered. But while seeing the problems, he made an about turn precisely where his great contemporaries went on in the direction of the dialectic, or at least endeavored to go on. This turning back, this retreat when directly faced with the newly posed problems, links Pascal with the new rationalism. He differed from it otherwise in that the connection with positive, dogmatic religion as regards content was in his case incomparably stronger. The real content of his philosophy, the goal of his dissolution of the dialectical tendencies into desperate, basically insoluble paradox requiring his salto mortale into the religious sphere, was nothing else than dogmatic Christianity, albeit in a post-reformist shape, the shape of Jansenism. Thus Pascal rose to become a forebear of modern irrationalism less through the contents he affirmed than through his method, in consequence of an aphoristic phenomenology of the religious experience of despair. But in this respect only was he to some extent a genuine precursor. His in some ways, modern phenomenology of despair with its bent towards religious fulfillment led, as indicated, to a dogmatic acknowledgement of Christianity, and justice, through acknowledging the rationality of dogmas. He and modern irrationalism follow entirely different paths. Certainly, and stress was often laid on this, he was now arguably very close to Kierkegaard, but our later analyses of the latter's standpoint and method will show that here, the historical distance of nearly 2 centuries meant a change into something qualitatively new, for in Kierkegaard's case, the phenomenology of despair was so dominant that against his own will, the tendency towards its religious fulfillment and subliming decisively modified the object of the religious intention. That is to say, it led to a decomposition of the religious content, converting the Christian tendencies very strongly into the merely operative and postulative, and bringing his whole philosophy close to a religious atheism, an existentialist nihilism. Certainly seeds of all this are present in Pascal, but seeds and nothing more. With Friedrich Heinrich Jacobi, the contemporary of the German Enlightenment and German classicism, the rebuff to materialism and atheism was manifested far more clearly at first, but the positive content of his religious experience was then far emptier. In his case, almost all that remained was the attempt to salvage an abstract religious generality. In this Jacobi came close to and at the same time remained apart from modern irrationalism. His proximity to it lies in the fact that he opposed intuition, which he called immediate knowledge, with the greatest radicalism to conceptual knowing and discursive, that is, metaphysical thinking, according only a practical meaning to the latter in order to conserve for religious experience alone the attainment of true reality. Here, although in a very abstract way, we can see definite outlines of modern irrationalism. We find the same duality, for instance, in Bergson in a far more advanced form, but at the same time Jacobi stands apart from modern irrationalism because with him, the content of belief is restricted to a general God in the abstract. Hence Jacobi halted at its set of problems in their empty undefined state, to be sure which modern irrationalism was later to fill with myths, that is, at the experience of that nihility which was growing more and more distinct but very seldom honestly admitted, and this experience was presented as a purported search for true substance, intuitively turning aside from dialectics. The vacuum of Jacobi's immediate knowing still contains the same illusions which pervade the German Enlightenment's theism. On the one hand, we note the attempt to reconcile the view then held by mechanical natural science of the first impulse, with a God who winds up, as it were, the clock of the universe. Granted, Jacobi was violently opposed to the German exponents of such views, for example, Moses Mendelssohn Gott, but he could only counter their empty, insubstantial and powerless God of humdrum good sense with an equally empty, insubstantial and powerless God of pure intuition. Hegel aptly characterized this side of Jacobi's worldview. In the end, immediate knowledge of God is only meant to extend to saying that God is, not what God is, for the latter would be a perception and refer to mediated knowledge. Hence God as the object of religion is expressly limited to God in general, to the indefinite preternatural, and religion is reduced to a minimum in its content. 114 on the other hand, Jacobi shared with the surviving section of the German Enlightenment a philosophical hostility towards them. Important thinkers who attempted, in the 17th to 18th century, to outline a world picture spiring above the current level of the natural sciences, one that was self-contained, dialectically animated and based on the autonomous movement of beings themselves. Spinoza, Leibniz, French materialists. The upshot was, in Jacobi's case, that he faced the dialectical tendencies of his contemporaries Heymann, Herder, Goethe, as uncomprehendingly as he rejected the pseudo-rational German Enlightenment figures affiliated to Wolff's scholastic metaphysics. Later he criticized classical German philosophy from the same standpoint as the great minds of the 17th to 18th century, now incapable even of welcoming the irrationalist tendency emerging with Schelling, Hippolyte and Ali. He also assailed this with the arguments of the Spinoza controversy, so despite the common feature we have indicated, Jacobi was not a real representative of modern irrationalism either, only he came markedly nearer to it in two respects than anybody else at the time. Firstly, he proclaimed intuition in all its nakedness and abstractness to be the sole method of true philosophizing, and did so with far greater candor and honesty than the later irrationalists, for he stated that the arguments of someone like Spinoza were irrefutable, although this meant that they inevitably led to atheism. Thus he said in his famous discussion with Lessing, "Spinoza is good enough for me, but what a poor salvation we reach in his name." 115 This position produces a certain affinity between Jacobi and the beginnings of modern irrationalism, for the acuter the social antitheses and the more imperiled the situation of the religious worldview, the more vigorously the irrationalists denied that there was a faculty of rational perception of reality. This line already starts with Schopenhauer, hence Jacobi sought his road to immediate knowledge. He said of such knowledge in the same discussion, its ultimate purpose is what cannot be explained, the indissoluble, immediate and simple. This point, however, all the methods of philosophical perception are switched to a purely subjectivist track. For Jacobi, it was not the examination of the world of objects, not the inner nature of objects themselves that determined the philosophical method. Instead, the true or false object of philosophy arose in accordance with the thinker's subjective attitude, conceptual deduction, or immediate perception, intuition. Hence, in the polemical writings of his youth, Hegel already drew a parallel between Jacobi's philosophy and the subjective idealism of Kant and Fichte. This pair endeavored to develop from their subjectivist standpoint a philosophically objective method of perception. 116f. Whereas Jacobi aligned himself quite openly with extreme subjectivism, he did so not only in the epistemological field, but also in that of ethics. Jacobi expressed his standpoint in relation to Fichte in the most vivid terms. His avowal reads as follows: "Yes, I am the atheist and godless man who, contrary to the will that wills nothing, wants to lie, as Desdemona lied with her dying breath, wants to lie and dissemble as Pylades did for Orestes, wants to murder like Timoleon, break the law and oath like Epaminondas, like Johann de Witt, commit suicide like Otho, commit desecration, like David. Indeed, I want to pluck ears of corn on the Sabbath simply because I am hungry, and the law is made for man's sake." not men for the law's sake, and as godless men, and laugh at the philosophy which consequently calls me ungodly. Laugh at it and at its supreme being. For I know with the most hallowed certainty that is within me that the privilege and gratianity with regard to such crimes against the pure letter of the absolutely general law of reason is the authentic prerogative of man, the seal of his dignity, his divine nature. 17. To make this historically concrete, it will be useful to point out that on the one hand, Jacobi correctly draws attention to certain central flaws in Fichte's subjective idealism, to the will that wills nothing, and the abstract generality of his ethics. On the other hand, however, his own ethical requirements have as their substance only an unprincipled self-adulation, a subjective rhapsodizing over the bourgeois individual, his endeavor to be an exception. Hence he did not want to revoke the general law but only to guarantee the bourgeois individual's right to a special position, privilege and gratianity, the aristocratic prerogative of the bourgeois intellectual to form an exception to the general rule, at least in Jacobi's imagination. For of course it never occurred to him to commit the aforestated deeds in reality, so Jacobi turned the epistemological and ethical questions into subjective psychological problems. Now blurring of the frontiers between epistemology and psychology is one of the most important characteristics of modern irrationalism, and above all so-called phenomenology. It is therefore interesting to establish that this tendency appeared still quite bare-faced in Jacobi himself, and that Hegel criticized this characteristic of immediate knowledge from this angle. In this respect we have to state that it is the commonest of experiences that truth, which we know very well to be products of the most complex, highly mediated studies, present themselves directly in the consciousness of somebody to whom such perception has become second nature. The facility we may have acquired in some kind of knowledge, art as well, and technical skill, consists precisely of having such knowledge and types of activity directly in the consciousness in such an event, indeed in one's very limbs where the activity is outward going. In all such cases, the immediacy of a knowledge not only does not exclude the mediation of it, but they are so linked that immediate knowledge is even the product and result of mediated knowledge. In his sober students, Hegel was proving the self-delusion and the belief that something new and unmediated can be found through immediacy. With this he furnished a criticism striking not only at Jacobi, but also at all later intuition theories. The other important point is that with Jacobi immediate knowledge emerges not only as an escape from the atheistic conclusions of the great 17th and 18th century thinkers, but also, and this is closely connected, as a defense against materialism. In the extremely interesting aforementioned discussion between Jacobi and Lessing, which actually contained the former's entire philosophy, Jacobi openly expressed this danger, again in contrast to the many later irrationalists who, time and again, obscured the problem with their pseudo-materialist shadowboxing and their attempts to show a third road, beyond the philosophical antithesis of materialism and idealism. To characterize materialism, Jacobi said in this discussion, thinking is not the source of the substance. Substance is the source of thinking, therefore something non-thinking must be assumed to take primacy over thinking. Leibniz, honestly enough, called souls made spirituals for that reason. This comment on Leibniz applies, of course, to Spinoza more acutely still. Jacobi's irrationalism appeared, therefore, on the eve of that major ideological crisis which brought irrationalism's modern forms into being, as a kind of reactionary summation of the spiritual struggles of the 17th and 18th centuries. It was a public declaration of idealism's bankruptcy, declaration that even the denial of reason, even the flight into empty absurdity, flimsy paradoxes, and a religiously embellished nihilism could offer only the semblance of a rebuttal of materialism. Some 119 of Jacobi's contemporaries already recognized this tendency towards nihilism. In their discussion, which Jacobi himself recorded, Lessing stated candidly that he regarded him as a complete skeptic, who had to turn his back on all philosophy and his thinking. And in his radically republican period, the young Friedrich Schlegel criticized Jacobi's philosophy not only because it had to end in unbelief and despair, or in superstition 121:21 and fanaticism, but also attacked it for its immorality. He said of Jacobi's works, their lives, breathes and thrives in the most seductive spirit of complete spiritual debauchery, a boundless lack of moderation which, despite its noble origin, destroys totally all laws of justice and morality. The objects change, only the idolatry is permanent, all luxury ends in slavery, even luxuriation in the purest love to the most sacred being, so it is here. And what bondage is more horrible than mystical bondage? 122 That Friedrich Schlegel similarly ended up as a mystical irrationalist does not affect the accuracy of this critique. What was most fraught with consequences in Jacobi's stand was his denunciation of Spinoza as an atheist, along with Lessing and later the whole of classical German philosophy. This, naturally, supplied the reactionaries with a weapon at once. For in its principal line, the development of dialectics, this philosophy was necessarily a thorn in the reactionaries' side. Therefore the accusation of atheism could form an effective means of suppressing it. If used on that charge, although not directly by Jacobi, Fichte was in fact obliged to vacate his chair again, but regarded in terms of the history of philosophy. This barred statement from Jacobi did have the significance that it created an awareness of the basic irreconcilability of rigorously practiced philosophy and religion, and did much to make it a matter for topical debate. And it did so such that the progressive philosophy declared to be necessarily atheistic was now no longer countered with a reactionary philosophy that was Christian or at least respected Christianity. Instead we find a naked intuitionism, an unadorned irrationalism, and a repudiation of conceptual philosophical and rational thought altogether. This blunt either or did not exert an immediate influence. Herder and Goethe, who took Spinoza's and Lessing's side against Jacobi in the Spinoza controversy, adhered to pantheism and rejected Jacobi's atheistic inferences. As for the natural philosophy of the young Schelling and his followers, as for Hegel's philosophy however frequent their protestations, and although the charge of atheism was leveled against Schelling by Jacobi himself and against Hegel later on, by the Romantic reaction these two did not go beyond their own interpretation of Spinoza on this question, and even lagged a few steps behind it. Here it was not so much a matter of diplomacy, still necessary in this age with regard to temporal Christian power. Of course this motive often played an important part in German classical philosophy as well. But the main issue was that, owing to the necessary incompleteness and inconsequentiality of idealist dialectics, the theological remains of this philosophy could be never really surmounted. Hence Feuerbach rightly said, pantheism is theological atheism, theological materialism, the negation of theology, but itself takes the standpoint of theology, for it makes matter, the negation of God or predicate or attribute of the divine being, 125n. In this connection he drew a parallel between Hegel and Spinoza. Identity philosophy only differs from Spinoza's philosophy in that it animates the dead, phlegmatic theme of substantiality with the spiritus of idealism. Hegel in particular made autonomous activity, the autonomous power of discrimination and self-consciousness an attribute of substantiality. Hegel's paradoxical statement that consciousness of God is God self-consciousness rests on the same foundation as Spinoza's paradoxical statement. Expansion or matter is an attribute of substantiality and means nothing else than self. Consciousness is an attribute of substantiality or God. God is I 124. Thus there now arose an objective, methodological philosophical ambiguity reaching its climax in Hegel's philosophy. Feuerbach said correctly of speculative philosophy that it was 125 theism and atheism at one and the same time. We find these characteristics of German philosophy's development to be sure with marked variations. The individual motives fluctuating a great deal. Many of the most significant thinkers from Descartes to Hegel, they need stressing at once because it is just in such weak spots that modern irrationalism has sought and purported to find the pretext for stamping as a rationalist after the event and fitting into its contrived line of descent some great thinkers from the past who, in essence, represented the strict opposite of irrationalism, indeed criticized with devastating acuteness the irrationalist tendencies appearing in their age. We shall see in the chapter on neo-Hegelianism that this fate could befall even Hegel, a clear-cut confirmation of the ambiguity we are stressing in the works of the important idealists, an ambiguity from which, of course, only the most outstanding materialist could be free, puts us in a position to examine the question of the affirmation or denial of reason, not merely on a terminological basis, and never proceeding from individual statements which might sound somewhat irrationalist in isolation from the full context and the general intention of the philosophy concerned. Instead, we can devote all our attention to this basic line. This question is an important one because enormous efforts were made to present such thinkers as Vico or Heyman, Rousseau or Herder as irrationalists. Certainly from the angle of an idealistically contrived intellectual history, it is easy to bring such thinkers into the most direct proximity to irrationalism. For starting with Vico's polemic against Descartes, they were very strongly opposed to those philosophical tendencies of their times which we are generally wont though highly inadequately, highly abstractly to characterize as rationalist. And if we construe in such an abstract formal, shallow way the contrast between rational and irrational, these thinkers will automatically turn out on the side of irrationalism, as happened to Rousseau and Heyman in particular a long time ago. Even before irrationalism began to become all the rage, Rousseau is an irrationalist romantic, is a product of polemics against the French Revolution, rather than that. Let us consider irrationalism concretely in the ideological struggles of the age concerned as an element inside taking in the continual dispute, repeatedly born of class conflicts, between the new and old, between concretely historical progress and regression. Then we are equally bound to have a completely different illumination, a picture that comes closer to the truth. Then we will see, above all, that precisely the thinkers just mentioned were trying in an epoch whose dominant tendency was the intellectual mastering of mechanical natural phenomena, and correspondingly, the metaphysical thinking to fight in opposition to this direction for the right of the philosophical idea with regard to a constantly changing, constantly developing historical world. To be sure, when we speak of the historical realm, the reader should not be blinkered by that decadent bourgeois theory which automatically interpreted the historical as merely singular, unique and contradicting the concept of law, thus irrational by nature to a certain extent. We shall demonstrate shortly that this construction of the historical arose as reactionary legitimist opposition to the French Revolution and was appropriated by bourgeois economic theory and practice in proportion to the growth of reaction within the bourgeois class itself. Frankie Rickert, the thinkers with whom we are now dealing have nothing in common with such tendencies, however much they differed in world outlook and range of talent, although Goethe, when introduced to Vico in Italy, was involuntarily reminded of Hamann, a native inspiration in his youth. They were united in a single endeavor. This was to fathom the laws governing the course of history and socio-historical progress, to discover and form an idea of the reason behind history, viz., the reason inherent in human history, the reason behind the autonomous movement of collective history. This impulse brought them up against dialectical problems at a time when neither had the actual foundations of these laws been investigated, considered the state of prehistory, nor did the dominant trends of thought even have in mind to produce a conceptual apparatus, a scheme of classification for mastering these problems. Indeed, the dominant epistemological tendencies, with geometry as the model, could only inhibit a development in this direction, so the quest for the reason immanent in the autonomous movement of society and history had to proceed against the current of the dominant epistemology. From the epistemological angle, it was an often very ill-defined search, often filled with purely imaginary anticipations, for the dialectical categories capable of expressing adequately the laws of social and historical development. There was, for example, the young Gaedy's distaste for the rationalist philosophy of his age. Remarkably, but by no means fortuitously, he always made an exception of Spinoza, and his distaste stemmed from the fact that Goethe was seeking, albeit for many years, merely instinctively the dialectical categories in the development of living beings and the historical view of nature. That was why the irrational vitalists advertised and celebrated him as their ancestor throughout the imperialist period. Although Goethe developed in reality from methodologically tentative early essays at a radical empiricism into an independent supporter of classical German philosophy, especially its dialectics. We should further remark on Gaedy's reservations with regard to important contemporary philosophers. One of the grounds for this was that he came far nearer to philosophical materialism than they did, no matter whether he described his materialism, which was never quite rigorous, as hylozoism or something different. The other reason is that he would never allow his own experimental findings to be trapped within an idealist system. The example of Goethe demonstrates quite plainly which features matter here. Goethe, the adversary of the absolutizing of Linnaeus' system, Goethe, the supporter of Geoffroy de Saint-Hilaire and fellow campaigner against Cuvier, but not the individual statements or even discourses of his into which if we interpret them in an unhistorical, Schistesque and Chaplich sense we may read something irrationalist. It makes no crucial difference that Goethe was chiefly interested in the history of nature, Vico, Rousseau or Herder in the historicity of all social occurrences, and that God plays a far more positive role in the world picture of most of those thinkers than for Goethe. Take, for example, the historical function of providence in Vico's work. Vico described this as a spirit which produces out of the passions of human beings, who all cling only to personal gain, and would therefore live in the wild like wild beasts. The civil code through which 126 they can live in human community, lucidly sums up this idea at the conclusion of his book. We almost catch an echo of Hegel, for only men themselves have created this world of nations. That end when Vico was the first undisputed principle of this science, but it has doubtless proceeded from a spirit which often differs from men's particular goals, sometimes opposes them and is always superior to them. These limited goals this spirit has rendered subservient to its higher ones, constantly using them to preserve the human race on the earth, 127 here, to be sure, as in the later case of Hegel's Cunning of Reason, list of or none. We are dealing with mystificatory expressions vividly registering a connection not perceived in its ultimate implications, but brilliantly surmised, thereby entering new dialectical realms, but also mysticizing these connections idealistically. But it will be evident to any open-minded reader of Vico that he is here referring to an autonomous history made by men themselves, hence knowable and rational, although Vico introduces the mystificatory term providence. He so defines it in his concrete accounts that these definitions eliminate all transcendental power from a dialectical historical framework which is rational, with appearing contradictory, indeed paradoxical to the understanding. And given this basic tendency, it will not surprise us that Vico, the avowed adversary of Descartes' epistemology, comes extremely close to the materialist Spinoza as regards the crucial basic questions of his theory of categories. Vico's statement the arrangement of ideas must proceed according to the arrangement of objects only differs from Spinoza in that Vico, in line with his historical endeavors, interprets this materialist view of categories in a livelier, more dynamic sense than Spinoza. Thus he modified and built on the latter's philosophy in the same direction as his later 128, taken by German idealist dialectics, principally in the work of Hegel. Here, it cannot possibly be our aim to provide even an abridged sketch of Vico's philosophy, far less to essay analyses in respect of Herder, Heyman or Rousseau. Our sole purpose was to underline the basic dialectical tendency which, in all these authors, aimed at developing the history of mankind and human society out of its autonomous movement, the deeds and sufferings of men themselves, and at grasping the reason, that is, the principles behind the movement. It is the same whether we take the human origin of language, which Herder, polemicizing against the theological explanation for it, grasped as development of reason and a product of man's spiritual powers, or the origin in private property of bourgeois society with its inflammatory inequality as Rousseau presented it. For the purpose of our present studies, it is likewise of secondary importance how far individual perceptions of this kind, and the individual categories in which they are classified, stand up to later developments in knowledge. In the present context, the one thing that matters is to elucidate that basic intellectual trend which has evolved in historical dialectics from Vico to Herder. Details which, torn out of their proper overall historical context, may be interpreted as irrational signify at most accessory vacillations, obscure mystical proceedings, mystificatory formulations of sets of facts or of categories which were then not yet clearly comprehensible dialectically. From Vico to Herder there runs a path which traces the extension, enrichment and consolidation of reason just as surely as the path taken by Descartes or Bacon leads in this direction. This gave rise to some very important differences, indeed antitheses, but all in all they were antitheses within a single camp fighting for a philosophy based upon the rationality of the world. Nowhere do we find the abstract antithesis of rationalism and irrationalism too. Schulen's intellectual intuition, as the first manifestation of irrationalism, modern irrationalism springs from the major socio-economic, political and philosophical crisis occurring at the turn of the 19th-20th century. The decisive event sparking off the main elements in the crisis was naturally the French Revolution. Above all, it was a world event in a quite different sense to the great earlier revolutions, the Dutch or the English. These produced transformations only on the national scale, and they had an incomparably slighter effect internationally as revolutionary tendencies in society and consequently in ideology. Only the French Revolution had important repercussions to the social structure of many European countries, prompting a dissolution of feudalism in the Rhinelands, Upper Italy, etc., albeit on nothing like the scale of 1793, and even where this did not happen, feudal absolutist society's need of reconstruction remained a permanent item on the agenda. Thus an ideological process of fermentation started up everywhere, even in such countries as England which already had their Bourge Revolution behind them. For the extremely deficient nature of the liquidation of English feudalism was revealed in the light of happenings in France. This new element emerged with such overwhelming force that it could be neither defended nor attacked in the old manner. Not by accident did the modern historical movement stem from these conflicts. The dialectical view of history in classical German philosophy, the rapid further development of historical studies by the French historians of the Restoration period, the historical spirit in the literary works of Walter Scott, Manzoni and Pushkin. Although it was a reactionary fable that the Enlightenment was anti-historically minded, what now sprang up far exceeded the stimuli provided by Herder. But it turned out that even the old elements could no longer be defended in the old manner. Little though Burke himself was a romantic thinker, it was from him that romantic pseudo-historicism proceeded. the demolition of historical development and historical progress in the name of a purportedly deepened, irrationalized version of historicity, but at the same time the French Revolution also pointed beyond bourgeois horizons. It achieved this in a directly political sense in the Gracchus-Babeuf revolt. This too had international echoes such as Thomas Munzer or the Levelers could never have found in the earlier years. We can discern this more distinctly still in the great utopian socialists, whose systems and methods likewise cannot be divorced from the global shock brought about by the French Revolution. The general ideological crisis, represented by the utopians in its plainest, forward-looking tendency, derived from the contradictions in the French Revolution itself and engendered an essentially new element, even where the basic line of the development was still purely bourgeois. Engels vividly formulated the central point of this latter crisis. The Enlightenment, the ideological preliminary to the Revolution, was striving to set up a realm of reason, through it and in it. The Revolution triumphed, the sought-after realm of reason was realized, but we now know that this realm of reason was no more than the idealized realm of the bourgeoisie. But this means that now, through the impact of concrete facts, the contradictions inherent in bourgeois society which cropped up in the prescient criticisms of many a member or contemporary of the Enlightenment from Mandeville and Ferguson to 129. Lingude and Rousseau were shifted to the center of interest. The results of the Industrial Revolution in England further heightened the impact of these experiences. Although the first major economic crises best illustrating the contradictions in capitalism did not break out until the second decade of the 19th century, all these facts signified for the ideological development chiefly that the contradictory character of bourgeois society, previously barely suspected, was now quite patently its universal central problem. Consequently, the philosophy of society became historical and dialectical in a totally different sense from ever before. What hitherto could only be surmised now became a more and more markedly conscious program. The historical dialectic is philosophy's central question. That was the basis of the significance of Hegelian philosophy. In its methodology, the question of the historical comprehension of revolution played a crucial part. The solution to its conceivability took on a meaning far outstripping this individual question, conversion of quantity into quality, a new view of the relationship between individual and species. But these new facts also supplied right-wing criticism with a fresh basis. From the Romantic movement and the historical law school to Carlyle, there sprang up an entirely new line of defense for the old established and the pre-revolutionary age going. That as far as the Middle Ages, one that was inseparable from the general irrationalizing of history. We can be sure that it was not by chance that the major crisis in natural scientific thinking went hand in hand with the social crisis. With the discovery of a whole series of new phenomena, mainly in the fields of chemistry and biology, the critique of mechanical metaphysical thinking came more and more firmly to the fore. It was sensed more and more distinctly that the thinking based solely on geometry and mechanics to which physics and astronomy in the 17th, 18th century owed their successes was bound to fall down with regard to the new tasks and the comprehension of natural phenomena in their totality. This growth crisis in natural philosophical thought was not limited to problems of mere conceptualization. Here again, the historical mode of contemplation was starting to take hold. Consider the astronomical theories of Kant and Laplace, the discoveries of geology and paleontology, the beginnings of the theory of evolution, the incipient opposition to great mechanistic systematizers like Linnaeus and Cuvier. Consider Goethe, Geoffroy de Saint-Hilaire, Lamarck, and so on. Only in this context does the significance of German natural philosophy, above all the young Schellings, become intelligible. For it was here that the first attempt began to grasp these tendencies in methodologically, philosophically uniform way. Here again, it was the case that the dialectical contradictions appearing more and more clearly in the immense and constantly increasing factual material were no longer repudiated or surmounted in terms of formal logic. Instead, these very contradictions, their dialectical suspension and synthesis, etc., shifted to the center of a new, dialectical method. Engels was careful not to appraise these natural philosophical theories and methods solely from the standpoint of their frequently absurd findings. As did nearly all natural scientists in the second half of the 19th century, he himself summarized his judgment as follows: the natural philosophers are related to conscious, dialectical natural sciences are the utopians to modern communism. 130 The great 17th century systems achieved an intellectual grasp of their new findings derived from this period's major discoveries by means of an essentially static, geometric method. But now there began an attempt to interpret the pre-human and socio-human world as a uniform historical process. Spirit, The idealist central figure in this process was at the same time viewed as a result of the process. Hence Schelling spoke of the genesis of philosophy as an odyssey of the spirit 31 in which the mind, hitherto working unconsciously at its own achievement of awareness, now took possession of its home, its reality, in full awareness. It was this effort to master intellectually the basic problems of scientific progress after the French Revolution in the age of upheaval in the natural sciences which gave rise to Schelling's dialectical method. It tried to provide this enormous range of problems with philosophical answers and to raise philosophy to the level of the age. Inevitably, Germany's social backwardness meant that this energetic turn to dialectics as the philosophical method's central problem could only be accomplished in idealist terms. And it was no more fortuitous that this development occurred largely in Germany than that France took the lead in bourgeois philosophy in the 18th century, as did Russia from 1840. The pathos and determination behind such propositions and answers only made it a social fact of bourgeois thought that in a time of preparation for democratic revolution, it performed the ideological spadework for this revolution, but by virtue of the fact that the idealist, historically oriented dialectic was becoming the philosophical method of the progressive wing, philosophical reaction to now had to use other weapons. The English empiricism and Burke disappointed his German supporters as well in the long run. The need arose to go beyond Burke philosophically and to deepen his theories in an irrationalist fashion. There was a similar attitude towards official restoration thinkers in France. The trend towards dialectics dictated the whole philosophical tempo, determined the propositions, and forced the reactionaries to distort the new philosophical principles. Thus, precisely in Germany, the philosophical rationale of modern irrationalism sprang up on the basis of the struggle for the new dialectic, and the counter-struggle, initially, to be sure. This hostile relation between dialectics and irrationalism was extremely complicated. For a start, ultimately homogeneous but not quite identical, hence mentally divisible dialectical tendencies are operative in nature or society as the case may be. It was with the natural process that the young Schelling was largely occupied, although it appeared at first as if, starting thence, he was going to create a general theory of dialectics. The starting point of Hegel and the main emphasis in his dialectics were social ones. Although the system he constructed also marks the philosophical climax of the dialectical method of natural philosophy, but often highly paradoxical complications occur elsewhere during this period. Granted, Oken evinces the most concrete progressiveness of the age in his dialectics of natural philosophy, and was at the same time radical in his social, political, and philosophical thinking. But Botter, for example, was already one of the chief restoration and reactionary figures in philosophy and history, while sympathizing with the dialectical view of nature. There were often similar occurrences under Schelling's influence. The center of this ambiguity was the young Schelling himself. Its main source was his character Marx wrote of him to Feuerbach in the 1840s. Schelling's genuine to be charitable to our adversary, youthful idea, for whose realization he had no tool but imagination, no energy other than vanity, no stimulant but opium, no other organ than the irritability of her feminine receptiveness. This set of characteristics was only apparently paradoxical. It was just this disposition which predestined Schelling to be the initiator, the ambiguous initiator of objective idealism. He began to tackle the task half unconsciously. Although he shared in his youth Hegel's and Hölderlin's enthusiasm for the French Revolution, his awareness of the philosophical extent of the social upheaval was very undeveloped. Later when, as the public leader of the new school of objective idealism, he fitted society and history into his system, the effect on him of the Restoration and post-Thermidorian reaction was already very considerable. Schelling's original philosophical interest was focused on the new situation in natural philosophy. This seized his attention, and in a naive and cautious way he simply took over the then most advanced form of dialectics, that of Fichte, for the time being 132. He believed that he was just applying it and rounding it out philosophically, and natural philosophy's objective dialectics, he believed, could be reconciled with the principles of the science of knowledge. At first he did not see that the mere fact of a dialectic in nature already includes a principle of objectivity, and is therefore irreconcilable in principle with Fichte's subjective dialectics. Fichte noticed at once that their ways parted at this point, and a correspondence started between Fichte and Schelling. But it was Hegel who drove Schelling further, leading him to break with subjective idealism. And it was Hegel who formulated the principles behind the break philosophically in this exchange. He rendered Schelling's own discoveries, as far as was possible for him, philosophically conscious to him, but they were never fully conscious. For even when he was working together with Hegel at Jena, there never dawned in Schelling a real awareness of a new dialectical method. But just as disposition of his, brilliant because it contained many an element of the future in embryo and unconsciously took many a step into the future, was capable of making him the first central figure in the new philosophy, of turning his initial activities into a center radiating to Goethe, Oken and Triverinus on the left, Bader and Gors on the right. It was clever of Erdmann to derive both Oken and Bader from Schelling. Now let us study Schelling's philosophical beginnings rather more closely. Fichte, in removing Kant's being in itself from transcendental idealism, was directly converting his philosophy epistemologically into a subjective idealism on the Berkeley model, thus affecting what Kant called a philosophical scandal. But unlike Berkeley or, at a later date, Schopenhauer, the science of knowledge did not posit a Christian God, or a highly unchristian will as the ultimate metaphysical principle behind the veil of Maya. The phenomenal world viewed philosophically in purely subjective terms, instead it sought to include the whole cosmos of perception as just as self-contained, just as eminently self-motivating and creative from the dialectic of ego and non. Ego as Spinoza inferred his world from expansion and thinking. Thus Fichte's ego acquired a methodologically and systematically new function as well. Not because Fichte was reluctant to identify this ego with individual consciousness and was trying rather to deduce the latter from the former dialectically, but because this ego, independently of Fichte's conscious aims and the at odds with them, was bound through the system's aforestated inner necessity to take over the function of Spinoza's substance or, more exactly, Hegel's later world spirit. At first, the young Schelling's natural philosophy could be fitted effortlessly into the gap formed by this internal discrepancy in Fichte's system, whose latent antitheses were opening to emerge. Only later, after the crisis in his thinking, Schelling was able to believe that in inevitably enlarging this Spinoza's element in Fichte's philosophy into the sole cornerstone of his ideas, he was a strict pupil of Fichte and amplifying his work. Objectively speaking, however, he was at the same time exploding the whole artificial and labored synthesis of the science of knowledge. But philosophically this was a major step forwards, and the real flowering of objective idealism in a deeper, idealist dialectics could now begin. However, Fichtean ambiguity was surmounted at the cost of an ambiguity on a higher plane. The ego of the science of knowledge perpetually hovered between a merely epistemological and subjectivist procedure and a principle of objective reality, between Kant's consciousness as a whole, and that demiurge of nature and history which the Hegelian mind or spirit was later meant to represent. Schelling chose the latter alternative. Hence he incorporated in the system's foundation something that was at the same time meant to exist objectively, that is, independently of human consciousness, and yet to have something of consciousness about it. So the whole opalescent ambiguity of objective idealism already arises in the young Schelling. Objective idealism had, on the one hand, to draw a firm line between itself and subjective idealism and to try and answer the latter's insoluble problems, objective reality, the perceptibility of the thing in itself, but was bound time and again to succumb epistemologically to the general weaknesses of subjective idealism. The latter process is particularly evident in Schelling, who did not accomplish his break with Fichte entirely consciously from the philosophical methodological angle. On the other hand, this philosophy's supreme principle was likewise bound to be ambiguous, fluctuating between an approximation to philosophical materialism independent of consciousness and an idealist pantheistic conception of God which, since it was made concrete by being applied to natural and historical life, had to surpass Spinoza's aloof and abstract generality and come close to theistic ideas of God. We have already pointed out this ambiguity in objective idealism in its most general features. Now we must study more closely Schelling's specific version of it and in particular the nuances it takes on with the young Schelling. Here we should give special emphasis to the rapid fluctuation between the materialist atheistic version of the Spinoza's substance rendered alive, mobile and evolutionary, and its mystical mythological interpretation. What is important is this universal line, not individual expressions of it. Heinz Wider Course 35 shows the young Schelling's extremely materialistic view of natural philosophy, but also the point at which Jacob Boehme, who was becoming increasingly fashionable among romantic minds, began to exert a 34-strong influence on Schelling with his mysticism, the philosophizing of the Romantic school. To be sure, the mystical tendencies had the upper hand. That the materialist ones also influenced the young Schelling is a feature peculiar to him. We shall see how inexorably the mystical tendency moved more and more to the center of Schelling's philosophy as well. But it needs to be remarked that he still made Giordano Bruno the patron saint of his philosophy at the end of his Genic period, although, for reasons we are about to see, In order to argue epistemologically the perceptibility of things in themselves, he had to resort with mounting vigor to the Platonic theory of ideas, thereby putting his ambiguousness in an even more advanced form, to be sure. This recourse to the Platonic theory of ideas was likewise fraught with the typical ambiguity of Schelling's objective idealism in his Genet period. On the one hand, in sharp contrast to Kant and Fichte, he introduced the theory of reflection into transcendental philosophy, while on the other he produced a version of his doctrine that was extremely idealistic and spilled over into mysticism. Schelling's Genet period is characterized, therefore, by this intermediate position, always hovering somewhere between progressive and reactionary tendencies and objective idealism. Schelling, while in intimate contact with both Beatty's natural philosophy and the magical idealism of Novalis, stood between the two. Schelling's genuine youthful idea was centered upon the discovery and philosophical formulation of the dialectic in the process of natural development. As we have seen, the need to grasp the perception of nature dialectically, and thus to outstrip the mechanical metaphysical method of the 17th and 18th centuries, was a universal tendency in this period. In Kant's critique of judgment, this necessity received the formulation which had the greatest influence on German philosophy. Here Kant, in attempting to grasp the problems of life philosophically, hit upon the dialectic of possibility and reality, the whole and the part, the universal and the particular. In Kant, the problem of this dialectical surpassing of metaphysical thought appears in an extremely distorted form. These distortions had such a determining influence on certain propositions in the emergent modern irrationalism, in the young Schelling's case especially, that we are obliged to give a brief indication of them at this point. Above all, Kant identified thinking, he writes of our thinking, human thought, with the thought forms of metaphysics in the 17th and 18th centuries. In the case of the dialectic of the general and particular, for example, this led to the following definition. Accordingly, our understanding is peculiarly circumstanced in respect of judgment, wherein cognition by means of understanding the particular is not determined by the universal, therefore the particular cannot be derived from the universal alone. Yet in the multiplicity of nature, and through the medium of conception and laws, this particular has to accord with the universal in order to be capable of being subsumed under it. But under the circumstances mentioned, this accord must be very contingent and must exist without any determinate principle to guide our judgment. 35. But Kant was not content with this identification of metaphysical thinking with human thought as the whole. Instead, he described this to his discursive and rigid contrast to intuitive apprehension. In these circumstances, the only solution he could find was to advance the plane of intuitive understanding, which does not move, as ours does with its conceptions, from the universal to the particular, and so to the individual. Else such an understanding would not experience the above contingency in the way nature and understanding accord in natural products subject to particular laws. But it is just this contingency that makes it so difficult for our understanding to reduce the multiplicity of nature to the unity of knowledge. 36. So thinking, as Kant saw it, was led to this idea of an intellectus archetypus, an intuitive understanding. This idea, in his view, contained no internal contradiction, but it did however remain only a mere idea where human judgment was concerned. It is easy to demonstrate the subjective idealist weaknesses in the Kantian proposition, above all, the weakness in equating dialectics and intuition, especially when combined as Kant could not avoid doing with his agnosticist deductions. It was not just that the idea was only propounded for human thought, not given and therefore unattainable. These objects were also detached from the possibilities of practical natural scientific research. Kant expressly related this to the perceptibility of evolution in nature. It is absurd for men even to entertain any thought of so doing, or to hope that maybe another Newton may someday arise, to make intelligible to us even the genesis of but a blade of grass from natural laws, that no design has ordered. 37, but the mere raising of this question strongly encouraged the theoretical and practical formulation of the dialectical problems. Beatty's reaction to this Kantian proposition is very characteristic. He showed his practical wisdom in silently brushing aside both the one-sided orientation to intuitive thinking and Kant's agnosticist pessimistic deductions with regard to the perspective of human knowledge of nature. All he perceived here was a fresh task, and one that was soluble. With direct regard to Kant's theory, Goethe said of his own praxis, "If I had ceaselessly hunted after that typical element unconsciously at first and through an inner impulse, and if I had even succeeded in constructing a picture based on natural principles, then nothing could prevent me now from bravely undergoing the adventure of reason, as the sage of Königsberg himself calls it." His natural philosophy and his aesthetics are full of concrete propositions and answers in which the dialectics postulated find practical expression without laying any weight on the Kantian antithesis of discursive and intuitive. 1138 and both with the young Schelling the situation is quite different. For him these famous paragraphs from the Critique of Judgment were not, as with Goethe, merely an inducement to go on strictly pursuing a path already taken, but the real, philosophical starting point in the battle simultaneously to overcome Fichte's subjective idealism and mechanical metaphysical thinking in natural philosophy today. That is why the antithesis of discursive and intuitive plays a downright crucial role in Schelling's philosophy. His natural philosophy, whose basic problem was to surpass the mechanical metaphysical intuition of nature, tried to complete the change to dialectics in the form of an abrupt departure from the Enlightenment's simple categories of understanding. Hence it had to seek an organon of philosophical knowledge whose intrinsic nature guaranteed a differently disposed, qualitatively superior, dialectical stance to reality. The antithesis of discursive and intuitive, contrasted even more sharply but differently accented than it was with Kant, therefore shifted to the center of the young Schelling's epistemology, acquiring a shape which was effective for a long time in the form of intellectual intuition. It is perhaps striking, but very characteristic of Schelling, how he introduced and applied this central category of his early system, almost without an argumentation. Exactly what caused Kant's doubts about human reality and the possibility of realizing the intellectus archetypus, that is to say the very act of surpassing the limits of discursive thinking, metaphysical and governed by understanding, was the evidence for Schelling of intellectual intuition. The problem of dialectics was in the air in the Germany of the time. Dialectical beginnings were already ripe in the transcendental philosophy of Kant and Fichte. Every attempt to make scientific headway with the period's major topical problems was bound to raise dialectical questions and to reveal the limitations of mechanical metaphysical thought. The young Schelling's best and most positive side was that he was repeatedly confronted with these contradictions in natural phenomena and simultaneously with the objectivity and unity of the process of nature, and that he stated his new insights into these even if they lacked an adequate scientific and philosophical foundation with great vigor, intrepidity and forthrightness. So the result was his departure from both Enlightenment philosophy and that of Kant and Fichte. He was divided from the former by the need for a radically new conceptualizing capable of expressing philosophically contradictoriness itself as the foundation of natural phenomena. Let us take as an example the problem of life. Life comes about through a contradiction in nature, but it would expire of its own accord if nature did not offer resistance if the outside influence contrary to life serves precisely to support life. Then again that which seems most favorable to life must become absolutely unreceptive to this influence and the reason for its decline. So paradoxical is the life phenomenon even as it becomes defunct. The product, as long as it is organic, can never lapse into indistinctness. Death is a return to general indistinctness. The components extracted from the universal organism now return to it. And since life is nothing else but a heightened condition of ordinary natural forces, the product will succumb to the dominion of these forces once that condition has passed. The same forces which sustained life for a while will also finally destroy it. So life is not itself something, but only the manifestation of the transition of certain forces from that heightened condition into the ordinary condition of universality. 39 Here we can clearly see what distinguishes Schelling's natural philosophy from metaphysical thinking, but also what separates his dialectics from the dialectics of Kant and Fichte. For with these thinkers, the dialectical contradictions always derive solely from the relation of the subjective categories of understanding to an objective reality, assumed to be unknowable or subjectified into non-ego. With the young Schelling, on the contrary, the dialectical contradiction occasionally coming very close to materialism is an inherent decisive attribute, the category of objective reality itself. Therefore the philosophical statement of the dialectic does not proceed primarily from the subject of knowledge. It must, as the subjective side of the total context, attain to expression in the subject as a dialectical connection precisely because the essence of objective reality is itself dialectical. In Schelling's work, to be sure, this dialectical objectivity is, as we already know, idealistic. Its foundation is the theory of the identical subject-object as the ultimate basic principle of reality and hence of philosophy. The Odyssey of the Spirit, to which we refer earlier, is just that process whereby Schelling's terminology the unconscious productivity of nature attains in man to consciousness and self. Consciousness, the radical self. consciousness in the sense that an adequate philosophical perception of the world expresses its object appropriately for the very reason that it is nothing but an elevation to consciousness of what the objective natural processes have produced, unconsciously, and because this very self-consciousness represents the supreme product of the process of nature. Here we see how, as Vico had already sought to achieve, Spinoza's epistemology, whereby the ordering and associating of ideas is the same as the ordering 140 and associating of things, reappears in a dynamic dialectical, historical continuation of it. Admittedly, this heightening of the dialectical was achieved at the expense of the heightened idealist ambiguity. True, the epistemological relation of the attributes of the single substance, expansion and thought, does not appear fully clarified in Spinoza's work either. But all epistemological clarification is supplanted in the objective idealism of Schelling and Hegel by the myth of the identical subject-object. Schelling's intellectual intuition was the first version of this dialectic of objective idealism. Since it was two-sided, that is, both dialectical and irrationalist, the young Schelling's ambiguous position in the history of philosophy clearly emerges in a provisional way that was automatically condemned to be superseded. On both the right and the left, his intuition was two-sided because we find, on the one hand, the dialectical surpassing of the contradictions apparent in objective reality as immediately given, they path towards perceiving the essence of things in themselves, and hence an epistemological surpassing of these manifest contradictions, rigidly pinned down, through the categories of pure understanding, those of the Enlightenment metaphysical thinking, but also those of Kant and Fichte. On the other hand, this same intuition implies an irrationalist flinching in the face of the immense perspectives and logical difficulties inseparably linked with an event beyond merely sensible thinking to rationality and rigorous dialectics. In my book on the Young Hegel 41, I have analyzed in detail from the angle of Hegel's development the contrast in philosophical method which now arose between Schelling and Hegel, who both built their systems and methods upon the identical subject-object. Here I shall only recapitulate the philosophically crucial elements. With Hegel, the bridge from understanding, bursting, to reason is a supersession off the bone, in its specific triple meaning, as negation, preservation and elevation to a higher plane. Between understanding and reason there prevails a dialectical contradiction, which permeates Hegel's whole system and constitutes in particular the core of the logic of essence. Hence logic. For Hegel had to become the basic science of the new, dialectical philosophy, with Schelling, on the other hand, the rigid contrast is established between understanding and reason. Here there are no dialectical bridges and mediating links. The transition is now a leap which, once accomplished, negates the categories of understanding from the standpoint of the philosophy reached through this leap and leave them behind. Schelling repeatedly expressed the contrast as abruptly as he could. He regarded intellectual intuition as something raised above all doubt. It is that which can be presupposed straight away and entirely unsummoned. And in this respect it cannot even be called a postulate of philosophy, hence it could not be taught either. It is clear that it is not something which can be taught. All attempts to do so are therefore wholly futile in learned philosophy, and approaches to it, since they necessarily form an avenue which precedes philosophy, preliminary expositions and the like, cannot be found in exact learning. Next, Schelling writes of the contrast with understanding, and we cannot grasp why philosophy should be obliged to pay special heed to those incapable of it. It is more proper to cut off access to it sharply and to isolate it from ordinary knowledge on all sides, such that there is no road or footpath from the one to the other. This is the start of philosophy, and anyone who has not arrived yet or 140 to 143, who fears this point can stay away or turn back. 144. And with strict logic, Schelling contrasts intellectual intuition with all abstraction by defining it as follows. This knowledge must be an absolutely free knowledge precisely because all other knowledge is not free. It must therefore be a knowledge not attained through proofs, conclusions, or the mediation of any concepts at all, and thus altogether an intuition. Here we have a model example of how irrationalism arises out of the philosophical evasion of the dialectical question clearly posed by the age. The task, one that was posed equally for natural philosophy and social philosophy, was that of breaking through, in scientific philosophical terms, the barriers of metaphysical thinking, discursive and governed by understanding, in the terminology of the period, thereby acquiring a philosophical, conceptual, scientifically usable and progressive instrument for solving the major problems of the period. We have noted the importance of the steps which Schelling took in this direction. He surpassed the philosophical subjectivism of Kant and Fichte, albeit tentatively and not with philosophical conviction, in a series of important natural philosophical questions. He at least presaged those of objective dialectics by posing them in their most general abstract outlines. He recognized and demanded the necessity of a philosophical conceptualizing higher than that of the categories of understanding. At first, 145. To be sure, the escape into irrationalism came about with as little clear awareness of it on the philosophical level as that of when Schelling went beyond the subjectivism of the science of knowledge. And this at the crucial point with regard to the problem of the nature of the new science of dialectics, and of its philosophical relation to the contradictions of the conditions of understanding. This crucial point was the interpretation of the dialectic itself. Naturally, Schelling saw the difference and contrast between formal and dialectical logic, between metaphysical and dialectical thinking relatively clearly. He said of the former, accordingly, it is a quite empirical doctrine which postulates the laws of ordinary understanding as absolute, for example, that of two concepts which are contradictory opposites, only one accrues to each essential being, which is perfectly correct in the finite sphere but not in speculation, which begins only in the equating of opposites. Logic itself in its form up to then was something purely empirical to him. He saw, however, obviously under the temporary influence of Hegel, with whom he was still closely collaborating when he penned these considerations, a certain possibility of coherence between dialectical logic and philosophy proper on the basis of intellectual intuition. Hence in the exposition directly preceding the passage just quoted he was able to say of logic, if this was intended to be a science, the form, the pure aesthetic theory of philosophy, so to speak, it would have to be what we have characterized above under the name of dialectics. Such a theory does not yet exist. Should it be purely an account of finite forms in their relation to the absolute, it would have to be scientific skepticism. And Kant's transcendental logic cannot be taken for that either. 147. Thus the maximum philosophical role, which Schelling conceives to such a logic, is to prepare the ground for intellectual intuition and the leap into authentic, intuitive philosophy by analyzing the categories of understanding and by proving their imminent contradictoriness. But philosophy itself has little to do with this preliminary science. Here Schelling was, objectively as we shall see later on, the direct forerunner of Kierkegaard's view of dialectics, or rather of Kierkegaard's repudiation of dialectics as a means of knowing reality. We see therefore now, already with the young Schelling, just that mode of perception which was supposedly qualified to open the way to dialectics closes this door to scientific, rational dialectics, dialectical logic, and rational knowledge. At the same time opening up all the avenues to irrationalism. It makes no essential difference to this basic fact that the young Schelling was as yet by no means an irrationalist in the present-day sense, indeed not even in Schopenhauer's or Kierkegaard's, or at any rate, he did not intend to be. For the world which intellectual intuition was supposed to render accessible was, as Schelling then conceived it, by no means inimical to reason, not even meta. Rationale. On the contrary, it was precisely here that the real forward movement and development of the universe was supposed to be revealed in all its rationality. Certainly, after Schelling abandoned the means of rationally revealing and accounting for dialectical logic at the entrance to the actual sanctuary, there only remained at his disposal the tools of formal logic. These, far from fortuitously, be the impression of this inspired intuitiveness through a subjectivistic, arbitrary treatment of the problems. It is significant how great a part analogy plays in the young Schelling's practical logical philosophy. But this was just how this first, wholly indecisive phase of irrationalism nonetheless became the methodological model for all the later ones. Formal logic always constitutes the internal complement, the materials formally ordering principle for any irrationalism claiming to do more than to transform the whole world picture into an amorphous flux apprehended by a purely intuitive intuition. So this method of Schelling's already defines the propositions for Schopenhauer as later for Nietzsche and, after Nietzsche, for Dilthey's descriptive psychology, for intuition of the essence, Wessenschaft, in phenomenology, ontology, and existentialism. DC, the resulting irrationalist deviation from dialectics at the entrance to its real domain produced in Schelling another mode of acquiring a lasting significance for the development of irrationalism, epistemological aristocratism. For every philosophical rationalism, especially the Enlightenments, which looked upon itself more or less consciously as the ideological preliminary to a democratic upheaval, it was self-evident that knowledge of truth was accessible, in principle, to everybody who obtained the factual prerequisites, pieces of information, etc. Hegel got, in continuing philosophy's great scientific traditions, found it equally self-evident when giving his rationale dialectical philosophy, dialectical logic, that this was in principle attainable by all. Granted, dialectical thinking always appears to sound common sense, to be paradoxical and topsy-turvy, but for that very reason, Hegel believed, it was the new dialectical philosophy's obvious task to account for philosophically and to render viable the path leading thence from a subjective and pedagogic angle as well. It is generally recognized that the great crowning work of his early period, the phenomenology of mind, set itself this aim among others, and this aim was not the least of them. But that was exactly why the phenomenology was leveled in essence against Schelling. The aristocratic nature of his epistemology included. True, Schelling went as far as to concede that what cannot be actually learned from philosophy, but can be practiced under instruction is the art side of this discipline, or 148 what we can really call dialectics. But we already know that dialectics, which Schelling could form at best a propedeutic to authentic philosophy. Because, however, this, albeit negative connection existed, Schelling took it as proven that the dialectics too has a side from which it cannot be learnt and that it rests on the creative faculty no less than what we might term the poetry of philosophy. In the original meaning of the word E49 thus insofar as the dialectic is really philosophical, going beyond Kant, it ceases to be something which may be learnt by everyone. It goes without saying that this impossibility of essential knowing for everybody, the restriction to those chosen from birth, pertains to intellectual intuition itself to an even greater degree. Thus the new rationalism was adopted, with bourgeois and secular overtones, an epistemological motive of most religious philosophies. Perception of the deity is only possible for those whom God has chosen. This outlook had already sprung up in historical magic rites as the class prerogative of the priesthood. It dominated the Eastern religions, above all Brahmanism. And it was, with certain modifications, also prevalent in the Middle Ages. To be sure, it is characteristic of the strong influence of the embourgeoisement process from the Renaissance and Reformation onwards that this theme plays hardly any part in Pascal. Even Jacobi, in spite of his aristocratic individualism, did not consider it important to make much of the aristocratic character of his intuitionism, immediate knowing. Only with the pseudo-historical, pseudo-dialectical philosophy of the Restoration period, and the reactionary backlash against Enlightenment philosophy, which was the philosophy of the French Revolution, did aristocratism again begin to occupy a central place in epistemology. In Germany, it was Franz von Baader who advocated this tendency with the greatest determination. Its restoration character is far more plainly visible in him than in Schelling. Baader took up arms against the whole of philosophy since Descartes with the exclamation that it was absurd without God. To wish to perceive God-50 perception against the will of what is perceived is bound to be an incomplete perception, and he drew this inference. Not to begin philosophy with God is tantamount to repudiating God. Here, quite evidently, only a man whom God has chosen can perceive God. Philosophical knowledge is, according to Baader, the privilege of aristocratic savior figures chosen by God. Naturally, the young Schelling's aristocratism was far less thoroughgoing, although we shall see how the remorseless logic of his development drove him closer and closer to Baader. Politically and socially too, Schelling in his Genic period did not yet overtly support a restoration, although again we shall see that the logic of his development made him the philosophical inspiration for Stahl's philosophy of right and the champion of romantic reaction under Friedrich Wilhelm Ivy in the 1840s. But already in Jena, his aristocratic anti-Enlightenment philosophical tendencies were closely combined with reactionary political ones. His polemic against the Enlightenment philosophy of understanding was quite overtly anti-democratic. It quite openly opposed it for paving the way for the revolution. The elevation of common understanding to an arbiter in rational matters inevitably produces autocracy, rule by the mob, in the domain of the sciences, and with it, sooner or later, the general uprising by the mob 151 to counter it. Philosophy had to use its aristocratic veto. If anything is capable of stemming the inrush whose mixing of higher and lower values has become more and more visible since even the mob has begun to write and every plebeian has promoted himself to the rank of a judge, then it is philosophy, whose natural model is the phrase, to the foundations of the Odi Profanum Vulgus et Arcio. Completely reactionary turn can therefore already be found in the young Schelling as well. These early tendencies of his were further heightened by the manner in which, in contrast to Goethe, he anchored intellectual intuition philosophically in his system and method. Given Schelling's declarative manner and the abrupt, clear-cut separation from everything conceptual, we can hardly speak of a philosophical rationale. Goethe interpreted the problem set by the critique of judgment, the problem of the new association of the universal and particular exceeding the simple laws of understanding, as a practical task for natural science in the light of philosophy. As a spontaneous dialectician, he established a whole series of such connections in reality, or began in his natural science, at least to fathom them on a presension basis. He could therefore commit himself with a philosophically clear conscience to the adventure of reason. For Hegel, the dialectic of the categories of understanding, which he called reflection determinants, produced those concrete logical bridges which could lead to solving this task. Here it is important to establish that the dialectical contradictions emerging in this way spontaneously with Goethe, consciously with Hegel, no longer have anything to do with the Kantian antithesis of discursive and intuitive knowledge. These expressions never play any part in the mature Hegel's terminology. This was not so with Schelling. He accepted uncritically the Kantian opposition of discursive and intuitive, exceeding Kant in this respect only inasmuch as he affirmed, at least with a chosen few, the philosophical geniuses, the realizability of intuitive perception for human consciousness, which Kant denied. From this position, he was forced into somehow demonstrating the possibility of the reality of intellectual intuition for human consciousness. This demonstration consisted, in essence, of showing forth an unquestionably existing and creatively functioning human procedure in which, he asserted, there was such an intuitive perception, raised above all doubts. This, in Schelling's view, was the aesthetic procedure, the faculty which thereby attained expression in the subject. Object structure manifesting itself were proof for him that the human subject can indeed possess the attributes required for intuitive reason. Kant himself did not contemplate using aesthetics to resolve anew epistemological difficulties. When this problem cropped up, the critique of judgment had left the whole sphere of aesthetics far behind it, and even in retrospect Kant did not think of resorting to the aesthetic process to resolve this question. To be sure, Kant's diffidence derived from the fact that he did not see in the aesthetic procedure any way at all of perceiving objective reality. With Schelling, on the other hand, it was possible for this procedure to become the organon of world perception because to his mind, the essence of art was the apprehension and revelation of the cosmos of things in themselves, and he therefore viewed art, albeit in an idealist mysticized form, as reflecting the objective reality of the world of things in themselves. Fichte, on the contrary, already touches on this connection. In his system of ethical theory, System der Sittenlehre, Fichte takes up the relation between the transcendental and aesthetic view of the world and defines the relationship by stating that art turns the transcendental viewpoint into the universal one. What the philosopher toils to acquire, the aesthete possesses without definite thoughts on it. Schelling found a stimulus in this Fichtean formulation, written when they were still close collaborators. He went considerably further than Fichte in linking aesthetics and philosophy, a philosophy based on intellectual intuition. In the system of transcendental idealism, Schelling's prime concern in this respect appears in the title of the final section, Deduction of an Origin of Philosophy. This deduction Schelling summed up as follows. 153. Whether or not all philosophy proceeds and must proceed from a principle which, as the absolute principle, is at the same time the identical purely and simply. What is absolutely simple and identical cannot be interpreted or communicated through description, nor through concepts at all. It can only be intuited. Such an intuition is the organ of all philosophy thought, but this intuition, which is an intellectual and not a sensory one, and which has for its object not the objective or the subjective but the absolutely identical, in itself neither subjective nor objective, is itself merely an inner one which cannot become objective again for itself. It can only become objective through a second intuition. This second intuition is aesthetic intuition. 54. This definition elucidates Schelling's general principle. This generally acknowledged and wholly undeniable objectivity of intellectual intuition is art itself. For aesthetic intuition is nothing other than intellectual intuition become objective, so art, the creative genius, procedure, becomes the organon of philosophy, and aesthetics become the core of the philosophical method, revealing the real mysteries of the cosmos and the world of things in themselves. 155. If aesthetic intuition is only intellectual intuition become objective, then it is self-evident that art is the sole organon, both true and permanent, and document of philosophy, constantly verifying afresh what philosophy cannot represent externally, namely the unconscious in action and creativity and its original identity with the conscious. Art, for the philosopher, is supreme precisely because it opens up to him the innermost sanctuary, so to speak, where it is as if a single flame consumes in permanent and original union that which is divided in nature and history, and that which must eternally flee from itself in life and in action, just as in thinking. The view which a philosopher forms of nature artificially is the pristine and natural one for the artist. 56. Clearly, This linking and indeed identification of aesthetic and intellectual intuition was bound to reinforce Schelling's aforestated tendencies to aristocratism in his epistemology. In Schopenhauer's philosophy, this aristocratism becomes still more marked, more overtly reactionary than in the young Schelling's. This trend received a further boost from Nietzsche and the philosophers of the imperialist period whom he influenced, as our later studies will show. True, in order fully to understand the stance taken by Schelling is yet not an entirely reactionary one, we must bear in mind the fact that even in his aesthetics, there is a prevalent tendency towards objectivism. The mystificatory variant of the interpretation of art is reflecting objective reality, and consequently of the harmonizing of truth and beauty. Such endeavors throw the chief line of his aesthetics in very sharp relief to Schopenhauer's and, even more so, to that pursued in the imperialist period. Schelling's argumentation of the objectivity of art may have been extremely mystical. We have already mentioned that he repeatedly harks back in this period, in aesthetics especially, to the Platonic theory of ideas. His arguments may often have invoked God and deduced in God's name the objectivity of art, the identity of truth and beauty. Nonetheless, an orientation towards the reflection theory is still there and indeed central to his rationale of aesthetics. And so in this area Schelling really did surpass the subjective idealism of Kant and Fichte. Thus he states, the true construction of art is representation of its forms as forms of things as they are in themselves or as they are in the absolute. Accordingly the forms of art too, since they are the forms of beautiful things, are forms of things as they are in God or in themselves, and since all construction is representation of things in the absolute, so is the construction of art, and especially representation of its forms, as forms of things as they are in the absolute. This statement completes the construction of the general idea of art. For art is demonstrated to be a real representation of forms of things as they are in themselves, of forms of the archetypes. Therefore, 57 to be sure, this Platonic and mystical version of the reflection of things in themselves in art had extremely important consequences for the young Schelling's whole philosophy. We cannot take the mysticizings away from it in order to reach the rational core. Here the connection between mysticism and the tendency to concrete perception is far more intimate than in Hegel's logic. Above all, as we have seen in Schelling's expositions, the organon of philosophy which he finally located entailed the method of constructing the universe, that is to say, the method of arbitrarily fitting heterogeneous phenomena together with the aid of mere analogies. Indeed, this method is visible right from the start of Schelling's career, but the discovery of art as the organon of philosophy led to its becoming heightened, further generalized and completely rigid. Here again Schelling foreshadowed the later irrationalism. After all, intuition as the organon of philosophy can only function and register a substantial pseudo-image of the world, that there is a methodological underpinning of the arbitrary fitting together of objects. Where Schelling's own development is concerned, the methodological construction of philosophy we have outlined, with such an organon as its basis and the foundation and guarantee of intellectual intuition, became of great moment. As long as this organon was aesthetics, he could somehow sustain the general ambiguity of his objective idealism, the bobbing to and fro between a God-saturated mysticism and a pantheism which occasionally even shows materialist features. Even the term God could fluctuate between its usage in Giordano Bruno or Spinoza and its religious and mystical connotations. For in art, as much as in natural philosophy, one is dealing with objects and the objectiveness of the real world, and however much a philosophical or aesthetic comprehension of it may deteriorate into arbitrary construction, the orientation was still in part, at least, to objective reality itself. 3. Schelling as later philosophed this ambiguity with which all objective idealism is bound to be fraught promptly ceases, however, once a shift occurs in the view of the organon, and there disappears with it all Schelling's relatively progressive, distortedly progressive tendencies, all traces of his genuine youthful idea. This happened almost immediately after he left Jena and moved to Würzburg, when he forfeited the direct influence of intercourse with Goethe and Hegel, and his supporters and pupils, the majority of whom were overt reactionaries, began to exert a direct influence over him. Very soon afterwards he published Philosophy and Religion, which marked a decisive change in his career and the start of his second, unequivocally reactionary period. This change consisted merely in the fact that it was now religion and no longer art that was the organon of philosophy. The immediate cause of it was external and indeed subaltern. The second great pupil of Schelling's, C.A. Eschenmayer, wrote an intrinsically wholly unimportant little book, Philosophy and its Transition to Non-Philosophy, in which he raised and criticized with great deference, but from a very firm rightist standpoint, the problems of the ambiguity of Schelling's early philosophy. Eschenmayer fully accepted the scheme in which Schelling outlined of knowledge. The road to intellectual intuition is a product of the dialectic of the determinants of understanding. Where his doubts and critical misgivings set in was in that area of reality that intellectual intuition was supposed to master. As we have noted, Schelling's ambiguity lay in the fact that, on the one hand, he attempted to purge the organon of philosophy of all conceptual elements, all traces of reflection and understanding, while on the other, he wanted to lay down this area as one of knowledge. Eschenmayer, in a naive and radical way, brought Schelling's method through to a conclusion. Therefore, as far as knowledge reaches, speculation reaches also. But knowledge is only extinguished in the absolute where it becomes identical with what is perceived, and this is also the culminating point for speculation. And what lies beyond this point can no longer be an act of perception, but a presaging or devotion, and that what lies beyond all imagining, all concepts and ideas, and indeed beyond speculation is something which devotion apprehends, namely the divinity, and this power is the quality of bliss, which is infinitely higher than the eternal. 158. However primitive Eschenmayer's thinking, it is nonetheless evident that he drew all the consequences from the supra-conceptual nature of Schillingen's speculation. If speculation and dialectics form only the threshold, the preamble to intellectual intuition, and are extinguished in it, knowledge will thereby come to revoke itself, eliminating itself, in order to enter the realm of the beyond of faith, devotion and prayer. Philosophy is only a preliminary to non-philosophy, and this means the cutting of any ties between speculation and immanent world systems like Bruno's or Spinoza's. Intellectual intuition is no longer the means of knowing this world, however mystificatory, but a leap into the beyond. Eschenmayer wrote, "It is as little possible to overcome the main antithesis between the here and now and the beyond as it is true that all antitheses in the sphere of knowledge are revoked in absolute identity. The here and now is the tractional weight of the world, which in knowledge is chained to the finite. The beyond, on the contrary, implies the freedom of all directions and the immortal life of genius." However much Eschenmayer accepted the terminology of Schelling's early philosophy, what 159. He was formulating here with the unconditional surrender of thought to religion. Polemically, it was not hard for Schelling to refute Eschenmayer's naive and primitive arguments and outwardly to defend his earlier positions. But where the philosophical essence is concerned, these polemical fireworks are quite unable to conceal the fact of a total withdrawal granted. He constantly asserts that he is only defending his earlier views against misinterpretations. But on the important philosophical issues, he was taking up new positions, or alternatively shifting the accent so firmly that the double-edged ambiguity of his early natural philosophy ceased to obtain, along with that of the objective idealism deriving from it, and an association was established with the overtly reactionary philosophy of the Restoration thinkers, as we shall see. Almost all the important elements in Schelling's later positive philosophy were already contained, at least in embryo, in this short work. This development is so characteristic of Schelling, and the change now completed so important to his later development, that we must look at the problem now emerging in rather more detail. As regard the nature of Schelling's development, we have already pointed out that his divorce from Fichtean subjective idealism and the transition to objective idealism similarly occurred in an unconscious way. Hegel characterized this peculiarity in Schelling's development with the comment that Schelling underwent his philosophical education in public, and that his work contained not a sequence of the sectors of philosophy elaborated one after the 160 other, but a series of stages in his training, is a vivid description of the outward appearance of Schelling's works, but, despite the tacit condemnation implied in the description, it still fails to furnish a real critique of the character of Schelling's development. This is found not only in the often unconscious spontaneous change of outlook but, most of all, in the fact that Schelling still maintained there was an imagined, fictive uniformity to his philosophy long after abandoning his old views and indeed going over to the opposite. While we may concede his good faith in his youth, when he was passing from subjective to objective idealism, henceforth this instinctiveness turned more and more into mere demagogy. Let us now consider the most important factual questions discussed in philosophy and religion. Above all, Schelling, despite his polemics against the misunderstanding of his philosophy on Eschenmayer's part, allowed philosophy to be sharply divided into two areas. Here we already see the first outlines of his later distinction between negative and positive philosophy. He deduced the following from the absolute and the kind of knowledge appropriate to this. Hence, too, the intention of philosophy with regard to man is not so much to bestow something on him as to separate him as cleanly as possible from the contingent element provided by the physical body, the phenomenal world and the life of the senses, and to lead him back to the original realm. Hence, furthermore, all reference to philosophy preceding that knowledge can only be negative in that it shows the nullity of all finite antitheses and leads the soul indirectly to an intuition of the infinite. Once that is reached, it automatically leaves behind those expedients of a merely negative discarding of absoluteness, disposing of them as soon as they are no longer needed. 61. It will be clear to everyone how far this view of knowledge, in spite of the peculiarity of Schelling's dialectic as we have analyzed it, and its deviation into the irrational at the crucial point is removed from that of his early period, and how near it comes to Eschenmayer's division into philosophy and non-philosophy. Even the term negative is now used for the lower sphere of perception. To be sure, the difference remains that Schelling still persisted, and always would persist, in comprehending his positive philosophy as knowledge, and therefore never formally denied in his epistemology the cognitional character of this positive sphere. As we shall see, it is just here that we find the transitional features in Schelling's whole irrationalism, and they explain why the influence of his later work was so short-lived. The chief consequence of the sharp dichotomy was that now, in strict contrast to his early period, Schelling no longer viewed the absolute, the object of intellectual intuition, as the cosmos of things in themselves, even if this was then thought of as a Platonic world of ideas. Instead, he viewed it as something that could be apprehended only directly, as downright singular. Hence he rejected any explanation or description pertaining to this world and wrote, "For only a combination can be perceived through description." While the singular needs to be intuited, in another passage he challenged to this knowledge even the coherence of the universal with the particular, that is, the very problem for whose resolution intellectual intuition was, as we have noted, devised in the first place. He now said of this, that the whole absolute world with all its gradations of beings is reduced to the absolute oneness of God, so that nothing in that world is truly particular, so here a world. Knowledge originally founded on natural philosophy goes over to being a purely mystical knowledge of God. This marks the completion of Schelling's break with the admittedly always somewhat equivocal pantheism of his youth. But previously he had striven to verify, to historicize in a dynamic dialectical way Spinoza's principle of Deus sine natura. He now laid down a sharp, unbridgeable duality between the absolute and the real, God and the world, which could 162 and in 165 only be linked through a leap. In short, there is no permanent bridge from the absolute to the real, and the origin of the sensory world can only be conceived as a complete breakaway from absoluteness, through 164 a leap, and now, significantly, Schelling's speculation promptly entered a wholly mystical channel by imagining the origin of the sensory world no longer as evolution, or even creation, but as a fall from God. In itself, this would affect us no more than the difference, for Lenin, between a green devil and a yellow one, were it not that Schelling's conception also implied a sharp break with the idea of evolution in natural philosophy. At the end of this treatise, he denies the evolution of man from the animal to the human state. The great dialectical conjecture by Goethe and Hegel, which also played a decisive role in the beginnings of natural philosophy and the Odyssey of the Spirit, just as the whole world, in a grotesquely mystical fashion, was deemed to originate in a fall from God, so now the extremely crepuscular frontier of known history already evinces, according to Schelling, a culture that had sunk from an earlier height and disfigured remnants of earlier science, symbols whose meaning 165 seems to have been long forgotten, and the myth of a golden age was held to be a proof of this downward sloping, anti-evolutionist trend in human history. Thus we see on which crucial philosophical issues Schelling broke with his early period, and how vigorously the irrationalism of intellectual intuition, previously a merely methodological irrationalism up to a point, was increasingly transformed into a substantial world image belonging to irrationalist mysticism. This change is also expressed in the fact that, whereas in the Piena and Genic period natural philosophy stood at the center of Schelling's thinking and all other philosophical fields, except for aesthetics, were only included, so to speak, as systematic supplements, the philosophical treatment of the problems of nature now faded right into the background. The aesthetic questions remained episodic, and the irrationalist interpretation of myth and religion became the hub of Schelling's entire thinking. It took, however, nearly 30 years, until Schelling came forward, at least in his lectures, with a complete new, positive philosophy, as the official philosophy of the romanticizing Prussian reactionary groups clustered around Friedrich Wilhelm Ideal. For him to become regarded as a St. George whose mission it was to slay the dragon of Hegelian philosophy, and especially its radical left flank. Before going any further, let us try and give a brief sketch of these 30 years and at least their main features. Here the stages in the inner development of Schelling's philosophy itself matter far less than the change in the objective social situation in Germany and the change of fronts it evoked in the philosophical conflicts. For on the one hand, as we have just shown, the decisive change in the goal, content and method of Schelling's philosophy had already taken place in 1804, so that both the unchanging basic principles of it and the socially dictated alterations may easily be understood from the historically changing times without an analysis of the intermediate stages. On the other hand, the old Schelling, who for decades was totally forgotten and played virtually no further part in the development of German philosophy, was episodic and temporary. Central position in the philosophical conflicts to just this change in Germany's objective social evolution, philosophy and religion appeared before the completion of Hegel's phenomenology of the mind, without question that book's attack on intellectual intuition also applied to this new version of it, chiefly the association of singleness with the concept of the absolute, and above all the whole conception of intellectual intuition in general and the analogizing method of construction which followed from it. Here Hegel denounced with great vehemence the monotony and abstract generality of the absolute and Schelling's abyss of emptiness for the speculative mode of contemplation. The latter, he wrote, was equivalent to the night in which all cats look gray, and a particular charge he leveled against Schelling was that, according to him, to be unsatisfied in it, this monotony of the absolute GL, was an inability to master the 166 absolute standpoint and to adhere to it. It now becomes patent that Hegel's struggle against Schelling was a struggle between the extension of dialectics and a flight from dialectics into rationalism, and Hegel posed this question in a historical form as well. The phenomenology of the mind proceeds from the thesis that the world had entered upon a new period. I have shown in my book on Hegel that he located this new element in the French Revolution and the transformation of Europe wrought by the Napoleonic Wars in the liquidation of the feudal remnants, especially in Germany. Now this new element, according to Hegel, necessarily appears in abstract form at first, so the first manifestation of the new world is only at first a whole wrapped in its singleness, or its universal ground. Hence it appeared first of all to be an esoteric possession of a number of individuals. Philosophy's historical task, however, was to perceive the new element in its own agitation and its universal determination, that is, in a concretely dialectical way. Only what is perfectly determined is at the same time exoteric, comprehensible and capable of being learnt and the property of all. Scientific understanding is the road to it that is equally available to all, and to reach rational knowledge through understanding is the rightful claim of the consciousness joining science. 167 Therefore Hegel's polemic against Schelling's aristocratic epistemology, one that was closely linked with the change to rationalism, can no more be separated from the issue of the concrete and scientific or abstract. The rationalist method then it can be separated from the contrast between the two thinkers, socio-historical perspective and the great crisis of their age on the question of whether to be forward-oriented in this crisis, towards the dissolution of the feudal remnants, or oriented backwards to restoration. This marked the first major battle between objective idealist dialectics and irrationalism. It meant the defeat of the Schelling form of irrationalism first, ambiguous form, which was linked with the historical evolutionist method in natural philosophy, and the second, already overtly mystical form, the Hegelian form of dialectics began to assume its dominant position. It did so, to be sure, only gradually and not without very important modifications. But with the fall of Napoleon and with the rule of the Holy Alliance, the young Hegel's energetically forward-pointing, futuristic perspective, which saw in the contemporary period the start of a new era in human history, likewise entered a crisis. Later Hegel's philosophy of history was a resigned one, far more prone to compromises than was the philosophy state of this phenomenology. Henceforth the contemporary period was no longer viewed as the start but as the conclusion of a major era of development. Philosophy no longer looked forwards but into the past, and the future ceased to define the contemporary age and its philosophical interpretation. Philosophy, no longer under an obligation to welcome and to acknowledge the new departures of the mind, was presented as the owl of Minerva, able to set out on its flights only as dusk began to fall. 69 In our present examination of the history of irrationalism, we cannot undertake to expound the consequences of this change for Hegel's philosophy. We must confine ourselves to stating that, in spite of it, Hegelian philosophy logically fulfilled the program of the phenomenology, the scientific exposition of the objective categories of the dialectic, as far as was possible within the bounds of idealism, that its method, again within idealist bounds, took hold of the idea of evolution and tried to implement it concretely in different areas. and that its view of society was oriented to constitutional monarchy, thus outstripping, albeit extremely irresolutely, the political state of affairs then obtaining in Germany, and so always polemicizing against the ideological advocates of romantic reaction. Haller, Savigny, this form of Hegelian philosophy became dominant in Germany, especially in Prussia. To be sure, its predominance only lasted until the July Revolution in France. Thereupon Germany entered a new phase in the class struggles, of which the philosophical reflection was bound to disrupt first the Hegelian system, and then Hegel's idealist dialectical method as well. This process of dissolution in Hegelianism already began during the philosopher's lifetime in his controversy over the July Revolution with his hitherto faithful pupil, Eduard Gens. We cannot discuss the process in detail here, but Heine, David Friedrich Strauss, the Halle yearbooks, the Berlin Freethinkers, Feuerbach, etc., signify different stages in this dissolution occurring before the 1848 revolution, and all these intellectual conflicts were part of the ideological spadework for that revolution. Then Marx and Engels founded dialectical and historical materialism, thereby surmounting for good every form of idealist dialectics. The central philosophical question in this transitional period was the struggle against the ambiguity of the idealist dialectic grounded in its essence. To elaborate and to unmask its backward tendencies, which crossed the line into theology, was one of the main achievements of Ludwig Feuerbach in paving the way for the great and sudden changeover to the highest type of dialectics, the materialist type. Therefore, the battle over the part of Hegelian philosophy concerned with the philosophy of religion was only partly rooted in the German political backwardness which forced the most important thinkers from Reimers and Lessing, indeed from Leibniz onwards, to fight out the major philosophical controversies in semi-theological or theological forms at this stage. The battle was a necessary preliminary to overcoming philosophical idealism in its supreme form, that of Hegelian dialectics. Its ambiguity on the religious issue, the aforestated vacillation of idealist dialectics between official Christian theology and a pantheism, sometimes bordering on atheism, had to be openly elaborated and criticized in order to clear the way for the overcoming of idealism. In this process, with Feuerbach for example, there may have been a temporary loss of some valuable dialectical elements whose progressive conjectures only dialectical materialism subsequently raised to a scientific plane, but the surpassing of Hegel in this respect was very closely connected with the social necessity of advancing, politically, beyond Hegelian philosophy of right, philosophy of society and so forth. So for all the bourgeois limitations, the ideological eccentricities and muddle-headedness of the leading radical young Hegelians, the dissolution of Hegelianism still created for Germany an ideological basis for the ultra-leftist bourgeois Democrats' struggle on the eve of the democratic revolution. The campaign against Hegel and Hegelianism was viewed from the democratic angle necessitated the summoning of Schelling to Berlin on the part of the Prussian reactionaries, with Friedrich Wilhelm IV at their head. Here it makes no difference how far Schelling himself was clear about the situation, and how far he thought that he was only going into battle against Hegel, who had pushed his own philosophy into the background. What matter are the ideological needs he had to fulfill? In the social context we have the following factors to consider. Restoration ideology was striving for a return to the pre-revolutionary Ancien regime, and indeed many of its spokesmen even envisaged a return to the Middle Ages. Novalis provided the clearest expression of this tendency in Germany with the essay Christendom or Europe. But the more lucid and resolute the outward formulation, the more confused it becomes inwardly and intrinsically, because then the gap between ideology and the social reality becomes all the more unbridgeably. For inwardly, the reign of the remnants of feudalism in France before the Revolution was so badly shaken that French society around 1789 was far removed from a genuine feudalism, let alone feudalism as idealized by Novalis. While it was the feudal leftovers that dictated the necessity of the revolution, it was at the same time their decomposition and the continual growth of capitalist elements that produced the objective impossibility of a return to the old state of affairs. Despite all the Holy Alliance's desperate efforts to restore or else to preserve pre-revolutionary political conditions, the rapid capitalization of Europe was inexorably advancing with all its ideological and political consequences, and during Restoration rule also came into continual, increasingly acute conflict with that rule's official politics and ideology. Balzac was the great historian in France of this process, in which the power of money triumphed over all aristocratic facades, and the isolated persons who took Restoration ideology seriously became tragicomic knights of the doleful countenance. This conflict also determined Restoration philosophy in Germany. although of course here the capitalization process advanced far more slowly than in France, thus allowing such examples of the fanatical narrow-minded reactionary or unscrupulous corruptible speculator as Gores or Adam Muller a far louder and more effective sir. The typical thinkers were however those who endeavored to harmonize the Restoration outlook with the new scientific and philosophical trends, trying to reinterpret the latter to such an extent that they would be acceptable to the official clerical, reactionary worldview. Such efforts can be already noticed in Schelling himself, but the most important such figure in German philosophy during that age was Franz von Baader. From our standpoint, the most important thing about him is that he unmasked from the rightest angle objective idealism's ambiguity on the question of religion, always bringing to light the latent godless tendencies. Such forms of denunciation we have already observed in Jacobi. But Jacobi countered philosophical atheism, not with a concrete religion, but only with his own vapid and abstract immediate knowing, so Schelling under Restoration conditions could easily ward off his attack. Here Baader always had a concrete religiosity as an answer. The essence of his philosophy, as we have previously intimated, was to arrange the results of the development from Kant to Hegel in such a way that their atheistic and revolutionary elements were eliminated and a philosophy arose on this basis that was acceptable both to scholars and the orthodox reactionaries. Thus he accused Fichte of atheism on account of the autonomy of his ego. Thus he saw a materialism in Hegel's view of matter as in the externalization of the mind, God. It is particularly important in this context that in specific newly discovered natural phenomena such as galvanism, animal magnetism, etc., Baader saw forces which dealt the coup de grace, as it were, to the mechanistic natural phenomena dominant since Descartes. And since his chief polemic was directed against Enlightenment psychology, ethics and political theory, he so summed up his standpoint as almost to sound like a modern James or Eddington, the Desperate and G-Stone. That one's own soul is already thought to be finished, and the objective proof and guarantee of this self, derailment to be located in external nature, held moreover in a totally mindless, soulless or godless state, when nature herself began to utter more distinctly than ever what is of the soul and the mind something, admittedly, that constantly addresses us through its multivocal sign language. Here it is far plainer than with the young Schelling how the contradictions that had appeared in the mechanistic view of nature which the progressive advocates of German natural philosophy, for example, looking were taking more and more in the direction of dialectics turned into reactionary irrationalism. In the interest of a reactionary worldview, the failure of mechanistic concept forming and the fresh problems this was unable to solve were reinterpreted as revelations of its super-rationality in natural phenomena as well. This was the basis upon which all social progress could be challenged. The devil could be presented as the first 171-172 revolutionary, and aspersions could be cast on any efforts in the direction of liberty and equality. It is not worth discussing at length the details of all this wildly irrationalist mysticism, but it is typical of the character of the Restoration, as outlined above, that Baader not only sought to support his arguments with the new natural philosophy, but tried just like Schelling to dissociate himself from the most extreme irrationalism. Granted, with his whole philosophy, he sought to secure the ideological and socio-political predominance of religion over every facet of life. But this, although it incorporated all the irrationalist elements in the evasion of dialectics, was still meant to be, and allegedly, higher rationality, not an absence of reason and repudiation of rationality altogether. This tendency was only 50% a resorting to the old theology, which advanced similar claims of times preceding the ideological crisis. In its other 50%, however, it was a concession to the Restoration period's incipient capitalization and embourgeoisement, a concession, to be sure, which retained the supremacy of the theological aristocratic elements. Hence Baader objected sharply to German classical philosophy which, in his opinion, established the dichotomy between religion and science more thoroughly than the French and English, and was endeavoring to instill even in the good young people the radical error that religion is in essence irrational, and 175 that reason is in essence religious. Naturally, the exacerbation of the German class struggles had an effect not only on the radicalizing dissolution on left-wing Hegelianism, but also on the reactionaries' philosophical strivings. When, 1 decade after Hegel's death, the old Schelling was summoned to Berlin by the romanticizing reactionary group to deal with the ideological trends paving the way for revolution, he entered a world where, as a result of capitalism's development, pure romantic thinking had become much more absurd than at the time of the Holy Alliance. As the Frenchman to perceive this absurdity the most clearly had been the great writer Balzac, so the men who did so in the Germany of the 1840s apart, of course, from Marx and Engels, was the greatest poet of the age, Heinrich Heine. In his Winter Tale Germany, he invented a fantasy conversation with the Emperor Barbarossa, and used it to express his accurate and trenchantly ironic view of the endeavors of Friedrich Wilhelm IV and his circle. In addressing that ideal figure of the Romantic Restoration, he wrote, "Restore the old Holy Roman Empire, restore it complete, give us back the mustiest old lumber and all that frippery, in spite of everything. I will gladly put up with the Middle Ages as they really were, just free us from that mongrel state, from that Martinetism which is a nauseating mixture of Gothic folly and modern deceit, which is neither fish nor fowl. Chase away the band of actors and close the theaters where they parodied the olden days." 74 Naturally, Marx and Engels fathomed this situation even more clearly than was possible for Heine. It was they, during this transitional period, who took the most energetic steps in both theory and practice to marshal all the forces in German society that felt the feudal, absolutist leftovers to be thwarting their development and were seeking a democratic renewal of Germany. This was already the goal of the young Marx's activity as editor of the Reinheitsschreiben. His critique of Hegelian philosophy of right set out to criticize Hegel's orientation to constitutional monarchy as historically obsolete and creating universal confusion. The subject of how their stance brought both of them to a clear appreciation of the hegemony of the proletariat and democratic revolution, a clear recognition of the perspectives of socialist revolution, and the foundation of dialectical and historical materialism does not belong to this study, especially as the process was not yet entirely complete at the time of Schelling's arrival in Berlin. But that makes it all the more important to state how clearly they at once perceived the demagogic mendacity in Schelling's soil. Called Positive Philosophy, in the letter to Feuerbach from which we quoted earlier, Marx wrote, "The Schelling GL is calling to the French romantics and mystics, the union of philosophy and theology, to the French materialists, the union of flesh and idea, and to the French skeptics. 1. The scourge of dogmatics, in short." Schelling, 1175. Engels, for his part, formulated his view as follows in his pamphlet opposing Schelling's Berlin platform, which was first published under the pseudonym of Oswald. "All philosophy has hitherto set itself the task of comprehending the world as rational. Now what is rational is, to be sure, also necessary. And what is necessary must be or become real. That is the bridge to the major practical results of modern philosophy." Now if Schelling does not acknowledge these findings, it was logical also to deny the rationality of the world. However, he did not dare to say so outright but preferred to deny the rationality of philosophy. So he proceeds along the most devious possible line between reason and unreason, calling the rational and the comprehensible priori comprehensible a posteriori, and assigning the former to pure rational science or negative philosophy, the latter to a freshly argued positive philosophy. Here is the first major split between Schelling and all other philosophers. The first attempt to smuggle into the liberal science of thought faith and authority, emotional mysticism and Gnostic fantasizing, and Engels likewise stresses that Schelling's attack on Hegel was very closely linked with the dissolution of Hegelianism. It is an odd fact that precisely at this time Hegel is being attacked from two sides, by his predecessor Schlegel and by his latest follower, Feuerbach. 177. Somewhat earlier, Engels takes up the ambiguity of Hegel's philosophy of religion and again stresses the substantially time condition connection irrational. 176. Between Schelling's right-wing critique and left-wing criticism by the radical young Hegelians, the side of the Hegelian system concerned with the philosophy of religion causes him, Schelling GL, to show contradictions between premises and deduction which the young Hegelian school discovered and acknowledged long ago. Thus he quite rightly says that this philosophy aims to be Christian, yet nothing forces it to be. Were it to abide by the first position of the rational science, it would have its truth in itself. 178. Already it is not difficult to determine from all this the historical situation, both the class content and philosophical content of the later Schelling. The struggle now no longer revolved around the rationale of an objective dialectic in general where, as we have seen, the young Schelling ventured boldly forward on individual questions in the direction of a natural dialectic, but halted methodologically with his intellectual intuition at the threshold of dialectics and founded the first form of modern irrationalism. How this philosophical stance is connected with his political attitude to revolution and restoration we have again already indicated. At the start of the 1840s, the historical situation was far more ripe and acute. The romanticizing reaction of Friedrich Wilhelm IV and his supporters was, although backed by Prussian state power, far more of a rearguard action than was the original Romantic reaction after the French Revolution. And in the Restoration period, the capitalization of Germany made rapid strides in these decades. Not only was the pressure of the bourgeois classes on the feudal absolutist system beginning to grow stronger and stronger, the stark contrast between bourgeoisie and proletariat, a sure sign of the vigorous advance of capitalism, were manifested more and more firmly. The great revolt of the Silesian weavers took place only a few years after Schelling came before the public. Ideologically, the result was not only that Hegelian philosophy, as an expression of undeveloped class conflicts before the July Revolution, inevitably seemed obsolete from now on. It also meant that its adversaries were obliged to look for more timely intellectual tools than were supplied by the Romantic reaction of the Restoration period. Schelling now came forward claiming to provide such tools. He was now already an overt opponent of Hegelian dialectics, aiming not only at refuting them critically and hence also at putting a stop to the radical tendencies in Hegel's successors, but at replacing them at the same time with a new philosophy. This philosophy would, on the one hand, fulfill the meanwhile intensified religious needs of romanticizing reaction, while, on the other, it would not disturb ideologically the rapport between these reactionaries and bourgeois circles that might be prepared to go along with them. We saw this duality in Schelling's efforts in the statement by Inglesby, quoted, to the effect that the peak of Schelling's new philosophy, the peak enshrouded in theological mysticism, was pure irrationalism and anti-rationality, but that Schelling still did not declare allegiance to irrationalism openly and resolutely, but followed devious roads, evading the ultimate consequences, that alone would not suffice to establish his uniqueness within the bourgeois development. After all, we have shown that every bourgeois philosophy, even if as radically irrationalistic as it was in the imperialist age, must concede as much to understanding and reason as the science serving capitalist production will need at all costs. The demands of the times, however, caused Schelling to go in part too far and in part not far enough in this respect, hence the powerful effect of his first appearance, but hence also its rapid waning and his total loss of influence after 1848, when the class structure of reaction underwent a change. That Schelling did not go far enough for the reactionary bourgeoisie in his proclamation of irrationalism is connected, on the one hand, with his link with Orthodox religion, which still claimed in this period to represent a higher rationality and not a crass irrationalism. 79 on the other hand, the idea of scientific thinking in the 1840s differed from that of the post-1848 period. Contemporary bourgeois thinkers were influenced by German classical philosophy and its tendencies toward dialectical thought. Therefore, irrationalism's universal bourgeois concession to scientific thinking had also to extend to dialectics. It was not yet able to take up a radical agnosticist position. Thus, while Schelling's adherence, a merely nominal one, as we shall see, to the dialectics of his early period of natural philosophy may directly follow, in biographical and psychological terms, from his vanity about his own life work, ultimately we are nevertheless dealing now with an objectively dominant trend of the age. This may also be discerned from the fact that such right-wing adversaries of Hegelianism as the younger Fichte and especially Weiss had to make bigger and bigger concessions to dialectics in their theistic, anti-pantheistic strivings. Much the same can even be seen in Baader, Friedrich Schlegel, etc. Only after the defeat of the 1848 revolution did Schopenhauer's radically anti-dialectical tendency come into operation. Trendelenburg's critique of Hegel we shall discuss in more detail in connection with Kierkegaard. But at the same time, the older Schelling's irrationalism went further than the development after 1848. This too is connected with the historical situation of his philosophizing. Like all Restoration philosophers, he sought, with his irrationalism, to save the intellectual respectability of Orthodox religion. The methodological consequences of this position we have just discussed. As regards contents, the result was that Schelling was forced to present the entire Christian religion with all its dogmas and myths as the true substance of his irrationalism, and to prove it philosophically. In this, he still belonged to irrationalism's first period, the semi-feudal age of Restoration. Resolutely bourgeois irrationalism, on the contrary, was inclined to dissociate itself more and more strongly from positive religions, and to lay down in irrationalist terms merely a religious content in general. After Schopenhauer and Nietzsche, its dominant tendency increasingly became a religious atheism. But even such thinkers as Schleiermacher or Kierkegaard, in whom, especially the latter, we can trace on the surface a religious affiliation perhaps even stronger than the older Schellings, were far more inclined, in their method and the accenting of the essential content, not only towards abstract religiosity in general, but even religious atheism. This tendency is an important reason for Schelling's increasing neglect after the 1848 revolution, as also for Kierkegaard's influence on the atheistic existentialist of our own times. In his later years, therefore, Schelling was as much a mere transitional figure as he was in his youth, albeit in completely different circumstances, and with a different philosophy. To be sure, his earlier activity had marked the transition from the newly arising dialectic to modern irrationalism's beginnings and foundation. But now, during the crisis of objective idealist dialectics, he was temporarily active as a central figure of irrationalist reactionary resistance to these dialectics, with the aim of preventing this crisis from giving rise to a higher stage in dialectics. It follows naturally from this situation that Schelling should level his chief attack against Hegelian philosophy. Philosophically, this attack was now placed in a far more comprehensive context than his similar early endeavors had been. Then, his hatred and contempt had only extended to the Enlightenment since about the time of Locke. Now, the whole development of modern bourgeois philosophy from Descartes to Hegel was stigmatized as a major aberration from the correct road, and Hegel himself was treated as the acme of this false tendency. Schelling was thereby setting out in a direction which was to become the dominant one in the interpretation of the history of philosophy during the period of the advanced irrationalism promoted by the immediate pre-fascists and the fascists. At the same time, however, and this expresses that incompleteness, that transitional character we have just mentioned, his own early philosophy was not to be entirely repudiated. Although objectively it constituted an important part of the intellectual development he had rejected. The construction used by Schelling here was, with, to be sure, important modifications, the universal schema of irrationalism. Rational philosophy, or so-called negative philosophy, was likewise a means of knowledge. Indeed an indispensable one in its total context, only it was not the sole knowledge possible, as philosophy from Descartes to Hegel would have it, and on no account the one capable of grasping true reality. This was the general irrationalist line after Schopenhauer. An agnosticist epistemology rejects all assertions of the perceptibility of objective reality, to which both philosophical materialism and objective idealism lay claim, and grants access to this sphere only to irrationalist intuition. Two facts indicate that the later Schelling's position was more than a little confused epistemologically. On the one hand, he did not want to be radically agnosticist on the first issue, although objectively his deductions come extraordinarily close to such a standpoint, while on the other hand, he wished to avoid proclaiming a resolute anti-rationality in his new system's culmination in positive philosophy, although his deductions, if thought out to their conclusion, imply a pure irrationalism, in contrast to Hegel's philosophy. His own early work was supposed to represent the correct negative philosophy. He had, Schelling maintained, already declared the true negative philosophy which, in awareness of itself, perfects itself within its limits. With noble restraint, to be the greatest benefit which may first of all be bestowed on the human mind at least, for through such a philosophy reason enters its appropriate, unrestricted domain and is installed to grasp and to state the essence. The in themselves of things, on the other hand, Schelling stresses. The philosophy which Hegel expounds is negative philosophy driven beyond its limits. It does not exclude the positive element, but has, in its view, subjugated it in itself. To itself, 181-180. We are now looking briefly at the later Schelling's concrete account of negative philosophy, and proving its fundamental antitheses to that of his early period. But we are not concerned with the philological question of whether Schelling was deluding himself by stating or asserting that he was incorporating his first philosophy and his later one. We are concerned with illuminating the basic incompatibility of all the early Schelling's progressive contents and tendencies with his later irrationalist stance in matters of philosophical principle. The point at issue is that the basically reactionary character of any irrationalism reveals itself in Schelling's case also. Some of these questions we have already discussed in connection with his philosophy and religion. We have already cited the young Schelling's image of the Odyssey of the Spirit as constituting the main content of his natural philosophy in a nutshell. We have pointed out that it contains the idealist formulation of a unitary evolution of nature in an upward direction, that it views man and human consciousness as the product of this natural evolution, in the form, to be sure, of the identical subject-object, and that it entails the capability of human consciousness adequately to comprehend the natural process of which consciousness itself is a component part and result. Above all, the older Schelling made a radical break with this conception of a unity, albeit understood in an idealist sense of man and nature. For our self-consciousness is by no means consciousness of that nature which has traversed everything. It is just our consciousness, and by no means encompasses a knowledge of all becoming. This universal becoming remains as alien and impenetrable to us as if it never had any relation to us. 180 to just a natural process, as far as it can be perceived at all as Schelling now interprets it. In no respect illuminates the knowledge of men, any more than its praxis can contribute to making reality comprehensible. Man and his doings are therefore far removed from rendering the world comprehensible. Man himself is the most incomprehensible thing of all 183, but the disruption of this coherence entailed the adoption of a clear anti-evolutionist stance. Schelling now wrote ironically of the idea of a boundless progress, which for him could only be a senseless progress, a departing without ceasing and without a pause wherein something truly new and different might begin, belongs to the articles of faith of present-day wisdom. Progress led Schelling likewise to reject evolution in an upward direction, from primitive beginnings to a higher level. Here again he vigorously opposed the theory of historical evolution, which had gained strength in Germany chiefly under the influence of the dialectical tendencies of objective idealism. One of these axioms is that all human science, art and culture must have derived from the most wretched beginnings, since evolution did not move in an upward direction. Schelling did not allow it to be the imminent product of its own forces either, or the evolution of man to be the result of man's own deeds. Hence he regarded as similarly erroneous the prevalent view that man and mankind were left solely to their own devices from the outset, that they groped their way, as it were, blindly, sine numi, and exposed to the harshest workings of 184. This dismissal of the idea of 185 and 186 chance. For the older Schelling there is ultimately no evolution at all, whereas in his youth, in league with Goethe, he helped to inaugurate the evolutionism sharply hostile to the theory of a static nature, or a nature interrupted by catastrophes, as mooted by Linnaeus and Cuvier. He now invoked precisely Cuvier to counter the idea of evolution and, using him for support, repudiated all evolution in principle. To take this ad absurdum, he stated that anyone believing in a real historical course of events would also have to 187 accept real, successive creations, or not allowed to be the result of the actual forces of course, with events participating in them, either in nature or in history. Then a creation is needed to give rise to something qualitatively new, whereby it is hard to see why this intervention of a transcendental power on one occasion would be more credible scientifically than its repeated occurrence. Schelling's demagogy consists in the fact that according to his needs, he sometimes produces pseudoscientific arguments against dialectics while in other instances he cites the irrationalist grounds of theology against scientific thinking as a whole. Granted, Schelling's ensuing statements about history are in strict contrast to the genuine youthful idea of his beginnings, but in substance they are not only repetitions of the romantic reactionary philosophy of the Restoration, but also extensions to those reactionary elements in his first period which we have already touched on. For in respect of the history of mankind, Schelling stresses, for we view the human race by no means as a single whole, but as divided into two large masses, and so divided that the human aspect seems to be only on the one side. 188 The fundamental, qualitative inequalities within the human race are of its essence irrevocable. Differences such as those of Kafirs, Abyssinians and Egyptians go back into the world of ideas. There follows on from this an apologia, tortures in its language, but quite plain in meaning. For 89 Negro slavery in Africa. We are now barely a step away from Gobineau and racial theory. Needless to say, the basis of the new Schillingian political philosophy too was the objective reason dwelling in things themselves, which, for instance, requires a natural inequality, the difference between 190 rulers and ruled originating in the world of ideas, not worth quoting and analyzing in detail these views, whose philosophical basis was romantic facticity, that is, the irrationalism of social and political life with its holler civignesque inference that statutes and constitutions cannot be made. But we briefly note that according to Schelling a political overthrow, if intended, is a crime second to none and one which only parasited is 191 parallels in importance. We will have a clear enough picture of why Schelling was the appropriate ideologist for Prussian reaction under Friedrich Wilhelm IV. It is likewise evident from what we have expounded so far why the point of Schelling's polemics had to be leveled against Hegelian philosophy, for all its conservatism, its fluctuations and concessions to the right, its ideological theological ambiguities. The essence of the Hegelian dialectical method was, nonetheless, an autonomous movement of the concept, an inwardly enclosed and ordered state of conditions mundanely obtaining for this world and leaving no scope for the transcendental either in nature or in history. Hence Schelling's great accusation that with Hegel, Negative philosophy claimed to voice the truth in itself alone, and did not need supplementing with the positive philosophy. Schelling's critique of this tendency in Hegel, which was aimed against what was genuinely progressive about his philosophy, against the dialectical method, was not content to demonstrate the path to atheism which Hegel himself was held to have taken. It went so far as to state that the then already overtly emerging political radicalism in atheism of the left Hegelians was a necessary logical consequence of Hegelian philosophy. Hegel's chief transgression was that he took that which improper, negative philosophy was only potentially present as the proceedings of real becoming. Presupposing this, since an indifferentism God was only potential in accordance with autonomous or detached being, and not movement, but that which is in being, Gaussian, was placed in God. The idea of a process in which God is perennially realized, along with everything that ill-informed and otherwise perhaps unreliable men have further made of it or added to it, was not to be prevented. In another passage Schelling similarly deplored the 192. Confusion between negative and positive philosophy, therein, as has been stated, lies the ground of the confusion and the wild and disorderly state into which men fell by first attempting to present God as involved in the necessary process, but thereafter, when they could get no further, taking refuge in downright atheism. This confusion has prevented them from even understanding the distinction, that is, between negative 193 and positive philosophy, and he did not neglect to point out that Hegel's ideas, after they had already lost currency among the more highly educated classes in the Prussian bureaucracy, subsided in the meantime into the deeper strata of society, and still 194 maintained themselves there. This denunciation of dialectics in its hitherto highest form is atheistic, revolutionary, and plebeian was to gain particular weight precisely by virtue of the fact that it came from Schelling, Hegel's early colleague and co-founder of objective idealist dialectics, whose early, negative, as he now put it, philosophy Hegel to regard it as the immediate, historical starting point for the construction of his dialectical method. Schelling believed that the proof that the Hegelian dialectic was a simple misunderstanding of negative philosophy would be a devastating blow for Hegel's supporters and lead them, except for the already hopelessly radicalized and thus more or less staunch liberals, into the reactionary camp of Friedrich Wilhelm Hegel. But this exploiting of the by now already historical authority of Schelling's early philosophy does not exhaust the significance of his anti-Hegel polemics. True, he directed the brunt of his attack against the progressive side of Hegelian dialectics. But in the course of the polemic itself, motives crop up which reveal Hegel's weak side very neatly as well. As we shall see, this polemic was demagogic in method and obscurantist in purpose. But it is instructive to observe that in it, real and very important flaws in objective idealist dialectics are shown forth, flaws which, if pinpointed with philosophical accuracy, could lead to a higher development of dialectics. It is here manifest that the stages in irrationalism's development do not rise out of its own growth tendencies, and that with each kind of irrationalism, intent and method are determined by the concrete set of problems associated with the relevant event in the life of society and correspondingly in ideology. In the 1840s this question related to the transition from idealist to materialist dialectics. Accordingly a right critique of objective idealism formed, methodologically speaking, the center of the irrationalist strivings, and it encouraged efforts to steer the development away from these consequences and towards an irrationalist mysticism. We have already shown that these tendencies played a crucial role in Schelling's polemic against Hegel at the time of the dissolution of Hegelianism. The decisive problem raised by this dissolution was primarily the old principle of philosophical division, idealism or materialism, the priority of being or consciousness. Here objective idealism found its specious answer in the theory of the identical subject-object and attempted to erect the proud edifice of the dialectical system on this hollow foundation. In all areas of philosophy, the exacerbation of the class struggles in Germany after the July Revolution necessarily brought about the collapse of this inwardly false crisis solution. We have, too, already pointed out that this trend within bourgeois philosophy reached its climax in Ludwig Feuerbach, around the time of Schelling's appearance in Berlin. This question now played a crucial part in Schelling's epistemological criticism of Hegel, or analysis of the self-illusion whereby Schelling thought that his negative philosophy was identical with his early conceptions, and that he could merely complement these through positive philosophy, without reconstructing them, shows us that he had abandoned the standpoint of the identical subject-object, and in now criticizing Hegelian philosophy, he saw himself obliged to raise the question of the priority of being or consciousness. Time and again he did so, as it appears at first sight, with great lucidity and firmness. Writing, for instance, of the supreme antithesis and the supreme unity in philosophy, he arrived at the conclusion. But in this unity the priority is not on the side of thought. Being comes first and thought only second 195 or subsequently, or in another passage, more clearly still. For it is not because there is thought that there is being, but there is thought because there is being. 196. In what direction Schelling was led by these ideas we can study in closer detail shortly. At this point we must round out the underlying proposition now visible with another one, which, although it reappears over and over again in the disintegration of Hegelianism, does not even approach a real answer, which is rather given first in historical materialism. We refer to the question of theory and praxis. The Hegelian system culminates in a perfect contemplation, in a conscious evocation of Aristotle's theory, despite the fact that earlier, Hegel's method raised a whole series of important questions about the reciprocity of theory and praxis, especially in the relation of labor, the tool, and so on, to teleology. Here, however, the age of the disintegration of Hegelianism moved between two false extremes. The idealist attempts to surmount the contemplative peak in the Hegelian system largely harks back to subjective idealism in such thinkers as Fichte, Bruno Bauer, Moses Hess, Feuerbach, on the contrary, guided by the ambition to go radically beyond subjectivism in Hegel's theology, succumb to an intuitive materialism. Thus for all that this question occupied the center of philosophical interest, not even anything like a satisfactory answer existed before the advent of dialectical materialism. Considering his constantly strong flair for topical relevance, it is not surprising that Schelling also attacked the Hegelian philosophy of reason on the theory-praxis issue. Here, to be sure, it is already evident from the most general formulation what purpose lay behind the Schellingen proposition. In treating the difference between negative and positive philosophy, where he referred to a crisis in natural science, which did in fact exist at this time, he took up the antithesis of theory and praxis, criticizing Hegel, and stated, "Therefore rational science really leads beyond itself and drives towards revolution, but this itself cannot emanate from thought. It is rather a practical impulse which is needed. But there is nothing practical in thought. The concept is only contemplative and has only to do with the necessary, whereas we are dealing with something located outside of necessity, something willed for." If we take these formulations in their straightforward abstract generality, it is clear that Schelling had an inkling of the real philosophical crisis of his age. He did suspect that the key to resolving its problems could be found in the priority of being over thought, and praxis as the criterion of theory. However, and this is characteristic of the origin of any historically influential irrationalist philosophy, Schelling only brought up these assertions, topical in their abstract generality and correctly pinpointing the real idealist flaws in Hegelian philosophy, in order to create a diversion from the step forward which contemporary philosophy was in the process of making. His aim was to neutralize the contemporary struggle for a new social content, and for the birth of a dialectical philosophy adequately expressing it. To channel this struggle into an irrationalist mysticism with a seasonable look and fitting the social and political goal of reaction. This becomes plain as soon as we take even a brief glance at the concretization of the aforestated views of Schelling, in undertaking to define more concretely the intrinsic nature of being independent of and conditioning thought. He naturally raised the matter of the Kantian thing in itself. This critique of the Kantian shortcoming was of course far less fundamental than Hegel's, in spite of the latter's idealist limitations. Schelling stated, "For this thing in itself is either a thing, that is, it is a being and science thought, and then it is necessarily something perceptible as well and hence not in itself. In the Kantian sense the by in itself he understands precisely what lies outside all determinants of the understanding, or this thing in itself is really in itself, that is, something unknowable and unimaginable, in which case it is not a thing. When, however, he continued this concretization and examination of his own views, he arrived at the duality of subjective idealist agnosticism in the phenomenal world and pure irrationalism in the world of noumenon, which constitutes the essence of Schopenhauer's philosophy. Since Schopenhauer himself was determined by Schellingen influences in this question to a large extent, we emphasize this affinity only as characterizing the irrationalist trend, not as a historical connection which scarcely existed between the later Schelling and Schopenhauer. Schelling stated, "We say, there may be a first principle, unknowable for itself, being devoid of measure and definition. But there is no thing in itself. Everything that is an object for us is already in itself affected by subjectivity, that is, something which in itself is already, in part, subjectively established." 98. But this lapsing into a subjective idealism and also into a bottomless irrationalism was only the necessary result of Schelling's method, not of his conscious intention. On the contrary, as we have shown, Schelling sought to efface the epistemologically and scientifically oriented tendencies in the dialectical method, now in a state of growth crisis, not simply through radical irrationalism, but through the higher rationality of so-called positive philosophy, through a resolute turn to theology that was purportedly grounded philosophically. When therefore, the concrete transition from negative to positive philosophy is sought, the priority of being over thought, previously stated so firmly, evanesces, or rather, the being previously expressed abstractly and without definition is suddenly transformed without any rationale or interposition, into the suprarational God, the God set above all rationality. To be sure, Schelling wrote, I have demonstrated through the whole of evolution to date, if there is or should be a rational being, I must presuppose that supreme mind. But we are still given no ground for the being of this mind. Rationality would only give a ground for the aforesaid if rational being and reason itself were to be set absolutely. And this is not the case. For speaking in absolute terms, it is just as possible that there is no rationality and no rational being as that there is a rationality and a rational being. The ground, or, more properly, the cause of rationality is therefore itself first given, rather, in that perfect mind. Rationality is not the cause of perfect mind. It is only because there is the latter that there is rationality. And this destroys the basis of all philosophical rationalism, that is, any system which elevates rationality to a principle. Only a perfect mind is a rationality. But this very mind is without ground, simply because it is 99 bis ls. The later Schelling's version of being was represented by him as the ground of rationality, and was even supposed to guarantee the role of reason in the field of scientific. Positive philosophy proceeds from what is sheerly outside reason, but reason yields to this only in order to enter straight into its rights again. 1100, thus according to Schelling's assertions, we have only the impression that positive philosophy is a science contrary to reason, but his own terminology already betrays his illogicality, his demagogic ambiguity. The absurd expression anti-rational science clearly shows how much Schelling wanted to reconcile basically incompatible elements in his positive philosophy, and to revive the insoluble internal contradictions of his scholastic theology with the highly advanced intellectual apparatus of idealist dialectics. This irrevocable inner conflict stands out in the basic methodological ideas of his later philosophy. The whole famous division of negative and positive philosophy hinges on the fact that Schelling divides sharply and metaphysically the essence of things, their what from the existence their that. It is two quite different matters to know what a being and science is, what's it, and that it is, what's it. The former the answer to the question, what it is, affords me an insight into the essence of the thing, or has the effect that I'll understand the thing, have an understanding or a concept of it, or have the thing itself in my grasp. But the other answer, the insight that it is, affords me not merely a concept but something surpassing the mere concept, and that is existence. 1101 clearly. By stressing that existence is not deducible from the concept, Schelling was once again rightly criticizing the weakness in Hegel's absolute idealism, albeit from a right standpoint and hence with reactionary distortions. Also, it made a strong impression for that sector of the bourgeoisie that was deterred by Hegelian and earlier Schillingen philosophy because it was disposed to scorn empiricism and construe a priori when Schelling countered a priori conclusions from pure reason and negative philosophy, with positive philosophy seen as the philosophy of experience. Here again, Schelling's working with so distorted a concept of experience that revelation itself could be presented as its authentic object stamps him as a precursor of modern irrationalism, in which from mock-via pragmatism to the trend dominant today we find the same abuse of the term experience, but as a forestated critique of Hegel, since it started out from the right, promptly turned into complete nonsense in that reason, concept, etc., were separated from all reality. Schelling even went so far as to challenge Hegel on the following lines. He established that according to Hegel, reason was concerned with the in themselves of things. But what, he asked, is this in themselves? Is it that they exist, their being? Not at all, for the in itself, the essence, concept and nature of men, for example, would remain the same even if there were no men in the world, just as the in itself of a geometric figure remains the same whether the figure exists or not. 1100 to hear the invocation of the geometric figure's independence of its existence is pure sophistry, for every such figure is an intellectual image of essential spatial connections, just as the concept of a man is. Schelling's experience philosophy would have faced an insoluble task if it had had to form a concept of man independently of his existence. The flaw in Hegelian idealism was that while always acknowledging this connection from the practical, methodological angle, it acted from the systematic angle as though all concrete determinants were products of the concept's autonomous motivation. Here Schelling's right-wing critique, instead of establishing the proper epistemological connection between reality and the intellectual image, as Feuerbach's leftist critique did, repudiated all objectivity of the concept, the essence, and their basis in reality. It turned objective idealism into a subjectivist caricature and removed from it the unconscious and inconsistently still present relation to objective reality. With Hegel, essence is the condition of being. Schelling's curious position is seen in the fact that his negative philosophy, while deliberately giving the impression of an idealist objectivism, became purely subjectivist, pragmatic without so much as trying at this point to confirm from the angle of the subject the totally non-objective categories thus obtained, as did the philosophical advocates of subjective idealism. But, for that very reason, Schellingen existence is that, was necessarily stripped of all content, all rationality. Essentially Schellingen existence was an abyss of nothingness, again laying grandiloquent claims to a higher, divine rationality. So precisely this system's basic structure reflects Schelling's shaky desire to unite the Ariani level of the typical attitude of one caught between two periods as ideological leader of a movement confused in terms of social class. The close link with the feudal aristocratic, romanticizing absolutist circle of Friedrich Wilhelm Heide determined those consciously constructive features of his system which made it a continuation of and conclusion to Restoration thinking and tendencies of order. The bourgeois components of Prussian reaction, on the other hand, produced those subjective idealist, radical irrationalist undercurrents which made his philosophy, although quickly outmoded as a whole, an important precursor of modern irrationalism. The same dichotomy is manifest in Schelling's concretization of praxis. We have shown how far Schelling criticized with some fairness, albeit from the right, the contemplative character of Hegel's system, but for all its limited fairness is a pure critique. The standpoint that now emerged in Schelling was a severe reactionary regression compared with classical German philosophy. This, within its idealist confines, had also tried to elaborate the objectivity of human praxis in economic, historical, and social terms. On the one hand, the decisive role of species in Hegel's philosophy was admittedly a sign that he failed to understand the real class structure of bourgeois society, mysticizing it and its development as the development of the species, but, on the other hand, there was still a tendency in Hegel to comprehend objective sociality philosophically as an essential and inseparable feature of human life and human praxis. The irrevocable antitheses we have traced in the later Schelling's cardinal tendencies also appear in the fact that, on the one hand, it was the aim of his philosophy to create a rationale for reactionary feudal absolutist conservatism. It is no accident that Friedrich Stahl, the philosopher of law and politician proceeding from Schelling's philosophy, became the ideological leader of Prussian conservatism in this phase. But on the other hand, it is likewise no accident that the praxis concept of Schelling's positive philosophy is radically antisocial and confirms an individualism as extreme as we find somewhat later in Kierkegaard and then, in the imperialist period. In the existentialist, Schelling wrote, "It has therefore been shown how the ego's need for a God outside of rationality, not just in thought or in the idea of God, arises in a thoroughly practical fashion. This willing is not contingent, it is a willing by the mind which, in conformity with inner necessity and in its longing for its own liberation, cannot stop at that which is contained in thought. Just as this demand cannot have its starting point in thought, it is not a postulate of practical reason either. It is not the latter, as Kant would have it, but only the individual that leads to God. For it is not the universal element in man which hankers after blessedness, but the individual if man is restricted, through conscience or practical reason, to gauging his relationship to other individuals according to their relationship in the world of ideas. Only the universal, the rationality in him can be satisfied, not the individual man. The individual for himself can demand nothing but blessedness." 103 Here to the aforestated central conflict between the basic ideas and Schelling's later philosophy finds clear expression, and here to it indicates its social foundation, the dichotomy in its class basis. This concludes our study of the irrationalist characteristics of Schelling's second period. It is not worth examining in detail the separate questions of his construction of mythology and revelation. As a whole, as his system modeled, this philosophy exerted, after all, only a very fleeting influence on irrationalism's development. On the other hand, it has been possible to observe so far that individual motives directly or sometimes through manifold agencies have become important components of the later irrationalism. Hence we gain It necessary to touch briefly on several more of these motives. Without analyzing in too much detail the place they occupy in Schelling's system, it will suffice to note once again that Schelling, contrary to his assertions, abandoned the progressive trends of his youth on all important questions and indeed reversed those trends. But wherever he had already set out in a reactionary direction in his youth, he continued to pursue it and developed it further. That goes, above all, for the aristocratism in his epistemology. Earlier, it was artistic genius that provided the specious basis for this aristocratism. Now it was Christian revealed wisdom which became the organon of the chosen state of a few, marking this theory's open return to the magic world which, historically, formed its origin. Revelation, wrote Schelling, is neither a primal relationship, nor a universal one extending to all men, nor an eternal, 1104 lasting one. Schelling's view of time points even more noticeably toward the later irrationalism. We have dealt already with the universally reactionary trend in his theory of history, and above all the complete dropping of the idea of evolution entertained in his youth. Epistemologically, this change was to be now underpinned by repudiating the objectivity of time, by completely subjectifying it and by identifying it with the experience of time. Here, once again, it needs to be stated that an elaboration of the objectivity of space and time is among the most progressive elements in the development from Kant to Hegel, to which the young Schelling philosophy belongs, at least in part within. To be sure, the limits inside which this could be performed idealistically. Now if Schelling reverts to subjectifying time in his later works, there are 2 points that need to be stressed. Firstly, this subjectivity of time was no straightforward return to the Kantian a priori. It was, in its basic tendency, Schelling thrashed the problem out far less than Schopenhauer before him or Kierkegaard after him, exalting raw objectivity of time in its subjectively experienced state. Secondly, Schelling, in contrast to Schopenhauer who subjectified space and time equally, thereby harking back from Kant to Berkeley, wanted to ensure for time a privileged place in the system of philosophical knowledge. We must lay special emphasis on this tendency because here, again, Schelling became a precursor of the later irrationalism, for it was an essential part of this irrationalism that intuition, as the organon for grasping true reality, inflated its own experiential nature and hence experienced time into the essence of this reality. And the vitalist trend in imperialist irrationalism reinforced the movement towards interpreting space as the principle of the lifeless, dead or ossified, experience time as the principle of life, and towards placing the 2 principles in opposition. With Schelling, naturally, such vitalist motives appear only in isolation. For instance, he occasionally states that negative philosophy will remain the preferred philosophy for schooling, positive philosophy the 1105 for life, but in his case this was a passing phase. This renders the favored position of subjectified experience time all the more important with regard to the subjectifying of history and the denial of the objectivity of evolution. Schelling amplified, now since we know of no real time other than that which is set with the here and now, that's well, most certain of avoiding absurdity if we say, in reality ultimate time is the first that is set, and the earlier only come after in that they only appear as past and ultimate time, each according to its degree of precedence. 1106. The immediate gist of this was to render the whole of pre-human evolution inessential, to deprive it of its objectivity. Its events, Schelling wrote, are without meaning or purpose if they do not relate to Mani 107. This interpretation of time, however, leaves its mark on his whole construction of history. Schelling interpreted history as a system of times, consisting of absolutely prehistorical, relatively prehistorical, and historical time. These times, according to Schelling, differ from one another qualitatively, corresponding to the state of completion or genesis in which mythology we will be ones, is found in each. At the time of the first period, Schelling wrote that it was no true succession of times. It was sheerly identical, and therefore, at bottom, timeless time. And from this he inferred, hence with it, not just one particular time, but time as a whole is delimited, and it is itself the ultimate to which we can return in time. No further step can be taken beyond it except into the prehistoric element of time, but one which is already no longer a time in itself, only in relation to what follows. In itself it is not a time because there is no true before 1108 and after in it, because it is a kind of eternity. This wild mysticism, the logical consequence of a fanatical denial of evolution in natural and human history, takes us to the core of Schelling's world construction, for the philosophical proof of revelation was, after all, supposed to form the climax to the system. Its aristocratic character we have just discussed not. Schelling who, as we have shown repeatedly, always wanted to underpin his irrationalist pronouncements with pseudo-rational argument for once purportedly in line with experience. Explained in that context that revelation must be proved by a fact independent of revelation. But this fact independent of revelation is nothing else than the appearance of mythology. 1109 We see therefore that the timeless time of the genesis of mythology furnishes proof of the truth of Christian revelation. This mystical construction is of little interest as regards the history of philosophy. After 1848 it virtually ceased to play any part at all. The brief outline of it was needed here not so much to round up the later Schelling's characteristics, but rather because this underpinning of latter-day myth construction with the primeval productiveness of an absolutely prehistorical time became an important element in directly pre-fascist irrationalism. Plagas, Heidegger, and in fascist irrationalism itself, Bemler. How far Schellingen influences direct or indirect ones entered into the process is a secondary issue. It matters more that we should see how such myths and the theorems confirming them are logically bound to spring up on the basis of a radical denial of evolution, and how the destruction of the reason active in history drives thought into the nothingness of the bottomless mysticism. And it further matters that we should clearly see that no intellectual or aesthetic cultivation and no concretely extant knowledge offers a critical safeguard against this abyss of nonsense that the class struggle impels a particular social stratum, its ideologists and their public to deny and to contest the most important facts of social reality. 4. Schopenhauer. The road from Schelling to Schopenhauer appears to lead backwards. Chronologically it certainly does. Schopenhauer's chapter, The World as Will and Idea, after all, came out long before Schelling's late emergence. Historically, however, Schopenhauer's philosophy still signifies, all things considered, a more highly developed stage of irrationalism than Schelling's. The following studies are intended to justify this assertion. Why is Schopenhauer's philosophy a more advanced stage of irrationalism than Schelling's? In fine, because it is in Schopenhauer that the purely bourgeois version of irrationalism crops up for the first time not only within German philosophy, but also on an international scale. With Schelling, it was possible to trace a whole set of ideas which acquired great importance for irrationalism's later forms. Directly, however, as regards his system type in its entirety, his historical influence on the irrationalism of the imperialist age was by no means decisive. The influence of his later period died out after 1848, only Eduard von Hartmann and his school carried on, with marked modifications, part of what Schelling had begun, and when a reactionary renaissance of classical German philosophy commenced in the imperialist period, Hegel's influence Hegel in an appropriately irrationalist reinterpretation blotted out that of Schelling. The young Schelling exerted an influence only inasmuch as he provided mental tools with which to bring Hegel closer to Romantic thought, and when ultra-reactionary Romanticism became the heritage that most mattered in fascism and in fascism, Schelling played a subordinate role beside 110 Boers and Adam Muller. It was quite different where Schopenhauer's influence is concerned. As long as German reactionary philosophy pursued a restoration line, albeit one transformed in many respects in the 1840s, he was a wholly forgotten outsider. When the defeat of the 1848 revolution created in Germany a situation that was basically altered in ideological terms as well, Schopenhauer acquired instantaneous fame, dislodging Forbach as ideological leader of the bourgeois classes. Richard Wagner's development before and after 1848 is highly typical. In various writings Engels gives a precise description of this German transformation resulting from the suppression of the 1848 revolution. He wrote, "The monarchy that had been slowly rotting away since 1840 had had as its basic determinant the struggle between nobility and bourgeoisie, in which it preserved the balance. The moment that it was no longer a case of protecting the nobility against the inroads of the bourgeoisie but of protecting all classes of proprietors against the inroads of the working class. The old absolute monarchy had to go over completely to the political form specially devised for this purpose, Bonapartist monarchy. I have already examined elsewhere this Prussian transition to Bonapartism. What I did not need to stress then, but is now very important, is that this transition was the greatest advance that Prussia made in 1848. Such was the extent to which Prussia had lagged behind modern developments. It was still a semi-feudal state, and Bonapartism is at all events a modern form of government whose precondition is the elimination of feudalism. The Prussians had therefore to make up their minds to clear away their many feudal remnants and to sacrifice the junker class as such. Naturally this occurred in the mildest of forms, and according to the old saying, gently does it. The cause remained, and was simply translated from the feudal to the bourgeois dialect. Thus it was the peculiar destiny of Prussia, at the end of this century, To complete in the agreeable form of Bonapartism, the bourgeois revolution, it had initiated in 1808-13 and taken a stage further in 1848. The abolition of feudalism, put in positive terms, meant the establishing of bourgeois conditions. Legislation took on a bourgeois character to the same extent as the aristocratic privileges lapsed. And here we reach the core of the German bourgeoisie's relationship to the government. We saw that the government was forced to introduce these slow and petty reforms, but it presented each of these small concessions to the bourgeois as a sacrifice made to his class, a concession wrung with difficulty from the crown for which they, the bourgeoisie, had now to concede something in return to the government. The bourgeoisie purchased its gradual social emancipation at the price of the prompt renunciation of political power of its own. Naturally, the main reason inducing the bourgeoisie to accept such a bargain was not fear of the government, but fear of the proletariat. 111. Here Engels characterizing not only the embourgeoisement of Germany after 1848 but also the crucial specific features of that process, the using of the German bourgeoisie's renunciation, Germany's capitalization and the constantly growing prominence of capitalist production in Germany to attain to political power. Capitalist production, bourgeois lifestyles in a country which continued to be ruled by the Hohenzollerns and the Prussian junkers. That is the quintessence of the change occasioned by the quelling of democratic revolution. And since it was not only the bourgeoisie itself which adopted this course but also with few and, we may state, ever fewer exceptions, the bourgeois intellectuals, it is not surprising that the ideological consequences of this change were necessarily very far-reaching. I have dealt in detail elsewhere with the change in German literary tendencies. 112. Philosophically, it reflected the leading part which Schopenhauerian philosophy played among the German bourgeois intelligentsia, especially its so-called elite, a preeminence challenged partly by the vulgarizing representatives of the old materialism, Buchner, Molschat, etc., and partly, later on, by Neo-Kantianism. The philosophically decisive trends of the pre-revolutionary age, such as Hegelianism, Feuerbach and, on the right, Schelling, fell increasingly into oblivion. In the process, Schopenhauer's emergence took on more and more of an international character. For this too there were social reasons. Much as the development of the most important European nations differed from Germany's, there still existed in this very respect, during this period, related features of some importance. Not for nothing did Engels call this phase of the Prussian development of Bonapartist one. The position of the French bourgeoisie and bourgeois intellectuals after June 1848 and their surrender to Napoleon 111 created a situation which displays a set of related features, for all the natural differences obtaining, to be sure. The French intellectuals' capitulation to Napoleon 111 was far less unconditional than that of the Germans to the Hohenzollerns, exhibiting far more serious examples of at least an ideological opposition, the founding of Italian national unity, again from above. Taking into account once more the manifold differences, the forms of embourgeoisement in the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, indeed even the Victorian era, in England resulting from the defeat of the Chartists, all this indicates that, for all its specific national peculiarities, the German development after 1848 still only represents an extreme instance of what was then a universally European development in bourgeois society. Engels draw attention to these common features when analyzing the bourgeoisie stance to questions of state power under the threat of the working class. 115. That gives us the social basis for the international influence of Schopenhauerian philosophy, the social basis for an irrationalism founded in the social being of the bourgeoisie. In this second major crisis of bourgeois society, German philosophy assumed the leading role internationally, just as it had done in the first major crisis at the time of the French Revolution and afterwards. But there was an immense difference. Then, the forward-looking dialectical problems of the epoch were formulated in German philosophy, and chiefly by Hegel. As we have noted, the corresponding irrationalist backlash with Schelling, Bader, and the Romantics was naturally part and parcel of this. And here we can also say that German philosophy at that time was the leading philosophy even in a reactionary sense, in that it captured intellectually certain basic elements of the later irrationalism, whereas most of the counter-revolutionary French and English ideologists, from Burke to Bonald and de Maistre, expressed a legitimist reactionary content essentially in old concepts. There were, of course, precursors of irrationalism as well, such as Maine de Baron in France and Coleridge in England. German philosophy of this period gained a really international significance, however, through its progressive dialectical evolutionist tendencies. Not for nothing did Cuvier tax his evolutionist adversaries were trying to introduce into science the mystical trends of German natural philosophy. The second crisis, around and after 1848, as an essentially different character. Admittedly, it was just at this time that there arose the most towering peak of German thought, the dialectical and historical materialism of Marx and Engels. But this was a departure from the bourgeois foundation. It marked the final close of the progressive era of bourgeois thought, the working out of the problems of mechanical materialism and idealist dialectics. Bourgeois philosophy's settlement with this legal instrument, its attempts to go on creating reactionary types of irrationalism on a new ontological basis, and in the new ideological situation belonged to a later period. Granted, the philosophy of the later Schelling and still more that of Kierkegaard, as we shall see shortly, was closely linked to the dissolution of Hegelianism. But Kierkegaard's international influence likewise belongs in the imperialist age. Like Schopenhauer's and Nietzsche's philosophy, Kierkegaard's is a kind of anticipation of decadent trends which later became universal, and let us remark here that it was not until Nietzsche that bourgeois irrationalism began its real defensive struggle against the ideas of socialism. Schopenhauer wrote his most important books at a time when Hegelian philosophy was still enjoying its growth and dominance. His achievement in the history of irrationalism anticipated developments insofar as tendencies found expression in his work which, because of the socio-historical situation just depicted, only became universal dominant after the defeat of the 1848 revolution. Thus it is with Schopenhauer that German philosophy starts to play its fateful role as the ideological leader of reactionary extremism. Naturally, such an ability to anticipate events indicates a certain intellectual stature, and without doubt Schopenhauer, Kierkegaard and Nietzsche possessed considerable philosophical gifts, for instance a high capacity for abstraction, and not in a formalistic sense, but a flair for conceptualizing living phenomena, for building a mental bridge between immediate life and the most abstract idea, and taking with philosophic seriousness phenomena of being, which only existed in embryo, as trends which had scarcely begun at the time, and did not become the universal symptoms of an era until decades later. To be sure, and this distinguishes Schopenhauer, Kierkegaard and Nietzsche from the truly great philosophers, the vital movement to which they devoted themselves as thinkers, and whose future sweeping power they anticipated, was the rise of bourgeois reaction. For its advent and its growth, as for its crucial symptoms, they had a decided flair. The faculty of intellectual clairvoyance and anticipatory abstraction, if we have called Schopenhauer the first irrationalist standing on a purely bourgeois foundation, it is not too difficult to perceive the associated personal traits in his social being. His biography distinguishes him quite sharply from all his German predecessors and contemporaries. He was a grand bourgeois, in contrast to the others, petty bourgeois status, which in Fichte's case was even semi-proletarian. Accordingly, Schopenhauer did not experience the normal straits of petty bourgeois, German intellectuals, private tutoring, etc., but spent a large part of his youth on journeys all over Europe. After a brief transitional period as a business trainee, he lived a peaceful existence on private means, an existence in which even his university link, the teaching post in Berlin role, played a merely episodic. Thus, he was the first major instance in Germany of a writer with private means, a breed which had become important to the bourgeois literature of capitalistically advanced countries long before. It is significant that Kierkegaard and Nietzsche also enjoyed an independence stemming from a private income which much resembled Schopenhauer's. This material freedom from all daily cares provided the basis of Schopenhauer's independence not only from semi-feudal, state-determined conditions of existence, a university career, etc., but also from the intellectual movements connected with them. Thus it was possible for him to occupy a stubbornly personal position on all questions without having to make any sacrifices. In this respect, he became a model for Germany's later rebel bourgeois intellectuals. Nietzsche said of him, "What he taught is accomplished. What he lived will stand." Just look at him, he was a slave to no one. Now naturally this independence was an illusion, and one typical of the bourgeois private means. As highly practical person with a bourgeois education, Schopenhauer knew perfectly well that his intellectual existence depended on the stability and augmentation of his investments, for which he waged a tough and shrewd battle all his life with his family, the administrators of his fortune, and so on. In these practical features of his character and conduct he shows a certain affinity with, for instance, important figures of the Enlightenment, for example, Voltaire. This we must briefly examine because, as we shall see, it also extended to intellectual matters, and is characteristic of Schopenhauer's way of thinking. Voltaire too battled unceasingly to attain complete independence, in his case from feudal and courtly patronage. He did so, however, not only on behalf of his individual productive work, but so as to be able to make it stand as an independent intellectual force against feudal absolutism in respect of all the important topical issues, the Talus case, etc. With Schopenhauer, we find not the slightest sign of such a relation to public life. His independence was that of the self-willed, sheerly egotistic eccentric, who uses it to retire from public life completely and to free himself of all obligations existing towards it. Schopenhauer's striving for independence thus bears only a formal resemblance to Voltaire's and has nothing in common with it intrinsically, not to mention the heroic struggles which Diderot or Lessing said, waged with contemporary reactionary powers for their intellectual independence and freedom to serve social progress. We needed to sketch in these biographical features because they rapidly lead us to the heart of Schopenhauer's specific type of bourgeois existence. Schopenhauer expressed very lucidly what he understood by independence. "For I thank God every morning that I do not need to concern myself with the Roman Empire has always been my motto," he said, scornfully referring to Hegel's adulation of the state as the worst Philistinism, whereby men are consumed in state service. According to this outlook, the official and the human being were one and the same. It was a downright apotheosis of Philistinism. 1114. Undoubtedly, Schopenhauer's scornful criticism caught the really weak aspects of Hegelian philosophy of right and ethics. Hegel's progressive ideal of the citoyen was to be embodied in the wretched German reality, and because of the way his system was constructed, this incorporation was bound to mean a marked adjustment to the wretched condition of contemporary Prussian society. So such an equating of state citizenship and state officialdom did indeed give expression to that Philistinism from which, to quote Engels, not even the greatest Germans, including Goethe and Hegel, succeeded in escaping. So far, therefore, this Schopenhauerian critique of Hegel finds its target. But what of its author's independence, supposedly a state rising above Philistinism? Let us mention only in passing that the Faust quotation, which Schopenhauer includes in his political credo, appears in Goethe's original context, as a statement characteristic of precisely the petty bourgeoisie. More important is the consideration that Schopenhauer's high-minded withdrawal from all politics was only how he behaved in normal times, when state machinery automatically safeguarded the fortunes and incomes of private investors against any possible attack. But there were times when Schopenhauer experienced them. In 1848, this automatic protection of fortunes was thrown in question, or at least as then, in Germany appeared to be. At such moments Schopenhauer's aloof independence vanished, and our philosopher made haste to hand his opera glasses to a Prussian officer for a better view of the rioters at whom he was shooting. And it was assuredly with memories of this major scare in his life that he wrote while making his universal air de fund set up in Berlin to support Prussian soldiers invalided in the riots and insurrections of the years 1848 and 1849 in the name of maintaining and establishing law and order in Germany, as also the surviving relatives of those who fell in those struggles. 115. Thomas Mann, the great admirer of Schopenhauer from his youth onwards, calls the motto we have quoted a true Philistinism and sluggishness, the slogan whose adoption by an intellectual wrestler like 116. Schopenhauer is hardly comprehensible. Thomas mistaken. Here man was with Schopenhauer, certainly. This attitude manifests itself in the grotesque and scurrilous form, but in its social essence it was typical of the bourgeois intelligentsia. Indeed, we may say that it becomes increasingly typical as capitalism develops. Thomas Mann himself, speaking of the older Richard Wagner, who was decisively influenced by Schopenhauer, ideologically calls this attitude Machtgesellschaft innerlichkeit, a passive inner state protected by power. 117. This accurately characterized the new decadent form of bourgeois individualism, as opposed to the economic, political, and cultural individualism of the period of bourgeois ascendancy. The latter form, in line with the structure of bourgeois society at that time, was the philosophy of a personal activity ultimately calculated, just by dint of its personal nature, to promote the social aims and ends of the bourgeois class. From Machiavelli and Rabelais via the economic theories of Adam Smith and Ricardo to Hegel's list of renowned bourgeois intellectual edifices expressed such an individualism in a historically conditioned variety of forms. Not before Schopenhauer is the individuum inflated into an absolute and in itself. The individual's activity now becomes detached from its social basis, turning purely inwards and cultivating one's own private peculiarities and wishes as absolute values. To be sure, as was evident in Schopenhauer, in a most drastic form, this self-sufficiency exists only in the decadently bourgeois individual's imagination, the puffing up into an end in itself of purportedly self-sufficient individuality cannot alter, let alone annul a single social commitment. And in a critical case, such as Schopenhauer's in 1848, we find that this aloof self-sufficiency of the private person is only a decadently heightened version of normal capitalist egotism. Any capitalist, any man of private means would have behaved like Schopenhauer, only without adding to this axiomatic defense of one's own capital a subtly constructed philosophical system. That is by no means to say that such a system seen also from the social angle is the material. On the contrary, the farther the bourgeoisie's decadent tendencies go, the less it puts up a struggle against the relics of feudalism, and the stronger its alliance with the reactionary powers becomes. The greater will be the importance of thinkers of Schopenhauer's ilk to the cultivation of bourgeois decadence, even when or rather precisely when the bourgeoisie itself has only this aforementioned basis of being in common with such thinkers, precisely when bourgeois intellectuals within the ideological scope desire. Basis affords view the status quo in an extremely critical light, for decadent tendencies necessarily entail the incipient shaking of the faith shown by the bourgeoisie's retainers in their own social system, and even the faith of many actual members of the class. Philosophy, along with literature, etc., will now have the objectively social class task of plugging the resulting gaps or indeed of bridging the newly apparent gulfs ideologically. This is the task of that body of writing which Marx liked to term the apologetics of capitalism. 118. In general, these tendencies became dominant after the quelling of the 1848 revolution in Germany. Although of course they first set in earlier, their fundamental character finds expression in their attempts to eliminate intellectually the capitalist system's increasingly salient contradictions by proving all that is contradictory. That and horrible about capitalism to be mere illusion or temporary, removable surface blemish. Schopenhauer's originality lies in the fact that at a time when this ordinary form of apologetics had not yet even developed fully, let alone become the leading trend in bourgeois thinking, he had already found the later, higher form of capitalist apologetics. In direct apologetic, how do we formulate its essence in a nutshell? Whereas direct apologetics was at pains to fudge the contradictions in the capitalist system, to refute them with sophistry and to be rid of them, indirect apologetics proceeded from these very contradictions, acknowledging their existence and their irrefutability as facts, while nonetheless putting an interpretation on them which helped to confirm capitalism. Whereas direct apologetics was at pains to depict capitalism as the best of all orders, as the last, outstanding peak in mankind's evolution, indirect apologetics crudely elaborated the bad sides, the atrocities of capitalism, but explained them as attributes not of capitalism, but of all human existence and existence in general. From this it necessarily follows that a struggle against these atrocities not only appears doomed from the start but signifies an absurdity, viz., the self-dissolution of the essentially human. This brings us to the center of Schopenhauer's philosophy, his pessimism. It was directly through his pessimism that Schopenhauer became the leading thinker of the second half of the 19th century. Through it he founded a new type of apologetic. To be sure, he did no more than lay the foundations. Later, and particularly when dealing with Nietzsche, we shall see that the Schopenhauerian form of indirect apologetics represents only the initial stage of this philosophical genre. The chief reason for this was that its conclusion, the abstention from all social activity, seen as senseless and certainly from any effort to change society, sufficed only to answer the needs of the pre-imperialist bourgeoisie. It sufficed only during a period when, because of the universal economic boom, this rejection of political activity matched the position of the class struggles and the needs of the ruling class. The social task which reactionary philosophy was set in the imperialist period went further. Although this trend was far from dying out altogether, now the task was to mobilize active support for imperialism. In this direction Nietzsche surpassed Schopenhauer, although, as an indirect apologist at a riper stage, remained his pupil and continuation in the methodological sense. So pessimism means primarily a philosophical rationale of the absurdity of all political activity. That was the social function of this stage in indirect apologetics. In order to reach this conclusion, the chief necessity is to devalue society and history philosophically. If there is an evolution in nature, and if this evolution climaxes in man and his culture, and therefore, in society, it will necessarily follow that the meaning of even the most individual action and the most individual conduct must be somehow connected with this evolution of the human race. However idealistically distorted this link may be, and however much it may concentrate upon purely ideological activities, thinking, art, meaningful action will still be inseparably linked with men's social and historical life and, through the medium of the latter, with some kind of concept of progress. These connections can be found, for example, in Schiller's philosophy of art, and we shall see how Schopenhauer's high estimation of the aesthetic and philosophic attitude is diametrically opposed to Schiller's and Goethe's, so if action is devalued, the world outlook is bound to arise in which all historicity, and with it, all progress and evolution, is diminished to an illusion and deception, in which society is depicted as a superficiality interfering with the essence and obscuring knowledge of it instead of giving expression to it in illusion in the sense of delusion. Only when the newer rationalism is able to carry out this destruction will its pessimism be able to have the effect, and achieve the social task on the bourgeoisie's behalf, which Schopenhauer's philosophy did in fact accomplish in the second half of the 19th century, but we have not yet fully circumscribed the function of Schopenhauerian pessimism. Optimism and pessimism, in general, are among the vaguest expressions in traditional philosophical terminology, and one cannot analyze them concretely at all without discovering the class background behind the affirmation or denial of a particular development, however strong the cosmic mystification that may accompany it, as in the case of Schopenhauer. Without some such concretization, optimism will be equated with embellishing the facts and pessimism with a stop-at-nothing disclosure of the dark sides of reality, as so often occurs in bourgeois historical accounts after Schopenhauer. The French economic historian Charles Yves, for instance, calls the classic author of bourgeois political economy, Ricardo, a pessimist merely because he freely investigates capitalism in its negative aspects as well, although there is not a trace of pessimism in Ricardo's perspective. Or again, Schopenhauer himself regarded Voltaire as an ally because he ridiculed Leibniz's rose-tinted conception of the best of all possible worlds, with devastating irony. Although in respect of his perspective of social evolution Voltaire was anything but a pessimist, it is evident that Schopenhauerian pessimism was an ideological reflection of the Restoration Age. The French Revolution, the Napoleonic era and the wars of liberation were past, and for decades the whole Western world had been in the throes of constant upheaval, but in the end everything remained as before, at least on the directly visible face of things. During and after these major events the German bourgeoisie lived in the same lack of class consciousness as before. Anyone lacking a perspective of human evolution apart from that wrested from this social misery was easily convinced that all historical endeavors were fruitless, especially if one approached the question from the bourgeois individual standpoint and made the crux of it the question, how does all this affect my personal life? And whereas at the time of the French Revolution the international outlook could offer a perspective pointing far beyond the German misere, the futility of a historical transformation of human life was now presented as universal destiny. So whereas Herder and Forster, Holderlin and Hegel managed to obtain a guideline for appraising Germany possibly condemnatory but offering perspectives from the international outlook, Schopenhauer's cosmopolitan preview engendered a philosophical generalizing of the German plight. Its projection into the cosmic realm was an important basic part of his pessimism. It is no anachronism to see in Schopenhauer, in contrast to German classicism's world citizens, the first forerunner of decadent cosmopolitanism, the other component part of pessimism, whose personal class roots we have already located, is bourgeois individualistic egotism. It is self-evident and common knowledge that there can be no bourgeois ideology in which this egotism does not play an important role. However, as long as the bourgeoisie was fighting feudalism and absolute monarchy as a revolutionary class, this egotism always appeared in close albeit problematic association with the progressive aims which the class entertained of reforming society. All bourgeois ideologists faced the problem of how to reconcile this egotism, which in their inability to fathom the historically transitory character of bourgeois society, they viewed as a general anthropological attribute, with social life and the progress of society as a whole. Here we cannot undertake to give even a rough sketch of the various views emerging from Mandeville's ironic critique of society to the dualism of Adam Smith's economics and ethics, the Enlightenment's rational egotism, Kant's Ungeselligkeit on social sociality, and Hegel's List of Vernunft. Here it suffices to establish this general connection between them. To be sure, a certain change began to occur in England after the so-styled Glorious Revolution of 1688. This era's theoreticians were already starting to work out a code of ethics for the victorious bourgeois, the master of bourgeois society, and to glorify bourgeois forms of life from the standpoint of their stabilization. And since, by virtue of the character of the Glorious Revolution, this was a compromise with the remnants of feudalism, there now came about a weakening of the former revolutionary impulse and ruthless criticism of society inasmuch as the accent began to shift from the social nature of action towards the bourgeois individual's contented self-sufficiency as a private person. No wonder this provided Schopenhauer with certain pegs for his views. It is notable in the context of the history of philosophy in general, and proof of the purely bourgeois nature of his philosophy that he, in contrast to the Restoration period's romantic thinkers who to a man were sharply opposed to the whole Enlightenment, was generally in sympathy with the Enlightenment minds. In appearance this line runs parallel with that of German classicism, which provided in Goethe and Hegel a continuation, dialectical extension of Enlightenment tendencies, but this is only apparently so, for Schopenhauer did not want to cultivate the Enlightenment's forward-looking tendencies, that is, to continue the Enlightenment struggle to abolish the relics of feudalism under the post-revolutionary period's new conditions. Instead he sought support from the Enlightenment thinkers for the ultra-radical philosophical formulation of the bourgeois individual self-sufficiency. Thus when he seemingly coincides with certain Enlightenment tendencies and singles out its representatives for praise in contrast to romantic thinkers, this constitutes a reactionary distortion of Enlightenment tendencies, including the aforesaid tendencies found in 18th century England. Later we shall also find the same distortion with Nietzsche, in the form of his sympathy with such French moralists as La Rochefoucauld and even Voltaire, a distortion equally expressing falsification of those Enlightenment thinkers' true tendencies, albeit at a more highly advanced stage of reaction. To be sure, and this is another expression of Schopenhauer's indirect apologetics, he represents ordinary bourgeois egotism as morally negative, but not as socially negative and therefore not as an attribute and tendency to be changed in socio-ethical terms. With Schopenhauer, ordinary bourgeois egotism is an unalterable, cosmic attribute of men in general. It is, moreover, the unalterable cosmic attribute of each existence. From his epistemology and worldview, with whose foundations we shall concern ourselves later from the theoretical angle, Schopenhauer derived the cosmic necessity of the capitalist type of ruthless egotism as follows. Hence each person wants everything for himself, wants to possess or at least to control everything, and would like to stand by everything which offers resistance. In addition, where percipient beings are concerned, the individual is the transmitter of the percipient subject and the latter the world's transmitter, that is, the whole of nature outside of him, and hence all other individuals, as well, exist only in his idea, and he is always only conscious of it as his idea, hence only immediately and as something which is independent of his own essence and existence, since the world necessarily escapes him along with his consciousness, that is, its being and non-being becomes synonymous and indistinguishable. Nature, which is everywhere voracious at all times, herself provides him with this knowledge with simple and immediate certainty, in the raw and independently of all reflection. The two necessary conditions we have stated will now explain why each individual, although disappearing completely in the unbounded world and reduced to naught, still makes himself the center of the world and considers his own existence and welfare before all else, indeed is willing, from the natural standpoint, to sacrifice everything else to these and to destroy the world just so as to preserve his own self, that drop in the ocean, a little longer. This frame of mind is the egotism essential to everything that is found in nature. 119 It now appears as if Schopenhauerian morality transcends this egotism and negates it, but with Schopenhauer, the dismissal of conventional, cosmically inflated bourgeois egotism is similarly enacted in the individual spiritually isolated from society, and it even marks a heightening of this isolation. From aesthetic enjoyment to saintly asceticism, the individual's pure self-sufficiency is celebrated more and more, and Schopenhauer's professed surmounting of egotism was the only exemplary moral attitude. To be sure, this elevated egotism was meant to appear in sharp contrast to ordinary egotism as a turning away from illusion and the veil of Maya, that is God. The life of society in which conventional egotism is bogged down. It is presented as a sympathy with all created things resulting from the insight that individuation is only an illusion, and one that conceals the unity of all existence. This contrast which Schopenhauer draws between two types of egotism is one of the subtlest features of his indirect apologetics. Firstly, he bestows on this attitude the sanction of aristocratic perspicacity, as opposed to the plebeian's blind attachment to the world of phenomena. Secondly, this elevation above ordinary egotism entails no obligations on account of its sublime, mystical cosmic generality. It discredits social obligations and replaces them with empty emotional promptings, sentimentalities which may on occasion be reconciled with the greatest crimes against society. In the excellent Soviet film Chakheyev, the bestially cruel counter-revolutionary general keeps a canary, feels cosmically united with it in the true spirit of Schopenhauer, and plays Beethoven's sonatas in his leisure time, thus fulfilling all the sublime commandments of Schopenhauerian morality. Schopenhauer's own behavior, which we have discussed already, also belongs in this category. To be sure, the philosopher clears himself in advance of any accusation that might be leveled against him in this respect. Once again, he is a very modern moral reformer in that he avows that the morality which he himself has propounded and argued philosophically places no obligation on himself. In general, it is a strange thing to ask of a moralist that he should commend no virtue unless he possesses it himself. 1120. This guarantees the decadent bourgeois intelligence the maximum of spiritual and moral ease. It has at its disposal a morality liberating it from all social duties and elevating it to a sublime height above the blind, uncomprehending riffraff, but a morality whose very founder exempts the intelligence from obeying it, where it becomes difficult or even just inconvenient. Schopenhauer, and in this he was acting quite consistently, arranged his whole way of life with this convenience in mind. We now have an outline and important example, the long effective model of bourgeois ethics in the period of decline. Admittedly, what Schopenhauer initiated in this dualistic and undemanding form his successors, and chiefly Nietzsche, carried on with a view to liberating through ethics all men's bad, antisocial and anti-human instincts, giving them a moral sanction and proclaiming them to be, if not always commandments, then at least the prescribed fate of man, that is, of the bourgeois citizen and bourgeois intellectual of the imperialist age. Here we see quite plainly the resemblance and the difference between Schopenhauer and the irrationalist philosophy of the Restoration era. Both sought to educate their followers in a social passivity. The latter, however, stigmatized all revolutionary upheavals as inorganic, merely fabricated and diabolical by glorifying as the will of God the organic growth of society, that is, the exclusive justification of the feudal, absolutist order. Schopenhauer, on the other hand, presents the irrationalism of society and history as a pure, naked absurdity, and the endeavor to participate in the life of society or even to change it is so lacking in insight with regard to the essence of the world as to verge on a criminal act. Schopenhauer therefore defends the established order as firmly as feudal or semi-feudal irrationalism defended the Restoration, but with a totally contrary, bourgeois method of indirect apologetics. Whereas the Restoration ideologists defended the concrete feudal absolutist social order of their day. Schopenhauer's philosophy was an ideological safeguard for any existing social order capable of effectively defending bourgeois private property. Thus Schopenhauer's bourgeois nature is expressed in just the fact that for him given adequate protection of private property, the political character of the ruling system is totally irrelevant. In the commentaries he wrote to his main work in Purga and Per Lepomena, Schopenhauer voices this standpoint even more clearly than in the main work. Everywhere and always there has been dissatisfaction with governments, laws and public institutions, but this is largely so only because we are always ready to tax these with misery inseparably attached to human existence itself, since the latter is, to speak in mythical terms, the curse laid on Adam and his entire race with him. Never, though, has that false impression been promoted with more hypocrisy and audacity than by much. The demagogues of Jet seek the Nautai movement for these, being enemies of Christianity, or optimists. The world is their end in itself, and hence in itself, that is God. According to its natural disposition, it is quite excellently arranged, a proper haven of happiness. The colossal evils of the world that cry out against this view these demagogues ascribe entirely to governments. If, they argue, our governments were to do as they are supposed to, we would have a heaven on earth. That is to say, everyone would be able to eat his fill, to drink, to propagate himself, and to expire without sweat and tears. For this is a paraphrase of their end in itself, and the goal of the unending progress of mankind, which they tirelessly proclaim in pompous catchphrases. 121. It is clear from these statements wherein the social significance and function of Schopenhauer's pessimism lies, and why he stigmatized optimism in his main work is intellectually and morally wicked. There he writes, here, by the way, I cannot refrain from stating that optimism, if not the thoughtless babble of men who have nothing but words in their thick skulls, seems to me not only an absurd but also a downright ruthless way of thinking. The bitter mockery of mankind's untold sufferings, the resemblance and, class-based, difference we have described between Schopenhauer and irrationalist Restoration philosophy is most clearly expressed in the stance which each adopted to the religious 1122. Question. We have already examined this problem in dealing with Schelling. As we have seen, the general philosophical struggle in Germany was not between materialist atheism and religion. The extremely shaky and irresolute tendency towards eliminating religious elements from the philosophical world. Picture concentrated upon the problem of pantheism. On the one hand, this could never really overcome the religious outlook on account of its idealist foundation. On the other hand, Its tendency to explain the world from its own premises evoked, as we have also noted, the resistance of philosophical reaction, and it was repeatedly denounced as atheism. Not until the dissolution of Hegelianism did Feuerbach, as has been likewise noted, come forward with a left critique of pantheism by taking apart the religio-theistic restrictedness of classical German philosophy from the standpoint of an atheistic materialism. Schopenhauer perceived very clearly the inadequacy and inconsistency of all pantheism. In the main, my only objection to pantheism is that it does not tell us anything. To call the world God is not to explain it, but only to enrich the language with a superfluous synonym for the word world. It is all the same whether you say the world is God or the world is the world. But he also saw the other side of the coin, pantheism's connection with theistic religion. In this context, he had this to add to the remarks just quoted. For only insofar as we proceed from a God, thus taking God for granted and enjoying familiarity with God, can we finally reach the point of identifying him with the world, which we do really in order to house God in an 1123 respectable manner. Schopenhauer apparently approaches Feuerbach's critique of Spinoza and classical German philosophy, only apparently though, for in the latter, Spinoza especially, pantheism was in its principal tendency really only a polite atheism. Granted, Schopenhauer likewise avowed allegiance to atheism, but again he gave it a distinctive accent. It does not mean the destruction of religion and the religious life, as for the great materialists of the 17th and 18th centuries, and it does not even show an unconscious striving in this direction. As with the progressive idealist pantheists, it was meant on the contrary, to serve as a substitute for religion, to create a new atheistic religion for those who had lost their old religious faith as a result of social evolution and progress in the knowledge of nature. Accordingly, Schopenhauer's atheist not only failed to bear any relation to materialism, the substance of it, on the contrary, was a most bitter struggle against materialism, a diversion of the incipient anti-religious trends away from materialist atheism, and here, they're re-erecting towards a religious life without God, the religious atheism. Schopenhauer wrote on this subject, but do the gentlemen know what times we are living in? An epoch has commenced that has long been foretold. The church is rocking so heavily that it is doubtful whether it can regain its balance. For faith has gone missing. The number of those whom a certain degree and breadth of knowledge has rendered incapable of faith has swelled considerably. This attests to the universal dissemination of coarse rationalism, whose bulldog features are growing more and more widespread. It is quite calmly preparing to measure with its tailor's yardstick the profound mysteries of Christianity over which the centuries have brooded and quarreled, and imagines itself to be marvelously clever. Above all, the central Christian dogma, the doctrine of original sin, has become a risible plaything for the level-headed rationalists. That is because they think that nothing is clearer and surer than that each man's existence begins at his birth. Hence he cannot possibly have entered the world in a state of guilt. How acute of them! And just as wolves will start to prowl in poverty and neglect take hold of a village, so never lurking materialism will raise its head in these conditions and assume control along with its companion, bestiality, which certain people call humanism. 124. A notable thing about these statements in the negative sense is that they accept the religious crisis as a fact, yet contain a sharp polemic exclusively attacking coarse rationalism and materialism. And in a positive respect, we should note that here, as in many other key passages in his philosophy, Schopenhauer sides with the Christian dogma of original sin. Thus it is only logical of him repeatedly to stress the novelty and timely nature, in principle, of his religious atheism. He characterized the pre-Kantian situation thus. But to Kant there existed a real dilemma between materialism and theism, that is, between the supposition that blind chance brought the world into being, or an intelligence ordering it from outside, according to ends and concepts, nec debitur tertium. Hence atheism and materialism were the Samuel now Kant, he argues, prompted the following change. But the validity of that disjunctive major term in the proposition, that dilemma between materialism and theism, rests on the hypothesis that the world presented to us is that of things in themselves, and that consequently there is no other order of things than the empirical order. Thus Kant, in removing the basis of theism through his important distinction between phenomenon and thing, opened up an avenue to quite different and more profound accounts of existence. 1125. So Kant was the means of opening up the way out of this dilemma. The path to Schopenhauer's religious atheism, which had materialism as its principal target and adopted a great deal from Christian ethics, remodeling its arguments. From this it is already clearly discernible where the essence of Schopenhauer's religious atheism is located. It is a kind of religious substitute for those no longer able to believe in the dogmatic religions. It offers them a worldview matching scientific requirements on the one hand and metaphysical needs on the other, the worldview broadly accommodating the lingering emotional attachment to religious or semi-religious prejudices. Whereas pantheism, albeit idealistically entangled with its world immanence and classical German philosophy, its theory of evolution, led objectively away from the religious worldviews. Schopenhauer's overtly atheistic philosophy pointed it way back to a religion imposing no obligations. Hence Schopenhauer repeatedly invokes the atheistic character of Buddhism. 126 Hence he stresses that in the decisive question of original sin, the morality deriving from his atheistic philosophy is, if new and unfamiliar in expression, anything but that in essence. Being in full agreement with the authentic Christian dogma. 127 Hence he denounces Hegel as actually a bad Christian. 1128 and so on. Again, serving as a model for decadent developments later, there came into being that religious atheism which assumed, for a large section of the bourgeois intelligentsia, the function of the religion which had become intellectually untenable among this class. Here again, of course, Schopenhauer did not round something off but only paved the way. His social starting point in the Restoration period dictated the fact that his atheism, like the religion of this era, inculcated his social passivity, a mere turning aside from social action, whereas his later successors, above all Nietzsche and the subsequent fascists, expanded these points of departure morally in the direction of an active, militant underpinning of imperialist reaction, which again ran parallel to the course taken by the churches in the imperialist world wars and civil wars. The complex stratification of capitalist society and the harsh changes in the course of the imperialist period's class struggles necessarily meant that religious atheism during this age could, without needing to hark back directly to Schopenhauer, have quietist variations as well. For example, Heidegger's existentialism. The strength of these parallels in social function between Schopenhauerian atheism, political reaction, and the positive religions and their churches is most clearly manifest in his discourse on religion. Schopenhauer begins with a sharp critique of the historical role of religions, leveled primarily at the intolerance of the monotheistic ones. But he concludes his dialogue thus: Philolaus. Certainly the matter appears in a different light if we take into account the usefulness of religions in supporting the crown. For as long as heads are crowned by the grace of God, altar and throne have a clearly defined relationship, and accordingly, every wise prince who loves his throne and family will always set his people an example of true religiosity, just as even Machiavelli urgently commends religiosity to princes in his chapter 18. Moreover, one could state that the revealed religions bore the same relation to philosophy as divinely appointed sovereigns bore to the sovereignty of the people, and for that reason the two primary terms of this equation were natural allies. Demophiles, don't you adopt that tone? Consider rather that you would then be sounding a fanfare for autocracy and anarchy, the archenemy of all law and order, all civilization and humanity. Philolaus. You are right. It was just sophistry. I therefore take it back. 129 All this provides a clear outline of the social function fulfilled by Schopenhauerian philosophy. This function also determined its philosophical problems in the narrower sense. Its methodological and systematic significance can only be understood when we see how its social terminus ad quem was constituted in reality. For only by ascertaining this can we define Schopenhauer's stance towards the history of classical German philosophy and his place within it, the authentic philosophical character of the irrationalism he founded. It is a well-established fact that on all crucial philosophical questions, Kant occupies a shifting, equivocal position. With matchless lucidity, Lenin characterized Kant's position between materialism and idealism as follows: the basic feature of Kantian philosophy is the reconciling of materialism and idealism, a compromise between the two, the systematic binding together of heterogeneous, mutually contradictory philosophical orientations. When Kant assumes that something outside of us, something in itself, corresponds to our ideas, he is a materialist. When he states that this thing in itself is unknowable, transcendent, and from the beyond, he is making an idealist stand. By acknowledging experiences and sensations as our sole source of knowledge, he gives his philosophy a bent towards sensualism, and beyond sensualism, under specific conditions, to materialism as well. By acknowledging the a priority of space, time, causality, etc., Kant gives his philosophy an idealist bent. 1130 In this crucial respect, the whole of German classical philosophy marks a major step backwards in relation to Kant. Fichte already purifies, to use Lenin's term, Kantian philosophy of its materialist fluctuations and creates a purely subjective idealism. Schopenhauer's epistemology was always moving in this direction. It too, as we are about to see, reduced Kant's fluctuations to Berkeley's consistently subjective idealism. But Kant's position was variable and provisional not only as regards this question, the crucial one for philosophy in general, but also on the question of dialectics. The contradictions which became manifest in mechanical metaphysical thinking at the end of the 18th century, Diderot, Rousseau, Herder, etc., come to a head with Kant. This comprehension of contradiction as a point of departure, as a logical and epistemological basis, is a tendency to be found throughout his over, although never taken to its conclusion or consistently worked out. Granted, with Kant all these preliminary moves still end in the reinstatement of metaphysical thinking and in a philosophical agnosticism. But we know from our discussion of the young Schelling how important even these inconsequential moves became as starting points for the development of dialectics in Germany. With Schopenhauer's position regarding materialism we are already familiar. Here it is just a matter of showing that Schopenhauer's purifying of Kant's materialist inconstancies, his reduction of Kantian to Berkeleyan epistemology, not only marks the establishing of a consistent subjective idealism, but also implies a striving to eradicate all dialectical elements from Kantian philosophy and to replace them with an irrationalism based on intuition, with an irrationalist mysticism. Thus, while Schopenhauer's and Fichte's tendencies are in total conformity from the standpoint of the crucial epistemological question, the division of idealism and materialism, they are equally contrasted in the question of dialectics. In this respect, Fichte's subjective idealist view of the relation between ego and non-ego was an attempt to extend Kant's dialectical tendencies more logically. Hence the important role played by Fichte in the origin of the young Schelling's objective idealist dialectics. Hence Schopenhauer's sharply dismissive attitude to classical German philosophy's dialectical efforts in their entirety. Even though his system shows many a point of contact with the irrationalist tendencies ever present in Schelling, and even though he borrowed a thing or two from Schelling in this field without, of course, admitting it in his critique of Kantian philosophy, Schopenhauer investigates the central problem of consistent subjective idealism in a very determined manner. He charges Kant above all with not having deduced the merely relative existence of the phenomenon from the simple, so apparent and undeniable truth, no object without subject, so as to portray the object as dependent on the subject from its very root, as determined by the latter and hence a mere phenomenon which does not exist in itself, unconditionally, because it will always exist only in one 131 relation to a subject. He formulated the same idea even more firmly, if anything, in his first book, on the fourfold root of the principle of sufficient reason, just as the object is posited with the subject, since the very word is otherwise meaningless. And likewise the subject with the object, and to be a subject is therefore tantamount to having an object, and to be an object tantamount to being known by the subject, in exactly the same way. The subject is posited along with an object determined in any way is knowing it in just that way. To that extent it does not matter whether I say that objects have such and such determinants pertinent and peculiar to them, or that the subject perceives in such and such ways. It does not matter whether I say that objects are to be divided into such classes, or that such differing powers of recognition are peculiar to the subject. 152 In this respect, then, Schopenhauer goes back firmly to Berkeley and defends him against Kant, that important thesis to whose merit Kant did not do justice. Berkeley had already made the keystone of his philosophy, thereby creating a lasting memorial to himself. Although he did not himself draw the appropriate inferences from the thesis, and was consequently partly not understood, and partly not sufficiently heeded, hence he rejected the second, revised edition of the Critique of Pure Reason as falsification of Kant's true tendencies, and always adhered to the first edition when interpreting Kant. 1135. This sharp contrast which Schopenhauer drew between the first and second edition of Kant's magnum opus has played a major part in Kant philology. 134. But the crucial question has to do not with philological history, but with philosophy. We have noted how Schopenhauer viewed Kant's relationship to Berkeley. Now Kant wrote in the preface to the second edition of the Critique of Pure Reason that he had added a refutation of idealism, and against Berkeley which he justified thus. However, innocuous idealism may be considered with regard to the basic purposes of metaphysics, though in fact, it is not innocuous. It is still scandalous for philosophy and universal human reason to have to accept merely on trust the existence of beings outside of ourselves, since, after all, we obtain all the actual material for knowledge from our inner mind. And should anyone happen to cast doubt on this, not to be able to answer with any satisfactory proof. 1135 does what Schopenhauer regarded as Kant's great, though inconsistently sustained philosophical feat. Kant himself termed scandalous for philosophy. This firm adoption of the course of Berkeleian subjective idealism would in itself ensure Schopenhauer the place of an important forerunner in reactionary bourgeois philosophy. For when Mach and Avenarius adopted Berkeley's epistemology afresh, just as fully in essence, but using a much more veiled form of expression, they continued along lines which started with Schopenhauer. Lenin to ascertain the affinity in his Mach critique. One is above not only materialism, but also the idealism of any old Hegel, yet not averse to flirting with an idealism in the spirit of Schopenhauer, 1136, but in two respects Schopenhauer outstripped his successors. On the one hand, he supported unreservedly Berkeley's solipsistic subjectivism and idealism. It was still wholly alien to him to mask his idealism as a third road, between idealism and materialism, as an elevation above his antithesis. On the other hand, he did not content himself, like Mach and Avenarius, with a mere agnosticism, but developed that mysticism and irrationalism inherent consciously or not, in all consistent idealism overtly from a thoroughgoing logic. In this, likewise, he came nearer to Berkeley than to his own successors. There is, admittedly, the important historical difference that his development of subjective idealism merges not with Christian religion, as Berkeley's did, but with the religious atheism we have previously noted now. In order to find an epistemological rationale for this, Schopenhauer does not repudiate the existence of beings in themselves in general, but simply puts an irrationalist mystical interpretation on them by equating the thing in itself with the will. Exaggerated and mysticized irrationalis theory. He wrote, "Phenomenon means idea and nothing further. All idea of whatever kind, all object is phenomenon. But the thing in itself is will alone, as such it, translator's note. That is, the will is never idea but different from idea toto genere. It is that of which all idea, all object constitutes the manifestation, the visible nature, the objectivity. It is the most intrinsic element, the core of each separate entity and equally the whole. It appears in every blindly operating force of nature. It appears also in men's deliberate actions. The great difference between the two concerns only the degree of manifestation, not the essence of what is manifesting itself." 1137. Thus Schopenhauer, like Schelling previously, presents us with two diametrically opposite modes of comprehending reality, and an essential reality, objective reality as really given, and a genuine, essential one, that of mystical irrationalism. But as we have seen, the young Schelling rejected with this conjunction only conceptual discursive knowledge of reality. With his intellectual intuition he was striving to comprehend, albeit in a confusedly mystical manner, the essence of the same reality, the motive forces of evolution as a universal principle behind all reality. Schopenhauer, on the contrary, automatically discredited all scientific knowledge and created a far deeper rift between knowledge of the phenomenal world and that of the thing in itself than Schelling did, even in his later period when he opposed positive to negative philosophy. For here we are dealing with two different kinds of reality, or rather with reality and non-reality, and the difference between these is exactly reflected in the two kinds of cognition. This is part different epistemologies. Schelling was an objective, Schopenhauer a subjective idealist. For Schelling, in consequence, the objectivity of reality is still somehow present, although in a form that was growing more and more distorted through mystical irrationalism. His early conception of the identical subject-object especially is a mystificatory form of expressing the notion that human consciousness is, on the one hand, the product of natural evolution, and that, on the other hand, the achieving of this identity in intellectual intuition implies knowledge, an elevation of this objective natural process into self-consciousness. With Schopenhauer, however, the association between subject and object is constituted quite differently from the outset. We have already quoted Schopenhauer's statements in this regard. They culminate in the thesis that there can be no object without subject, and that what we call reality, the world of appearance, is identical with our ideas. He therefore identifies himself with the Berkeleian esse estate percipi. From this it follows that for Schopenhauer, as later for Mach, Avenarius, Poincaré etc., the external world connected with her cannot have any real objectivity that is independent of human consciousness. That cognition thus too agrees with Machism possesses only a purely practical significance in the struggle for existence, the preservation of the individual and the species. Therefore knowledge in general, Schopenhauer wrote, rational as well as merely intuitive, proceeds in the first place from the will itself and belongs to the essence of the higher stages of its objectivation as a mere mechanism, a means of preserving the individual and the species as much as every bodily organ, originally determined, then, to serve the will and to accomplish its purposes. It remains entirely the servant of the will almost continuously. This is the case in all animals and in nearly all human beings. 1158. Without further ado, Schopenhauer was able to deduce from this epistemological viewpoint that, in the case of phenomena, the mode of comprehension thus determined is incapable in principle of telling us anything about their essence. Divided knowledge of the external world into morphology and etiology. For the former, he said, this presents us with innumerable shapes for our ideas, infinitely manifold and yet related through an unmistakable family resemblance, shapes which on this plane remain strange to us and, if regarded simply from this angle, look like baffling hieroglyphs. Etiology teaches us that, according to the law of cause and effect, one particular state of matter gives rise to the other, and has thereby accounted for it and done its task. But this will not have affected our knowledge of objective reality. Schopenhauer sums up his epistemology as follows: but this does not enlighten us in the least about the inner essence of any of those phenomena. This is called natural force and lies outside the realm of etiological explanation, which gives the name of natural law to the immutable constancy of the occurrence of such a force's externalization, as long as the conditions it knows are present. But this natural law, these conditions and this occurrence, in respect of a particular place at a particular time, are all that it knows and ever can know. The actual force externalized, the inner essence of the phenomenon occurring according to those laws, will remain forever a mystery, quite strange and unknown, in the case of both the simplest and most complex phenomenon. In consequence, even the most thorough etiological explanation of the whole of nature would actually never be anything beyond a catalogue of inexplicable forces, and a reliable list of the rules whereby manifestations of those forces occur in time and place, succeed and give way to one another. It would, however, have to leave the inner essence of the forces manifested forever unexplained, because the law it obeys does not go that far, but stops with the phenomenon and its classifying. 139. Here we can distinctly see both the purely bourgeois character of Schopenhauer's epistemology, and the energy with which it anticipates irrationalist philosophy's later development. Schopenhauer's close contact with 18th century English philosophers, with Berkeley and Hume, stems chiefly from the fact that they were trying to meet the ideological needs of the bourgeoisie, which had already gained control economically, by means of the compromise with the landowning class and the religious views of the old regime. For that reason, they tried to create an epistemology which did not, on the one hand, obstruct the free development of natural science indispensable to capitalist production, unlike, for instance, the religious ideas of feudal or semi-feudal philosophy which affected science itself. On the other hand, the epistemology they were seeking repudiated all philosophical consequences of scientific developments liable to hamper the compromise made with the ruling powers of the ancien regime by a bourgeoisie mostly inclining to reaction. This attitude's purely bourgeois character is manifest in the fact that the decisive argument for banishing such consequences is once again an indirect one. They are not dismissed as in feudal or semi-feudal philosophy, because they failed to agree with Christian dogmas, but on account of their unscientific nature, and because they cross frontiers defined by epistemology as impassable for the intellectual apprehension of the phenomenal world. Schopenhauer's anticipatory character, his genius, is indicated by the fact that he recognized this trend of bourgeois development in backward Germany at the start of the 19th century, that in the political unawareness socially, matters still stood quite differently of the German bourgeoisie of his age. He clearly surmised and raised to a high stage of generalization tendencies, which only gained the upper hand in Germany and right across the continent after the defeat of the 1848-9 revolution, as we have seen. This knowledge of the phenomenal world could only possess, in Schopenhauer's opinion, a practical, pragmatist significance. He now countered it with apprehension of the essence of things in themselves, apprehension of will. At this point, the irrationalist mysticism in his philosophy becomes fully evident. Even for the mode of perceiving the phenomenal world, Schopenhauer stresses the outstanding role played by intuition. Schelling's intellectual intuition, which, as we know, was for him solely the mode of knowing things in themselves, in sharp contrast to that of perceiving phenomena, he made a universal principle governing every kind of knowledge. Accordingly, our everyday, empirical intuition is an intellectual one, and to this is due the predicate which Germany's philosophical windbags have attached to a purported intuition of imagined worlds in which their favored absolutum performs its evolutions. 1140. Naturally, this irrationalist principle of intuition makes an even bolder appearance in knowledge of the thing in itself, the will. Apprehension of this will occurs, as regards each man as an individual, purely intuitively and directly as something, namely, which is directly known to that everyone which the word will 141 denotes. that this entails a complete solipsism, denial of the reality of our fellow men and the external world in general. Schopenhauer can contest only with sophistry and the tools of Schelling's philosophy, the philosophy he otherwise challenges so strongly. We judge the existence of our fellow beings, Schopenhauer says, according to the analogy of that 1142, that is, according to our own, and in both instances we distinguish between idea, phenomenon, and will, being in itself. The same method is then used to apply the will by analogy to the entire phenomenal world as to its underlying being in itself. Schopenhauer expounds this analogizing, this extension of human will to the whole cosmos as follows. It must however be observed that here, all we need is a denominatio a posteriori through which, for that very reason, the concept of will is expanded further than before. Perception of the identical in different manifestations and of the incongruous in similar ones is, as Plato so often comments, the very precondition of philosophy. Until now, however, we have not recognized the identity, with the will, or the essence of every single force straining and operating in nature. Hence we have not regarded the manifold phenomena as the different species of the same genus which they are, but have taken them for heterogeneous. That is also why there could not be a word to denote the concept of this genus. Hence I give the genus the name of its most admirable species, the nearer, immediate knowledge of which leads us to indirect knowledge of all other species. 143. This analogizing, needless to say, again occurs in an intuitive way, on the basis of direct knowing. But the word will, which is supposed to reveal the innermost essence of each thing in nature like an open sesame, by no means signifies an unknown quantity, something that is reached by drawing conclusions. It signifies rather something which is directly perceived and so well known that we know and understand what will is far better than anything else, anything whatever. Hitherto the concept will was subsumed under the concept force, but I do the exact opposite and ask for every force in nature to be conceived as will 1144. So here Schopenhauer anthropologizes the whole of nature with the help of plain analogy, which he loftily declares to be myth and hence truth. Here we are neither able nor disposed to analyze in all its details the philosophical system which arose in this way. We shall only indicate those crucial elements in which the new Schopenhauerian irrationalism, which had a tremendously strong bearing on 19th century philosophy, found expression. From Schopenhauer's return to Berkeley as we have traced it so far, it necessarily follows that for Schopenhauer, space, time and causality are purely subjective forms of the phenomenal world, and can never be applied to things in themselves. Dual as Schopenhauer grasped it, hence fluctuating position derived from the fact that here, he was similarly striving for a sharp dichotomy, but was forever trying to escape from the prison of this metaphysical dualism in the course of his concrete accounts. These steps taken by Kant towards a dialectical view of phenomenon in essence, objective reality, being in itself, were mostly hesitant and equivocal. Schopenhauer radically abolished them and used the dualism, carried through in a more consistently metaphysical, anti-dialectical argumentation, to bring about a total irrationalization of the world of things in themselves. Let us take an important case in natural philosophy. Force itself, Schopenhauer said, lies right outside the chain of causes and effects, which presupposes time by having meaning only in relation to it, but the former also lies outside time. The particular mutation is always an equally particular variation, but not so the force, on the cause whose externalization it is. For just that which always gives a cause its efficacy, however many times it occurs, is a natural force and is such groundless, that is dot. It lies right outside the causal nexus and the domain of the principle of reason, and is perceived philosophically as immediate objectivity of the will, which is entire natures in itself. 1145. Thereupon, the whole of nature is turned into a mystery. Although all the particular mutations needed for capitalist praxis may be comprehended in terms of causal laws and used in production, but philosophically speaking, everything is inexplicable and irrational. It is as inexplicable to us that a stone should fall to the earth as that an animal should move. 1146. And by pursuing this idea to its logical conclusion, Schopenhauer arrived at findings very close to the reactionary mysticism of imperialist natural philosophy, which they anticipate in methodology. Let us remember from Spinoza's deterministic statements that a stone flying through the air, if it had consciousness, would imagine that it was flying at its free will, a graphic image to illustrate the illusion of free will. As has been shown, we find analogies of it in Bayle and Leibniz as well. Schopenhauer similarly refers to Spinoza's image but completely reverses its philosophical meaning by adding that the stone would be right. The push is the same for the stone as the motive for me, and what is manifested in the stone's case as cohesion, gravity. Persistence in the assumed state is, in esoteric essence, the same as that which I recognize in myself as will, and which the stone too would recognize as will. Were it to acquire perception, 1147 Schopenhauer, of course, was not familiar with today's bourgeois atomic physics, but he would surely have assented enthusiastically, at least from the methodological angle, to the causal movement of electrons and free will, in the movement of particles. The results of this metaphysical irrationalist splitting asunder of phenomenon and essence emerge even more clearly in the human world. Since Schopenhauerian will lies beyond the operational field of space, time and causality, and since he regards the individuation principle as thereby dissolved, every will is identical with will itself. This has very important human, ethical, consequences. Only the inner processes, as far as they concern the world, have true reality and are real events. Because will alone is the thing in itself, in each microcosm there lies the whole macrocosm. And the latter contains no more than the former. Multiplicity is phenomenon, and the external processes are mere configurations of the phenomenal world, hence possessing no direct reality or meaning, which they only have indirectly through their relation to the will of individuals. 1148. This, therefore, is not merely to say that it is exclusively the inner factor which counts in every deed. That is also implied in Kant's categorical imperative, albeit with the important difference that Kant was always striving to give his pure abstract ethics a social content as well, and in order to achieve this, he did not flinch from sophistic methods, from an unconscious abandonment of his own methodological starting point. With Schopenhauer, on the contrary, we are dealing with an wordness pure and simple, with the philosophical and ethical devaluation of every action, every real deed. But over and beyond this, the identity of macrocosm and microcosm of the essential world and the pure inwardness of the individuum is also implied in the passage just quoted. Certainly, the path to this is an ascesis, the dismissal of the cruelties of existence, the vision of the inner identity of all beings, and therefore surmounting of ordinary egotism. On all these issues Schopenhauer speaks in a wide-ranging, picturesque, and often witty manner. But we must never forget that again in abrupt contrast to Kant and indeed to all the genuine moralists of the past regards his own ethics as optional for the philosopher expounding and justifying them. Why, then, should they be obligatory for his readers and followers? But if they are not so, all that these sublime ethics leave us with is the inflation of the individual to a cosmic potency, plus a philosophical carte blanche to look down on all social activity in a superior way. This side of Schopenhauer's philosophy is further reinforced by the most popular part of the system, his aesthetics. Here again, bourgeois historians blur the picture by discerning in Schopenhauer's aesthetics a continuation of German classicism. In fact, they are the exact opposite. The aesthetics of Goethe and Schiller, those of the young Schelling and the mature Hegel, held art and knowledge to be two significant, mutually coordinating forms of comprehending the world. Goethe wrote, "The beautiful is a manifestation of secret natural laws which, without the appearance of the beautiful, would be forever hidden from us." 1149 on the face of it. Schopenhauer's aesthetics with their connection between Platonic ideas and aesthetic contemplation, and their view of music as a reflection of the will itself 150 come very close to this view, but let us not forget that in German classicism, knowledge and art were oriented to the same reality, and that they both sought in it different but converging solutions for the same dialectic of phenomenon in essence. Whereas Schopenhauer defined art precisely as the mode of considering things independently of the principle of reason, 151 does with Schopenhauer, in contrast to German classicism. Knowledge and aesthetic contemplation form diametrically opposite poles. Despite an equally superficial and deceptive resemblance, an antithesis just as sharp obtains in the relation of the aesthetic sphere to praxis. We do not need to expatiate on the fact that in classical aesthetics, from Kant's without interest to Schiller's aesthetic education, there exists a strong element of artistic isolation, an element of escape from social reality and praxis. But this was still only one element. Even aesthetic education was originally designed as a preparatory stage, as one phase in the education of mankind in social action. Only with Schopenhauer, and in reactionary romanticism before him, does this escape become the central problem of aesthetics. Here too Schopenhauer was an important forerunner of Europe's later decadence. For such a total flight from social action is inextricably linked with the distortion of man which this aesthetic attitude occasions. Whereas German classicism's aesthetic ideal was the normal human being, Schopenhauer posits an essential intimate link between pathology and artistic excellence. For him, the genius is no longer nature's darling, as for 153-152, but a monster per excessum. Here we find the reactionary irrationalism of the late bourgeois development anticipated in embryonic form. This anticipation takes on grotesque overtones if we briefly touch on the stance which the atheistic Chopin adopted to those problems which later gained popularity among the decadent bourgeoisie. Such diverse forms as depth psychology, occultism, and so on. Thomas Mann has rightly pointed to the connection between Schopenhauer and Freud, 154, but more important is Schopenhauer's standpoint regarding the problem complex of clairvoyance, spiritualism, etc. To these questions, which were also very important for the reactionary romantics, he devoted a detailed separate study which, needless to say, we cannot now examine at length. The important thing is to establish that Schopenhauer's subjective idealist epistemology, as we have noted, did sought, on the one hand, to inculcate a general skepticism regarding the philosophical value of natural scientific findings, offered a philosophical foundation for all such superstition. Thus Schopenhauer wrote of clairvoyance that it would lose at least its absolute incomprehensibility if we carefully consider what a mere cerebral phenomenon the objective world is, as I have so often said. For it is this phenomenon's laws and principles, resting as they do on space, time and causality as cerebral functions, which are eliminated 155 to some extent in somnambulistic clairvoyance. After briefly recapitulating his doctrine of the subjectivity of time, Schopenhauer continues, for if time is not a condition of the authentic essence of things, then in respect of this essence, before and after are without significance. Accordingly, then, it must be just as possible to perceive an event before it has happened as afterwards. All divination, whether in dreaming somnambulistic foresight, second sight, or whatever, consists only in locating the way to liberate knowledge from the condition imposed by time. That means that we must concede a real influence by the dead on the world of the living to be also possible, seldom though it may occur, and so on. 156 This dual tendency, in agnosticism, or sometimes plain empiricism, flinching from any real generalization towards real natural phenomena and natural principles on the one hand, and a blind credulity in assessing occult phenomena on the other, only becomes a widespread ideology in the second half of the 19th century. At the turn of the 1870s-1880s, Engels criticized strictly empiricist English natural scientists for such tendencies, and summed up his characterization thus. Here it is palpably evident which is the surest road from natural science to mystification, not the rank theory of natural philosophy, but the very plainest empiricism that despises all theory and distrusts all thought. 1157 But since Schopenhauer went much further than the English empiricist in dethroning reason, his true direct succession in this respect did not evolve until the imperialist age. The dual epistemological tendency is clearly visible in Simmel, for instance, and methodologically it later played an important part in the projection of myths up to fascist racial theory. Hence the breeding of an irrationalist megalomania among the bourgeois intellectuals. It was aggravated by the fact that Schopenhauer not only took over the aristocratic character of Schelling's epistemology, but also extended it in a radical way. He too found that ordinary, conceptually discursive knowledge was available and comprehensible to anyone who only has reason. The comprehension of the world as it really is, as it objectifies itself in art, is a different matter. This is attainable only for the genius, and also someone in an inspired state by virtue of a raising of his pure apperception, the process which is mostly induced by the works of the genius. The artworks in which this being in itself appears are so constituted that they must remain books forever closed and inaccessible to the dull majority of men, with a wide gulf separating them. Just 158 As the Society of Princes is closed to the rabble, we have briefly outlined how Schopenhauer's rigorous irrationalism grew out of his reduction of Kant's inconstancies to Berkeley's solipsism. It just remained for us to demonstrate with regard to several philosophically crucial problems how this irrationalism, as a backlash, meshes with the development of dialectics, how, in this respect, Schopenhauer's philosophy is pervaded by a wholly conscious struggle against dialectics, and how it substituted a mystical metaphysical irrationalism for the advance of dialectical knowledge. Schopenhauer's conscious and bitter hostility to Fichte, Schelling, and above all, Hegel is known to us from the history of philosophy. But the sharp theoretical antithesis of dialectical and metaphysical thinking, which in fact separates the two parties, has scarcely ever received concrete elaboration. And precisely this side of the subject has great significance for the development of irrationalism, not only because, as we have repeatedly explained, Every important phase of irrationalism originates in the antithesis to a stage in the development of dialectics. It is important also because, and this finds especially vivid expression in Schopenhauer, every irrationalism requires, as a logico-epistemological complement and underpinning of metaphysical thought. He appealed to logical formalism, without having referred expressly to the problems of dialectics before. We were nonetheless obliged in substance to mention some of the most important dialectical problems. Let us recall the relation of phenomenon and essence, the inward and the external, theory and praxis. The sharp contrast will at once be evident from even a cursory glance at the development of dialectics from Kant to Hegel. With Hegel, the dialectical relativizing of phenomenon and essence leads to a correct solution of the thing in itself problem, the knowledge of the thing through knowledge of its attributes, and the logical transformation of things in themselves into things for us in the course of a dialectical unending approximation to objects. With Schopenhauer, on the contrary, there is no mediation at all between appearance and essence, between phenomenon and thing in itself. They are two worlds radically divided from each other. Whereas for Hegel, the inward and the external continually interact, the metaphysical abyss separates them. For Schopenhauer, we shall discuss in detail this question's anti-dialectical and irrationalist significance when we deal with Kierkegaard. With Hegel, theory and praxis are portrayed as far as is possible in an idealist philosophy and intimate dialectical interaction, so that theoretical category problems, such as that of teleology, are at once explained as deriving from human labor and the use of the tool. 159. But with Schopenhauer, theory and praxis are so inimical to each other that its relation to praxis is presented as a downright dishonoring of theory, an important symptom of the inferior and superficial character of praxis. Real theory and real philosophy must be pure contemplation strictly isolated from all praxis. This contrast becomes even clearer, if anything, when we consider the category of causality. We have already touched on this issue in the context of Schopenhauer's Berkeleian solipsism and pointed out his extreme subjectivism, even in comparison to Kant. This aspect of the question is important for later developments, because Schopenhauer's radical stress on causality is along with space and time a unique category of the phenomenal world, is in seeming contrast to tendencies emerging in the imperialist age. From the repudiation of causality by Mach and Avenarius via its relativizing and enfeeblement in later thinkers, for example, Simmel, down to the substitution of probability calculation by present-day natural philosophers, viz., the advocates of physical idealism. In fact, however, this line marks a uniform trend to destroy the objectivity and objective principles of the external world existing independently of our consciousness. The common aim was to reduce to the subject the outer world's own coherent relations, and to deprive them of any objective character. In this respect, Schopenhauer was, as we have already shown, an important forerunner and pioneer of the imperialist age's agnosticism and irrationalism. This is especially so because his concept of causality, precisely on account of the mechanical metaphysical exclusiveness of his fatalist determinism in the phenomenal world, served only as a springboard for reaching a totally irrational indeterminism, a total denial of any objectivity and laws in the area of things in themselves. It is no accident but a necessary consequence of Schopenhauer's interpretation of causality that one of the few older philosophers he revered was Malebranche, the founder of occasionalism. From the angle of the dialectical or metaphysical development of logic at the start of the 19th century, Schopenhauer's attitude to Kant on the causality question is of exceptional importance. Kant, as we know, set up a table of categories in which causality, although acquiring a key role in his concrete exposition, nevertheless forms only one of 12 categories he listed of the coherence of objects. All Kant's dialectical successors raised critical objections to this table, chiefly to the effect that its contents and composition were simply adopted from formal logic, and that a philosophical deduction of its coherence had not even been seriously attempted. True, Hegel praises the great flair of the concept in Kant in his History of Philosophy, because the latter sought to arrange it in triplicate positive-negative synthesis, but he censures Kant for not deducing these categories and simply taking them from experience with the adjustments they undergo in logic. That is formal logic. GL.160. Thus Hegel was praising and censuring the extension of formal logic into dialectical logic, already discerning in Kant a precursor, albeit unclear and uncertain, of the dialectical method. Schopenhauer to criticize Kant's derivation of the categories, but in a totally opposite direction. His end was to destroy completely Kant's tentative steps towards dialectics, whereas he saw in Kant's transcendental aesthetics an enormous achievement, namely a purely subjectivist conception of space and time. He regarded the transcendental analytics the deduction of the categories as completely obscure, confused, undefined, shaky, unsure. In his view, they contain mere assertions that it is thus and must be thus. Schopenhauer concluded his comments as follows. We may further remark that Kant, whenever he wants to illustrate a statement with an example, almost always resorts to the category of causality. And what he has stated then turns out right, and this is because the law of causality is the real and also sole form of understanding, while the other 11 categories are only blacked out windows. 1161 about the causal nexus he adds. Entirely in the spirit of this argument, of this real and sole function of understanding 1160, Schopenhauer took the sovereignty of causality so far as radically to reject any extension of it beyond a single, mechanical chain of cause and effect. Thus he wrote, for instance, that the concept of reciprocity is, strictly speaking, until 165 that the effect can never be the cause of its cause, and hence the concept of reciprocity in its true sense is not 164 admissible. It is very interesting to compare this denial of reciprocity with Hegel's statements, which show in detail, on the one hand, the objective reality and effectiveness of reciprocity, but also see in it merely a relatively humble form of the universal dialectical bonds between all objects formed, therefore, at which dialectical logic must not halt. Reciprocity, Hegel wrote, is, and as we admit, the closest truth of the relationship of cause and effect, standing so to speak at the threshold of the concept, but for that same reason we must not content ourselves with applying that relationship, insofar as knowing with comprehension das everything, erkennen, is concerned. If we stop to consider a given content merely from the angle of reciprocity, the concept is in fact entirely missing from our act of considering 1165, since here we are only concerned with elaborating the antithesis between dialectical and metaphysical irrationalist logic. We cannot now examine the very interesting details of this question complex. It will suffice as a summing up to quote some comments which Lenin made on dialectics and causality in Hegel, and to state that what he said about causality in neo-Kantian thinking also applies to Schopenhauer in its entirety. Lenin wrote, if we read what Hegel says about causality, it will at first appear strange that he occupies himself so relatively little with this theme when it was so popular with the Kantians. What is the reason? The reason is that for him, causality is only one of the determinants of universal coherence which he was already grasping earlier, throughout his account, in a considerably profounder and more universal sense, underlining this coherence, the reciprocal crossings, and so on, constantly, and from the very outset. It would be most instructive to compare the birth pangs of neo-empiricism, or physical idealism, with Hegel's solutions, rather his dialectical method 1166. With regard to the question of space and time, the contrast is equally clear-cut. Here, to be sure, there is far greater agreement between Kant and Schopenhauer than over the issue of the categories of understanding, for here Kant was much less of a dialectician, at least in his endeavors. Not only did Kant, like Schopenhauer, regard space and time as universal a priori preconditions of all objectivity, and therefore as principles to be comprehended philosophically and independent of them prior to all objectivity. He also stressed their mutual total independence of each other. Schopenhauer throws this metaphysical dualism of space and time into even sharper relief. Thus we see that both forms of empirical ideas, although known to have infinite divisibility and infinite expansion in common, are still fundamentally different in that what is essential to the one has no significance at all in the other. Juxtaposition has none in time, and succession none in space. 1167. If space and time appear united in practical understanding's knowledge, the principle of unification does not, in Schopenhauer's view, lie in space and time themselves but exclusively in the understanding, in subjectivity. The young Hegel already took issue with Kant's metaphysical dualism on the matter of space and time, as in his general logic. The most striking aspect of this is that Hegel deals with space and time not in the section concerned with epistemological logic, but in his book's natural-philosophical section, in the chapter on the concept of movement. And even here the theme is not discussed in epistemological isolation but in connection with the question of ether. As regard to treatment itself, it should be stressed that space and time are presented, on the one hand, as elements of the concrete natural unity, and on the other this automatically follows dialectically as interacting elements. The single like unto itself, space, is an element when isolated, but is self-realizing, as being what it is in itself. It is its own opposite. It is time and vice versa. The infinite is the element of time. It realizes itself or is as an element. That is, the knowing itself is that which it is, it constitutes its opposite. Space 1168. With the mature Hegel, this question undergoes many vicissitudes, but the dialectical principles remain the same. In his Encyclopedia 2, space and time are developed under natural philosophy, not logic, this time to be sure, by way of an introduction to mechanics. Now, although Hegel is an idealist was still unable to find the real dialectic of space and time, it requires a dialectical theory of the reflection of objective reality. He nevertheless regarded the intercompatibility, the ceaseless interaction of space and time as axiomatic. Here we cannot possibly give a detailed analysis of his views, but must limit ourselves to several examples which particularly characterize the method. In one passage he writes, for instance, "The truth of space is time, thus space turns into time. We do not pass into time subjectively, but space itself makes the transition. In imagination, space and time are far apart. We have first space, and then time as well. Philosophy contests this as well." 1169. For Hegel, the dialectical thinker, then, Kant's dualism of space and time, and also the dualism found in Schopenhauer, whom Hegel never read, meant remaining stationary on the level of idea, and unattainment of the philosophical standpoint. Hegel too constantly emphasizes the conceptual indivisibility of space and time from the real agitation of the world of objects. For him, space and time are never empty and merely subjective, vessels within whose frame objectiveness and movement occur, but are, on the contrary, themselves elements of the world of agitated objectiveness, the objective dialectic of reality. Thus Hegel says of time, everything does not originate and expire in time, but time itself is this becoming, originating and expiring. 170. Only on the face of it do these questions have an abstractly epistemological character. In reality, the mode of comprehending space and time crucially affects the construction of any philosophy. Let us remark just in passing that the sharp metaphysical division of space and time which, with Schopenhauer himself, was still a mechanical juxtaposing constitutes the epistemological hypothesis for the opposition of space and time in the irrationalist philosophy of the imperialist age. Bergson, Spengler, Plagas, Heidegger, etc. Here again Schopenhauer appears an important initiator of irrationalism's later development, but he was only a forerunner once again. That slant so characteristic of the movement later, whereby mechanistic fatalistic dead, rational and objective space was placed in antithesis to vital irrationalist, truly subjective time, lay outside the scope of his thinking, and this was so for socio-historical reasons. It was only the fiercer class struggles of the imperialist age that forced this time conception upon reactionary bourgeois philosophy as the philosophical basis for a mythicizing pseudo-history intended to counter the increasingly victorious advance of historical materialism. Nietzsche, on the eve of the imperialist age, was likewise a transitional figure in this respect, although certainly on the basis of the cruder class struggles. His mythos was already a pseudo-history, but lacked a time theory of its own in the aforementioned sense, whereas Schopenhauer's mythos still consisted in a radical repudiation of all historicity. We again find the explanation for this in the class struggles of Schopenhauer's day, and the ideological antithesis they promoted. We have already remarked in other contexts, that during the period of Schopenhauer's activity, the ideological fronts were drawn up in opposition as historism and pseudo-historism. On the one side, there was the progressive bourgeois historical defense of progress founded on the lessons of the French Revolution, and on the other, the semi-feudal legitimist doctrine of inorganic development, which in fact implied an endeavor to revert to pre-revolutionary conditions behind the mask of historicity, and was thus the ideological defense of feudal legitimist reaction on the surface. Schopenhauer's standpoint in this dilemma was a peculiar tertium datur, namely a dismissal of the significance of all historicity for the essence of reality. But we have seen that this was antithetical to romantic reactionary philosophy, only in its argumentation and in specific concrete contents. In truth, Schopenhauer was likewise bitterly hostile to all social progress, with the sole difference that since he lacked inner ties with absolute monarchy and the nobility supporting it, he did not mind which strong regime defended bourgeois property against the exploited masses as long as it did so efficiently. This is another reason for Schopenhauer's popularity in the period of Bonapartism. Only when regarded from this angle does the real philosophical meaning of the category problems we are discussing become clear. The change which classical German philosophy signifies in men's thinking rests not least on the fact that in objective idealism, Hegel's above all, dialectics became after major preparatory steps in the 17th and 18th centuries the historical method for knowledge of nature and history, with of course, all the limitations of philosophical idealism, which the bourgeois dialecticians were incapable of surmounting, the subjectivist view of space, time and causality, the restricting of their validity to the phenomenal world, the sovereignty of causality as the linking category of objects, the strictly metaphysical division of space and time. All this served primarily to repudiate in a radical fashion any historicity of nature and the world of men. Schopenhauer designed a world picture in which neither the phenomenal cosmos nor that of things in themselves knew change, development or history. The former, to be sure, consisted of a ceaseless changing, an apparent becoming and expiring, a changing moreover that was subject to a fatalistic necessity. But this becoming and expiring was still static in essence, a kaleidoscope in which alternating combinations of the same components give the direct, uninitiated beholder the illusion of constant change. And anyone possessing real philosophical insight, Schopenhauer claimed, must be aware that behind this brightly colored veil of surface phenomena continually succeeding one another, there is hidden another world without space, time and causality, the world regarding which it would be pointless to speak of history, development or even progress. This initiated mind, wrote Schopenhauer, will not share people's belief that time produces something really new and momentous, that through it or in it something sheerly real will come into existence. 1171. It is here that Schopenhauer's animosity towards Hegel has its objective roots. Having converted Kantian philosophy into a radical anti-historicism, he then had to see Hegel's equally resolute dialectical historicism triumph over his system. Hence his doctrine largely took the form of bitter polemical imprecations directed against Hegel, as far, finally, as the striving to comprehend world history as an orderly whole is concerned, is striving encouraged by Hegelian quack philosophy with its universally corrupting and stupefying influence. Its actual basis is, of course, humdrum realism, which takes the phenomenon for the world's essence in itself and thinks that everything hinges on the former, its shapes and its processes. 1170. It necessarily follows from this conception that Schopenhauer should deny any evolution in nature, in contrast to Goethe, with whom he purportedly agrees on every question. He was, with regard to the natural sciences, an admirer of Linnaeus and Cuvier, ignoring the attempts that his great contemporaries were making to discover a historical evolution in nature. Of course, not even he could fail to observe the gradations in nature, in organic nature, living beings, species, etc., but he regarded them as perennial objectivation forms of the will, stages in the objectivation of the will, that were nothing 1170 else than Plato's ideas. For him these perennial prototypes of every individual phenomenal form were permanent, not subject to change, always being, never become. Here again it is clear how vapid the conceptions were of those bourgeois historians who saw in Schopenhauer a continuation of Goethean traditions, and how they distorted any real connection in all that crucially mattered about Goethe in terms of natural philosophy, in respect of his opposition to the unhistorical mechanicalism of Linnaeus and Cuvier. Schopenhauer was Goethe's adversary and not his heir. For Schopenhauer, therefore, history does not exist, for we are of the opinion, he wrote, that everyone is still infinitely far from a philosophical knowledge of the world, which presumes it possible to grasp its essence in some historical way, however finely clothed. But that is the case as soon as any becoming or having become or in the process of becoming, or then occurs in one's view of the world's essence in itself, and any earlier or later has the slightest significance for all. Such historical philosophy, however superior its manner, takes time for a condition of things in themselves, as though Kant had never existed, and hence stops at what Kant terms phenomenon as opposed to thing in itself. It is just knowledge which is accommodated by the principle of sufficient reason that never takes us to the inner essence of things, but only pursues phenomena into infinity, moving without purpose or goal. 1174. In principle, said Schopenhauer, history can never become the object of a science. It is false not 175 only in the exposition, but in its essence. Hence for Schopenhauer, there exists no difference in history between important and trivial, major and minor. Only the individual is real, whereas the human race is an empty abstraction. Thus only the individual, isolated in a world without meaning, is left over as the fateful product of the individuation principle, space, time, causality. An individual, certainly, that is identical with the world essence by virtue of the aforestated identity between microcosm and macrocosm in the world of things in themselves. This essence, however, located as it is beyond the validity of space, time and causality, is consequently nothingness. Hence Schopenhauer's magnum opus logically ends with the words, rather we freely acknowledge that what is left after the complete annulment of the will is, for all those who are still full of will, assuredly nothingness. but conversely also for those in whom war has turned round and denied itself. This very real world of ours with all its suns and Milky Ways is nothingness, and at this point, with our survey of the most important problems in Schopenhauer's philosophy completed, we ask once again, what is the social task it fulfills? Or, to put this question from another angle, what is behind its widespread and lasting influence? Here pessimism is not by itself an adequate answer, for first pessimism requires a further concretization in addition to that we provided earlier. Schopenhauer's philosophy rejects life in every form and confronts it with nothingness as a philosophical perspective. But is it possible to live such a life? Let us mention only in passing that Schopenhauer, in line with Christianity, here as on the question of original sin, rejected suicide as a solution to the meaninglessness of existence if we consider Schopenhauer's philosophy as a whole. The answer is undoubtedly yes. For the futility of life means above all the individual's release from all social obligations and all responsibility towards man's forward development, which does not even exist in Schopenhauer's eyes. And nothingness is the pessimist outlook, as life's horizon is quite unable, according to Schopenhauer's ethics is already expounded, to prevent or even merely to discourage the individual from leading an enjoyable contemplative life. On the contrary, the abyss of nothingness, the gloomy 1176. Background of the futility of existence only lends this enjoyment an extra piquancy. Further heightening it is the fact that the strongly accented aristocratism of Schopenhauer's philosophy lifts its adherents in imagination way above the wretched mob that is short-sighted enough to fight and to suffer for a betterment of social conditions. So Schopenhauer's system, well laid out and architecturally ingenious in form, rises up like a modern luxury hotel on the brink of the abyss, nothingness and futility. And the daily sight of the abyss, between the leisurely enjoyment of meals or works of art, can only enhance one's pleasure in this elegant comfort. This, then, fulfills the task of Schopenhauer's rationalism, the task of preventing an otherwise dissatisfied sector of the intelligentsia from concretely turning its discontent with the established order, that is the existing social order, against the capitalist system in force at any given time. This irrationalism thereby reaches its central objective no matter how far Schopenhauer himself was aware of it, that of providing an indirect apologetic of the capitalist social order. 5. Kierkegaard's philosophy, like that of Schopenhauer and Nietzsche, was slow to attain world influence. It only came into vogue in the imperialist period, or, to be more precise, between the First and Second World War. Certainly, during his active life as a writer, Kierkegaard was by no means so neglected a figure in his homeland as Schopenhauer was in Germany before 1848. His first major writings, and the only crucial ones philosophically, the works appearing under pseudonyms, immediately caused a certain stir, nor did his later overt stand against the official Protestant Church lack sensational elements. In the later decades, his spiritual influence even became decisive for a time in Scandinavia. Not only Ibsen's dramatic poem Brand bears witness to this, the influence is also tangible in later Scandinavian literature. I will only mention Pontoppidan's novel The Promised Land. However, although translations of his works and individual essays on him had already appeared abroad much earlier, Kierkegaard did not emerge as a leading intellectual force decisively influencing European and American philosophical reaction until between the two world wars, on the eve of Hitler's seizure of power. This position he has held up to the present day. Speaking in general terms, Kierkegaard's intellectual anticipation of the later development poses no more of a mystery than Schopenhauer's and Nietzsche's. But in order to give a real concretization of it, we would need knowledge of class relations and class struggles in Denmark during the second quarter of the 19th century far more intimate than the author of this book possesses. Hence he would prefer to leave the concrete analysis of this question to others, rather than cast a false light on it through inadequately founded generalizations. We are therefore obliged to treat Kierkegaard from the outset merely as a figure within the European philosophical development, omitting to discuss the concrete social foundations of his mental foreshadowing of much later rationalist, reactionary tendencies, which were rooted in the Danish society of this age. To be sure, such a mode of treatment does find certain points of connection in Denmark's intellectual development too. Georg Brandes has shown in detail how profound an effect German philosophy and imaginative literature had in Denmark in the first half of the 19th century, 177. That goes for Kierkegaard himself as well. His chief philosophical campaign was directed against Hegel, who represented the philosophically dominant trend in Denmark at that time, and closely connected with this was Kierkegaard's constant attack on Goethe. His thinking has close points of contact with German Romanticism, Schleiermacher and Baader, He traveled to Berlin especially to hear the old Schelling's lectures, and although they were a severe disappointment to him after the violent first flush of enthusiasm, Schelling's new philosophical standpoint and the manner in which he criticized Hegel were not without a far-reaching influence on Kierkegaard's ideas. He also studied in depth the left opposition to Hegel, especially Feuerbach. Trendelenburg, as we shall see, had a crucial influence on his arguments against Hegel. After having elaborated his own standpoint, he read Schopenhauer and held him in high esteem, and so on and so forth. Of course, all this does not sufficiently compensate for the aforestated gap in our account. It merely gives us enough pointers to prevent it from being, even on this score, entirely speculative. Kierkegaard's philosophy, for all the points of contact with Schopenhauer's that we shall demonstrate shortly, is distinct from the latter historically in being closely bound up with the process of Hegelianism's dissolution during the Restoration period. It was possible for Schopenhauer to combat Hegelian dialectics as pure nonsense and to counter them with the Kant purified the metaphysical and overtly anti-dialectical subjective idealism. At the time of the greatest crisis in idealist dialectical thought, in which there originated the highest form of dialectics completely surmounting its idealist limitations, namely the materialist dialectics of Marx and Engels, Kierkegaard, so as to be able to challenge Hegel in the name of a new, more advanced irrationalism, had to clothe the latter in the guise of an allegedly superior dialectic, the qualitative dialectic. As we shall see, this had to do with the attempt, typical in the history of irrationalism, to thwart the further development of dialectics by inverting the true forward-looking problem of the period, to lead dialectics astray, and to present the inverted proposition in a mythical mystificatory form as the answer to the concrete question. Kierkegaard, who was an acute, ingenious, and subjectively honest thinker, had an occasional inkling of this complex of ideas. He wrote in his journals in 1836, "Mythology is a hypothetical claim which is transposed into the indicative." 1178. The inability of bourgeois historians to define Kierkegaard's position in this development also manifests itself in their inability and refusal to comprehend the real meaning of materialist dialectics, and their consequent failure to understand the whole process of the dissolution of Hegelianism in the 179. Hegel's significance in the history of dialectics lies chiefly in his finding a concept for the most important dialectical conditions and connections of reality. Marx outlined both the greatness and the limitations of Hegelian dialectics precisely when describing his own dialectical method as the direct opposite of Hegel's. The mystification which dialectics undergo in Hegel's hands in no way lessens the fact that he was the first to represent their universal forms of motion in a comprehensive and conscious way. With him they are turned upside down. We need to write them in order to discover the rational core within the mystical shell. 1180. This statement also sheds light on the influence which Hegelian dialectics had. Their method, resulting as it did from the major revolutionary crisis in society and the natural sciences at the turn of the 18th to 19th century, became an important organ of the ideological preliminaries to democratic revolution, above all in Germany. Hegel's system, on the other hand, the systematizing of his findings, implied a recognition of the Prussian state of the Restoration period and therefore exerted a conservative, indeed reactionary influence. The non-organic joining of these diverging tendencies could appear tenable only so long as the class conflicts in Germany were undeveloped or at least remained latent. With the July Revolution it became inevitable for the dissolution of Hegelianism, the working out of the antithesis between system and method, and thereupon the refashioning of the method itself to begin. This struggle produced an increasingly clear differentiation between the camps or parties in the philosophical domain. After the statements which we have just quoted, Marx characterized the situation as follows. In its rational shape, it is annoying and abhorrent to the bourgeoisie and its doctrinaire spokesmen because it includes in the positive understanding of the existing order and understanding of its negation, its inevitable collapse as well. It comprehends every realized order, form in the flux of movement, and hence also from its transitory side. It does not let anything impress it and is essentially critical and revolutionary. 1181. It is anything but an accident that, in the dissolution of Hegelianism, one of the chief points of contention was the question of the relation of dialectics to reality. In Hegel's mysticizing of true dialectics, it was his objective idealism, the theory of the identical subject-object, that played the decisive role. As long as the antithesis had not yet collided in life and hence in philosophy, it was possible for such an artificial twilight to continue. An objective reality posited is independent of individual consciousness, but still that of a mysticized mind. The world spirit God. The exacerbation of the social conflicts forced philosophy to come down more firmly on one side or the other. What each thinker understood by reality was something that had to be clearly worked out. Is the dialectic, then, the objective motive form of reality itself? And if so, how does consciousness relate to it? As we know, the materialist dialectic answers the latter question to the effect that the subjective dialectic in human knowledge is precisely the reflection of the objective dialectic of reality. And that is a result of the structure of objective reality. This process of reflection likewise proceeds dialectically, not mechanically as the old materialism would have it. That answers the basic question in a clear, unambiguous and scientific manner. But what was the stance that the bourgeois thinkers adopted to this question? Their class situation made it impossible for them to go on to materialist dialectics, and the materialist theory of reflection went therefore. The problems of the objectivity of the dialectical categories and their mode of perception receive prominence. They can at best critically dissect Hegel's false synthesis, but are forced either to repudiate dialectics virtually altogether, Feuerbach, or to reduce them to a purely subjective one, Bruno Bauer. We shall concern ourselves with just one example taken from the copious literature of this period, Adolf Trendelenburg's Hegel critique, not only because this work shows the central problem situation at its clearest, relatively speaking, but also because Trendelenburg, on Kierkegaard's own admission, exerted a strong influence on the Dane. 182 Trendelenburg's critique starts out from an important and well-justified question. Hegelian logic rests accordance with the theory of the identical subject-object on the principle of the logical categories, autonomous motion. If we view these as accurately abstracting reflections of the movement of objective reality, as materialist dialectics do, then autonomous motion is given a foothold. But if we approach the examination of this problem from an idealist viewpoint, there then arises the question one which is fully justified with regard to Hegel: with what right does he introduce motion into logic as a fundamental principle? Trendelenburg challenged this right. He promptly examined the first fundamental transition in Hegel's logic, that from being and non-being to becoming, and arrived at the result that the dialectic which has been apparently deduced logically is presupposed without explanation by dialectics that claim to make no hypotheses. He elucidates his idea as follows. Pure being, like unto itself, is repose. Nothingness the like unto itself is similarly repose. Now does agitated becoming result from the union of two ideas in repose? Nowhere in the preliminary stages is there prefigured the motion, without which becoming would be only a being, but a thinking engenders something else from that union. It is evidently adding this other factor to it and tacitly introducing motion, in order to bring being and non-being into the flux of becoming. Otherwise the intrinsically mobile, ever-live intuition, on shown the becoming would never result from being and non-being. These immobile concepts, becoming could never come about at all from being and non-being were it not preceded by the idea of becoming. Pure being, an admitted abstraction, and nothingness, again an admitted abstraction, cannot all of a sudden give rise to becoming. This concrete intuition governing life and death. 1183 Trendelenburg adds that Hegel investigates motion only in natural philosophy. This, it is plainly evident, reaches to the crucial epistemological question of the Hegelian system and clearly reveals its central idealist weakness. Trendelenburg, however, never managed to get beyond the variation and restatement of this intrinsically justified critique. Certainly he draws attention to motion in objective reality, but because he again views it idealistically, he cannot discover in the real movement of nature and society the objective prototype of the categories, movement and logic. A logically generalized prototype reflected in accordance with consciousness. So while he was able to indicate the central idealist flaw in Hegelian dialectics, it was unrectifiable from Trendelenburg's standpoint, for a solution to the difficulties which Hegel failed to overcome is possible only by obtaining a methodological, theoretical scientific inversion along with the epistemological inversion of dialectics achieved by Marxism, and by locating concretely in the real categories of objective reality those prototypes which appear in abstract reflection in logic. In his discussion of Marx's book on the critique of political economy, Engels raises the question of whether the correct methodological treatment of these problems is historical or logical like Marx. He decides in favor of the latter and now defines its essence in an account which casts much light on our present problem. The logical mode of treatment was therefore the only apposite one. But this is none other in fact than the historical mode, only devoid of the historical form and disruptive contingencies. The train of thought must start where this history starts, and its further progress will be nothing but the mirror image, in an abstract and theoretically consistent form of the historical course of events, a corrected mirror image. but corrected according to laws which the real course of history itself provides, and that every element can be considered in its classical stage, the stage of full maturity. 1184. That is the only way to surmount the real flaws in Hegelian logic, through a scientific comprehension of that real motion, which is reflected in the motion of logic. Hence in Hegel's logic, motion may rightly be criticized as mysticized, but this criticism will only take evolution beyond the Hegelian stage if the correct relation is established between what is reflected and the reflection. This cannot be done on an idealist basis. Trendelenburg, in company with others, discovered individual idealist flaws in Hegelian dialectics with occasional perspicacity, although frequently lapsing into triviality. 185. But the result of their critiques can only be either a universal rejection of dialectics or the construction of a subjectivist pseudo-dialectic. Kierkegaard's role in the history of irrationalism is based on the fact that he took the latter tendency to a radical conclusion, so that at the time of his revival in the imperialist age, very little that was new could be added to what he had already expounded. He put paid to Hegelian dialectics and dissolved them just as completely in substance as Schopenhauer, with the one difference that whereas the latter wrote off dialectics on block as hot air, Kierkegaard seemingly countered them with a different dialectic laying claim to a higher value, a so-called qualitative dialectic. However, all the key conditions constituting the dialectical method are radically eliminated from this dialectic. Thus qualitative dialectics signify above all a denial of the conversion from quantity into quality. Kierkegaard did not even think it worth the trouble to develop a detailed polemic on the theme, contenting himself with an ironic reference to the absurdity of this Hegelian theory. It is therefore heresy to think in logic that a new quality may originate through a continued quantitative determining, and it is an unacceptable fudging of the issue, without concealing that all is not quite right. One hides the consequence of this proposition through the whole of logical immanence by including it in logical motion, as Hegel does. The new quality comes with the freshness, the jump and the suddenness of the enigmatic. 1186. These thoughts do not have very much substance, since they are merely declarative without proving anything, but they are very characteristic of Kierkegaard's attitude to the problems of dialectics. Here he chiefly echoes Trendelenburg's criticism that Hegel's mistake was to deal with such a question under the heading of logic and especially as a problem of motion, and in a note appended to this criticism, he sought to clarify the history of this problem. Like Trendelenburg before him, Kierkegaard strove here as elsewhere to lay down spontaneous Greek dialectics as the only model and one that also applied to his times, that is, he was striving to annul all the advances made by dialectics in classical German philosophy, Hegel's especially, on the historical plane as well. After mentioning Schelling's tendency to explain distinctions quantitatively, he said of Hegel in closing, Hegel's misfortune is precisely that he wants to validate the new quality and yet does not want to, since he wants to validate it in logic. But the latter must acquire a quite different awareness of itself and its meaning as soon as this is recognized. 1187. Here Kierkegaard does not offer a clear statement, and it cannot even be verified if he ever became conscious of not only contesting a crucially original principle that carried the development of dialectics far beyond the stage of antiquity, but also of rejecting the very principle which, for Hegel, was the intellectual means, stemming from his coming to terms with the French Revolution, but his tentative comprehension of revolution is a necessary historical element. It is no accident that the idea of the conversion of quantity into quality already cropped up during Hegel's Bern period in this very context. The great, conspicuous revolutions must have been preceded by a quiet, secret revolution in the spirit of the age, one not apparent to everybody. An unfamiliarity with these revolutions in the spiritual world will then cause surprise at the outcome. 1188. Disconnection of the quantity-quality problem with the intellectual grasp of revolution manifests itself in Hegel's further development and receives in logic the universal definition of belief as a necessary element of change, growth and decay in nature and history. Closer acquaintance with Kierkegaard's mental world will show two things. Firstly, that the denial of this element of evolution, the most important one, was as much of a central philosophical problem for him as its rationale was for Hegel. And secondly, that the fight against revolution occupied the center of his worldview as much as the deduction of the contemporary situation from revolution occupied the center of Hegel's. The passage from Kierkegaard we have quoted shows only the extreme consequences of this position, and not its whole scope. His chief concern here was to make a sharp division between the religion, the moral sphere, and belief in it, the origin of the new quality on the one hand and the process of gradual, quantifiable origination on the other. Hence, with regard to the qualitative leap, he stresses the suddenness of the enigmatic, that is, the character of the irrational, and that the leap is divided from the transition of quantity. Its irrational character comes about as a matter of necessity, so while it seems that we are only dealing with a tiny fragment, a single question in Kierkegaard's worldview, it is already clear with what strict inevitability the denial of dialectical principles, motion, and its laws, the conversion of quantity into quality, leads to irrationalism if this denial is thought out to a logical conclusion, and if there is no eclectic blunting of its edge, as happens in Trendelenburg. And therefore, as we shall see more and more distinctly in the course of our discussion, Kierkegaard's qualitative dialectics were not a new and different dialectic set in antithesis to Hegelian dialectics, but a repudiation of dialectics. And since with Kierkegaard, he was disputing the most advanced dialectical form of his time, this occurs not fortuitously in the forms, categories, and terminology of dialectics themselves. There arises a pseudo-dialectic, and irrationalism is clad in pseudo-dialectical forms. This is the most essential step, the one with the greatest repercussions in irrationalism's later history, that Kierkegaard takes beyond Schelling and Schopenhauer. The latter represents dialectics as pure nonsense, hence Schopenhauer's universal success during the period of positivism. Schelling countered the most advanced dialectical form of his time with a more primitive one, hence the collapse of Hegelianism was bound to plunge this answer to it into the same abyss. Naturally, the dominance of positivism also obstructed Kierkegaard's general international influence for decades. Only when Hegel's dialectics were converted into an irrationalist pseudo-dialectic at the time of his imperialist revival, only when the campaign against the real highest form of dialectics, the suppression and discrediting of Marxism, Leninism became bourgeois philosophy's central task, did Kierkegaard reappear internationally as a dialectician in tune with the age. In this regard, it is significant that Kierkegaard's own central philosophical problem, the campaign against Hegel, came to matter less and less. They now stood shoulder to shoulder in an increasingly fraternal and amiable fashion. Indeed, modern Hegel interpretation contained a growing amount of existing shilas. The rationalist Kierkegaardian motives, 1189, and even this was distorted. If we now use the term pseudo-dialectic, we do so because every irrationalism, as far as it is concerned with logical problems, as any irrationalism must be to a certain minimal level, always resorts to formal as opposed to dialectical logic. With Schopenhauer, this happened quite overtly. The portentous change occurring with Kierkegaard consisted precisely in the masking of his recourse to formal logic or metaphysical thought as a qualitative dialectic. The pseudo-dialectic, this retrograde movement to formal logic plus irrationalism in the guise of a pseudo-dialectic, in order to thwart and advance beyond Hegelian dialectics, had to be aimed first and foremost against those elements in Hegel constituting his idealist, inconsequential progressiveness at that time, against the historical and social nature of the dialectical method. Hence it is typical of Kierkegaard, and here again he continued along the path taken by Trendelenburg, that he did not criticize the abstract forms of dialectics, those of the ancient Greeks and above all Heraclitus and Aristotle. On the contrary, in affirming them he strove to find a weapon against Hegel, whereas Marx and Lenin discovered in Aristotle the seeds of dialectics and developed them further. Trendelenburg and Kierkegaard took care to reduce Aristotle to formal logic once more so as to do away with the Hegelian achievements in dialectics. Whereas Hegel already emphasizes strongly the patently dialectical tendencies in Heraclitus in order to work out the abstract framework of the dialectical method, and Marx and Lenin to vigorously stress the materialist tendencies in them, Kierkegaard sought to read that genuine form into the historically determined abstract generality of Heraclitean dialectics so as to turn them into a refutation of Hegel's spurious dialectics. This spurious element in Hegel was precisely the historical and social nature of his dialectics. As we have already noted, it was just this which constituted the step forward taken by Hegel. He made conscious and raised to a method the historicity and sociality of dialectics. In fact, he had a number of forerunners in this respect. It will suffice to refer to Vico, Rousseau, or Herder. Before Hegel, however, with the Greeks, Nicholas of Cusa, and in the Renaissance, the dialectical method was not yet associated, qua method, with the objective structure and the objective laws of movement of history and society. A considerable part of Hegel's progressiveness lies in this association. His limitation lies in the fact that, as an idealist, he was unable to carry these principles through consistently, the dissolution of Hegelianism. Nor Marx took the decisive step to the materialist overthrow of Hegelian dialectics, has the peculiarity that the attempts to break through the Hegelian barriers engendered a retrograde movement in these questions objectively. Bruno Bauer, in the effort to develop Hegelian dialectics further, in a revolutionary way, lapsed into the extreme subjective idealism of a philosophy of self-consciousness, by thus caricaturing, as the young Marx was already demonstrating at that time, the subjectivist aspects of the phenomenology, and by reducing Hegel to Fichte, he too eliminated the social and historical motives from dialectics and made them far more abstract than they were in Hegel himself. He thus historicized and desocialized dialectics. This tendency reaches a climax, which tilts over into the absurdly paradoxical with Stirner. On the other hand, the materialist turn we find in Feuerbach, since it was not a turn to dialectical materialism, but the opposite, the demolishing of dialectics, was generally speaking a similar switch to the desocializing and the historicizing of subject and object in philosophy. Hence Marx rightly said of Feuerbach, as far as Feuerbach is a materialist, history does not occur for him, and as far as he takes history into account, he is not a materialist. 1190 and several decades later Engels demonstrated that man, the subject of Feuerbach's philosophy, therefore does not live in the real world. 191 originating in and determined by history, Kierkegaard linked himself with the aforestated tendencies of the dissolution of Hegelianism. Although Hegel's philosophy itself formed the main object of his polemics, it was these trends and ideas which determined his polemics, tendency and method to a large extent, and we may state by way of an advanced summary, Kierkegaard took to a radical conclusion all the philosophical arguments which the historicized and the socialized Hegelian dialectics. What, in those arguments, was a mere product of the analytical process, became ossified in Kierkegaard into a radical irrationalism. This connection also shows how far we are justified 192 in regarding Kierkegaard and Marx in the same historical context, as long as we clearly see how Marx achieved the decisive step of raising dialectics to a really scientific method, while at the same time perceiving how the analytical method of idealist dialectics, which Marx could simply lay aside in surmounting Hegel, became with Kierkegaard the cornerstone of the most highly advanced irrationalist philosophy which had hitherto existed. This sharp contrast may also be portrayed as follows. Marx wrote in his Feuerbach critique that the individual's real spiritual wealth depends entirely on the wealth of his real connections. 1193 in the new scientific dialectic, man is comprehended as essentially historical and social, so as to make us clearly recognize that to overlook his essential nature at any time is to turn our concept of him into a distorted abstraction. In contrast, Kierkegaard's irrationalism and his qualitative dialectic rest on the fact that in this dialectic, the distorted abstraction is presented as the sole true reality, the sole genuine human existence. Hence history and society need to be abolished in Kierkegaard's philosophy in order to create space for the existence of the artificially isolated individual, the only existence which is relevant here. Let us start by considering Kierkegaard's struggle against the historicism of Hegelian dialectics. Above all, Kierkegaard recognized that the Hegelian view of history, whatever Hegel himself may have thought about it, is atheistic in its objective core. Bruno Bauer before him already gave clear expression to this in The Trumpet of the Last Judgment, although in the context of his subjectifying of Hegel, the world spirit only finds its reality in the human mind, where it is nothing but the concept of mind developing and perfecting itself in the historical spirit and its self-consciousness. It has no domain to itself, no world or heaven to itself. Self-consciousness is the only power in the world and history has no other meaning than that of the becoming and development of self-consciousness. 1194 It may be said without exaggeration that Kierkegaard's great polemic against Hegel is a trumpet with the value sign reversed. Kierkegaard rejected Hegel's philosophy of history because of its atheism. Hence God does not play the master in the world historical process as men see it in the world historical process. God is laced metaphysically into a course of half metaphysical, half east of a programmatic, the course of that is immanence. May the devil be God. In this 1195 Kierkegaard sees quite correctly that there is no more scope for God in a world history which is conceived as a uniform process with its own laws, and that Hegel's philosophy of history, despite all the references to the world spirit, God and so on, can therefore be only a polite form of atheism. Evidently he quite failed to grasp in all its implications the most important progressive idea in Hegel's view of history, namely the idea that man has become human through his own labor and that men themselves make their history, even if they bring about something completely different from what they intended. Kierkegaard saw only the objective necessity, independent of individual will and consciousness, of the course of history as portrayed by Hegel, and protested against it in the name of God. As a result of involvement with the idea of the state and sociality and community and society, God can no longer take hold of a single individual, however great God's wrath. The punishment designed for the guilty person must propagate itself through all the authorities. In this way God has been excluded in practice. In the most binding and appreciative philosophical termina, 1196, and the disappearance of all dialectics from the world picture, the conversion of dialectical into a formal logic, as a complementary basis for irrationalism, are expressed in the disappearance of all human activity from Kierkegaard's account of history, and the conversion into a pure fatalism of the objectivity of history. Naturally, Kierkegaard took this Hegelian view of history and his own distorted interpretation of it as an insult to God, the world. Historical drama advances infinitely slowly. Why does God not make haste if this is all that he wants? What undramatic forbearance, or rather, what a prosaic and tedious dawdling. And if this is all that he wants, how horrible of him to expend myriads of human lives like some tyrant. 1197 at bottom, this gives rise to a total repudiation of historicity. Here Kierkegaard came very close to Schopenhauer, but as a result of the circumstances under which he developed his theory of the denial of historicity in combating Hegel's historicism, the overall conception nonetheless acquires a different accent. There is a history, but not for man as a participant, but exclusively for God as the only spectator capable of surveying the entire course of history in its totality. The unique and complex problem of the knowledge of history, viz., that we are active producers of history and can still perceive it in its objective principles, hence that, here again, action and contemplation are closely linked with each other dialectically, was one whose unraveling Hegel strove for and surmised methodologically, rather than actually solved. Kierkegaard unraveled it with the proposition that action and contemplation are strictly separate, that man, who acts in a concrete and hence necessarily more or less small sector of history, is quite unable in theory to survey the whole. Knowledge of history and its totality remains the prerogative of God alone. Kierkegaard wrote, "Let me now use a metaphor to remind us of the difference between the ethical and world historical, the individual's ethical relationship to God and world history's relationship to God. The individual's ethical development, then, is the small private theater where the spectator is God, but also the individual man himself occasionally, although he is meant in essence to be an actor. World history, on the other hand, is the royal arena reserved for God where he is essentially, and not by chance, the one spectator, because he is the only one who can be. The entrance to this theater is closed to any spirit in existence. If this spirit imagines itself to be a spectator, it is merely forgetting that it is itself meant to be an actor in the little theater, leaving it to that royal spectator and dramatist how the latter wishes to employ it in the 1198 royal drama. The difference between Schopenhauer and Kierkegaard is thus reduced to the fact that Kierkegaard did not proclaim the plain senselessness of the course of history which, after all, would similarly be bound to lead to atheistic consequences. Instead he attempted to save religion and God by means of a consistent historical agnosticism. It looks as if Kierkegaard was thereby turning back to the theodicies of the 17th and 18th centuries, which tried to pin down intellectually the contradictory and refractory elements in manifested history by invoking its totality, seen from the vantage point of God's omniscience. But the distinction that these also ascribe to human perception and approximative knowledge, or at least a notion of history's true, complete interconnections, is only apparently a difference of degree compared to Kierkegaard's radical agnosticism. It expresses the qualitative difference between two evolutionary periods, the gradual, but by the 19th century particularly rapid, withdrawal of the claim to a religious interpretation of concrete phenomena in history in the face of the scientific explanation of the world, which was gaining ground with increasing vigor. Religion had to leave bigger and bigger parts of the phenomenal world to objectively scientific research and withdraw increasingly to the pure inner men. In Kierkegaard too this retreat is clearly visible. An objectively religious person in the objective human mass does not fear God. He does not hear God in the thunder, for that is a law of nature, and perhaps he is right. Nor does he see God in outward events, for that is the necessity of the immanence of cause and effect, and perhaps he is right. 1199 Kierkegaard's historical agnosticism is therefore an attempt, like Schleiermacher's previously, to abandon to science all the outposts of world elucidation that could no longer be defended, in order to find in pure inwardness a terrain where it seemed to him that religion could be rescued and reinstated philosophically. Obviously this retreat had to move in the direction of irrationalism, for with regard to the problems of pure inwardness, the surrender of the external worlds, histories, rationality inevitably turns into irrationalism, Therefore, the affinity between the positions of Schopenhauer and Kierkegaard also manifests itself in the fact that with both of them, the repudiation of history, or its nullability, implies a profound pessimism. If all events remain thrown back on the individual mentally isolated from history and all human community, this will make his life not only irrational in general, which, considered in the abstract, could also occur in a form of mythical optimism, but also irrational in the sense of complete futility and absurdity. Hence in both cases with, to be sure, a very different accentuation. Despair is the basic category of all human behavior. There is a difference between them which is important to the development of irrationalism. It is that, with Kierkegaard, there arose a mythicized pseudo-history with a qualitative dialectic in place of Schopenhauer's overtly anti-dialectical anti-historicism. Certainly the historical element, with Kierkegaard, is only an irrationalist of dividing the whole of history into two, the appearance of Christ in history. Accordingly, his historicity is a contradictory paradox. On the one hand, it means a change in the purpose, content, form, etc. of every mode of human conduct. Consider the comparison between Socrates and Christ as teachers in the philosophical fragments. Here, therefore, the different and indeed a closed character of historical periods is to be deduced from the structural transformation of the cardinal intellectual types, ethical behavior, and so on. As later with Dilthey and other proponents of Geisteswissenschaft, human science. On the other hand, this did not give rise to a real periodizing of a real historical course of events. It is a unique, sudden leap in the middle of a history which is otherwise motionless. For the philosophical point of the fragments lies just in the fact that with regard to the relationship of the inner man to Christ, the sole essential relation in Kierkegaard's view, the two millennia that have passed in the meantime have no significance and cannot mediate in any way for those who have lived later. Kierkegaard wrote, "There are no pupils at one remove. In essence, the first and last are the same. It is just that the later generation finds an inducement in the report of contemporary witnesses, whereas Christ's contemporaries have this inducement in its immediate simultaneity and owe nothing to another generation in this respect. But this immediate simultaneity is the inducement only. 1200. Thus history, again, does not exist in respect of the one matter which appeared essential about history to Kierkegaard, namely the salvation of the individual man through the appearance of Christ. Certainly this qualitative dialectical negation of historicity has the greatest importance for the philosophical essence of Kierkegaard's thinking, whereas with Schopenhauer the intuitive experience of true reality is directly nothingness, located beyond space, time and causality, beyond the individuation principle. With Kierkegaard it is only the individual's subjectivity developed to extremes which can attain to the highest and only genuine stage of reality. Paradox, and this qualitative dialectical pseudo-historicity is not to be separated from just the essence of paradox. Eternal truth has originated in time, that is the paradox. Wrote Kierkegaard 201. Here Kierkegaard distinguished very important to irrationalism's later development, the simple historical fact, both from the absolute fact, which is similarly held to be historical, but in a quite different sense, and from the eternal fact, situated right outside the historical course of events. This marks the creation of the methodological model for all later irrationalist distinctions. From that of Bergson between abstract time and real duration to Heidegger's contrast between authentic and vulgar historicity, and with all the irrationalists who came after Kierkegaard, authentic time or history is always subjective and merely experienced as opposed to objective. According to Kierkegaard, only someone who receives the condition from God himself 1200 who has access, and this becomes to the absolute fact and can become a pupil of Christ. For the simple historical fact, on the contrary, an approximative knowledge is both possible and necessary. This distinction has a major bearing on the character of Kierkegaard's qualitative dialectic. In order, however, to appraise it fully, we must first consider the historical milieu in which it originated. It was the decade of the writings of V.F. Strauss, Bruno Bauer, and Feuerbach, and therefore especially where the first two are concerned, the age of the scientific historical analysis of gospel tradition. Kierkegaard saw clearly that the factual historicity of Christ contained in the gospel traditions could not be defended any longer on the basis of a study of history that was at all scientific. Therefore he did not polemicize directly against the theories of Strauss or Bauer in order to rescue this historicity itself in the sense of its scientific objectivity, but extended his philosophical methodology so as to disparage and discredit, with regard to its philosophical cognitive value, the whole kind of historical knowledge that had led to such findings. He saw clearly that the historical reality of the Christ figure outlined in the Gospels was completely dissipated on a basis of scientific debate. His polemic was therefore leveled exclusively against the competence of the historical mode of examination in these questions concerning true reality and existence. With the general dismissal of the knowability of the historical process in its totality, we are already acquainted. Now we must recall the fact that Kierkegaard's qualitative dialectic rejected in theory the passage from quantity into quality, and thus believed deduced through rational dialectics and therefore explained scientifically. The epistemological rationale of Kierkegaard's attitude to history whittled down to the problem of the knowability of Christ's historical appearance was now accomplished in an extended polemic against the worth of any knowing based on approximation. This too shows us how radically this qualitative dialectic demolishes all the essential elements of real dialectics. It was one of the major achievements of Hegelian dialectics that they tried to argue scientifically the concrete reciprocity between absolute and relative elements of knowledge. The doctrine of the approximative character of our knowledge is the necessary result of these endeavors. Approximation, in this context, means that the relative element's irremovable presence does not annul the objective, absolute character of a correct knowledge, but merely denotes the stage our knowledge has reached in the process of advancing approximation in the given phase. Approximation's objective basis is that the concrete, phenomenal object is always richer and more substantial than are those laws with whose aid we seek to know it. No kind of relativism, therefore, is contained in the consequent Hegelian conception of approximation, especially in the materialist further development it underwent with Marx, Engels, and Lenin, where the reflection of objective reality guarantees the absolute element. Here Hegel himself, because of his idealistically mysticizing starting point of the identical subject-object, was unable to achieve any final clarity. But if we compare his version of dialectical approximation with the infinite progress of our knowledge as taught by Kant, we see the extraordinary advance. According to Kant, the realm of true reality, independent of our consciousness, is eternally closed to us because of the unknowability of the thing in itself. With Kant, infinite progress moves exclusively in the medium of the phenomenal world, separated from this true objectivity. Despite all Kant's efforts to introduce into the sphere the element of objective knowledge, the eminent tendency to subjectivism and relativism remains ineradicable, since the a priori disposition of the subject of knowledge can offer only an extremely problematic guarantee of its objectivity. Here, Kierkegaard also contested Hegel by splitting the vital dialectic unity of the contradictory elements and puffing them up in their rigid isolation to autonomous metaphysical principles. Thus the element of approximation became the principle of pure relativism. Kierkegaard wrote, "Historical knowing is an illusion, since it is an approximative knowing." 1205, and his demonstrations show how much he was focusing exclusively on the bad infinitude of a philological historical discipline, and excluding any element of objectivity from this approximation from the very outset. The world historical material is infinite, and a delimiting must therefore rest on some kind of arbitrariness. Although the world historical is something past, it is not finished as material for percipient contemplation, but arises through ever new observation and investigation, which is always making discoveries or amending them. Just as in the natural sciences one augments the number of discoveries by sharpening the instruments, one can also do so with the world historical by intensifying the critical observation. 1204. So as we see, Kierkegaard converted approximation to objective reality into a pure relativism by giving it the slant that the scientific progress which every further approximation signifies in this respect is, in truth, the march into nothingness. For a really objective knowledge is not attainable at all in this way, and the principle of selection and limitation is pure arbitrariness. This nihilistic attitude to knowledge of objective reality rests on the fact that, for Kierkegaard, there is no question whatever of a real influencing of our perceiving relation by reality existing independently of our consciousness. Subjectivity decides everything. The only question is whether this subjectivity is genuine or false, passionately interested and intimately linked with the thinker's existence, or shallow and indifferent. And the objection which Kierkegaard made to Hegel's scientific knowledge of history and objective reality as a whole is that this knowledge lacked infinite interestedness, passion and pathos, and therefore degenerated into idle curiosity, a magpie learning knowledge for its own sake. Thus he directed his attack against the purely contemplative character of knowledge in classical German philosophy, whose to Kierkegaard's mind, specious objectivity arises from just this absence of the subjective attitude. This is not the only time we find that a critique of real central flaws in idealist dialectics has become the starting point of the retrograde movement to irrationalism. The criticism of the old contemplative nature of Hegel's philosophy of history is not wholly unfounded here. Although all along Kierkegaard presented a distorted caricature of Hegel and completely eliminated the vague pointers which his philosophy of history provides in the direction of praxis, however, this relatively justified critique of the mere contemplation of a history that has nothing to do with cardinal human problems in life, Kierkegaard used as a rationale for his specifically irrationalist denial of all real historicity, in the first place, an absoluteness of existence. Praxis and interestedness is posited to counter the worthless relativist contemplative attitude, an absoluteness which purports to contain no element of relativity or approximation. Thereupon the absolute and the relative, contemplation and action are transformed into neatly divided, sharply antithetical metaphysical potencies. A Christian is a person who accepts the teaching of Christianity. But if, in the last analysis, the what of this teaching decides whether a person is a Christian, then our attention is instantly turned outwards in order to find out what the Christian teaching is down to the smallest detail. Because this what is supposed to decide not what Christianity is, but whether I am a Christian. In the same instant there begins the learned, concerned and anxious contradiction of approximating. Approximation may be continued as long as we wish, and by way of it the decision whereby the individual becomes a Christian is ultimately forgotten altogether. 1205. But, in the second place, we must not only look at the methodology in the passage just quoted, certainly this has a significance crucial to irrationalism's development, for it shows how, with each step in the concretization of the qualitative dialectic, all real dialectical categories and interconnections are removed, and the dialectic is converted back into a metaphysic irrationalism plus formal logic. Period. This was the methodological model for many movements in the imperialist age, especially existentialism, which was consciously affiliated to Kierkegaard, albeit without express theology, and indeed in an atheist guise. The opposition we have demonstrated between absolute and relative became the core of Heidegger's philosophy, but exceeding this abstract methodology, although very closely related to it, is the concrete Kierkegaardian antithesis. The antithesis between solely existing, solely absolute individual subjectivity on the one hand and, on the other, the abstract generality of socio-historical life, which inevitably vanishes into the nothingness of relativism. And absolutely clear the gulf has now opened up between the quantitative dialectic of mere approximation in the knowledge of history and the qualitative dialectic of the essential, existential, infinitely interested human relation. It is the Kierkegaardian gulf between theory and praxis, an antagonism which in this instance implies an antagonism between history and ethics. In the paradoxical definition of this antithetical, Kierkegaard goes so far as to declare, constant association with the world historical causes unfitness for action. 1206. Action, for Kierkegaard, means an ethical enthusiasm whereby one must never think of whether one is thereby accomplishing something or not. This antagonism implies the absolute incompatibility of the ethical with any human tendency to orient one's action to historical reality or to historical progress, which does not even exist in Kierkegaard's view. The ethical takes place in a purely individual, purely inwardly looking medium. All relating of action to quantitative dialectical historical reality must therefore have distracting effect, removing man from the ethical realm and destroying the ethical element within him. The relation to history neutralizes the absolute ethical distinction between good and evil in the aesthetical, metaphysical definition. The great significant 1207 on the world historical and aesthetic plane. Downright temptation to associate too much with world history, a temptation which can lead to the desire to be world historical as well whenever one should act for oneself, and being continually occupied with that contingent, adventitious factor through which world historical figures become what they are. One can be easily misled into confusing these with the ethical element and into contemplating one's own navel and showing a craven concern for the adventitious, instead of being ceaselessly concerned with the ethical factor in one's own existence. Hence Kierkegaard could sum up his thinking as follows. World historical immanence is always confusing for the ethical realm, and yet world historical contemplation lies in immanence. If an individual sees an ethical element, it is the ethical within himself, for it would not be right to conclude, the more ethically advanced a person is, the more that person will see the ethical in world history. No, the very opposite applies. The more he develops ethically, the less concerned he will be about the world historical realm. 1208. We have now reached the central problem of Kierkegaard's philosophy, the real reason why he contested Hegelian dialectics. One of the most important motives in the dissolution of Hegelianism was its inadequate historicity, which did not point into the future. For all the mental confusion and willingness of the left Hegelians, they were spiritually united in challenging this It was this crisis which engendered that view of history which is not only qualitatively superior, but also exclusively scientific, and for the first time illuminates past, present and future in a really clear way, namely historical materialism, without suspecting this momentous outcome to the philosophical crisis of his times, but consciously polemicizing against the radical young Hegelians. Kierkegaard originated this new form of irrationalism, the most advanced so far, the pseudo-dialectical repudiation of history and the attempt to extrude the very name of his action, the man of action, from all historical interconnections. This is the meaning of the sharp antagonism of ethics and history, the antithesis between a praxis conceived in a purely subjective, individual light and an illusory immanence, an illusory historical objectivity. Now the next step in making Kierkegaard's philosophy more concrete must be to elucidate what these ethics mean. It will be already clear from our studies that they signify not only men's dehistoricizing but, at the same time and going inseparably hand in hand with it, his desocialization. Kierkegaard did not draw this inference at once, and never drew it in a completely radical manner. Indeed, his position is even more contradictory here than on the historical question, for we saw that he was obliged to counter the Hegelian view of history with an ethic, and he constantly accused Hegelian philosophy in general terms of lacking an ethic. Thus ethics appear to be Kierkegaard's effective answer to the claim laid in Hegel to history's objective immanence. The methodological tool for arguing subjectivity is the basis of truth, but is an ethic possible if man is not viewed as a social being? Here let us avoid all discussion of Aristotle and Hegel, for whom this was axiomatic. Kant's just enunciated ethic of conviction, the ego. Base Fichtian ethic and even Schleiermachers were similarly unable and unwilling to renounce altogether the sociality, which even conceptually is inseparable from the essence of man. Naturally, the resultant inner contradictions lie outside the scope of our present studies. Here we must confine ourselves to showing briefly that these contradictions were not individual limitations in the thinking of single philosophers, but efforts to come to terms intellectually with the objective contradictions in bourgeois society that had emerged with the Declaration of Human Rights in the American and French revolutions. Marx, polemicizing against Bruno Bauer, formulated their social basis as follows in the German, French yearbooks: political revolution dissolves bourgeois life into its component elements without revolutionizing these elements themselves and submitting them to criticism. It treats bourgeois society, the world of needs, labor, private interest and personal right as the foundation of its existence. The hypothesis argued no further, and hence as its natural basis. Ultimately, man as a member of bourgeois society is taken for authentic man, for the homme is distinct from the citoyen, because he is man in the essential individual nearest existence, whereas political man is only an abstracted, artificial man. Man is an allegorical, moral person. Real man is only acknowledged in the shape of the egotistic individual. True man only in the shape of the abstract citoyen. 209. Bourgeois philosophy expresses in very conflicting forms these contradictions between real and true men pervading the entire life of society. Either thinkers will attempt, without having discerned the true interrelations, a conceptual systematization of human activity from the angle of bourgeois society, like Hegel, in which case the antithesis of the world, historical, and the supporting individual crops up as an uncomprehended contradiction. Balzac also formulated this question in very similar terms. Or they will endeavor to advance from individual ethics to the problems of social praxis, as was the case with, above all, Kant and Fichte, and with the Smith-Bentham school in England. Here we cannot examine in more detail the very graduated variations in these often extremely distorted reflections of a fundamental conflict in bourgeois society. But it can be stated that the duality and unity of citoyen and bourgeois growing out of life determines the structure, superstructure, propositions, etc. of the entire bourgeois ethic, and the shift to reactionary irrationalism finds expression as early as the German Romantic period in the attempt to weaken, diminish and indeed do away with the citoyen in man. Kierkegaard too, especially at the beginning, could not wholly escape these universally bourgeois propositions. In his first major work, Either Ethics not only occupied a very important place here. In contrast to the desperate solipsism of the aesthetic phase, the function of the ethical relation consists precisely in realizing the universal, that is, the state citizen. Regarded in abstractly formal terms, somewhat if from the standpoint of Kierkegaard's system building, this position and function of ethics as the link between aesthetics and religion remained unchanged in reality. However, with the concrete development of Kierkegaard's worldview and philosophical method, this sociality of ethics and their realization of the universal became more and more problematic and contradictory, so that, considered objectively, They increasingly dissolved into nothing. To be sure, we must not overestimate the sociality of even the early Kierkegaard's ethics. We would seek in vain for that wealth of human social relations which characterizes ethics with Hegel, and which also disappears with Feuerbach, but for opposite reasons than with Kierkegaard. They are in essence ethics of the private person, except that, as yet, Kierkegaard could not possibly blind himself to the fact that the private person, even as such, lies in society. In this early phase, the advocate of the ethical vision of life declares, "See, I want to appear in public as a husband because that is really my most important position in life," and precisely in polemical dispute with conscious immediacy and the solipsistic subjectivity of the aesthetic stage. The ethical categories are inevitably 1210, presented as those of the generality of man's private life as it is consciously lived in society. Marriage, Kierkegaard makes his ethical advocates say in the 2-1-11 later stages on the road of life, is the foundation of bourgeois life. Through it a man and woman in love are bound to the state and the fatherland and the common public interest. But in accordance with Kierkegaard's whole conception, the ethical sphere is only a transitional sphere. 212, a bridge to the authentic reality of the subjectivity which alone has existence, a bridge to the religious relation. Hence we must briefly investigate how it is that these bridging ethics, with their very reduced sociality, are not sublimed in the Hegelian sense, and thus both surpassed and preserved, but completely dissipated and destroyed instead. Here, naturally, we cannot take it upon ourselves to give a full account of Kierkegaard's ethics systematically, or even in their historical genesis. Our one concern is to indicate the decisive philosophical motives which of necessity entailed this inner collapse of those ethics. The principal motive was the polemic against the Hegelian dialectical identification of the internal and external, a polemic of the greatest importance to Kierkegaard's philosophy. With Hegel, this identification has the epistemological purpose of refuting the subjective idealist division of phenomenon and essence and showing them to be inseparably connected dialectically in contradictoriness. The external is thus primarily the same content as the internal. What is internal is also present externally and vice versa. The phenomenon exhibits nothing that is not in the essence, and there is nothing in the essence that is not manifested. 1213. This signifies for ethics. Here we must pass over all the intermediate conditions that it must be said. The man is what he does. Kierkegaard saw in this position Hegel's endeavor to apply the category of the aesthetical metaphysical to ethics and religion. But he expounds this as follows. Already the ethical poses a kind of antithetical relation between the external and internal inasmuch as it sets the external in indifference. As the material of a deed, the external is indifferent. For the ethical emphasis is placed on intention, the outcome being indifferent is the external side of the deed. The religious posits the antithesis between the external and internal definitely as antithesis, and therein lies precisely suffering as an existential category for the religious, but therein also lies the internal, inwardly directed infinitive of inwardness. 1214. It will be clear without going into details that the view that the entire external life is wholly indifferent for ethics also demolishes the private ethical construction of Kierkegaard's stages. For how is marriage to dwell on Kierkegaard's own very restricted interpretation of the realization of the universal conceivable as a sphere of ethics, as higher and no longer merely immediate stage of love, but the purely inward conditions, those remaining purely subjective, have sole ethical relevance for every marriage partner, and if the consequences of the one partner's aforestated convictions, deeds, etc., have to be regarded as wholly indifferent for the other partner's life, for in that case marriage is no longer distinguishable epistemologically from the aesthetically immediate solipsism of eroticism, where the lovers belong to two completely separate worlds and cannot communicate with each other on the human plane at all. Certainly Kierkegaard was at pains to sublime ethically the sensual, aesthetic immediacy of love. But this endeavor could only result in something of marriage in his account, or to create a real, human communion between husband and wife, and Kierkegaard indeed attempted to follow this course in his writings, especially either, or but as soon as he begins to develop his thinking's epistemological and philosophical foundations. It turns out that even that extremely limited circle of human relations which his ethics allow is irreconcilable with these foundations. Kierkegaard offers the clearest evidence that an ethic of conviction, taken to a rigorous conclusion, can only produce a moral solipsism, but this objective tendency in Kierkegaard to the self-dissolution of ethics is not as seen from the angle of the logic of his system. Decisive reason why ethics and the extremely modest sociality committed in them recede increasingly into the background. The crucial factor is his basic view of the religious element. We have already noted how important the mode of the accusation was, in his polemic against the immanence of Hegel's dialectical view of history, that this necessarily ousts God from history, thereby providing a historical rationale for atheism. In the first work, in which Kierkegaard's theory of religion appears overtly and concretely, in Fear and Trembling, the same question crops up with regard to ethics. Not, to be sure, in so violently polemical a form as with regard to history, but no less decidedly in essence. Here Kierkegaard defined ethics as the universal, that which is valid for Ali 215 they are immanent, have their objective within themselves and do not point beyond themselves. The ethical is as such the universal, that which is valid for all, expressed from another angle, that which is valid at every moment. It rests immanently in itself. It has nothing outside itself that constitutes its telos, but is itself telos for everything it has outside of itself. When it has assumed this within itself, it goes no farther. He closes this observation with the significant words: if this is the utmost that may be said of man and his existence, then the ethical has the same meaning as man's eternal bliss, which is man's telos in all eternity and at every instant. For it would be a contradiction the soul. For the possibility to exist that eternal bliss could be surrendered, that is, suspended teleologically, since as soon as it is surrendered it will be frittered away. Thus, to Kierkegaard's mind, an ethic which does not exceed the generality, and clearly, the general or universal is now merely an idealistically distorted synonym for sociality, would be atheistic. Thus, in his extremely individualist irrationalist way, he answers the old question often debated in bourgeois ethics since Bell's day of whether a society of atheists would be possible, with a yes as regards the ethical possibility, although with a sharp no as regards his value judgment. And he added, again, this is typical of him, that if such a state of affairs obtained, Hegel's definition of the relation between the particular and universal, between the individual and society would be correct. For Kierkegaard, therefore, the only saving factor of the religious element of faith is that the individual ranks higher than the universally 216 granted. He repeatedly added that his individual did not proceed from immediacy, that before reaching these heights, he had to pass through the fulfillment of the universal in ethics. This, however, is an empty assertion without any methodological significance for ethics whatever, for this sublimation of the ethical into the religious realm leaves no traces whatever behind it. From the standpoint of the individual, the paladin of faith, who lives in paradox of paradox forever inaccessible to thought, it is completely irrelevant whether he has really passed the stage of the predominance of the universal over the particular, as far as a connection can be established here. It rests on the fact that the Kierkegaardian stage of ethics was already far less rational and social than he represented it, in this marked contrast with aesthetics on the one hand and religion on the other. As we have pointed out, the Kierkegaardian ethics acknowledges no common medium, no real community between men, and with regard to the ethically essential, the inner realm sharply divided from the exterior. Those practicing this ethic likewise live in an insuperable incognito, the quantitative heightening occurring between ethics and religion, one that is converted into quality. What a grotesque sequel for qualitative dialectics, seems to be based only on the fact that ethical solipsism, the incognito, contradicted the traditional categories with whose aid Kierkegaard formulated his ethics. Thus, whereas this incognito displayed a vacillating, relative character, his temperament found its appropriate medium in faith, in paradox, and in the absolute incognito. So the religious stages, on the one hand, an aristocratic heightening of ethics where, because of the predominance of the universal, the aristocratic principle of the chosen individual cannot be practiced so adequately as in the religious relation to life. On the other hand, the realization of the universal serves Kierkegaard's religious man as an ironical mask, as a deceptive and extremely petty worship attitude permanently concealing the latent pathos of the religious paladin of faith. Kierkegaard's entanglement in this web of contradiction certainly does not derive from the architectonic tripartite system construction of his 217. There were social and philosophical reasons for it. Kierkegaard was always wanting to challenge the romantic ethical type of his age with which, he sensed, his own intellectual persona was most profoundly related. In his case, however, this defensive stance was far more than psychological. Here we are dealing with something objective and more important, namely the socially determined deep-seated affinity between his conception of aesthetics and of religion. This applies above all to the methodology, where religion is not to be regarded as something objective, as doctrine, and we have yet to see how passionately Kierkegaard rejected any such method in attempt will arise to rescue it from the angle of the individual person's subjectivity and of religious experience, whereupon the close proximity to aesthetics is already irrefutable, for in both instances, We are dealing, on the one hand, with a world picture steeped in fantasy whose truth and reality can only be argued from pure subjectivity. And on the other hand, we are dealing with an extremely subjectivist mode of behavior whose collisions with the universal, that is, the ethical, social, again appear soluble only in the purely subjective evidence. Feuerbach, who studied Kierkegaard in great detail and esteemed him highly, already saw perfectly clearly naturally from a diametrically opposed viewpoint, with diametrically opposite intentions and inferences, this affinity between aesthetics and religion with regard to the objectivity of that which is reflected in them. He resisted the idea that his dissolution of religion, because of the demonstration of its purely subjective character, was bound to entail a dissolution of poetry. So little, he wrote, do I annul art, poetry and imagination, that I rather annul religion only insofar as it is not poetry, but ordinary prose. 1218. He did not dispute that religion may also be poetry. Poetry, however, does not profess that its creations are any different to what they are, whereas religion, however, makes its imagined beings out to be real beings. It is, needless to say, not only the basic philosophical tendency which is at opposite poles in Feuerbach and Kierkegaard, but accordingly the relation of aesthetics and religion as well. With the former, the discovery of the subjective character of religion signifies its dissolution, and aesthetics survive as an important part of man's terrestrial life. Thus the aforestated affinity applies only within the terms of this hypothesis. With Kierkegaard, on the contrary, precisely the extremely rigorous subjectifying of the religious is deemed to provide a philosophical basis for religion itself, and to establish its autonomy, its absolute validity through qualitative dialectics. It is patent that under these conditions, the separation of religion from the aesthetic sphere was bound to become, for Kierkegaard, a vital philosophical issue. With Feuerbach, the non-existence of its objects where religion claimed their existence and objective reality could easily elicit a clear delimiting. But for Kierkegaard this problem was much more involved, and it jeopardized the whole survival of his system. This was not only because, in order to vindicate religion philosophically, he needed and wanted to prove that the existence of the religious sphere contested by Feuerbach was even the sole absolute reality. It was also because in Kierkegaard, the aesthetic sphere denotes something different and far more comprehensive than in Feuerbach. Not only products of art, their production and aesthetic contemplation, but also, primarily even, an aesthetic attitude to life. Not for nothing does the erotic play so crucial a role in Kierkegaard's aesthetics. In this we can see, despite all Kierkegaard's polemical digressions, an enduring and living legacy of Romanticism. With regard to this, the basic problem in his philosophy became very close in methodology to the moral philosopher of early Romanticism, the Schleiermacher of the Talks on Religion and Intimate Letters on Friedrich Schlegel's Lucerne. Certainly the resemblance of the propositions is limited to the fact that, as a result of the passing of Romantic aesthetics into an aesthetically determined art of living, on the one hand, and of a religion founded purely on subjective experience on the other, the two areas were bound to mesh all the time. But just that was the young Schleiermacher's intention. It was just by that route that he sought to lead his romantic, aesthetically oriented generation back to religion and to encourage the romantic aesthetic and art of living to sprout into religiosity. If then, the resemblance and the structural closeness of the two spheres were of advantage to Schleiermacher's arguments, the self-same factors gave rise to the greatest intellectual difficulties for Kierkegaard. This proximity, affinity and unbridled overflowing of the one into the other obtained both in early Romanticism and in Kierkegaard's works, as could be readily demonstrated at every point. Here, to indicate the affinity, let us pick out from Kierkegaard's journals just one passage that also clearly expresses the joint aristocratic opposition of both orientations to the mediocre majority of men. In 1854, and thus not in the romanticizing period of his youth but at the time of his overt struggles to reinstate religion, Kierkegaard wrote, "Talent ranks in proportion to its arousing of sensation, genius in proportion to its arousing of resistance, religious character in proportion to its arousing of annoyance." 1219. Clearly it is none too difficult here to draw a dividing line between talent and genius. But this entirely matches Kierkegaard's aristocratic outlook on the world within the aesthetic sphere as well. But equally clearly, a high degree of theological rationalist sophistry is needed to draw even a specious line between resistance and annoyance, genius and the religious character. That applies all the more in that this contrast again vividly expresses the aristocratic outlook shared by the Romantics and Kierkegaard. In this respect, Kierkegaard was a logical heir of Romantic thinkers and Schopenhauer. To him it was axiomatic that entry to every sphere he deemed essential was available only to the chosen. The reason why he defined the ethical stage in such a contradictory and self-repeating way was, the motives previously stated aside, the necessarily non-aristocratic character of an ethic which was intended to realize the universal as soon as his ethics were translated into the paradoxically religious. Kierkegaard again found himself, in contradiction, it must be said, to his initial hypotheses on the familiar basis of aristocratism. So the borderline between aesthetics and religion is just as blurred in his writings as in the Genic period of Friedrich Schlegel or Tieck, and in Novalis and Schleiermacher. But whereas for the romantic anchors of Jena, these fluid dividing lines were inattainable and, they implied for Kierkegaard's philosophy, a danger which threatened to undo the whole system, a danger to be surmounted, and it never really was. It was more the changing times, the changing class relations and the class struggle than the thinkers, personalities which determined this contrast in philosophical propositions, in spite of a deep-seated affinity in cardinal philosophical hypotheses. The untroubled merging of romantic aesthetics and religion was very closely connected with the Thermidorian moods of the post-revolutionary intelligentsia in Germany, with the hope of managing to establish a harmonious art of living, subliming the crisis contradictions upon the basis of the new possibilities to be enjoyed in post-revolutionary society. Kierkegaard shared with the Romantics the live basis of the reactionary parasitical intelligentsia, whose behavior in the capitalist society taking shape was strongly oriented to a subjectivist art of living. But since he was living in a deeply disturbed time of crisis, he had to try and rescue religion from its close relationship with aesthetics and above all with the parasitic aesthetic art of living. In this respect, therefore, he represents the Ash Wednesday of the Romantic Carnival as much as Heidegger represents that of the imperialist parasites and the universal capitalist crisis after the First World War, as opposed to the pre-war revels of Simmel or Bergson. So in appearance and from the subjective emotional angle, Kierkegaard was far removed from early Romanticism in his conception of both aesthetics and religion. Certainly we have just established the affinity of the structure of both spheres, aesthetics, closely linked with the art of living, and religion is purely subjective experience. And the difference in, indeed, antithetical,ity of the emotional emphasis predominant in both spheres only reinforces this merging of them, which Kierkegaard did not intend and indeed fought against. For the atmosphere of the Kierkegaardian aesthetic stage is determined by despair. The aphoristic confessions of the aesthetician in Either or begin, what is a poet? An unhappy man who in his heart harbors a deep anguish, but whose lips are so fashioned that the moans and cries which issue forth from them sound to the stranger like ravishing music. His fate was like that of the unfortunate victims whom the tyrant Phalaris slowly tortured in a brazen bull over a low burning fire. Their cries could not reach the tyrant's ear so as to strike terror into them. To him they sounded like merry music. 220. And in Kierkegaard's reply to Plato's Symposium, in which representatives of the aesthetic stage gather and discuss their views of eroticism, the central question in the art of living, Johannes the Seducer, after hearing all the speeches, burst out with the following reproaches to his companions. My noble friends, has the devil got into you? For you are talking like mourners, your eyes are red not with wine but with tears. 221. All Kierkegaard's aesthetic studies are pervaded by different shades of this despair, now as opposed to this. The religious relation shows a qualitative heightening and indeed a still profounder despair, an even stronger emphasis on the solipsism and irrationality in the subject left to its own devices. For in Abraham's sacrifice of Isaac, to take Kierkegaard's paradigmatic example, that which distinguishes Abraham from the tragic, and therefore the aesthetic or ethical hero consists just in the absolute incommensurability of the motives for his deed, the impossibility in principle of communicating his authentic, decisive experiences. But this is to proclaim a complete extinction, and not a sublimation of the ethically universal where the religious sphere is concerned. Here, comparing the sacrificing Abraham with the outwardly similar, but inwardly merely tragic conflict of Agamemnon when called upon to sacrifice Iphigenia, Kierkegaard wrote, the tragic hero too concentrates in the moment the ethical which he exceeds teleologically, but in so doing he has a prop in the universe. The paladin of fate depends solely and uniquely on his own resources. And that is the terrible thing. 1220. To Kierkegaard's Abraham has nothing in common with a tragic hero, but is something quite different, either a murderer or a believer. What lies between and saves the tragic hero is not applicable to Abraham. 1225. So we have despair as a spiritual basis, irrationality as a content, and, connected with it, the theoretical impossibility of spiritual communication between men, the absolute incognito. These, with Kierkegaard, characterize both the aesthetic and the religious. In order to give rise, at least in appearance, to a polarity of interrelated tendencies at least, but not a complete identity. Kierkegaard had to stress, for the sake of the dividing factor, the ethical aspect in aesthetics, and the necessary passage through the ethical sphere in religion. And this although the ethical leaves no traces behind it, thus being wholly irrelevant to a concrete treatment of the problems, and although the tragic, precisely in Kierkegaard's account of it, creates a more intimate bond between aesthetics and ethics than he ever established between ethics and religion. For as we have noted, the tragic hero seeks and finds his justification in the universal and therefore, according to Kierkegaard, in ethics. Kierkegaard never succeeded in locating so strong a concrete link between ethics and religion. All the more intimate was his link between aesthetics and religion. Kierkegaard himself admits as much in his journals. Under the heading On My Production, seen as a whole, he wrote, in a certain sense the contemporary age is faced with a choice. One must choose between making either the aesthetic sphere the total idea and explaining everything in these terms, or the religious, 1224 in our opinion. This desperate situation of his philosophy of despair forced Kierkegaard into the empty declaration of a relation between ethics and religion which never exists in his work. He was forced to make it to avoid admitting the objective truth, that his religion was nothing more than a refuge for stranded decadent aesthetes. And since Kierkegaard, in view of the period in which he lived, was not a Huysmans and still less a Camus, who both found in despair itself a vain and trifling self-satisfaction, he had to resort to such hollow constructions, unconsciously and reluctantly recognizing that a mental desocializing of men implies at the same time the annihilation of any ethics. To be sure, we find in Kierkegaard's over another, even more important motive, one that is outwardly constituted quite differently, but closely linked with the above motive objectively, the social function he wished to assign to religion and to Christianity. Kierkegaard perceived the mounting crisis of his age a romantic anti-capitalist, and the events of 1848 promoted his development, like the development of Carlyle, who was of course originally far more socially oriented, in the sense that they brought all the seeds of the reactionary end into fruition. As early as 1849 he wrote in his journals, should Providence he was go on sending prophets and judges, it must happen solely in order to assist the government. Years later he said very firmly, my whole work is a defense of the established order, 1225 several 1226 and finally in 1854, when he thought that revolution could break out at any moment. He saw it as a dire misfortune that Christianity has been abolished as the regulating 1227 weight, Kierkegaardian Christianity, by imprisoning the individual as such in his incognito, by rendering the whole world of society about him of no value to him and concentrating his energies solely on the salvation of his own soul, was intended to become this weight. And this weight was calculated to regulate temporalness, this social function of the solitary subject. The incognito as a prop of the established order and of retrogression, represents nothing that is radically new in the history of irrationalism. Very analogous connections can be verified in Schopenhauer. Kierkegaard's only original contribution was the nuance of individual despair. Despair is the elevation and mark of distinction of true individuality in contrast to Schopenhauer's abstractly general pessimism, which was related to the species, and he raised the pathos of its subjectivity and the nothingness confronting it as its adequate object to a pitch in the face of whose sublimity all petty differences of social life were meant to fade away. Here too it is not hard to ascertain where Kierkegaard resembles Schopenhauer and where he differs from him. In both cases nothingness appears in a mythicizing, mysticized form, but with Schopenhauer, nothingness is the real substance of his Buddhist mythos, whereas its inevitable coming into force refutes and dissolves Kierkegaard's Christian mythos. Kierkegaard thereupon became the pioneer of the reactionary attitude whose repercussions are palpable even today in the philosophies of Heidegger, Hegel and so on. We have referred to nothingness as the adequate object of Kierkegaardian subjectivity, but does not this make us at odds with the facts? Have we not projected into his worldview, unjustifiably, the findings of his later, imperialist successors? Was not Kierkegaard a Christian believer, an Orthodox Protestant? If we are to trust Kierkegaard's protestations, and there is no need to discuss the psychological question of how far they were genuine to the last, and how far products of self-deception. D.C., he was not only an Orthodox Christian believer, but even at pains to restore the lost purity of Christianity. Our task, however, is to decipher the real, factual substance of these protestations. First and foremost, Christianity was not a doctrine for Kierkegaard. As his own position, to be sure, he countered this negation with the realization in practice, the imitation of Christ. That this limitation was placed emphatically at the center of his thinking does not, it must be admitted, constitute anything startlingly new in the history of religion. But here we must bear in mind the difference that in the earlier forms of emphasizing the imitatio, nothing was said in antithesis to an objective theory, no kind of revealed doctrine whatever. The imitatio was presented as the individual's avenue to bliss, but only if his convictions and deeds agreed exactly with the revealed doctrine. With Kierkegaard, however, this opposition was rendered absolute. For Kierkegaard, Christianity was not a doctrine at all, for that would mean its objective downgrading to a system or part of the system. He wrote, "Objective faith makes it sound as though Christianity were also being proclaimed like a minor system, although not as good as the Hegelian system, 1228 subjectively. The appropriation of such a doctrine like any relation to objectivity would be only an approximation, something relative, not the absolute and not God." Thus once again, theory and praxis, objectivity and subjectivity are presented as mutually exclusive antinomies. Objectively, Kierkegaard wrote, "The stress is on what is stated, subjectively on how it is stated, and it is again highly characteristic of the closeness of aesthetics and religion in the system that he added. This distinction already applies in the aesthetic realm, 1229, but the stark antithesis had decisive consequences for Kierkegaard's whole view of religion. He took the idea expressed in the above aphorism to a detailed conclusion. If there is an objective inquiry after truth, then there is objective reflection upon truth as an object to which the perceptive mind stands in relation. The reflection is not upon the relation but upon the fact that it is truth, the truth, to which it stands in relation. If that to which the perceiving mind stands related is only the truth, then the subject is in truth. If there is a subjective inquiry after truth, there is a subjective reflection upon the relation of the individual 1230, and not omitting to draw all the conclusions that stem from this, he states immediately after the above passage, as long as the how of this relation is in truth, the individual is in truth, even if related thus to untruth. Here it is plain to what degree Kierkegaard was more honest than his imperialist successors. Both reflected upon the subjective act, not upon the object, but whereas Kierkegaard drew from this the only possible inference, namely that no knowledge whatever can be reached by this route, the later existentialists simply removed the parentheses in which, following the method of Husserlian phenomenology, they set the real or imagined objective world while reflecting upon the subjectivity of the act, asseverating that they had then attained to an ontology, the true objectivity. Kierkegaard, on the contrary, stated what was implied in his previous, general philosophical studies with great lucidity and in concretely theological terms. One man prays in truth to God, although he is worshipping an idol. The other prays in untruth to the true God, and hence in truth is worshipping an idol. 1231. Kierkegaard was therefore in earnest with the theory he directed against Hegel and all objective knowledge. Subjectivity is truth. But what becomes of religion itself and of God in this purported rationale of the existence of religious subjectivity? In his studies pertaining to this, Kierkegaard again took up the approximative character of the apprehension of any objectivity by a subject, and therefore of any knowledge, and demonstrates the untenable position which results from it for the person existing religiously, because he is deemed to need God at the same moment, because every moment in which he does not have God is wasted. 1232, and in a footnote to these lines he added, "In this way God certainly becomes a postulate, my italics GL, but not in the casual ordinary sense of the word. Rather it becomes plain that the only way in which an existing person enters into a relation to God is that the dialectical contradiction casts passion into despair and helps to apprehend God with the category of despair, faith. So the postulate is by no means arbitrary but a downright self-defense. So that God is not a postulate but the postulation of God by the existing being is a necessity." Hard Kierkegaard was endeavoring here nonetheless to soften his rigorous deductions and to reduce his God's postulate character to a mere, albeit necessary, distinguishing feature of the subjective relation. Such endeavors, however, do not in any way alter the state of affairs inexorably resulting from his premises. And Kierkegaard was far too much a child of his time, far too modern seriously to set about changing anything essential to these deductions in the concrete realm, or to attempt, for instance, to demonstrate a real fulfillment of his God postulate. He bore contemporary witness to the dissolution of Hegelianism, was clearly informed of the significance of Feuerbach's critique of religion, and indeed was downright fascinated by his reduction of religion to human subjectivity, although it was Feuerbach's purpose to dissolve religion. Thus he wrote of Feuerbach, On the other hand, the derisive man attacks Christianity, and at the same time expounds it so brilliantly that it is a joy to read him, and anyone who has difficulty in finding a clear cut account of it is almost obliged to resort to him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 3, we see how. This sympathy with the contemporary atheist is no accident, not only because Kierkegaard grasped as clearly as they did the untenability of an objective, scientific defense of religion, but also because particular conditions in the ideological reflection of the socio-political crisis of the 1840s brought them very close to each other. We have already stressed more than once how much the disruption of objective idealism formed the center of this crisis, and how much barring the realization of the dialectical materialist surmounting of Hegel, every bourgeois attempt at the revolutionary surpassing of Hegel was bound to turn into a philosophical subjectivism. This was manifested quite openly in Bruno Bauer or Stirner. But such elements of subjectification are also inherent in the flaws in Feuerbach's anthropologism, here too because a dialectical theory of reflection was lacking the rigorously materialist theory. The object's theoretical independence of the subject often had to be watered down. Granted, Feuerbach himself was constantly at pains to pursue this materialist line strictly, but he only succeeded in the area of epistemology in the narrower sense. Everywhere else, as Marx, Engels, and Lenin have pointed out, the illogicalities of anthropologism emerge more or less distinctly in Feuerbach's work too. It must therefore be emphasized that the philosophical materialism of Marx and Engels is not identical with Feuerbach's materialism, any more than Marxian dialectics are identical with Hegel's. Through the subjectifying elements, the atheistic consequences of a materialist critique of religion of this type are likewise thrown into vivid relief. Atheism is represented as a new form of religion. This may be observed very clearly with Heine. But even with Feuerbach, such illogicalities arising from the perpetuation of religion in atheistic forms are still present, and Engels, in criticizing these flaws, drew attention to their universal dissemination in this period. He gives as an example the maxim of Louis Blanc's followers, who used to say, "Atheism therefore is your religion," 1255 with Kierkegaard. Of course, there is never any question of an over-allegiance to religious atheism. That was an unconscious, undesired product of his conception. Since Kierkegaard wished to release the defense of religion from Hegel's false idealist objectivism, he was caught up in the subjectivist movement that sought to retract every kind of objectivity into the subject and to have it proceed from the latter exclusively. For that very reason, every object, and with it, every trace of God as well, had to vanish in the as it were epistemological contemplation of the religious subject. But this methodology was at the same time an exact expression of his spontaneous world sense, thereby determining the typically given surroundings and milieu of his religiously existential relation. It was nothingness. Kierkegaard asked of his religiously existing man that he should retain objective uncertainty, that and an objective uncertainty upon the 70,000 fathoms of water, and believe 1236 nonetheless. But belief in what? Doctrine has disappeared, because every doctrine is either a hypothesis or an approximation. Because every permanent resolution 1237 lies precisely in subjectivity. The community has disappeared because every religious person lives in an absolute incognito, but in absolute passion, which is the ultimate in subjectivity. And in the internal how of this passion, the individual is farthest removed of all from this indirectness. 1258 Kierkegaard goes on to state that if two religious persons conversed, the one would have a comic effect on the other, because neither of them would be permitted to express the 1239 latent inwardness directly of Christ. Since there was no doctrine, since to Kierkegaard's mind Christ's earthly life itself logically formed the acme of the incognito, how could religious subjectivity know whom to imitate and in what deeds or convictions? Thus it had as a guideline that which it found in its own subjectivity, and with Kierkegaard that was despair and nihilism, and what of the imitation? And Kierkegaard, obeying his innermost feelings, affirmed this tenuous perfect solitude, this atmosphere of nothingness precisely from the standpoint of the subjective element's highest development. Not for nothing did he write in his journals, in a sense a disciple leads a crippled existence as long as his master is also alive. In a certain sense the disciple cannot achieve the stage of being himself. 1240, and the God of Kierkegaard's journals has the same physiognomy of the desperately eccentric bourgeois intellectual. In such passages Kierkegaard was an unconscious and inconsistent follower of Feuerbach, an unwitting caricaturist. We read in the journals for 1854, God is assuredly a person, but whether he wishes to be so towards the single individual depends on whether that is to God's liking. It is by the grace of God that he wants to be a person in relation to you. If you fritter it away, he will punish you by adopting an objective relation to you. And in that sense we may say that, in spite of all proofs, the world does not have a personal God, 1241, and it is wholly in line with this, Kierkegaard's profoundest inner attitude, his solipsistic aristocratism, that he stated just in his last period, when fighting overtly and publicly to restore the purity of Christianity, that there was no Christianity at all in the modern age. Now I have yet to see a single person whose life, according to the impression I gained of it, ignoring the protestations, which I cross out, expressed even remotely that he had expired and had become spirit any more than I believe myself to be such. So how on earth has it come to pass that entire states and countries are Christian, that we are Christians in our millions? 1242, and the protestations of the Christianity of the past would likewise hardly stand up to his criticism, were he to choose to apply it. Although the two movements exhibit directly opposing trends, they derive from the same causes socially speaking. To begin with, the religious conversion which overtook atheism and otherwise progressively minded thinkers only reflects a vacillation and floundering in the face of their own standpoint's ultimate consequences. But with the growing decadence of the bourgeois classes and their ideology, it developed more and more into an abdication of any critical viewpoint in respect of philosophical questions. It is the same process as that of the agnosticism of philosophizing natural scientists, which was an abashed materialism Engels, for a time before it turned increasingly into reactionary idealism and myth fabrication in the imperialist age. On the other hand, the conversion to atheism of the religiously disposed attitude was, regarded directly, the spontaneous process of disintegration in the religious outlook. However, the reactionary bourgeoisie's elastic defensive tactics were able to turn it into a new means of defense, and that with the help of this disintegration, that crisis within the bourgeois intelligentsia, which would have otherwise induced a falling away from all religion, could be arrested and redirected into a religious safeguarding of the established order. So gradually, in the imperialist period, the two trends intertwined and were already often hard to tell apart. We have mentioned the reactionary bourgeoisie's tactics. The accuracy of our statement would suffer, however, were we, for instance, to charge Kierkegaard with such tactics. Subjectively, Kierkegaard was a sincerely convinced thinker whose contradictions originated in the fact that he was borne along on social currents whose nature he understood in part not at all, and in part very inadequately. That he did not lack all awareness of his socio-political position is shown by his aforestated view of religion as a conservative power. In Kierkegaard we encounter the mode of feeling, spontaneously expressed, but an intellectual bourgeois stratum which had become deracinated and parasitic. How little this was to do with a personal problem, or with a narrowly Danish one, is evident not only from Kierkegaard's later international influence, but also from the fact that, wholly independently of him, similar versions of religious atheism were starting to spring up and to take effect all around him. Here it is impossible to discuss this question even in outline. I will just refer briefly to Dostoevsky, who under totally different concrete social conditions and with totally different objectives and means, often adopted a thoroughly similar position with regard to the intertwining of religion and atheism. An investigation of the parallels and divergences would be interesting and instructive, certainly, but we must be content with pointing out that with Dostoevsky's holy men, atheism is represented as nothing less than the penultimate step to perfect faith. Admittedly, Dostoevsky, in marked contrast to Kierkegaard, attempted to portray even this most perfect faith and its humanly practical fulfillment, but typically he always represented it such that, while it was destined to signify an overcoming of the Kierkegaardian incognito of human beings and their mutual relations, it always expressed a close affinity of this clairvoyant goodness, with the deepest skepticism towards men and a nihilistic contempt for them. 243 here in Kierkegaard's case, then, we are dealing with a more advanced form of religious atheism than Schopenhauer's. The contradictions we have just indicated in him may be amplified by comparing them with a fresh aspect, that of their relation to praxis. Schopenhauer's pessimistic irrationalism culminated in a complete ascetic withdrawal from all praxis. Kierkegaard, on the contrary, firmly stressed the role of deeds and action for existing subjectivity. Indeed, he polemicized, and not without reason, against the fanciful element in German idealism's pure contemplation. Quite correctly, he called the identical subject-object propounded by Schelling and Hegel a phantom. This antithesis between Schopenhauer and result of historical Kierkegaard was again developments of the mounting crisis in the social being of the bourgeois class. What, in the quagmire of the Restoration period, was the typical form of reactionary withdrawal from participation in social praxis, and thus the typical form for the intelligentsia's reactionary neutralization. And what again became the universally typical form after the defeat of the 1848 revolution could no longer suffice in the crisis-stricken 1840s. Regarded objectively, Kierkegaard accomplished a reactionary neutralization, a reactionary diversion from social praxis just as Schopenhauer did. But he countered social praxis not with a pure form of contemplative dissociation from life, but with an authentic, existential action, albeit an action which, as we have noted, was just as carefully purged of all social determinants and was thus in reality only a quasi-acting. To be sure, this was endowed with the inner attributes of action, and its conceptual description implied the most diverse active spiritual deeds. It therefore gave the illusion of being a copy of action itself, although everything whereby action really becomes action, namely the objectivity of social life, was extinct in it. It did dawn on Kierkegaard himself in certain moments of self-criticism that this central portion of his thinking presents basically a caricature of action. He wrote in his journals, "Can you imagine anything more ridiculous than wanting to use a crane to pick up a pin?" 1244. It must be said, however, that just this illusory essence, distorted as it was because of pure inwardness, lent to Kierkegaard's philosophy and the crisis of the 1840s a certain influence which became widespread in the major crisis between the two world wars and still exists today. For on the one hand, the extinction of the social determinants of praxis made it easier to decide in favor of the established order, and, on the other hand, the semblance of praxis bestowed on the intelligentsia's irrationalist neutralization a firmer and more active reactionary accent than we find in Schopenhauerian contemplation at the time of Kierkegaard's later imperialist influence. This accent underwent a heightening in that modern existentialism, through the help afforded by Husserl's phenomenological method, had at its disposal more subtle means of eradicating the concrete social determinants than Kierkegaard himself possessed. His modern successors eliminated all that was concrete in praxis, concretely historical and social, but retained nonetheless a distorted framework of both in the form of an allegedly ontological objectivity. Heidegger's Das Man, the One, is an example of this. Thus, unlike Kierkegaard, existentialist praxis no longer placed empty, purposeless, anti-ethical, world historical doings in antithesis to the purely inward concern for one's own salvation, but sought to give the impression that we make a free choice and realize our project. Sartre, in true reality, purified ontologically in the situation. Existentialism's erasing of the contents, evolutionary direction, etc. of the social determinants enabled Heidegger to exercise his free choice. By opting for Hitler, this conception of place of activity was the crucial step which Kierkegaard took beyond Schopenhauer in the history of irrationalism. In this respect, Nietzsche subsequently took a further step towards a still firmer, more militant reaction. But for all the contrasts manifest here, we must not neglect the close affinity of Kierkegaard and Schopenhauer, particularly in questions of ethics. When he read Schopenhauer in the 1850s, Kierkegaard showed a warm appreciation of his philosophy. With his intellectual acumen, to be sure, he at once pointed out the weakest aspect of Schopenhauer's ethics, that it is always hazardous to propound an ethic when the teacher is not in its power. 1245. In another passage he brusquely dismissed as academic claptrap. Schopenhauer is claimed to be the first to have allocated asceticism a place 1246 in the system, and from this angle he investigated Schopenhauer's stance towards the academic philosophy, which they both affected to despise. But what is the difference between Schopenhauer and a professor? In the last resort it is only that Schopenhauer has private means. His conclusion was that in the Socratic sense, which to Kierkegaard meant a great deal, as denoting the non-Christian form of existence, Schopenhauer was not wholly innocent of mere sophistry. But how does Kierkegaard himself pass the test in which Schopenhauer was found wanting? First of all, he had to admit that the existential significance of a material independence through private means was as crucial in his own case as in Schopenhauer's. He was honest enough to admit this openly, at least in his journals. My becoming a writer is basically due 1247, and to my melancholy, to that and my money, in another passage. But even if I considered my life as a writer in total detachment from the rest of my life, there is still a danger. The danger that I have been privileged in respect of my ability to lead an independent life. This I fully recognize, and to that extent I feel very small in comparison to those who have managed to develop a genuine life of the mind in real poverty. 1248. So here Kierkegaard had nothing with which to tax Schopenhauer. Both their philosophies culminate in an independent, purely inward attitude away from the bustle of the everyday world of society. From this vantage point they both looked down with great contempt on the wage-earning philosophers, the professors, and chiefly Hegel. And it turns out that the basis for this aloofness is not to be sought in their ethic itself, but in the financial independence of its authors. This point is not without historical significance because in its heyday bourgeois philosophy produced thinkers who effectively adopted the same attitude to the trade, although without the irration, holistically reactionary premises and deductions while making many personal sacrifices. It will suffice to mention Spinoza, Diderot or Lessing. Even more important is the fact that with regard to the existential realization of his ethics, Kierkegaard too came very close to the Schopenhauerian answer, albeit in a more veiled and less cynical form. Let us reconsider the passage where Kierkegaard denies his contemporaries the right to call themselves Christians. Here we find in parentheses the phrase, "any more than I believe myself to be one." And in the book's concluding reflections we read, "If, on the other hand, nobody in our age will dare to adopt the task and character of the reformer, then let the established order stand and retain validity just as long as it is ready to subscribe to the truthful admission that, considered in Christian terms, it is only a modified approximation to Christianity." 1249. Now what else does this express other than Schopenhauer's attitude to asceticism in theory and in his own praxis? If we substitute Christianity for asceticism in Kierkegaard's commentary on Schopenhauer's position, from which we are about to quote, we not only have from Kierkegaard himself criticism which is unconscious but all the more devastating on that account. We also find a further agreement for the thesis that the gist of his philosophy was less a regeneration of Christianity than a new variety of the rationalist religious atheism. Kierkegaard wrote, "The fact that asceticism now has a place in the system does that not signify indirectly that its time is over? There was a time when men were ascetic in character. Then there came a time when the whole business of asceticism was consigned to oblivion. Now somebody is boasting of being the first to allocate to it a place in the system. But precisely this kind of preoccupation with asceticism shows that it does not exist for him in the true sense of the word." Schopenhauer, far from actually being a pessimist, represents at most something interesting. In a way he renders asceticism interesting, which could not be more dangerous for an age bent on pleasure, for this age will suffer the most harm of all by distilling pleasure even out of asceticism, that is to say, contemplating asceticism without having the character for it, and allotting to it a place in the system. 1250. This unconscious self-criticism is all the more telling because in the first place, Kierkegaard is confessing involuntarily again that Christianity belongs to the past, and that it is precisely this qualitative elective treatment, the place of religion in the stages, the place in the system, which provides proof of this, especially considering that, as we have just demonstrated, the purely ethical, practical subjective character of religion is a self-deception on Kierkegaard's part, because he, like Hegel or Schopenhauer, only created his system in the second place. And most importantly, Kierkegaard pointed out with heavy emphasis here how frivolous and inappropriate to crucial ethical questions it was of Schopenhauer to render asceticism interesting, and how far he was pandering to the pleasure-seeking tendencies of a hedonistically decadent world. But exactly the same criticism applies to Kierkegaard, and that is no coincidence, for such demands as Buddhist asceticism or paradoxical Christianity would have taken literally the anachronistic absurdities in the capitalist, not to say imperialist, period. Their exponents would be pure eccentrics of no interest to anybody. The reason why Schopenhauer and Kierkegaard achieved a worldwide influence lies in the essential nature of their systems as analyzed above. It is of the essence of capitalism that every bourgeois ethic is bound to be contradictory in character. Marx rightly said of the ordinary bourgeois, "The bourgeois has the same attitude to the institutions of his regime as the Jew to his law. He dodges round them as often as is feasible in every single case, but expects everybody else to abide by them." 1251. The bourgeois intelligence reflected the same state of affairs, but in greater complexity. When the class was in the ascendant and entertained illusions about its own being that were world historically justified, there arose endeavors to solve the contradictions intellectually on the basis of the bourgeoisie socio-historical mission in life. The relation between bourgeois and citoyen is one of the key questions in this complex, an honest attempt to comprehend intellectually the objective contradictions of bourgeois life, with the marked emergence of the contradictions in capitalism, with a cessation of the struggle to dissolve the feudal leftovers completely, and the origin of the bourgeoisie's defensive front against the proletariat as its one serious battleground. The period of apologetics naturally commenced in ethics as well. Their vulgar form was a direct sanction of all the hypocrisies, that this social evolutionary trend prompted in the average bourgeois. Their indirect forms succeeded in affirming bourgeois society from the moral viewpoint by means of complicated levers. For in very general terms, indirect apologetics were based on repudiating reality as a whole, society as a whole, in such a way that this repudiation's ultimate consequences led to the affirmation of capitalism, or at least to a benevolent tolerance of it. In the ethical realm, indirect apologetics chiefly discredited social action in general, and in particular any tendency to want to change society. They achieved this goal by isolating the individual and by setting up ethical ideals so lofty and sublime that in the face of them, seemingly petty and fleeting social objectives would fade and disintegrate. But if such ethics are to gain an influence which is real, raw and profound, they must not only set up this lofty ideal but also waive the pursuit of it, again with the assistance of ethically lofty arguments. For to realize such an ideal could confront the decadent bourgeois individual with a task posing as much personal difficulty as social action does. And that would render problematic the efficacy of the diversionary function of indirect apologetic. The decadent bourgeois, and in particular the decadent intellectual, requires a morally aristocratic boost that imposes no obligations. To heighten his enjoyment still further, he will want, while possessing de facto all the privileges of bourgeois life, to feel that he is the exception, and even the rebellious, nonconformist exception. This granted, he will reproduce the totally self-absorbed egotism of the ordinary bourgeois in the sphere of pure spirituality, and have at the same time the pleasurable sense of being infinitely superior to the latter and radically opposed to ordinary bourgeois morality. Only through such twofold suppositions and suspensions can indirect apologetics entirely fulfill their social function in the realm of morality. The function of creating a complicated system of modes of conduct remote from practical everyday life and meeting the intelligentsia's spiritual needs and demands. And yet the innermost core of these modes remains in an etherealized, inflated and distorted waveform of bourgeois social being, and the ethic expressing it as defined above by Marx. Indirect apologetics and ethics have the task of steering intellectuals, sometimes rebellious ones, back to the path of the bourgeoisie's reactionary development, while preserving all their intellectual and moral pretensions to a superior ease in this respect. In devising such methods, Schopenhauer and Kierkegaard played pioneering roles. Their epigones Nietzsche was not, of course, one of them, since he carried on the trend towards militant reaction, did not invent anything fundamentally new. They merely adapted these methods to the imperialist bourgeoisie's increasingly reactionary needs, casting off more and more that residue of consistency, of good faith, which Schopenhauer and Kierkegaard still evinced in part. They increasingly became pure apologists of bourgeois decadence, and nothing else, that basic. Chapter 111. Nietzsche as founder of irrationalism in the imperialist period. It may be postulated as a general statement that the decline of bourgeois ideology set in with the end of the 1848 revolution. Of course, we can find many latecomers, especially in literature and art, for whose work this thesis by no means holds good. We need only to mention Dickens.